it certainly does change the way you think about their mind state when they sit there watching the towers get attacked, and they all, at the very least, they all went, "We got it."
You know, Alex Jones predicted 9/11 in July.
Yeah, but that's not quite as unique as I think some people think it is.
Really?
Well, like people, so like
you ever hear how he said it?
Yeah, I've heard the clip. It was pretty good. I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right, but there were a bunch of people who predicted it. Ron Paul himself predicted it perfectly.
Predict planes into the towers.
Let's just say, no, I don't know about that. That is pretty impressive. But at the same time, you know,
planes have never flown into towers before.
That's true, but the World Trade Center was attacked by Al Qaeda guys in '93.
Big something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Adrian Appalucci has the funniest joke about that. I believe so. Did you ever hear Adrian's joke about that? I don't want to butcher it on your show, but Adrian Appalucci is a hilarious comedian. She had a joke about how, you know, in that song, when he goes, "Time to get paid, blow up like the World Trade," they bleep World Trade now, and then her bit is how they didn't bleep, like he was talking about the first one, but we bleep it because of the second, you know, the towers came down. But then her bit is just like, you go, like, that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it bleeped. It's like a funny, it's like only a few people died. Like, it was cool. But then a lot of people died there. She phenomenal joke writer.
Well, it's a different time. Back then, they would have never bleeped anything. They didn't bleep the N-word. They didn't bleep anything.
Yeah, you know? it was the Wild West.
Well, it's weird when you hear about. So I don't know if I fully buy into any of this, but as a caveat before I get rolling. But when people discuss the intelligence agencies and their role in hip hop, especially gangsta rap. Like, I remember the very first time I listened to NWA, and I think I told Ice Cube when he was here. I was on a fucking Stairmaster in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was listening to Fuck the Police. I was like, "Fuck the Police, coming straight from the underground." I was like, "What is this? This is." It was a cassette Walkman, or maybe it was a CD, but it was probably a cassette Walkman. And I was like, getting my cardio.
They were better for working out. They didn't skip.
They got good with the CD after a while. It didn't skip, but you had to set it on. You had to set it on the treadmill,
and you had to hit that like shock mode. Right. And then that would eat your batteries so quickly that like you get 3 songs in and be like, all right, you have to go to the gym with like spare batteries.
Still, to me, it was so insane that I could carry music with me to the gym. Like, that's incredible, because you go to the gym and it'd be like the worst Poison song playing. No disrespect to Poison, or something. Like, God, I can't get into this. I'm trying to get pumped here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. Like, someone's in charge of the, you know, the station that they pick on the radio. Just that moment of hearing that music, I was like, this is celebrating crime and murder. Like, this is nuts. And murdering prostitutes, and like, this is crazy that this is like a major record label put this out. I was only 21, and I was just sitting there going, I can't even believe this is real. And I got really into it. Like, I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice-T. I listened to that when I was delivering newspapers. It was like, gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So then cut to when people start digging into it, like, intelligence agencies have had, there's a weird book on intelligence agencies and their role in rock and roll music in the 1960s. The book about Laurel Canyon, what is it, Strange Things? It's very interesting. I don't know if I buy it. Eddie Bravo's all in on it. I don't know if I buy it, but there's a lot of like weird connections to the intelligence community and music, particularly hip hop and particularly gangster rap. And if you want to get really dark, you would say, if you want to fill your private prisons up, what better way than have very popular music encouraging encouraging crime, encouraging outright celebrating crime and violence. That way you fill your prisons up, and you also keep people scared, so you can give them more laws and more rules and crack down and make them easier to placate, easier to get them to fall in line and do what you need them to do.
Yeah, and support massive police buildups and massive, like militarization of the police and all that stuff. And I don't know, I've heard a little bit about that. I really don't know. I know Ice Cube has talked about it before, talked about how there's undeniably this influence. There are things about it that seem crazy. But I do know that, and I don't even think this is a controversial thing to say, I think this is just like fact at this point, that it was the Reagan administration who did traffic in cocaine to the United States of America while they were ramping up the war on drugs. So like they're bringing in their effort to help the Contras or whatever, they're going like, okay, well these guys are drug dealers, so if we move these drugs in, we can get these money shipments to them. And then you're sitting in they're creating the conditions for the crack epidemic to explode. And then they catch one guy with a few rocks on him, and they're throwing him in jail for decades. It's like, just that alone, just that one piece of information, you'd almost, if you're like in a sane world, you'd go like, oh, so the people had a revolution and overthrew that government and publicly hung all the politicians involved, and then we started over from new. And you're like, just say no, they lionized that guy. Still, for decades afterwards, the Republicans at the RNC bring up Reagan, and they go, our hero, Ronald Reagan. Like, the fact that that isn't enough to go, well, this guy should be remembered like as a monster.
Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack in the hood? I don't think they do. I do not think. I do not think the intelligence agencies let that information that far up the chain to a guy who's only in there for 4 years for his reelected.
Fair enough.
Not a chance.
But George H.W. Bush definitely for sure.
He fucking signed the docket.
That guy was all over that.
He was all over. He was the head of the CIA.
He was their guy. He was the head of the CIA. Moved in, right? So, but again, also you get to a certain point when you're president. I think this applies to Donald Trump in a lot of ways too, where it's like, it's your responsibility. Like, if you didn't know, then that's your responsibility for not knowing.
I don't think you have an access. I do not. I do not think in cases like that you have access. I think if they're doing something like selling crack in the hood and using the money to fund the Contras, there's no fucking way you could ever kosherize that. So I don't think you ever let the president know. I think this is all black funded. I think there's layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy before you can get to any real data and information. If you want to talk about people that are doing operations in Nicaragua, you've got things going on in Iran, you've got to pay attention to Russia, this is happening here, that's happening there. There's not a fucking chance he knows they're selling crack to pay for an army. I just don't think you might tell him.
Look, you might be right about
because
that.
why would they assume that he'd go along with it?
Or tell him,
this is not a normal thing to do. I came into this office thinking I'm an actor. I'm Ronald Reagan. I came into this office thinking I'm going to be a good American and we're going to get back to basics and hard work and trickle down economics. And you're telling me you're selling crack? Hey, fuck you. You're going to jail. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, because he can't. That's how Nixon got caught. So Nixon didn't organize Watergate. He tried to cover it up. Yep. That's how he got caught. And they would do the same thing with Reagan.
Yeah, well, it's
going to come clean about the crack selling? Well, you really?
Right. Well, they could present it to them after it's a fait accompli and then be like, so what do you want to do now? Which is what happened with Nixon, right? So it's like, look, this is going to look really, really bad. Good luck explaining this. Right. So he helps them cover it up, and then you go, now we got you. Now you might as well have been in on planning it because you helped us cover it up.
And the whole thing was set up by the government. That's what's really crazy. Is intelligence agencies set up Watergate. They operated it. Bob Woodward was an intelligence agent before he was ever a reporter. That was his first gig. Tucker Carlson told me that. It blew my fucking mind. He's like, what rookie reporter for their first gig, their first story, gets, you're going to take down the most popular president in U.S. history? Yeah. He won by the biggest margin.
49 states.
Yeah.
He's just a dominant the American people had spoken. They supported this guy. And then, Bob Woodward, some 20-something-year-old reporter, he gets the biggest story in American history. He happened to just come out of naval intelligence in a weird coincidence.
Well, can I tell you what Bill Murray told me?
No.
So Bill Murray was on a podcast and was talking about Bob Woodward's movie. Yes, book he wrote. What was it called?
Well, he's written a lot at this point.
But the one about Belushi. What was it called? It was about Wired. Okay, it was just about Belushi being fucking crazy drug addict. He goes, that's not my friend. He goes, that's not how he was. He was like, that was kind of an act. He was a little bit of a lightweight. Like, if he had like 2-3 drinks, he was drunk. Like, he goes, I think he did that speedball. I think that's the first time he ever did it and died. It's not that he'd never done drugs before, but he wasn't this guy. So this was all fiction. So he read the first 5 pages. He goes, oh my God, they framed Nixon. Isn't that crazy? crazy?
I know.
It's like this guy wrote about my friend in such a distorted, untruthful way. Now I have to think about what he discovered with Nixon.
Yeah.
Now I know what kind of person this is.
Yeah, my good friend who I mentioned quite a bit, but Scott Horton, who is I think the best foreign policy voice in the United States of America, and he wrote the best book on the terror wars called Enough Already, and the best book on the war in Ukraine called Provoked. But so Bob Woodward's latest book came out, and I remember he told me about this, but so he just happened to be writing his book on Ukraine when he saw this new Bob Woodward book came out, and they had a quote in it, I believe it was a Sergei Lavrov quote, who's like Putin's, right-hand man, and Scott said he's reading it, and he goes, this quote's all wrong. He goes, the actual quote, he was just researching this for his book, and he goes, the quote means the exact opposite of what he's claiming it means here. Like, see how he left out this part? He wasn't referring to this, he was referring to that. And then I remember he just told me, he goes like, so for the record, like, you can just never trust anything Bob Woodward says, because he'll take this quote and just get it, mangle it to the point where he's presenting it as if it means 180 degrees opposite of what the quote actually meant. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And then that guy is like the historian of record.
Would you ever imagine that? When all the years when I was growing up, that guy was like a hero. He was like a journalistic hero.
Well, and he's how we know. He's how you know that in that moment, Dick Cheney turned to George W. Bush and said, Mr. President, I think we need to do. And then you're like, oh, but he just makes shit up.
God. Like, when I was a kid, they made a movie about him. All the President's Men. It's a movie. Who plays Bob Woodward? What movie star plays Bob Woodward? Which one? Was it Robert Redford or was it the other guy? Who else was in that movie with him? Who played Bernstein? Dustin. That's right. Robert Redford. Yeah. So imagine that. You're Bob Woodward. You bullshit everybody, then you get to watch Robert Redford, the most handsome man alive, lead a movie. Like, outstanding. Look how good looking I am. And look at me kicking ass for America.
But also just think about how much they could get. I remember, I was in school. And I remember hearing, like, my history teacher talking to another teacher, and this was when Bill Clinton was getting in trouble for Monica Lewinsky. I was, like, in middle school or whatever. And I remember hearing them talk, and one of them said to the other, he goes, so what do you think about the impeachment? Or something. And I remember my history teacher, I thought was a pretty smart guy, and he goes, well, they're treating him like he's Nixon, but he's not Nixon. And essentially what that meant, like what he was saying was like, well, Nixon is the most corrupt president who ever lived. Bill Clinton just got caught cheating on his wife. Like, that's not as big a deal as being the most corrupt. But they just made that like the thing that everybody knows. Like, well, we did have this one corrupt president, but the system works. That's the lesson. The system works, and it got him out of there
before the internet. I think it's like very hard to make that same system work the same way.
No, I completely agree. I mean to say that the narrative that everybody accepted was but the system works. Like, it figured out that he was corrupt. They had him step down. They got him out of there. When really the answer is much more like the intelligence agencies took over the United States of America in a hostile coup against John F. Kennedy, and then Nixon comes in like a few years later and is like essentially taken over as well, but they get the American people to believe that like what that was a corrupt president being ousted.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. There is such a thing as having too many options to choose from, like when you're scrolling on the TV trying to find something to watch, or have you been to one of those ice cream shops where they have hundreds of different topics to choose from? It's overwhelming. The same thing can happen when you're hiring and you get inundated with applications. Well, it's time to stop stressing and use ZipRecruiter instead. Their innovative resume database can help you find and connect with the best people for your role. Try it for free now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. What makes ZipRecruiter's resume database so special is the advanced filtering feature. You can use it to hone in on exactly what you're looking for from the hundreds of thousands of resumes that are uploaded monthly to the site. And when you find a potential candidate, you can unlock their contact info instantly. Skip the candidate overload. Streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, right now, try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Well, it's also easy to frame Nixon that way because he's ugly, right? He's not a good-looking guy, and it was just after Kennedy. Look, when Muhammad Ali retired, Larry Holmes couldn't get any love. And one of the reasons why Larry Holmes is one of the best heavyweight champions of all time couldn't get any love is because he beat the fuck out of Muhammad Ali. And everybody was sad. And everybody hated him because of that. And you're never, like, if you're Nixon, you're following JFK who got shot in the fucking head. We lost. We got assassinated. Someone assassinated the greatest president of all time, this good-looking guy who was going to really change things and didn't believe in secrecy and was talking to the American people like we have hope and dreams. He wants to put us on the moon. He got shot in the head. Now we got this ugly fuck.
Well, there was LBJ in between there, at least. But yes, no, I mean, a little bit. Well, I think also in hindsight, he wasn't that good looking. He also came off as kind of.
Well, I was going to say he's also very authoritarian.
Yeah,
which is unfortunately when you do have ubiquitous crime, you do need some kind of an authoritarian leadership. Not saying you need tyranny. Not saying you need a dictator, but you need fucking laws and you need rule of law. And sometimes those people come off very harsh and very uncaring and unloving, and that's total opposite for like the reason why people voted for Jimmy Carter, I think, because Jimmy Carter represented like a genuinely sweet, good guy. Right. But like, look how that presidency was a disaster because they were all working against him for sure. And on top of that, it's like hard. You gotta be a bit of a hard ass if you want to run the world. But the way Nixon did it, we're still suffering through that today. That motherfucker, he's partially responsible for that sweeping Schedule 1 Act of 1970. When they did that and they made everything illegal, everything Schedule 1, including things that are 100% medicinal, like marijuana, all that fucked up society, and they did it specifically to target the anti-war movement and to target the civil rights movement. Specifically. So it's not like Nixon was the best.
Oh, no.
What he did was fucking horrible.
Nixon had a lot of policy failures, and I would put the number one, and I completely agree with you. I mean, launching the war on drugs was a disaster, but taking us off the gold standard was one of the worst policy decisions in the history of the United States of America. And that is, we're so many of the problems we face now is because of that. And people could say, like, I've heard Pat Buchanan defend Nixon on this before. Pat Buchanan was in the Nixon administration. He was a speechwriter for him. And he was like, well, look, what were we going to do at that point? And so he was basically saying, because what happened was essentially, so you had like the Bretton Woods Agreement, which started after World War II. Or actually, I'm sorry, it started at the very end of World War II. It was in 1944. Where they had the Bretton Woods Agreement, where they could kind of see where World War II was going. And it was basically like, okay, well, all of Europe is destroyed, and a lot of Asia is destroyed, or not yet, I guess it's 44, but it was getting there. And America had, at least on the homeland, hadn't really been touched. And we had, like, a wild amount of the world's gold. And so the deal was essentially that, like, we will peg the dollar to gold at $35 an ounce. Everyone else can peg their currency to the dollar, and then the dollars are refundable. You can get an ounce for $35. And so that, was whatever. There were problems with the Bretton Woods Agreement, but that was what stood from after World War II so from 1944 to 1973 or 1971 when he took us off the gold standard. And so essentially what happened was through the 60s, we started cheating. And it became very obvious to the world that we were like, in the 1960s, you have the Great Society. So we created Medicare and Medicaid, and we went to the moon, and we were fighting the war in Vietnam. And we're just printing money for all of this, which is what we still do to this day. But so essentially, the Europeans started looking at us, and they were like, I don't think you got enough gold to cover all these dollars that you're printing around.
Wasn't that thing where they were gonna do an audit of Fort Knox that we never heard about?
Well, what I know is that I'm pretty sure it was the French, might have been the British too, it was definitely the French. And the French basically called our bluff. And they just went, okay, we'll take gold. We got all these dollars. We'll take gold. We get an ounce for every $35 that we have. And we have quite a lot. And that's when Nixon went, no. He just basically defaulted in front of the entire world. And he said he's temporarily suspending the convertibility of dollars into gold. And they framed it as like, the French are attacking the stability of the dollar. Really, all they were doing was calling us on our agreement. We owed it to them.
Well, they've got so much gold, bro.
So Pat Buchanan says, defending his boy, Richard Nixon, he goes, well, what were we going to do at that point? Let him clean us out of all of our gold and just not be the dominant power? But I think the retort to that is, yeah, like that's what you should have done, because the decision to go off of the gold standard essentially just said, well, now there's no more even pretend limits on government. This is why Ron Paul, happy birthday to the greatest living American hero, just turned 90. And I was just at his birthday party a few weeks ago. And
damn, you partying with Ron Paul?
Dude, that dude throws it down. No, I'm just kidding. It was very nice though to see. Tulsi Gabbard was there. It was cool. But so essentially, right, that was the last restraint on government, is that at least even then, even under Bretton Woods when we're cheating, at least there's some feeling of like, well, cheat too bad, because they could maybe try to, right, exactly. Yeah. But after that, it was off to the races. And this is why Ron Paul ran for Congress. It was when Richard Nixon took us off the gold standard, and then he was like, this is going to lead to big government. This is going to be the era of big government. So he was going to run to try to stop that. And he was completely right. This is what has really destroyed everything, is that there's just no, and it's a big part of the reason why I'm so angry about all these wars too, because it's all related. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913, or the Federal Reserve Act was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson in 1913. And then in 1914, I think is when it actually got up and running. And in 1914 is when the income tax was passed, also signed into law by Woodrow Wilson. And 3 years later is World War I. Like 3 years or American entry into World War I. So it's like, this is the banking system and the tax system are very interrelated with the warfare state. Like, you need this stuff in order to fight wars. And even just over the last 25 years, we've spent close to $10 trillion on wars. And they didn't tax the American people for that. They knew they couldn't tax us enough we would put an end to it. If they tried to raise everybody's taxes enough to come up with $10 trillion because we want to go fight regime change wars all over the Middle East, the American people would have been like, no, we're not doing that. But they didn't do that. They kept taxes where they were. I think they even cut some rates during those years, top rates. And then they borrowed the rest, and they still couldn't borrow enough, so they just print the money. And then essentially what happens is that the price of everything just goes up and up and up. And you just put more money into the system, and then people start looking around and going like, geez, why is the price of housing and healthcare and energy and childcare totally unaffordable? And the answer is because you're paying for the war in Iraq. And nobody thinks about it like that. But that's really what's going on. They can't. So for all the young people who are coming out of college now, and they're like, I'm 150 grand in debt. I have a gender studies major degree or whatever, maybe something better than that, but they got an English degree or something, and they're working at DoorDash, and the average house is going for 600 grand. And they're like, what am I possibly going to do? It's like the reason why these kids are all demanding socialism, at least on the left, is because, what else are you going to do? How do you even... But the reason why that is the case is because your government decided to spend trillions of dollars on blowing up brown countries, and in some cases then rebuilding them to blow them up again. And this is the actual cost of the thing. And I feel like it's... almost nobody outside of the Ron Paul libertarians, the Austrian economics guys, almost nobody else ever makes this connection. That it's this is the deal. You can't be a world empire without having a central bank that can print money for you, because otherwise it just doesn't work. Resources are finite and you'll run out of them. And so you can't do that without having this monetary system. But the cost of this monetary system is that prices always go up and up and up and up. And that rigs the entire economy against the working class and the middle class in favor of the rich. It's just the way it is. When the value of assets is going up and up and up and up, that's great if you own stuff. That's great if you own stuff and you're selling it. If you got $1 billion in the bank, inflation is your best friend. But if you're on a fixed income or you're a working class person, it just destroys you. And everybody who's working class knows this just from living through the last 5 years. But your grocery prices go up 30%. That is, that's people have this idea that there's like economic issues over here, and then there's like social issues over here, there's foreign policy over here, but it's all one thing. The prices of groceries go up by 30%. Families get destroyed. Men swallow pistols. Kids grow up without fathers. That's the cost of this shit. And that's what we're living through now. And what we'll continue to live through as long as we have a government that spends way beyond our means. Like Dr. Ron Paul used to say, you spend beyond your means, you're destined to live beneath your means.
And we have an economy that's built around doing the exact same thing it's always done, right? And if you think about the amount of money, just in shuttering USAID, think about the amount of money, whether you agree with USAID or not, the amount of money that was being pumped through that system, to all sorts of weird places, right? There's when the Department of Energy gave out $93 billion in loans in the months between Biden losing, or Kamala losing rather, and trying to take the office. Where's that? There's so many of these instances of insane amounts of money just being allocated while we're $39 trillion in debt. It's it's so unmanageable, and yet it just keeps marching on, and people are upset if you try to pull a Band-Aid off. The idea of shuttering some of these government organizations, all you hear about is people are going to die, people are going to starve, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. Are you fucking sure? Yeah. Are you sure that this isn't a giant money-sucking scam that's been going on that does some good?
Yeah, well,
that's most of it, right?
Yeah, well, number one, if you go, hey, I think, which by the way, no one in Congress, short of Thomas Massey, maybe Rand Paul, but no one else in Congress is even suggesting an idea so radical. But if I were to throw out the radical idea that we should go back to pre-pandemic level spending, so go all the way back to the crazy year of 2019 when it was anarchy or whatever. That was they'll all tell you the world's going to end if we do that.
Yeah.
And even when they're making up these absolutely ridiculous, claims about how many people are going to die if you cut government spending, which is all just totally absurd. But then they never seem to go well, how many people are going to die if I keep letting DC have all these war-making powers? How many people are going to die if the president is able to fund a proxy war whenever he wants to? And look at this shit, dude. I took so much, whatever. But I took a lot of heat for the stuff I said on the show here a few years ago about the war in Ukraine. Look at it now, dude. And I don't think they're about to end the thing. I think which we can talk about, but I think they're putting poison pills in these negotiations already. That's what it looks like to me. But literally, the deal that I was talking to you about, whatever it was, 3 years ago, when I was saying on the show that they had a deal worked out, a peace deal worked out in the first few months of the war in 22, and Boris Johnson went and killed the peace deal on behalf of the West to make sure this war kept going. But the deal that was in pencil, not pen, that Boris Johnson killed, was essentially recognition of the annexation of Crimea. It was, at the time, it wasn't annexation of the Donbass region. It was independence for the Donbass region. And then the agreement that the rest of Ukraine would not join NATO. That was the deal that they had worked out. And look at where we are now. Now, the deal that they're even talking about, even as Donald Trump goes, there's going to be some land swaps and all this. Okay, well, what's he talking? The deal right now that is the best case scenario that we're hoping we could get is that Vladimir Putin obviously keeps Crimea, keeps the entire Donbass region, gets a corridor from the south into Crimea, and the rest of Ukraine doesn't join NATO. So we have the same deal, just a little bit more in the Russians' favor, 3 years later, with hundreds of thousands of people having died in that process, just to get back to not as good a deal as they had. in 22. And so,
And if they don't sign that,
they'll keep going, which I think it's probably going to.
they're enlisting people as old as 60.
Yeah, and they have been for like a full year at least. They're throwing people up there. And the thing that's really changed, the reason why the Europeans and Zelensky and they're at least pretending to come to the negotiation table right now, which they don't say, but this is the truth, is that support for the war amongst Ukrainians has collapsed. I mean, not like gone down by a few points. It's collapsed. There was just a piece in this the other day. It was Gallup, I believe. They said they had their latest poll. Super majorities of the Ukrainian people, 70% around, want an immediate end to the war with negotiations on land swap. Like let's settle it however we got to settle it. They don't. I remember for the first 2 years of the thing, everybody who I argued with about the war in Ukraine, their talking point would always be, the Ukrainian people want to fight. And who are you, Dave, to tell them that they don't have a right to defend themselves? And then I would respond by saying, yes, it's true the Ukrainian people want to fight, but might that have something to do with the blank check that they've received from the world and the backup of the entire world? It's a different proposition to go do you want to fight if John Jones is at your back and goes, I got your back, dude, let's go fuck these guys up. You're like, hell yeah, I want to fight. But then John Jones leaves, I might be like, let's talk about this, But now the Ukrainian people don't want to fight. And by the way, I never believed any of that because I don't, I have my own libertarian views on things. And I'm like, if you're telling me that people want to fight, well, why do you got a conscripted army then? If they want to fight so bad, why you got to put a gun to their head and force them to the front line? You could just make it a voluntary force, and then we'll find out real quick who wants to fight. But the point is now that even the Ukrainians don't want to fight over this stuff anymore. So there's just no justification for it. So now they move to phase B, which is essentially to pretend like they're negotiating, but putting all types of poison pills in the deal so that the other side won't take it. This is what they did with Iran, too. This is why we got into that 12-day war, as they're calling it now. But, it's like you put things into I was just reading the other day, it was on Axios. There's reports that they... Zelensky and the Europeans are open to land swaps as long as there's, in their words in the Axios piece, Article 5 security guarantees. So in other words, the rest of Ukraine's in NATO, which is the thing that caused the whole conflict to begin with. So that's
what that means, Article 5?
Article 5 is the article in NATO, in the NATO agreement that says that it says that if one of the countries is attacked, all the countries have to join together to help. It doesn't exactly say you got to go to war over it, but it's you have to help in the effort if they're attacked. So essentially, that's what they're trying to ask now, but if you think about it, right, it's designed to incentivize Putin to keep the war going. Because if you're telling Vladimir Putin, let's just say, which it's not exactly clear that he would even take the deal that I just laid out before, but I know that it's been reported that it was being signaled that he might be open to that deal. I get the Donbass region. He's got still, the Donbass region is Donetsk and Luhansk. And in Luhansk, I think, as of right now, I think the Russians control 75% of it. They got all of Donetsk, and they got most of Luhansk, but there's still Ukrainians controlling part of it. And then he's controlling part of these territories in the south. So this is what Trump means when he says the land swaps, meaning essentially you get out of the Donbass region, give me that, and I'll give you back. The land swaps are Putin taking what he wants and leaving you the rest. But if you're going to tell Vladimir Putin, who fought this entire war over Ukrainian entry into NATO being his red line, basically in the middle of the war, not in the middle of the, as the war is potentially wrapping up, you're going to tell him, hey, whatever territory you don't take here will be a part of NATO. Well, what does that incentivize him to do? Take more of it then. Then why would you stop and give the rest of it up? And it does seem to me like that is clearly, at least from the Europeans, that is clearly the motivation of all of this, is to present something. It's they do have their chess war moves, and so you present something that the other side can't agree to, and then when they don't agree to it, you go, look, we tried to negotiate, and he just wouldn't take us up on this. So what can you do?
Another problem with these conflicts, war in general, is that people always want to pretend that there's one side that's good and one side that's bad. And obviously Putin's the bad guy, right? Because they started the war, started killing people in Ukraine. But there's so many factors that are going on. And then there's also the long history of corruption that Ukraine's always had. And then there's also the weird deals that they were making with the Biden family, the control, all the different, it was natural gas, and there's an incredible supplies of rare earth minerals. It's like really valuable territory. There's this incentive to create some sort of, they were going to try to, I think part of the plan was like, get off of Russian power and make Ukrainian power like central, and then whatever they were making over there, the amount of power, I forget what the number was, they said, but it's like trillions of dollars in natural gas, minerals, all these different things. We're supposed to pretend that that's not also part of the motivation. Like, didn't even Trump say something about a deal that they were doing with Ukraine that involved?
Yeah, he got sucked into this talk about the rare earth mineral stuff, and it's Donald Trump. It's like his weakness, because there's a lot of great things about
deals.
Yeah, there's a lot of great things about coming from a business background, but then there's like the weakness of it is that he's always attracted by like, okay, Gaza could be beachfront property, and it's like, ooh. And you can just see him like come alive with these ideas. Yeah, it's always this stuff. But then the problem is that and look, I've been very harsh on Donald Trump over the last few months, but I think he deserves it. I think this administration is failing on so many levels, so profoundly, especially given the opportunity that they had. But I heard him the other day. He called into a Fox News show, and he was telling the story of the war in Ukraine, and it's like, it just seems like he's it seems like you learned this on a TV show. Like, can we get some books in your diet? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, we really need someone here who's read a book about this, because he kind of had an idea of what he was talking about, but then he got it completely wrong. So he's trying to tell the story, and he's talking about the corruption of the Bidens in Ukraine. And you're like, okay, yes, that is true, but like, there's a whole story here that I don't think you're really understanding. Because he goes, look, this goes back to 2014, and so I'm watching this, and I got like so excited for a minute. Like I was like, yes, it does go back to 2014. Thank you, Donald Trump. And it goes back to 2014 when Putin took Crimea. And Obama let him have it. He just let him have it. Never would have happened on my watch, but Obama gave Putin Ukraine. And you're like, no, dude, that's not. Just go back 2 months earlier in that same year. The problem wasn't that Obama gave Putin Ukraine. The problem was that Obama took Ukraine away from Vladimir Putin. As I played on your show, and you played with Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence has sat right here where I'm sitting and watched Gideon Rose explain to Stephen Colbert exactly what we're doing here. Russia, as Gideon Rose, the editor of Foreign Affairs magazine, said, Russia is Batman. Ukraine is Robin. We are stealing Robin away from Batman. That's what the Maidan Revolution was. That's why the USAID and the NED poured $100 million into the street protest, right? And so they overthrew the government, and then a bunch of the former Ukrainian prime ministers started floating out that we should tear up the Sevastopol lease in Crimea, because this is Russia's only year-long warm water naval port. They've always had it. This was their agreement. They had like a 50-year lease or something like that. But after the West backed a coup that overthrew the government and put in a pro-Western government, they started talking big, like, well, maybe we'll tear up that lease. And we went, and so Vladimir Putin went, no, I'll just take it. And that was like, so anyway, so he goes back to that, doesn't go back a few months earlier, and then misses the entire point. Because like the point is that it's not just like me being like, oh, I wish Donald Trump was into the same books I'm into or something like that. The point is that when you don't get that piece of the chapter, then you miss what's happening right now. So when you're talking about like these, essentially what Donald Trump was saying, the way he was trying to sell it to Zelensky, was like, look, do this rare earth minerals deal with us. And this is kind of like a security guarantee. It's not exactly a security guarantee, but if we're in business with you, and then Putin's trying to fuck up our business, hey, he's picking a fight with us too. But the whole point is that that's exactly what caused this whole catastrophe. Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian elite have been crystal clear about this, that they go, look, we can tolerate a neutral Ukraine. We could tolerate NATO up to Ukraine. Ukraine is neutral, and then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine being a part of America's military alliance. That's a step too far. But every time we try to let them be neutral seems like it's never good enough, and that never actually works. So if you're going to come in here and say neutral's not good enough, they're going to be part of the West, then we're going to say, actually, we'll take them as part of Russia instead. Now, he also believes, as he says all the time, which I just think is goofy and un-American, but he also believes that, like, they're not really a real country, and they're kind of historically ours anyway, and, he's got his own views on that. But that's not what the war was about. And everybody, and when I was here, which I was very excited to do, because I'm, a weird romantic and have a dash of autism or something like that. But I was really excited because me and Douglas Murray are going to debate this issue. And I remember when he first goes, the war had nothing to do with Ukrainian entry into NATO. And I was like, okay, well, let me just hit you 2 points real quick. Number one, the head of the CIA, during all the years of Joe Biden, when he was the ambassador to Russia, he wrote the Yet Means Yet memo. He literally said that this was all what it was all about, and that Russia didn't want to do this, but they would if we kept pushing Ukrainian entry into NATO, and we did keep pushing it. And then I said the other one was Stoltenberg, who is not anymore, but was the head of NATO while this was happening, and he said that Vladimir Putin sent them in writing a draft treaty. All you have to do is put in writing that you will never bring Ukraine into NATO, and I won't invade. And then you bring up that we said no, and then he invaded. So I said this to Douglas Murray, and I was kind of curious. I was like, what's his response to this going to be? Like, what is he going to say back? And maybe he's got something I've never heard before that I'm going to have to be like, oof, I got to consider that. And his response was, a libertarian quoting the CIA, I see. And you're like, wait, so that's your pivot is to I'm a hypocrite somehow, which isn't even hypocrisy. Like, yes, I think the CIA should be abolished. I also think it's relevant when the head of the CIA admits what the war was all about. I don't see
Do you think the CIA totally should be abolished, or do you think we should kind of pay attention to what the fuck is going on in the world, giving a real life perspective, not a utopian perspective, but a real life perspective? There's terrorist groups all over the world plotting shit. Probably a good idea.
Yeah. So what the CIA was originally conceived of, essentially being a newspaper for the president, being like, hey, we get all the real intelligence and we give it to you here.
Yeah.
Yes, I 100% think there's room for intelligence gathering. But what the CIA became is a paramilitary organization that starts wars and overthrows democratically elected governments all around the world.
Occasionally sells coke in the hood.
And occasionally, when they're bored, and maybe on a Tuesday, a 3-day weekend, and then on Tuesday, maybe he's moved some crack into Los Angeles. That, it's a disgrace to a professed free society. Which we've also played on the show before, but when Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, which is one of the most amazing moments in the history of corporate media, because what's amazing about it, if you watch the full thing, is that Rachel Maddow's asking him questions, and he's given his Chuck Schumer, political answers to all of them. How do you feel about it? It's like they have their spiel, but then she breaks from script, and she preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you right now. This is, I believe, January. It's either December 16 or January 17. So Donald Trump has beat Hillary Clinton, but he's not president yet. He's president-elect. And so she goes, I'm sorry to throw you up, put you on the spot, but Donald Trump just tweeted this. So she's reading a tweet that he just tweeted live on air to the Senate Majority Leader, or Minority Leader at the time. So she reads up the tweet that's him, trashing the CIA or something like that. And then Chuck Schumer just gives his organic response. There was no script prepared for this. He wasn't planned on being asked this question. He just goes, look, here's Donald Trump talking about the CIA. And Chuck Schumer goes, Donald Trump, you want to go with the intelligence agencies? And his exact phrase was, they have 7 ways till Sunday to get back at you.
Yeah.
And by the way, Rachel Maddow in this moment does not say, pause the tape, what did you just say? Like, the most powerful Democrat in the Senate just admitted we don't live in a democracy. Just admitted that this whole thing's an illusion. That the President of the United States is not the President of the United States. All our talk about democracy being on the ballot, democracy has been gone for a long time if it ever existed. You just straight up said that the duly elected Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executive of the United States of America ain't really the one who's in charge, because you better not insult the CIA, who worked for you ostensibly, or supposedly, I should say. You know? And so, like, that's what they'll get you, or they'll get you, or they'll ruin you. And by the way, they did. No, didn't they? And this is the stuff which is very interesting that Tulsi is releasing now. Which I don't know whether, you know, I'm kind of past the point of, like, it's hard to take a lot of things about Donald Trump seriously to me at this point. You know, flaking on all types of, you know, the Epstein stuff, and just a lot of, you know, kind of core things where, like, so Donald Trump, at least according to him, they stole the election. You know, I was thinking about this the other day, because he was talking about, in the same thing that I'm talking about when he called into Fox News, he was talking about the Ukraine war. He said at one point, he goes, the war never would have happened if I was president, which Putin threw him a bone and backed him up on that the other day and said the war wouldn't have happened if Trump was president. That doesn't, just saying what, you know, he's smart enough to know.
It's a nice thing to say. The guy likes being complimented.
And Putin's smart enough to know that, like, this is how you negotiate with Donald Trump. Yes.
Never started with you, my friend.
So that's kind of a silly point. But aside from that, so Donald Trump goes, he goes, it never would have happened if I was president. And then he takes it a step further than what he normally says. And he goes, it wouldn't have even happened if anyone else was president. If we had just had a regular president, this war never would have happened. It's only because Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of America, was president that that's why this happened. But then I'm sitting there as I listen to that, and I go, yeah, but didn't you told me that they cheated. Like, you didn't really lose the election in 2020. That's been, you've stuck to that story now for many years. So you're saying they cheated. You're making a similar claim here. They overthrew democracy. They installed Joe Biden, and a war where hundreds of thousands, maybe well over 1 million people have died, happened because they cheated the election. Okay, so I'm going to need to know who they is, and I'm going to need to know when we're going to see him perform. Like, you're the president now. You got your own, but all of us at some level don't really think they're going to start arresting people over the stolen election of 2020. And you know,
I don't think they have any evidence.
Yeah, no, that's right. I completely agree.
I think there's a lot of speculation and there's a lot of consideration about mail-in ballots. There's a lot of shenanigans. There's a good record of shenanigans, and there's the reality of any kind of electronics can be hacked.
No, so I agree with all of that. I'm just saying, like, once you've made these statements and your administration is in, no, I remember. It was one of the most interesting parts of your podcast with him was, like, when you asked him about that, it was like, you really didn't have anything to back it up.
If that was you or if that was me, I mean, if there was some reason why I knew that they did something, and I could give you all the facts, I would have that ready. For 4 fucking years, they've been telling me he's crazy for questioning the election.
Yeah.
So after 4 years, I'd have a fucking 10 minutes on the election where I could just rattle off at you and rock your world with it. Like, this is...
But all of a sudden, strong hurricane here. All of a sudden, the strong hurricane that is life is going to be arrogance. Instead of having thoughts where you don't think actions are active the way that I did recently as I have been active. Instead of that, it starts to crash off the gut. Hey, God, you're only good at the yard. Just like in this trying to get rid of this service hours, you had to get the opposite of that. You're a water guy. You're nothing more than that. Because Hashem goes and kind of gets him back to dry land. He says, bring me back to dry land and then we'll fight. But bring me back to dry land and let's see what you got on fire. So Hashem takes back to dry land over here. Hashem takes him back to dry land. Oh, but I lost an option. So we have to go. So he goes and brings him back instead of him. Brings him back to the land and he says, not only Hashem says, not only can I destroy you, I'm going to take the tiniest creature possible and use that to be part of your destruction. So he takes that, flies through the building, tiny little effect, flies through the building in his brain for 7 years. So he has this constant headache, goes over the doctors and whatever he can do. Nothing is fixing this headache. He has this constant headache going on non-stop. One time, the mother was walking by a black station, banding out the front. And at that point, he said, okay, this is my team. So he hired some people to do banking down that there were blacks and then it put 30 days. After 30 days, and the beliefs are gone. This is actually a concept something that we can have a conversation. This is how Ross points out. On Erev Rosh Hashanah, people that we don't go to for 30 days, we go and we go to Shofar. That's our all the way to Rosh Hashanah. Or Erev Rosh Hashanah, especially why. So many of the questions come out the reason why we do that, why we don't because our neighbors are something. We want to use something we want to or we don't want to realize that Rosh Hashanah is coming to people have a great holiday and Rob points out the reason why people want to have these things you're going to get used to it. It's not going to be something special. It's going to be that excitement. And then Rosh Hashanah great. And then Rosh Hashanah is that way to show be as meaningful as possible. We see this in many different places. Yeah, this concept of days where it takes 2 days. Eventually, the Gemara tells us that this little gnat ultimately caused the death of the garden. And this arrogance of this relationship with God, he's given his death, left a will to go ahead and get and he wanted the ashes to spread out throughout the entire world. Why did he want it to be spread out throughout the entire world? Come to Gemara and talks about Gemara is why he wants to spread out because he wants God to be able to find all the ashes. Let's go and get the final thing. He didn't want to be able to get that down, but he got silly. Yeah, somebody arguably away from God that he never happens. After he gets to the rest of that, he gets the next one. God will be somebody gave us a car, fixed their car, or helps to buy a car, so we would put gas in their car. Somebody was paying for car insurance. I mean, unless he went to a different gun shop, or every single purchase, somebody or something. Jews are randomly destroying lots of magazines. Like that's a thing. Just I'm all for, whatever background check you want to come up with that would have prevented that. I don't know what legislation you're talking about yesterday. Other than Minneapolis, I heard the mayor of Minneapolis talking about that. And not about this morning, all of these stories are about the city. They're taking precedence in all the construction efforts with so many people now are only invited because people are shot together. That's what all the time. Because we're all here in the still warning. Only the last time we are just going to shut. To us,
and he had wonderful vaccines. And he was a gun. There's more of one of the kids in that church.
The siege lasted from Pesach out of the year 70 until Bishop Av. Because he was actually against the invasion of Av, not so far from the tradition because the building was after all made of stone. Track and roll. Vegetation wants to do some land is basically some major propaganda tools. So they have this massive triumph that I described earlier, and they also engaged in construction of several memorials, including this Arch of Titus, which was constructed to memorialize the destruction of under the southern wall, the arch, there is a bas-relief with look. And of course, it depicts Roman soldiers carrying on. This is not the way Romans were seen. However, there's a which recreates how the antiquity of Greece and Roman photographs paint very beautiful alabaster statues in garish colors. So they look like this for the Romans. This is the construction on that. You see that's all these Roman soldiers wearing their laurel wreath, very slaves being driven away. They have here something called the Lega Studiorum. They have been the coast, they've been the tablets of the law. The candelabrum is their own. The menorah, of course, one several that were the them. And on the right, the Sacra Juliorum, the Jewish holy things. That's probably the Shulchan and the Patutros, the table, and the ceremonial trumpets. And this was part of a massive campaign the Roman Church wanted to hype up this victory over Judea, even though, as I mentioned earlier, it was a tiny little province, really not very much in the way of natural resources. There were a few things that they really appreciated, especially the treasury of the temple. They appreciated that. They also appreciated the fact that we had an extremely efficient international voluntary tax collection system known as the Machatzis of Shekel, which the Romans then converted as a punishment into something called the Fiscus Deus, where instead of giving a half shekel for the young people in the temple, it was still made mandatory, but it was confiscated by the Romans to erect the temple to Jupiter. There is occasionally possessions of the temple were put on display in another temple that is called the Temple of Peace. What he meant by that was something like peace and otherwise like now it's all called and they were on display for several hundred years until Rome was finally satisfied with that. They also used a very effective propaganda campaign. Coinage, which is one of the best ways to get the message out internationally, with a series of points that all depicted day and after the captives day of the believers. On the left, you see Vespasian, sometimes you see Titus, and on the right, you see a forlorn woman in an attitude of decline, terrifying in a for example. She actually has her hands bound. To her back, it's a balsam palm that is one of the major exports of Judea at the time. Sometimes there's a disproportionately large Roman soldier moving over Judea at that time. There are several things the Colosseum, for example, with the discovery of an inscription that confirms that the Colosseum was built with the wealth of things from the 10th century, also with the labor of Jewish slaves, 100,000. It's not an unreasonable number of taken into slavery. But as Rabbi Schreier shows wonderfully put it, there are no more Romans today. There are people who live in Rome, always other Romans, but they are certainly not there to the same culture and all in the same way. And yet, there's Zen and Dog, we are still here. We're still thinking about this event. Otherwise, it should be the last year that started here. One last comment that I get students is see how the last and the recording that's the about nations and real stories. Really recording is actually what it is in the solid we're just focused around one of the tools track schools to understand what the option that looks like. Very short
This is the day in which Jews around the world commemorate the loss of both of the temples destroyed in the years 586 before the Common Era and 70 of the Common Era, along with a whole host of many other negative things that happened to Jewish people over the centuries, including the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, including the deportation of the Jews from the Warsaw Ghetto, and many other horrific stories in the long history of the Jewish people. I'd like to speak very briefly today, as is appropriate, about the destruction of the temple. I've spoken on this topic many times, and if you wander around,
there's a big difference between speculating and asking some questions and being like, I'm not sure I believe the official story of this. And there's a difference between being as a president of the United States going, this is what happened, like this was. And if you're going to say that, then you got to give your theory, like really lay it out for me, like it's. And he never had that part. But I will say. They kind of pivoted off the Epstein thing into Russiagate, which seemed to be, designed that there was this tremendous desire. The whole reason Donald Trump's political existence is the thing is that people are furious about the swamp. They're furious about how corrupt our government is and the profound crimes that the government has committed against the American people, and they want justice for that. And so they pivoted off of Epstein after promising to deliver something on that, and then went, okay, well, how about Russiagate now? So now they're, but I will say, Tulsi Gabbard released a bunch of new documents, and there were some pretty interesting ones there. It wasn't like she just released new stuff where it's like, oh, we already knew all this. Like, there was new stuff in there that we didn't really already know. And she referred it over to the Justice Department. She said in her press conference that we have proof that Obama committed treason, and they've at least sent it to the Justice Department, and from what I understand, there is a grand jury being assembled or something like that. So I don't know. I still...
However, because of his
the deepest part of myself, there's no way they're actually going to try to prosecute Obama and Brennan and Clapper and Comey.
Places everything that he wrote in a lens
I think that's
complexity.
But that is an interesting
of our discussion today.
Also.
Please see the other videos for longer discussions of why that is so
they did
complex.
that with Obama.
Tacitus offers
What
us
was the
some
actual
additional
treaty?
details.
Like,
with
what is she
biases.
stating is treason?
Cassius Dio, fascinating
now I don't think
historian,
she said treason. I don't think legally that's technically right. But someone might correct me on that. Maybe it's sedition or something. I mean, like, I think treason. I think John Brennan did commit treason when he armed Al Qaeda in Syria, and Obama as well. The rest of Obama and John Kerry and Brennan. I think that's literally treason, right? Giving aid and comfort to the enemy in a time of war.
Writers that supplements Josephus. We also have a very rich archaeological record, but in the main we are
because they framed him for treason. So what do you call that
my
exactly? Framing the sitting U.S. president? Now, I guess Obama can't be guilty of the sitting U.S. president, but he was guilty of the candidate and the president-elect. So, because he was out of there by the time Trump comes in. But what Tulsi Gabbard released that I thought was very interesting, which I'd never seen before. We did, I don't remember war last year or the year before, but there was one episode that we talked a lot about Russiagate and got like pretty deep into it. But what Tulsi released, which I've never seen before,
also, by the way, that
there was a consensus amongst the intelligence agencies after the 2016 election. So this is Hillary Clinton's lost, but Barack Obama's still president and Donald Trump is the president-elect, and they had consensus that there was definitely interference in the election. And then there is this one meeting with Obama that she points to where this is where the consensus changes, and they had a new threat assessment written that actually we believe Russia interfered in the election. It was total bullshit. They've never been able to back it up for shit. They find minor little things here or there, but nothing that demonstrates that like the results of this were flipped. And they ran with that for 3 years after it.
The coast,
There's
and
no
it is
record
like
of that
the
meeting, right?
ultimate
She just released a bunch of documents with records of that meeting.
What I'm saying is like the actual discussion.
Theaters, they
No, I think they have. She had a few.
They have to do that.
No, but she had. She had a couple different documents there that were like had notes from the meeting. I think one has minutes of the meeting. But no, you're not listening to an audio tape of it. Like we don't
Sorry,
have
it's one of those places
talking about the gays and the Jews or something like that.
I'm just trying to
It is
strongman
in
or
this
steel man.
region
I'm saying,
a
like,
lot of attentions
would it be
to a
possible that
flashpoint,
Obama knew something
specifically over a
that he
property
could relay to
dispute
them in the meeting?
involving a synagogue. It
Be an
appears
interesting
that
thing to
the
find.
Roman
That'd be
official in
interesting
charge
for a
of land
court
of Israel
proceeding.
was
But even if
extremely
that's the
callous
case, it still doesn't
and
align
had
with
very
the
little
known
regard for
facts.
Jewish
Oh,
sensibilities.
yeah.
There are a whole
Yeah,
series of
it's
incidents
not. Look, I
involving,
think
cultural clashes between the
we'll
Jews
see
and
what
their
comes of
sensibilities,
this. Which I'm
particularly in
again, I'm
the
not
city of
thinking on
Jerusalem.
anything coming of
There is
this.
a level
But
of lawlessness,
there is something interesting.
particularly
Look,
in
there's a
the
lot of
north,
things
with
that
all
happen
kinds of
after.
brigands running around
The
and
real, to
engaging
me,
in
the true
common
outrage
thievery,
of
and the
Russiagate
Romans are not
is
doing
that they
much to
didn't
stop
stop
that.
after he
So
won the
when a
presidency. It's
particular
still pretty
property
outrageous to
dispute
try to
over
frame a
synagogue
candidate.
blew
It's still
up,
pretty outrageous
this
for Hillary
city,
Clinton to have like opposition
things got
research
way
and
out of hand,
use
and
an
ultimately
actual
there
Russian
was,
spy and a British spy
of
to do it. But
sense of
that's
revolt going
campaign
on in
stuff.
Israel.
It's
that
a little
Rome
bit
sent
different. Like once he
Celsius
becomes the
Gallus
commander in
with
chief,
a
then you have the
legion of
FBI
soldiers
and
down
the CIA
well
still
divided.
working to frame
Celsius
him.
Gallus
And
down
so this is
from
where,
the north,
and
from
all through all
Syria,
that stuff,
and
Hillary
made his
Clinton's
way
gone,
to
Barack
Jerusalem.
Obama's gone,
When he
Brennan has
arrived
gone.
at Jerusalem,
Comey's
very
still there
imposing
for
Roman forces
at least a
in
few
the year
months.
66.
And then you have like Andrew McCabe,
that should
people
have
like that,
kind of
who
made things right, but
60 Minutes
for
interview.
reasons that are not entirely clear, chose to turn back from
that
Jerusalem
they
rather than laying it under
debated
siege or entering
at
the
the Justice
city and
Department,
perhaps
and this is
engaging
the highest
in
levels of the
hand-fighting.
Justice Department. It
Some
was
of the modern
Jeff
historians, by the
Sessions
way,
would
I
have
have
been the Attorney General at the
two
time. He
great
may have
books that I
recused
commend
himself
while
already
I'm
at
at
that
it.
time, so maybe not
This
him,
is
but then everybody else, like the top 2 or 3 guys at the Justice Department, all sat down and debated what to do, and they said
and
they
just this
decided
year,
we're going to invoke the 25th
this book by
Amendment
Guy McLean Rogers came
Donald
out
Trump
for
as
the
president.
freedom of Zion.
And that basically they went around and realized they weren't going to be able to do that,
So you can
that
see
they
a
weren't
lot
going
of the
to have enough
current
people in this
history
cabinet
that
willing to turn on them to invoke the 25th Amendment, which
Anyway,
was, the 25th
Celsius
Amendment
Gallus
is designed
chose
for Joe
not to
Biden.
enter
It's
Jerusalem,
designed for, we still
perhaps
didn't use
because
it.
he was concerned about
these last few years,
the
it's
threat
it's
that that
crazy.
city
Even after the debate, they go, we need a new candidate, but no one went,
fortified city.
this guy can't be commander-in-chief for the next 6 months. We just let him.
Stored there, and they had
But they said
water
they were going to
sources
invoke the
and so on.
25th Amendment.
And
This
he
is
thought
on
that
60
perhaps
Minutes.
he could not
Andrew
take
McCabe
the
says
city.
this himself.
So he decided
And
to
then they
turn
realized
back.
they couldn't
Welcome.
do it. And so they settled on.
He was attacked
How are
by
you?
rebel troops at this location, Beit Horon, the pass of Beit Horon, and he was deeply humiliated. He was sent into flight. The entire legion was destroyed. A tremendous number of arms were seized by the rebels, including the legion's standard, which was an extremely insulting thing to happen to the legion. Celsius Gallus himself survived and made it back to Rome, but it was a huge embarrassment that a group of guerrilla fighters should send an entire Roman legion packing. It represented a moment of euphoria for the rebels to think that perhaps they could possibly throw off the yoke of Roman rule. And remember that Rome is an incredible superpower at this point, with territories that went all the way out to Scotland, all of Europe, North Africa, much of the Eastern Mediterranean, and this tiny little province of Judea is going to reject Rome and drive Rome out. It's unheard of. The Emperor Nero decided to send a much more competent soldier to take care of things, and that's when the war got much worse. Vespasian was the general, a battle-hardened general who, Celsius Gallus was also, by the way, quite a battle-hardened general. He was an older man with a tremendous amount of experience, but for whatever reason, he simply could not handle the Jewish threat. Vespasian came back and he took a much more measured approach. He took literally years to wage this war. He first approached the north and went through several locations in the year 67, location by location, placing these smaller cities under siege, incredible brutality at some of them, but ultimately established his complete dominance of the north. It is, by the way, in the north that we have the surrender at Yotapata, which is commemorated here with this remarkable monument. It is at Yotapata, the modern Hebrew term is Yotfat, that Josephus was a commander, and after a 47-day siege, it is at that point that he ultimately defected to the Romans. There's a remarkable story about that. It's also the site in the north of the Battle of Gamala, which is a site with a horrible history of Roman brutality involving the actual throwing of Jewish infants over the walls to their deaths. Gamla has never been rebuilt, the original site of that location, as you can see here. At any rate, it is in the north that Vespasian starts, and he takes his time. He goes through the entire region. He ultimately brings it completely under Roman control. One major thing happens when Vespasian is in the land of Israel, however, and that is the departure of the rabbis to Yavne. So Jerusalem is going to be under tremendous threat, and as we shall see in a minute, it is a site of tremendous sectarian fighting by Jews. And so the group of Jews who are known in Christian literature as the Pharisees ultimately decamp from Jerusalem to a place called Yavne, in this map labeled with the Latin term Yamnia. Christians, by the way, according to Eusebius, also flee the city, and they make their way up to the north to the city of Pella. So the Jews, in particular, the Pharisees, represented a kind of a peace party that, unlike the rebels, were very much against the idea of a revolt against Rome. They felt that this was going to be a very counterproductive, and ultimately their prediction was correct. Those sages who made their way to Yavne, however, were the roots of the later Mishnaic and Talmudic movement that would ultimately be the source of Judaism for the next 2,000 years. They were, so to speak, the saving emperor that managed to escape the destruction that would come later. But at any rate, we're focusing on the war. What's going on in Jerusalem at this point? You'll recall that in the year 66, the rebels had a short-lived victory, a very remarkable one against Cestius Gallus, but that invited a much harsher retaliation with a very large force coming from Vespasian, who began in the north and took his time making his way down to Jerusalem. At that point, there's a major change in Roman politics, and Vespasian makes his way back to Rome in order to ultimately become the emperor there. He leaves his son, Titus, in charge of prosecuting the rest of the war. Now, what's going on with the rebel force at this point? We should recall that even though Israel was under the rule of the Romans, as was characteristic of their style of leadership, they granted the Jews kind of their own puppet leadership through kings, such as you can see here, which has the Apostle Paul appearing before King Agrippa, together with Agrippa's sister Berenice, and also the Roman proconsul Festus. So the Jews actually had some form of government, but it was entirely dependent on Rome, and Agrippa II was simply a toady to Titus, and followed the war, was definitely on the Roman side, despite the fact that Jews were being killed all over Israel. But more significant than the fact that there was kind of a nominal Jewish leadership was the fact that there were multiple rebel groups active in Israel, and they were attacking each other. This was a situation where you had the so-called zealots, called the Biryonim in Hebrew in the Talmud, who are literally attacking other Jewish settlements. Ultimately, they're all going to find themselves in the fortified city of Jerusalem. Three major groups shown here in this particular schematic, which actually only shows it at one particular point of time because there were, changing allegiances between these groups. Elazar ben Shimon, John of Giscala, who happened to be an extreme rival to Josephus, and the ferocious Shimon bar Yoria, all held different parts of the city of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount and even the sanctuary itself. They hated each other so much, they fought with each other so much that an incredible act of communal stupidity, the zealots burned down each other's grain stores. And since they knew that Vespasian was on his way and the siege was inevitable, this was absolutely disastrous for the future Jewish war effort and virtually guaranteed that Vespasian would ultimately break the resilience of the rebels and take Jerusalem. And that is, in fact, exactly what happened. Titus comes in and he surrounds the city. He met with remarkable resistance that was really demonstrative not only of Jewish bravery, but also of intelligence and remarkable strategic insight. He was surprised to find that the rebels were actually making sorties out of the walled city and fighting uphill against the earth encampments on Mount Scopus. And he was surprised that the earthworks that he was building in order to bring the big siege engines up to the walls of Jerusalem were suddenly undermined because the Jews had actually tunneled under them and set the ramparts or set the reinforcements in the tunnels on fire, collapsing them and destroying the siege engines. Nevertheless, Titus had the tremendous advantage of very strong, organized supply lines, bringing food and water and timber from as many as 10, 11 miles away, but managing to feed a huge army that surrounded Jerusalem. And it was only a matter of time before ultimately they were able to reach the gates and make their way into the city itself. The fighting was brutal, and ultimately, in the context of that fighting, the temple itself was set ablaze. Now, Josephus's account, which again has a real agenda, he's trying to please his Roman patrons, at the same time as demonstrate the bravery of his co-religionists, and also to justify to his Roman leadership the fact that this was a war that took 6 years to prosecute from beginning to end, kind of like a massive endeavor for such a tiny little territory, and it seemed absurd that Rome should take so long to put down this one rebellious people, but nevertheless, that's the image that he portrays of this protracted conflict, and he portrays Titus as being sensitive to the beauty and value of the temple as an architectural structure, as a cultural monument, and he portrays Titus as being hesitant to be involved in destroying the temple and actually expressing regret that it happened, as it were, almost by accident. This could be Josephus's way of portraying Titus as a more, benign, tolerant, but firm emperor. But nevertheless, this is the depiction that we have from Josephus in particular. Very different depictions in other sources, the Talmud in particular. In the aftermath, we know that Rome made a tremendous amount of effort to portray this as a very heroic attempt to demonstrate the might of the army. Part of the reason for this was their own internal consumption. There was a huge amount of controversy over the transition to the Flavian dynasty. The Flavians did not have the same kind of royal lineage as other contenders for the role of emperor, and so a great amount of attention was paid to playing up this great victory in Judea, even though it's kind of a strange place to portray a great victory. One of the many arches, ceremonial Victorian arches that were constructed, this one here stands in Rome today, the Arch of Titus, and of course underneath there is this famous bas-relief that depicts the Roman soldiers carrying off the spoils of Jerusalem, including the famous candelabra, the menorah there. Here's a colorized version. That's the way it would have looked for Romans in their day, because they painted their sculptures. That depicts them carrying off the Jewish law, the candelabra, the sacra judeorum, the holy things of the Jews, which appears to be the shulchan, and the chatzotzrots, the long trumpets of some form, and so on. They also minted many, many coins with the phrase Judea captive, Judea is captive, in order to propagandize their victories still further, and the inevitable images on one side, either the profile of Vespasian or Titus, and then on the other side, the observers, a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam palm tree. That was one of the major exports of Israel at the time, sometimes dominated by a large Roman soldier. But and you see in the upper version here, she's actually bound. Very frightening kind of image, I have to say. There was, after Jerusalem was destroyed, there were several other battles, most notably on the mountain redoubt of Masada, that ultimately fell in the year 74, a very dramatic last conclusion to the destruction. So much more to say about this period. I encourage you to look at the other videos I have that discuss this in much greater detail. But for now, for those of you who are observing this day with the national fast, I hope that you conclude the fast with the appropriate degree of meaning and yet ease physically. And I hope that this is the last year that we have to endure another Tisha B'Av in this particular state. Thank you very much for watching.
Since I'm baseball, so there's going to have to be a lot of education that goes on here. So let me give you just a quick thumbnail sketch about how all this works. There are 435 members of Congress. Right? They are assigned by population. Each member of Congress represents about 770,000.
Purim is a favorite holiday for many Jews, but I think one of the communities in Jewish history that had the closest relationship with this particular holiday were the so-called crypto Jews, sometimes known as the Marranos, although that term has fallen out of favor because it is a derogatory term. It means pigs. It was a term that was used by those who look down upon the so-called crypto Jews or conversos. Let's explain what those terms mean. So, who are these crypto Jews, and why did they find Purim so fascinating? So many of you are familiar, of course, with the infamous expulsion of the Jews from Spain in the year 1492. But less well known is the backstory to them. 100 years earlier, there were a series of spontaneous pogroms in which there were hundreds of Jews who were forcibly baptized, perhaps thousands of Jews. And according to church doctrine, even though it was forbidden to engage in forced baptism, if a person was baptized, then that person actually became Christian. This is what they say in Latin is "Dievit," they became Christian. So you had this really bizarre situation in which there were all kinds of people who regarded themselves as being Jewish, but nevertheless had all the rights and privileges of Spanish Christians. And that meant that they were free to attend institutions of higher education, that they could move wherever they wanted, they could take any jobs or open any business they wanted, and there were all kinds of really pragmatic reasons for having this kind of Christian driver's license, even though you could still go on living your Jewish life and eating kosher food and marrying other Jews or other Jews who had been forcibly converted and so on. And this went on for a century. Surprisingly, perhaps, those Jews who were forcibly baptized and their descendants ended up occupying very prominent positions in the Spanish economy and its culture and its leadership all over the place. So this prompted the Spanish rulers to bring in the Inquisition, the dreaded Spanish Inquisition, which was not, strictly speaking, directed at Jews, that is, those Jews who had not been forcibly converted, but rather at those so-called new Christians who were ostensibly Christian, but were still doing everything Jewish. And this Inquisition, like the term means, to inquire, was basically an investigation that was designed to root out any of these, private Jewish practices and make sure that they stayed true to Christian doctrine. It ended up creating this horrific purge-like mentality in Spanish society. It involves torture and forced confessions, and of course the auto da fe, the public burnings. So this spread later to Portugal, because in 1497 a lot of the refugees from the Spanish expulsion were forcibly converted as well, and the Inquisition was later brought to that part of the Iberian Peninsula as well. So what this means is for the next several hundred years, the Inquisition was not formally ended until the 19th century. you had generations upon generations of these people who were externally Christian, would go to church, would wear a crucifix, would say the right things and so on, but in the privacy of their home, they would have some degree of Jewish activity. There's of course a spectrum. Some were, deeply resentful of all of this. Others would accommodate it. Others were true believers. But basically, you had this large population of people who frequently only found out that they were Jewish much later in life, because it was very uncommon to tell children that they were Jewish. It was a very dangerous thing. So, and by the way, women were incredibly important to the survival of the Jewish content of the lives of these individuals. And we know quite a bit about the role of women in the lives of crypto Jews, because we have Inquisition trial transcripts in which there's long descriptions of the forced confessions that were drawn out of these women after torture. Really horrific stories. Now, how does this all relate to court? So let's just think about this for a second. If you're living in the middle of the 16th century and Judaism has been totally banned in your country, and you know from your parents, you found out when you were a teenager that you're actually Jewish, what do you do to learn about Judaism? There are no rabbis allowed. There are no Hebrew books in circulation anywhere. The only exception is that
Welcome. How are you? What up, Stereo? Stereo, have we met before?
No. The first time. I joined yesterday,
Excellent.
but I didn't know. I was afraid to join. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, no worries at all. If I may ask, how'd you find out about me, my friend?
You kick. You were spamming around in the chat.
Perfect, my friend. All right, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Excellent. Well, first and foremost, apologies for the spam. I do it for a good reason. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Not Big Brother, but I know the Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. As we speak, I'm live on more than 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. You can view them all in this Discord. If you look in the upper left corner, there is a link. It says 24/7 YouTube streams. You can see them all. I do so because I'm creating essentially the world's largest time capsule or timeline of human history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. That data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's most valuable resource. And I have more data archived than any person ever. And that may make me an influential person someday. And if that occurs, I'm going to make you, Stereo, all your friends, all your family financially independent. If you're not already, I'm going to make sure that you have enough money to be able to create generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds fantastic.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to take care of all your worries, and it's just a matter of time. I would say probably less than a year. Why is that? Well, as you know, that I have some pretty powerful bots. But additionally, I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, and vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth over $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I want to continue those types of projects. I'm an advocate for things like life straws and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things to change the world. I'm a futurist. I am fascinated by this futurology, which is the study of the future. I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, faster than light communication. I talk about things like absolutely. In fact, just earlier today I read 100
They
different.
say it's scientifically impossible.
And no,
Sorry to interrupt you. They say it's scientifically impossible for something with mass to reach the speed of light.
my friend, I
That's what
just
they say.
I understand. I just read using AI 100 different ways how to do it, and after I tell you everything about what I do, we're gonna go into those ways. So don't you worry about it. Just off the top of my head, there are warp drives. There are ways to bend space time, and this isn't just theoretical. Some of these things have been witnessed or at least discussed by alien abductees and how higher intelligent civilizations are able to do this. So we'll talk about that. Uh, I talk about things like alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I've been live streaming since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I was using ChatGPT the day that it launched, November 30th, 2022, and I've been able to see essentially the birth of large language modeling. We talk about things like Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, certainly, and just everything that has to do with the future. I talk about things like de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a really mind blowing task. Additionally, they have made headlines recently with their introduction of dire wolves. They're about a year old. There are two males, one female, and they are such that they've been like Joe Rogan has met them. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, this company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting opportunities. I talk about other Absolutely. I talk about other things to help you specifically, stereo, if you want. Things like well, when you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you was about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, through the use of life extension technology such as oxygen therapy, nootropics, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like, if you want, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, things like ambrosia therapy, things like cryonics, cryogenics. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, this has been a great run. I have had all of the things that I wanted to come true. We got rich. We were able to live longer than we would have ever expected. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And the next plan is, again, with your consent, if you want, you don't have to have this, but if you or your family wants it, there's the opportunity at something known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain with your consent into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is, stereo, is there's an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That's pretty cool. But I've always thought of stuff like that. Like, is it really transferring the mind, or is it really just killing that person and just putting a copy of it?
Absolutely. So this is a paradox. It's known as the ship of Theseus. Essentially, if I take a boat and dock it in dock one and take it apart piece by piece and rebuild it in dock two, is it the same boat? Do you understand the paradox there?
Yes, I understand. Technically, it is. Technically, it isn't.
Exactly, 100%. Okay, so we are now going to review the um just one moment. We're going to review ways to travel faster than the speed of light. So, I already looked these up earlier today, and there are like 6 different ways. Well, 6 different groups of ways. Look, if you really want to know how to do it, this is how whistleblowers from the government have said that aliens do it. If you want to know the name of the whistleblower, his name's Bob Lazar. He worked at Area 51, specifically S4. This is how it's done. The craft, basically like a UFO, a disc, has 3 different levels. The bottom level has what are known as essentially gravity manipulators. The middle level is like not necessarily a living space, because aliens don't necessarily live on these UFOs for long periods of time, but it would be like the passenger area. And then the top level, we're not exactly sure, but it could be navigation. But what the lower level does is it's able to manipulate space time using an element known as element 115. So, have you ever seen the periodic table of elements, and you've got like hydrogen as 1 and helium as 2? You know what I'm talking about? Okay, but way at the bottom, the ones that nobody has to memorize, is element 115. It's known as un pentium, and it is very radioactive. But if you can um, essentially get it, you can use it because it has a lot of energy. So what these aliens do is they have access to um, these really high level elements, and that allows them to create a huge amount of energy, and they're able to essentially create a pinpoint at the front of the craft that allows them to basically create like a force field and bend space time. Now, the way that these crafts operate, they have 2 settings. It's called the A setting and the B setting. Basically, the A setting allows them to travel very vast distances very quickly. And then the B setting is when you're coming close to like a planet and you don't necessarily want to travel like extremely fast, but still fast enough. That's how it is hypothesized, or at least that's what whistleblowers with the government have said. And if you are like, okay, well, what's your source for this, Rabbi? You can go to Joe Rogan's episode where he interviews Bob Lazar on this topic. If you want, if we could watch it together. He talks all about it. He talks all about Area S4 and how
Sorry, who talks about it?
Joe Rogan and Bob Lazar. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah. I know Bob Lazar. Yeah.
Okay, so they're the ones who they review it on his episode. To give you an idea, Bob Lazar was talking about this in 1989, and everybody thought he was a kook. And then it turned out that in the early 2000s, students at the University of Moscow were able to discover that element 115 did exist, and they were surprised because Bob Lazar had been talking about this for 10 years already, 15 years or so. So element 115 has the name un pentium, but it also has the name moscovium because it was discovered at the University of Moscow. Okay, so that's how it will work, or like if you wanted to use it today, that's how it could work. But there are also over 100 different hypothetical ways to do it. So here we go. Yo, dog, can you tell me 100 different ways, like you did earlier, of how to travel faster than the speed of light? All right, so here we go. And just to give you an idea, once we do this, we're going to dig into as many of them as you want.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
You're talking about how you're gonna stop like world hunger and like thirst and all that.
Absolutely.
Everyone will be able to live in peace. But like, there's always so much war, and throughout human history is war. Like how can we stop wars?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
that's a pretty big one.
100%. So you should understand that the people who tell you that war is inevitable are small time thinkers. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. I think one of my devices is just restarting. Um, okay, and if you're like, yeah, that one. So if you're like, well, what do you mean they're small time thinkers? Well, if you study extraterrestrial civilizations, eventually they have to create peace on their home planet before they can start exploring the cosmos. So the aliens that we were just talking about, likely the alien grays that crashed at Roswell in July of 1947, they have had to create peace on their home planet before they can go exploring other planets. Now, we know this from our own understanding of how civilizations work and colonies. When we had the age of colonization, generally countries had to have peace on their own country, on their own land, before they could dedicate the resources to start colonizing other areas. So, this is just inherently part of how the sociology of civilizations work. It has to do with diplomacy. Basically, if you want to go searching throughout your neighborhood, you and your brother have to get along. And either that's going to be you guys make peace, or you're one of you is going to kill the other one. It's just that's how it's going to work. So when we discuss with the world, we have a lot that divides us as people, but that's not nearly as much as what unites us. And at least with my stream, we have, for the first time in global history, the opportunity to observe an individual and everything they do, not just in current form, but going back years, that you can study what life was like during the pandemic. You can study what my reactions were to when the Queen died, or when large language models were launched, or the coronation of a king, or the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, or the 2001 Olympics, or the 2000 or 2021 Olympics, I should say, the 2022 Olympics, the 2024 Olympics. You can see what life was like with a presidential election, presidential debates, all of the things that we've had, global war in Ukraine, global war in the Middle East, all of that has been archived. And
Yeah, what do you think about the Ukraine war and the wars in the Middle East?
yeah, so I'm an advocate for world peace. So um,
Yeah.
this is related to the question that you had previously, which is okay, well, how do we stop world war? It's, in my opinion, pretty simple. We sit both sides down at a table, we live stream it, we give each side a crayon, and we say, draw the boundaries. It's as simple as that. Whatever you think the boundaries are. And then we stick to them. We can say that, hey, we're going to stick to them forever, or we have to stick to them for 5 years, or whatever it may be. But then the entire world will witness who breaks what part of the bargain, and we'll be able to hold people accountable for it. Additionally, I feel that the United Nations needs a greater role in being a peacekeeping force, and that if necessary, every country that's a member of the United Nations should volunteer either 10,000 troops or 100,000 troops or whatever it may take as a peacekeeping force, so that if anybody violates these international agreements, that we have peacekeeping forces there that can ensure that aggression does not spread. Now, this is all nice to say, and it works in theory. Uh, I'm just one person, and I don't control everything in the world. And so I can just do my best to spread peace. When I was a kid, people used to talk about peace and talk about world peace, and it's not discussed anymore. And I want it to be discussed again. So those are some things that are important to me. But additionally, the ability for humanity to solve its problems using technology is unprecedented as we stand at the current time, meaning we have robots that are being created and drones that can do work for us and artificial general intelligence and artificial super intelligence. Eventually, these things are going to put everybody's job out of reach. They're going to be able to be better doctors than any doctor ever was, or better lawyers than any lawyer ever was, or better leaders than any leader ever was. And so we're going to need something known as a UBI, a universal basic income, basically to support people in the time that we have in a transition period from capitalism into probably what we're moving toward, which would be global communism or global socialism. And I'm just a person who thinks that I can help to bridge many of these conversations. They're difficult conversations to have, but I think, especially if I'm live streaming them all, you can see that I'm a normal person, that I have a very consistent, that I'm intelligent, and that I'm a problem solver. So let's just take a situation where with global war, how do we stop it? What is a simple way for the world to achieve world peace? And keep it simple. What is a way that the people of the world can have world peace and keep it simple? So we have to have understanding and empathy. People need to try to understand each other's experiences, cultures, and struggles. Most conflict comes from misunderstanding and fear. And I agree with that. I think a lot of the reason why we have the conflicts that we do is just lack of communication. And video is an excellent way to communicate. Fairness and justice, everyone must have basic needs met: food, safety, opportunity, and feel treated fairly. Inequality and oppression breed violence. And that's why I talk about ending world hunger and ending world thirst. If we can solve those issues, it will help us to have a much fairer and just world. Cooperation and communication. Nations, communities, and individuals need ways to solve disagreements without violence. Talk first, act last. And that's exactly what I talk about. We need to sit at a table, live stream it for the world to be able to view, and if needed, if we need to draw boundaries, we draw boundaries, and then we can review them in 5 years or 10 years or whatever it may be. But I feel that these are ways that we can come to um, more peaceful endings and be able to move forward. And
Yeah.
it's not that hard. It's essentially a lot about communication. If you notice, many of the countries with which the United States has ever had any type of uh, wars in the modern period, none of the opposing side, their leaders, none of them spoke English. Hitler didn't speak English. Ho Chi Minh didn't speak English. Saddam Hussein didn't speak English. The Taliban didn't speak English. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't have this communicate with each other. It always had to be through third parties. And I'm someone who thinks that with with devices like I have one, and it's not even that advanced, but it's a universal translator that allows me to speak in any language that I want. So I'd be able to say to the world, we need to have peace in the world, and I would communicate it in whatever manner is necessary. And
Wir brauchen Frieden auf der Welt und ich werde ihn auf jede notwendige Weise kommunizieren.
And like that's in German, but I mean we could do that in Chinese or in Spanish or whatever it needs. And with these types of instant communication devices, we'll be able to not lose as much in translation, hopefully. And especially if we're doing it and it's being broadcast to the world. I mean, think about any global diplomatic meeting that has basically ever occurred. None of them take place on a live stream. They're all taking place behind closed doors or in a video delay or whatever. And I want to avoid that. I think that if we can show, give the world exactly what's happening in real time, that's very useful for communication. And it allows
Sorry
us.
to cut you off, Mr.
Go ahead.
Check your guys, Mr. Rothschild.
It's Rabbi Rothschild, but go ahead.
Rabbi Rothschild. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I actually have to use the bathroom at number 2. So,
Take your time, my friend. I'll be here.
All right. I'll be back.
Excellent.
Teachers were heroes.
heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse with that heroic action.
He says the student victims of the shooting range in age from 6 to 15. Officials in Riverside and San Bernardino counties have said the baby Emmanuel Haro was a victim of abuse before he was falsely, I should say, reported to have been kidnapped. Riverside County DA Michael Hestron's 7-month-old's death may be attributed to that.
The filing in this case reflects our belief that baby Benny was abused, victim of child abuse over time, and then eventually, because of that abuse, he succumbed to those injuries.
Boy's body still hasn't been found. His father has a previous conviction related to abusing a different child. His mother claimed Emmanuel was kidnapped from the Big Five in Hawaii, but both parents have been charged with murder. The Port of LA Police Department is expected to be asked to document immigration enforcement actions.
Lieutenant David Foster represents the heart of the audiences of the leadership's federal agents in talking us in the evaluation calling for the police to collect evidence that police would enforce against immigration agents.
Without documentation, it's just out in the dark, in the shadows. That's what I think Trump wants to have happen.
Foster says the goal is to protect the rights of residents, workers, and the general public. Amongst KFI News.
The Israeli flag will now be displayed at Beverly Hills School. The Beverly Hills School Board voted 3-2 to declare Bay as the Jewish Heritage District and require Israeli flag to be displayed at all district schools. Reporters say it shows solidarity with Jewish students and combats antisemitism, but 2 board members expressed concern that the flags are divisive and could make the schools a target for violence, especially amid the ongoing war in Gaza. Heather Booker, LA and San Bernardino have ranked among the dirtiest cities in the U.S.
SoCal ranks 4 of the top 10 dirtiest cities based on a study by law firm company Logstar. According to pollution, cleanliness, living conditions, waste infrastructure, and satisfaction, San Bernardino holds the top spot, followed by Los Angeles at number 2. Ontario is the 5th dirtiest city, Toronto ranks 10th, Montreal is 20th, and Toronto the top 5.
A Border Patrol agent accused of attacking a Long Beach police officer has died.
Riverside County Sheriff's Department confirms the body of 29-year-old Isaiah Hodgson was found in a home in Hemet last Friday. The cause of death is unclear. Detectives say there is no evidence of foul play. On July 7th, he was arrested on suspicion of drunkenly assaulting a Long Beach police officer at the Shoreline Village parking lot while off-duty and armed with a gun. He was charged with assault on a police officer and resisting arrest. KFI News.
Southside weather from KFI cloudy tomorrow with highs upper 70s to mid 80s. Metro LA mid 80s to low 90s for the valleys, upper 80s to mid 90s, and windy in the high desert. We have a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms at the beaches, inland OC and the IE. Temps mid to upper 70s for the beaches, low to mid 80s, inland OC, 80s to around 90 for the IE. Right at 74 Dana Point, it's 90 in Anaheim, 95 for Diamond Bar, and 92 in Simi Valley. KFI financial update. The Dow closed up 147, S&P 500 up 15, and NASDAQ up 46. It's slow on the 10 in Santa Monica.
Eastbound delays are loading up away from Hollywood, taking you across Mid-City all the way to the Fontainebleau Heights, also in the Hollywood, that South 101. Loading up away from just about Western as you continue all the way to the 5. Now, coming up on the 5, that's where we have reports of the lags. That's a tough spot to begin with, so heads up there. You're hopefully getting that off to the side right now. The southbound side of the 5, slowing down at Burbank, Alameda, it stretches all the way to the 6 freeway. And let's also take a look at Paramount. This is a crash, so let's head right down before Rosecrans. Looks like the left lane is blocked. And as you're backing up away from Pico Avenue, also in Fountain Valley, the 405 northbound coming up on Brokers. There's some type of debris across the fast track and the left main line lane. And even though they have those little dividers there, it's still causing a little bit of a problem. We're seeing a slow drive out of Costa Mesa from Fairview. We're Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez. And the season lives on iHeartRadio. Venting with your favorite coach over that call. The official NFL podcast network.
This is 24/7. on KFI. How did the press conference go? What was the reaction from the press?
Good to be on the show again, and it actually went pretty well. We loved it out. The basic gist is the advocacy. It's really just communication, the takeaway on congressional representatives. If we don't have a voice, then we're not staying. And you know, quite frankly, it's grown for a while. Many parts of California, I would say, especially inland California, is completely unrepresented because the government is neglected. It does nothing to deal with the high cost of living days, the crime, the homelessness, the devastation. It's a very poorly run thing, and I think it can be better.
Well, I'm looking at the map here. Obviously, I'm in the bad column on this map, so I'm hoping there's going to be some kind of a Republican whirling airlift for those of us that to get all the resources and supplies we need, because they'll begin to starve us out. There's no question about it. Look, I think the point you're making is a good one. They are trying to, on purpose, cheat and deny Republicans who politically, philosophically prefer to have a Republican represent them in Congress. They're trying to cheat and draw lines for their own purposes to establish a congressional district that is sided with another party's registration, which is the exact opposite of proper representation.
I mean, you saw this last election, right? We had some really big swings, especially in inland parts of California. Latino voters, we had 20-point swings in some areas. Those who voted for Biden, they voted for Trump in 2024. And I think part of the reason they got the sense that it's going to go, and they see that people are starting to make different choices about moving cities, about cycling, make crime illegal again. They love things, and I think maybe they're starting to lose their voters and say, hey, why not make it so that they can keep their power? And I think that's part of their calculus in pushing this forward. Well, we're tired of it, right? And so those lines you got drawn in stone, and I have had a lot of folks in Orange County, LA, parts of, hey, what can you bring up this? We want to be on the good.
Oh, I'm sure. No, I'm sure there'll be, when this is over, there'll be efforts to enact some of these capitals. When they see the way the progressive California is run compared to the normal California.
Yeah, we know what it's like to live under a progressive, California. It's been terrible. I mean, our prices have skyrocketed. Quality of life is, lessened, significantly. And many people just left the state. What if we have the opportunity to truly, govern it? That's the concept behind this.
To a point you made about they saw the writing on the wall. I agree with you, Senator. I think that this has nothing to do with Texas. Texas was just the opportunity. I think the last election, the 2024 election, what Democrats in California refuse to accept is that Trump outperformed his numbers in California in 2024 from 2020, and those were outperformed from 2016. In other words, he was growing in popularity among Californians, not just Republicans. He flipped 7 counties, including Imperial County, California, which is like 85% Hispanic. And Democrats like to tell you that, oh no, Trump doesn't like Hispanics, they don't like him. Well, somebody likes him. So I think you're right. I think Democrats saw the writing on the wall and said, hey, this movement that Trump has created is speaking to a lot of Californians, Republican, Democrat, and Independent, who want crime under control, who want taxes under control, who want public safety. And I think Democrats can't provide those things, don't know how to do it or refuse to, and are running scared.
We think that for the Denver team, getting rejected college selected there, that's long been held by Democrats in that
That's an incredible message, right? That if Texas goes forward doing what they plan on doing, that they would be Democrats would be better represented in Texas than right now. We have to do something like
Yeah, that's fact. And it's more of a Gavin answer. Here in California, we'll only have 7%. Yeah, Republicans represented in Congress, even though we get around 40% of the vote. Statewide contest. So, I mean, these are the guys, the real
Many doctors were also crypto Jews, some of the most famous ones of the centuries. And so if you're a regular Jew and you want to do something Jewish, but you have to hide it, and where are you going to learn about this? You can't, take a shear. You certainly can't click on the internet and go to Torah.org, right? How do you learn about these things? So you have a Christian Bible, which is basically all of Tanakh with a few things attached to it at the end. And in Tanakh, you have the Book of Esther. The Book of Esther not only gives descriptions of the main mitzvot associated with Torah, which are of course amplified in Second Megillah and elsewhere in the oral Torah, but basically you get that there may be some things that they would get wrong, like for example, many women and men would undergo a painful, punishing 3-day fast, because that's what it says in the Book of Esther, of course. But they would try to do the things that it says in the Book of Esther. And also think about the role of Esther in the story, right? She, like these crypto Jews, hid her identity. And when it came time, she stood up and she revealed who she really was and saved the entire Jewish people. You can see that Esther would have been a book that had tremendous meaning to these crypto Jews, waiting for generations and generations to reenact their Jewish identity, to reactivate their Jewish identity, and I find it deeply inspirational. Okay, I hope you found this interesting. Thank you very much for listening.
In Long Beach, that knocked outside of the 405, slowing down Culver City from just about Venice Boulevard as you continue towards Rodon and North Hills. And delays in Malibu, both directions of Pacific Coast Highway. Pretty jammed up as you approach the Malibu Pier, and we're also checking out Orange County. This is the drive on the 1910 and eastbound slowing from River Purcell all the way to Green River. For Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Purim is one of the holidays in the Jewish calendar that has tremendous reverberations on a historical basis. One of the most fascinating expressions of Purim, I think, is in the discovery that was 20th century of a time capsule, a synagogue that had been buried since the year 256, and suddenly rendered a tremendous amount of data about the way in which Jews saw themselves in the world around them. I'm speaking, of course, about a very famous synagogue in the city of Europos, which is located in eastern Syria on the Euphrates River. The story is basically like this. This is a city that had a wall around it, and it was kind of in a borderland territory between the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire. And at one point in the 3rd century, the Romans were correctly fearing a Syrian advance on the city, and so they decided to put some plans in place to protect themselves. They ordered all of the inhabitants along the western wall of this particular settlement, the other side of the Euphrates, to abandon their homes and their businesses, and then they filled in those locations with sand. The idea being, they thought the Persians would not attack from the riverside, they would attack from the land side of the west, and so they built up a massive rampart to protect the wall, and it was to no avail because the Persians ended up sacking the city, and it was left abandoned for several centuries until it was discovered again in the 20th century and excavated in the 1930s. Now, why do we care so much about this? Because on that western wall, facing Jerusalem, was a synagogue. Wow. And that synagogue was so well preserved by all of this, it was buried there, that when they excavated it, they discovered an incredible wealth of wall paintings. And scholars have spent their entire scholarly live studying these paintings. Shaped eyes and things like this. This is Samuel anointing David, right? Seen from the book of Samuel. Here's a beautiful rendition on the bottom, which is something like the base of Mikdash, and on the top you see it appears to be Moshe, could be Aaron on the right there, holding his staff over the waters as the Egyptians are drowning in them. The water is closing. There's even some hands at the top that look strangely divine. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that historically Jews were typically aniconic. They did not like representing any kind of living thing, animals, birds, or especially humans. That's certainly not God. However, here in Dura Europos, we seem to have some significant exceptions to that rule. We know that Jews painted their synagogue walls, but we have very, very few surviving examples. It's only because Dura Europos was, encased in sand, protected from the elements, and protected from later destruction and rebuilding, that we have these things. Here's a really powerful vision of the Chet HaEgel, the sin of the golden calf. But what I really want to get to is this remarkable wall painting that appears to be from the Book of Esther. Let's look at it in a little bit more detail. So on the right, you see what appears to be Queen Esther, and she has, women waiting beside her. That would be Achashverosh on the throne, who's receiving a letter from a messenger, right? He's a really important theme in the entire book of Purim. Messages going back and forth, cross messages, things like that. And then on the left, it appears to be the scene of Mordecai being paraded throughout town in glorious honor on a horse like that. And that man leading him appears to be Haman. And Haman does not especially seem to be very happy about his situation. Of course, that's the plot of the story. And maybe he's especially unhappy because someone took away his pants. I don't know. But that's, you get the well anyways. And then in the center, these fascinating four characters. You notice how the outside characters have their faces represented. The characters in the middle, however, have their faces partially or totally obliterated. And I really wonder what that means. Apparently, there are some other examples of the eyes being graffitied out of some of these images, which appears to be an intentional thing, but it's really hard to say. I like to think that maybe that obliterated face alludes to the hidden nature of the book of Esther, but we'll have to leave that as a mystery. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this very quick talk about one historical representation of Purim. Thank you very much for watching.
Pretty much just the counties that touch the Pacific Ocean, with a few exceptions up and around the Bay Area, will all be in the background. Now, no news on the new name. I don't know if it's going to be California and West.
One of the most fascinating elements of late Second Temple Judaism is the fact that there were lots of ideas circulating around the land of Israel that did not make it into the rabbinic tradition. We have a lot of books that survived antiquity. Sometimes they're called the outside books in Jewish traditions. There were actually three versions of Esther that were circulating in the ancient world. The version that we have in Tanakh, called the Masoretic tradition version, the Septuagint version, and another version that's sometimes called A, which is simply another Greek translation of the Book of Esther, which does not seem to be really translated from either of the earlier two, but maybe was written on its own. Now, this reminds me a lot of something I don't know if I heard it or I once saw it, but apparently there was an edition of Hamlet published in Yiddish that had on the title page Hamlet from the famous writer William Shakespeare, and then it said in Yiddish, "Verteidigt und verbessert," which means translated and improved. And in fact, that's what's going on in the Book of Esther, recorded in the Septuagint. But it's very fascinating to see what the authors there decided to change. We have a sense of who may have been the authors because there is a colophon, meaning at the very end of the text, there's kind of like a "this was written by" statement. Someone named Lysimachus' son told me, who apparently worked with a letter, and this Lysimachus was apparently from Jerusalem. They placed the dating of it within the reign of two possible kings with similar names. So it either dates to the year 114 before the Common Era or the year 40. At any rate, let's get back to the translation. There were 6 new sections inserted into the book of Esther as we have. Again, it's more like I get the impression that there's this one very enthusiastic Jew who really loved the holiday of Purim. He loved the book of Esther, and when he was put upon to translate it into Greek, he said, well, here's a couple of parts since I am translating it. I'll just add these sections because I've always been bothered about this or that. Why wasn't this included? Some of those sections are like really weird. Like at the very beginning, there's a discussion of Mordecai having a dream about 2 dragons fighting. This also comes up at the very end of the book. And that dream somehow refers to this, cataclysmic conflict between Mordecai and Haman. Okay? Other passages make the text much more pious, more from, ironically. For example, we know amazingly that in the book of Esther, as we have it, the name of Hashem is never mentioned. And that's a very significant part of what we read into the text. It's a book of Esther punning. God's presence is not easily obvious, unlike most other books of the Bible. I guess the author of the Septuagint said, no. So they inserted God at this point. They had prayers from Esther and Mordecai. Actually, on the literary level, the prayer of Esther is rather beautiful. But some editions are just kind of boring and detract from the hard kind of sharpness and the literary value of the original book of Esther, which is so much more condensed and powerful. They have some interesting detail, like for example, rather than just mentioning that letters were sent to the king, they actually, the version in the Septuagint actually gives you the text of these letters, recorded text of the letters, including the ones dictated by Esther and Mordecai. They also seem to be a little bit concerned about the way that non-Jewish audiences might appreciate this book. After all, it was recorded in Greek, which was the lingua franca. So many more people had access to it than narrow Hebrew readers. And so when there's those violent bits at the end of the book, it's kind of softened and placed in context and stuff like this. So it's a really fascinating read. If you love the book of Esther, it's interesting to read this version and sort of chuckle along and say, well, what were they thinking? And what I take away from this is that when I go through the book of Esther twice on Purim, I'm going to try and approach it with fresh eyes and appreciate the beautiful, most amazing, entertaining, and inspirational book that I have. Thank you very much for listening.
So, there's no reason why we can't change laws. There's no reason why we can't legalize this thing. It's why Democrats always want to ban D.C. and Puerto Rico.
One of the more intriguing, puzzling elements of the book of Esther is the frequent reference to drinking parties, and as the Gemara describes it in Tractate Megillah, that there is actually a command to become so inebriated that one cannot know the difference between cursed is Haman and blessed is Mordecai, which sounds, at least on the surface reading, like a very, very deep state of intoxication. And in fact, the Gemara goes on to say that it can easily get out of hand, even in the ancient period. For example, at one Purim Suda, famously, Rabbah got up and says he slaughtered his colleague, Rabbi Zera, which is like, oh my gosh. The Gemara goes on to say that when he saw what he'd done, he made it prayed to God, a miracle happened, and Rabbi Zera was revived. But then the Gemara, with its characteristic sense of humor, next year, Rabbi says, hey, Rabbi Zera, why don't you come by and look at Purim Suda again? Rabbi Zera says, I'm paraphrasing, are you crazy? I'm coming back to your place. A miracle doesn't happen every year. You can't anticipate that will happen. At any rate, the idea of out-of-control behavior, perhaps connected to this drunkenness, is something that the rabbis consistently throughout time have excoriated. And there have been lots of limitations placed on how one should behave on the holiday of Purim, even within the context of this unusual time. Even the Lubavitcher Hasidim, for whom communal drinking is often considered an act of worship in the sense of fostering communal connections and singing and joy, things like that, operate with a ban placed by none other than Rabbi Menachem Mendelssohn on having too many drinks on Purim because of the many dangers that can result from excessive drinking. So this is really a home-based holiday, no drinking, driving, drugs together. But it's interesting to note that besides that reference from the Talmud of Rava and Rabbi Zera, we also have reference to this from the Romans and their legislation. The most fascinating passage occurs in the Theodosian Code. It was recorded in the 438, and it was based on an earlier law that was dictated in the year 409 that specifically banned Jews getting out of control with their Purim parties. And one particular behavior is especially excoriated, not drinking, because the Romans also drink quite a bit. That is burning Haman in effigy. It seems as well the Romans were especially concerned with the idea that Haman would not be hung as we tend to read the text today, but as they would have read it in the ancient world, that Haman was crucified. And in fact, this was the ancient way in which Haman's treatment was portrayed, not only by Jews, but by non-Jews as well. For example, in none other than Dante's great 14th century Italian poem Purgatorio, Haman is described as crucified. Michelangelo portrayed him that way on the Sistine Chapel. I mean, this is really the way in which non-Jews understood that Haman was killed. He was placed on a cross. So you can imagine the sensitivities if parties get out of hand and they have Haman in effigy and they decide to crucify him and then burn him. That could certainly lead to a lot of misunderstandings. And in fact, there is a whole book by Elliot Horowitz called Reckless Rights, Purim and the Legacies of Jewish Violence, published by Princeton in 2006, that goes through the history of these kinds of Purim parties and related things that go through time and the unfortunate backlash the Jews often suffer as a result. The Jews definitely got the word early on not crucifying, but the burning of effigies upon death. For example, there's a 10th century Muslim scholar named Al-Bir who refers to Purim as Suar Haman, or images of Haman, because that was the way in which non-Jews basically saw what was going on with these Purim parties. They didn't necessarily go to those things. They saw the effigies of Haman, hanging from a rope somewhere, or 5-6 days before Purim, and it was definitely a very off-putting instrument. And I think in the whole, this is a great moment to understand that this is a cautionary tale that we certainly want to celebrate on Purim, but we should do so definitely within the boundaries that a rabbi set for us. It's a cautionary tale for us about how these things can be misunderstood. Besides the many dangers that can result from excessive inebriation, we definitely want to explore the spiritual meaning of Purim. And to whatever degree alcohol assists in that, it's great, but beyond that, it's very dangerous. Thank you very much for watching.
California split into two states. Nurses by splitting off the eastern half of California, there would be a new state with 10 million residents.
Hello, fellow students at Tuition's House. I've got a difficult topic to discuss with you. That is what is this for the action? So let's spend a few minutes going over the sources just to understand what is it called about this not discovered. So, some caveats. First of all, the Bible has historical data in it, but for the most part, it's not a book of history. It's plural, as stated explicitly in the Bible itself. There's to be still religious values, not historical awareness, but religious values. How about just, for example, at Deuteronomy 10, it says, "Now Israel, now Israel, what does God want from you?" God wants us to fear God, to walk in divine paths, to serve God with all our heart and soul. Continues in verse 13,
Sure, I don't think it's outside. To guard the mitzvahs of Hashem, right? It's God. Sort of a commandment, literally. And the decrees God that I, Moses is here to you today. That's what I was always. Now, it's important to note that the Bible is not a single author document, right? It's not really a book, a library. Many multiple authors, most of whom have named the books, Jeremiah, Isaiah, and so on. And sometimes, because of their multiple authors, you'll see ideas expressed in different ways. Like, for example, Micha, the 6th chapter, you'll see that there's a different statement of what God wants from us. What does the Lord require of thee? Only to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. So it's not the same thing as Deuteronomy. Are they different ways of expressing it? Are they different things? So it's still a very confusing topic. But that's the point of the book. It's not to give historical information. It is to give. Some of the books, it's true, are very historical in nature, written by extremely talented historians. Books of Samuel, Kings, Chronicles, for example. But in some areas, the books are strangely ahistorical. And that's what we're looking at today. The book of Exodus gives us a tremendous amount of information, drama, very motivational to see the saga of Moses and the Hebrews as they're leaving Egypt and struggling with reading the Torah, things like that. But historically, I mean, we don't even know the name of the pharaoh as a there's a question, famous question. Was this the same pharaoh as Joseph, or is it a different pharaoh? That would make sense why the first pharaoh is so well inclined to Joseph. This man is and on the other hand, maybe it's the same pharaoh which is so we don't know when it happened from the name of the pharaoh. We do have a way to calculate the dates. That was determined by Rabbi Rothschild, but that system was devised about 1,500 years later, and it was based on calculations of where the Bible actually does give us dates, which is sparse, between it, or gaps. It's very confusing to figure out the timeline. But in Rabbi Yosef Kalata's book, known as Seder Moed Rabbah, he placed the Exodus in the year 2448 Anno Mundi, meaning from its creation. This is where we get the year that joined 5,783 is the Jewish year right now. But how does that translate into the Gregorian calendar? It would be around the late 14th century before the Common Era. That date actually is not too bad when you look at the very first non-biblical that talks about the Jewish people, and that is the famous Memphis, which was erected about 100 years after the Census, which, if you're following the biblical narrative, by this point, the Hebrews had left Egypt and done the wandering in Sinai Desert and had crossed into Israel. Joshua had a few wars with the local peoples, had a few wars with each other, and then, according to this stele, this monolithic structure that was a memorial dome for this pharaoh Nephthah, they were conquered by the Egyptians. Here's the Nephthah data on C2 museum. See the first picture, how massive this thing is. It's basically a kind of like a picture on the top, and then underneath is a long list of Nephthah's amazing complex, right? Which was erected to praise this pharaoh. And he goes about describing how he conquered this territory and this destroyed this people. And near the bottom, what you consider the area of the Israel specifically, the whole country, where they live in Judea, there's this phrase here: Israel is wasted, its seed is some historians argue that this is Israel's seed, according to like the grain or maybe a standing field or something like that. But it seems out of place for Pharaoh Nephthah to come up to the land of Israel and then specifically proclaim that, oh, I burned down your field. It doesn't seem like really a pharaonic field. More likely, and most historians have this consensus, that the term is seed really means like it does in modern Hebrew, zera is possible. Viral Merneptah and so many anti-Semites after him prematurely declared the destruction of Jewish people in this genocidal document. And so we don't have to worry about the Jews anymore because I, Viral Merneptah, have taken care of it. It's actually kind of funny because when you look at pictures of Jewish children today, they look like the Jewish pretty well. Viral Merneptah, on the other hand, they actually discovered his mummy. He does not look so the dating of the Exodus seems to fit with the extra biblical so far. There's one theory, but it doesn't say anything about how Israel got to be there. What was Israel exactly? Is that referring to a land or a place? You will from time to time find that high-rise Bible enthusiasts, I use that term with some irony because the term enthusiasm means have God within you, except rather prejudice, rather bizarre, extreme, and totally unreliable claims, such as the argument that submerged Egyptian chariot was discovered in the Dead Sea. We're not even sure exactly where these words were made that way possible. The Hebrew term used in the Bible is not Red Sea, but Sea of the Reeds, not soup, which seems to indicate, not so much like a massive sea like in Ten Commandments, but more like, very difficult to traverse with large march or something. We haven't found archaeological evidence of the supposedly massive number of Jews who left Goshen and made their way into the Sinai Peninsula for 40 years. Now, it's not hard to imagine that whatever they left behind simply lived lost. It was impossible back then to get decent Asian takeout, so it's not like they're going to be leaving a landfills worth of takeout containers. But, these are things that we simply do not have historical. In other words, the major source that was preserved of the Exodus is the description itself that exists. Even the location of Mount Sinai is not determined, although there is one specific mountain that, according to Arabic and Christian tradition, is Mount Sinai. Southern Sinai or Jabal Musa, although there's no real indication that this is exactly described. The reasons for the absence of evidence is not surprising. The environment is not ideal for preserving archaeological sites. Ocean, for example, which is located in the eastern delta of the Nile, is very infamous for its soft soil and for the regular flooding. It's still coming in, it's very hard to preserve anything. Not at least every something which is corroborated by itself. But it is to note that the story of the Exodus was widely known in the ancient Greece. For example, you have the writings quoted later of the Egyptian priest Necho, during the 3rd century era, who seems to be quite conversant with the Jewish tradition of the Exodus, although he tells it in a very different way, in which it's not like a miraculous divine event where the Jews are saved and taken as a nation and slaves out of one to another, rather they were driven out of his version of it, which of course leads us to another somewhat irritating habit of the ancient Egyptians to remove or rewrite history when it did not suit the Egyptians. We see this very clearly, for example, with the reign of Hatshepsut, who was one of the most important pharaohs, and also the female pharaoh, who was a great builder and very active in her long reign. Although sometimes depicted as a woman, as you see in this particular statue, and other times depicted as a male with a false beard grown out of her chest. And for reasons which are unknown, at some point later in time, all of Hatshepsut's memory was under attack by a later dynasty. Perhaps it had to do something with civil rivalry, perhaps it had something with the fact that she was a woman, but her reign is wiped out of much of the archaeological record, only discovered in a few places, and allow historians to put together what she actually did during the reign of the Egyptians. They would have no problem simply saying, let's skip that whole chapter of how the Hebrew slaves and how they got out of here, because
you don't know what you're doing,
Okay.
and you're
So that's all negatives and caveats and things like that. What exactly do you have that would suggest that this thing is credible? So, for example, is this when you look at the book of Exodus, there are quite a few technical Egyptian words that are inserted in the text. Like, for example, the name for the sorcerers, which appear to be really specifically identified with that particular time and place in society. It doesn't seem to be words that were widely used elsewhere, and they locate the text as it was in the court hierarchy specifically. Also, titles like the name that Joseph gets, the Tower of Tafnanea, which is very unusual. It's not a word, but Egyptian for fascinating things like that. There's internal literary evidence that points to the place on time of Exodus. Another example, the great scholar Dr. Kenneth Baker did a tremendous amount of research on the rights of slaves in the ancient Near East. Over a period of hundreds of years, he was able to track the ups and downs of the slave market, and it happens that the sale of Joseph into slavery, which of course precedes the Exodus, is exactly the same price that would make sense according to the ebb and flow of the economic movement of slaves in the market at the time. So it's not, I don't want to say coincidence in the sense like it's a happenstance, but it seems to be a distinct parallel. So there's some fascinating kinds of literary evidence. I would strongly recommend, by the way, his name is Big Book. So that's a book. This is the Torah Tanakh of the land of Israel, which is beautiful, well illustrated, scholarly volume that has lots of really interesting data on what's Egyptian that appears in the New Testament. So on, and I strongly encourage you to have a look at it if these kinds of things interest you. We also have historical data on patterns of migrations that are consistent with the depiction in the book of Exodus. For example, this period depiction that shows you the Hyksos, the Western Semites, migrating into the land of Egypt, entirely consistent with the story in Exodus. Some historians have even argued that the Hyksos should somehow be identified with. We also have this amazing bit of papyrus that's actually directions on brick making for the period, which correspond precisely to the data that we have in Exodus. So they're making bricks with the same kind of technology at that time as described in these documents. And here's like an example that I found especially powerful. In Egypt, I have a place called Kantia, which is precisely in the eastern delta of the Nile, which is associated with the ocean. They discovered mud fish in 26. They are like, wow, straight out of the coast of Egypt. And here's one photograph that I found especially very neat. They actually found some frozen footprints in dried mud itself. Wow. No which child left. But it's amazing to look at this and see the description of this horrible servitude forced to engage in and to imagine what else it could be. Okay, none of this is absolutely hard or disruptive. Nothing like that has been discovered. You have some interesting philosophical arguments, which I won't go into here. For example, so ultimately, the Exodus, which is such a core element in Jewish civilization, is ultimately a power. So ironically, we have to return to the Exodus narrative. The Bible does not provide us with precisely, definitively prove this knowledge. You can find a lot of parallel bits of information, but ultimately it requires faith. Faith in the existence where doubt is also credible. What I think is so much about usual is that the greatest argument for validity is not necessarily what I find most powerful, especially perhaps this would be people who celebrate
Morgan Wallen is facing a fine after his headline said in Foxborough, Massachusetts on Friday. Country singer and
problematic
at the Gillette Stadium 5 up to 2 minutes for his lost Parliament. Foxborough had said
many of them like their
final
natural
song starting at
destroy. Nevertheless,
being
given
fined
over
25 cents per
3,000 years
attendee,
later,
which comes
and
out
talking
to
about
more
the
than
meaning of the
$8,000 fine.
what it has
That's
to say
entertainment. I'm
about
Joe
us as a people and about our relationship with the larger human civilization, what it says about our values and freedom, dignity, the fact that we're still having the same conversation, no doubt. I'm already had around this table that Rabbi Akiva had around this table. That's something that's moving
He says that we're making the city safe and beautiful at a fraction of the cost by removing that issue of that. It's the latest
There's an issue that's happening short of
on Friday.
journalists.
And through a sandwich at a federal agent in Washington, D.C. is reportedly not being indicted by a grand jury. That's according to the New York Times. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington has sought an indictment in a felony assault case. Sean Dunn, who was seen on videos kicking the officer in the chest with a sandwich after saying they're not wanted in D.C., admitted to the incident after he was arrested. He was fired from his job in the Justice Department following that incident. That's politics.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Around the world this week, Jews will commemorate a fast day known as the 17th of Tammuz, Shabbat Tammuz. It kicks off a 3-week period of semi-mourning that will culminate in another fast day, a more significant fast, on the 9th day of the month of Av that commemorates specifically the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. But for the 17th of Tammuz, which is the initial fast that begins this period, the sources describe 5 different things that specifically happened on this day. Here is the actual citation from the Mishnah, 2nd century. 5 things happened to our ancestors on the 17th Tammuz. On the 17th day of the month of Tammuz, the tablets were broken. The Tamid offering, which is one of the sacrificial activities of the temple, ceased. The wall was breached, and someone named Apostolmos burned a Torah, and an idol was set up in the sanctuary. So let's take this brief moment to look at each of those 5 things and try to place them in their historical context to add meaning to this sad day. So, of course, the destruction of the tablets is something that's well known to anyone who reads the Bible. The entire passage is described in the 32nd chapter of the book of Exodus. You can actually get a sense of the amount of time passed because as the ancestors of today's Jews left the land of Egypt and their servitude there, that would have happened in the springtime, right? That's the holiday. And now here we are in the summer, and Moses goes up onto Mount Sinai, and while he's there, the ancestors of the Jews get involved in a whole bunch of inappropriate activities. They build the golden calf, they dance around it. Everyone's seen the 10 Commandments. Why see so familiar? You get the dramatic scene. Moses comes down off the mountain, freshly holding these 2 tablets of the law, the 10 Commandments, and he sees what they're doing, and he raises them high and he smashes them to pieces, which Rashi says, God, as it were, said to him, Yasher Koach, well done, which is apparently the right thing to do in this particular situation. Here's a remarkable rendition of it by Rembrandt, the famous Dutch artist, who, of course, was very close with the Jewish community in Amsterdam. This depiction of Moses does not have him wearing a kippah, or certainly not a black hat, but the text on the commandments is a faithful representation of Hebrew, although some of the spacing between the letters are different. In terms of the historical context of this event, the only real historical source we have for it is the Bible itself. And later authors in the 2nd century, the Seder Olam Rabbah in particular by Rabbi Rothschild and later the Seder Olam Zuta, calculate back the year that this would have happened, and they said it at the year 2448. That's Anno Mundi, meaning from the creation, according to that count, which would have worked out to about the year 1313 before the Common Era. So that's like one inauspicious event that is associated with the 17th. When we move to the second reason for the marking of this day as a fast day, we get a little bit more historical with other sources involved. The Mishnah said that the perpetual offering ceased. This is an offering known as the tamid, which means literally in Hebrew perpetual. And there's a couple of different opinions though as to when exactly that would have happened. According to the Mishnah Obadiah of Bartanura, known simply as he lived in 15th century Italy and later Israel. He said that this is probably referring to the first destruction of Jerusalem under Nebuchadnezzar, which would have been the year 586 BCE. And the supply of sheep had dried up because the city was under siege. It would later be destroyed, and the inhabitants would be exiled. They would come back less than a century later. But this particular event, the ending of that offering, went into that 6th century before the Common Era. That is, a good 600-700 years. Rabbi Yisrael Lifshitz, a very important commentator in central Germany, suggests a different possible date. He says that perhaps this is related to the civil war that erupted in the period of the Maccabean kings, the so-called Hashmonaim. After the great queen Sion died, her two sons, Aristobulus and Hyrcanus, engaged in a civil war seeking to control the land. And Aristobulus placed his brother in Jerusalem under siege. And so at that point, that's when the Tamid was, Hyrcanus could not get access to more sheep. In the end, by the way, that ended very badly because both of the brothers had appealed to the Romans. And so shortly thereafter, in the year 63, General Pompey himself simply came in and took over the entire region. So it was definitely a very dark day when the taking ceased. There is also a third opinion that has to do with the destruction of Jerusalem the second time under the Romans, which would occur in the year 70. But let's focus right now on the third reason for the marking of St. Thomas, which would be the walls of Jerusalem were breached. Now, as I mentioned, Jerusalem was famously destroyed twice in antiquity. Once under Nebuchadnezzar II, it was a Neo-Babylonian king who destroyed Jerusalem in the year 586 before the Common Era. You can see here this map where his empire simply reached all over the Fertile Crescent, right up the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, and then down into the land of Israel, and right up to the Sinai Peninsula. The second major destruction of Jerusalem, moving another 600 years later in time, was under the Roman Emperor Titus. And you can see him here in this remarkable painting called The Triumph of Titus by Lawrence Alma Tadema, painted in 1885. I think it's a really remarkable painting. Titus is actually shown second from the foreground. In the foreground is probably his father, Vespasian, who was made emperor. I'm not exactly sure why he is dressed the way he is, but Titus, who destroyed Jerusalem, is portrayed here holding onto the hand of his brother's wife. There's a whole lascivious story around that as well. And in the background, see the menorah kind of displayed there at the Temple of Peace that Vespasian set up to commemorate his victory over Judea. Now, in terms of this discussion of the breaching of the walls, I've always wondered, there's 3 weeks between the breaching of the wall and the destruction of the temple. That's a really long time. It's all I care about is money and the city. Modern war, the wall is breached, it's all over. But let's have a look at this map here that lays out exactly how Jerusalem was destroyed. There's actually 3 walls around Jerusalem. The first one is this large one around the temple courtyard itself. The The second wall was built a little bit later, and it goes around the neighborhood to the northwest. And then at the top, you have the third wall that was constructed partially in preparation for the Roman attack. There's also this wall over here. It's not actually a wall proper. It's actually a siege dike that was built not by the Judeans, but by the Romans in their attempt to starve inhabitants of Jerusalem. The siege lasted from the springtime up until the late summer when the temple was finally destroyed, and the siege dike was exceptionally effective for lots of very sad reasons, including the fact that the Jewish rebels were fighting with others so bitterly that they actually burned down each other's stores of grain in an attempt to seize control for themselves. So that's maybe we'll talk about that more when we get to Tisha B'Av, the final destruction. So in terms of the penetration of these three walls, the Romans first attempted to attack here in the north, but they were put back with a remarkably bold attack by Shimon Giorias, who was a terrifying rebel who frightened rivals.
How are you? What's good, son? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
Just on the dashboard. The Discord dashboard. And
From Discord?
I just wanted to, yeah.
DISBOARD?
I don't understand, bro. I really good English.
That's okay. What dashboard did you find me from?
I don't know the exact. I got it from a friend. I don't know really exactly, but.
Okay, very well. And this is your friend Stefan. How are you, Stefan?
Very good, my friend. How are you?
I'm very well. Find out about me, Stefan.
Think on Discord or something?
On Discord?
Discord.
No way, you found me from Discord?
Yeah, let me look.
No way, I just think today. You mean the website disboard.org? Correct?
Yeah, I think that.
Amazing.
I'm not sure.
Do you mind if I tell you about
I can find it in my history.
Yeah, would you check, please? That would be great.
Yeah, Disboard.org.
Okay, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
No, it's okay.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever. I want you to know that The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's number one resource. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource in 2018, and I have more data archived than anybody. And what does that mean for you? Well, it means I become a very influential person someday, and if that happens, I want to make sure that you, your friends, your family, wealthy, that you all are able to create generational wealth, and most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds nice.
Excellent. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies?
I like to smoke weed.
That's amazing, dog. I'm for its education. Excellent. What else do you like to do?
Nothing really much.
Okay, very well. Well, I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. If you have any questions, I'm here to help you. You should know that I'm always live, and I really appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you.
Absolutely, my friend. We do need world peace. That's absolutely right, my friend. Amazing. Disboard. Shout out to Disboard. Shout out to you guys.
So you're living in America?
Yes, sir.
Oh, nice. We are living in Romania.
You're in Croatia?
No, Romania. Romania.
Oh, shout out to Romania.
They are very not nice people here. They bully us for being Jewish.
Oh, no way. That's very sad. Have you thought of making
I know.
Aliyah?
What?
Have you thought of making Aliyah, moving to Israel?
Not really because of my parents.
Okay, well, maybe someday.
Yeah.
We'll get your parents there too. What if we get your parents there?
That might be nice.
Absolutely. We'll get your parents to Israel, and they'll have a nice house and a nice plot of land, and we'll make sure that they're taken care of. How does that sound? Does that sound good to you?
Very good.
Excellent, my friend. Well, if there's anything else that we can do for you, please make sure to make me aware, because we'll make all your dreams come true, God willing. Alrighty, my friends. Here's Jewish history lectures. Here are our people. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Finally destroy the temple. The source we have for these dates is none other than Josephus, a remarkable historian who gives us a very detailed description of what happened in Jerusalem in his history called the Jewish War, which, by the way, he wrote because he surrendered to the Romans and then ended up, he was originally a rebel commander himself. He surrenders to the Romans, and the rest of his life was spent as sort of a client, sort of a captain of the Romans, and he wrote quite a bit about this particular point and many other aspects of Jewish history. He's a complicated historian to work with because we know that he's writing not only for posterity, but for his Roman patrons who are literally reading every word and want to see themselves portrayed very positively, and his life depends on doing that right. So at any rate, he writes here in the Jewish War, book 6, chapter 2, now Titus gave orders to his soldiers that were with him to dig up the foundations of the Tower of Antonian, right? It's an location at the north of the temple courtyard, and make him a ready passage for his army to come up, while he himself had Josephus brought to him. Josephus likes to write about himself in the third person. For he had that on that very day, which was the 17th day of Hanemus, which was the Latin name for Tammuz, the sacrifice called the daily sacrifice had failed, which is interesting because that's also something that was referenced earlier. It's not impossible to imagine that the Bitul Hatami, the ending of the daily sacrifice, is also this one here that occurred in the year 70. But at any rate, it was not offered to God for want of men to offer it, meaning to the sacrificial officials were unable to distract themselves from defending the walls to go on with the temple rituals. And the people were grievously troubled at it. Upon this, Josephus stood in such a place where he might be heard, and he declared Caesar had given him in charge, and this in their Hebrew language, right? Josephus is actually the culture broker for the Romans. So he earnestly prayed them to take their own city and to prevent that fire, which was just ready to seize.
Are you planning moving to Israel?
God willing, someday.
Nice.
We're going to rebuild the temple, the Beit HaMikdash.
Yeah, sure. I am also a bit blind in one eye.
That's okay. We'll get you any kind of vision repair that we can. You'll have the best doctors in the world. I'll make sure to get it paid for.
Do you want to see?
If you want to show me, sure.
Yes, I have the camera on.
Absolutely.
Now I have sunglasses because my eyes are hurting.
Okay.
Do you like them?
Yeah, they're very cool.
That would be better for your eyes. You know, being blind is hard.
Scared, you know?
That's okay.
You know, my mother got scared because I may maybe get found.
You look cool.
And separately, an idol was set up in the temple, perhaps by someone else.
And my family is not very recent.
That's okay. You just be patient and we'll get it all paid for.
And how will you do that?
Well, I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, and data is Earth's #1 resource. So I'll be able to monetize it and be able to pay for all of your surgeries.
Another possibility is that this is referring to the Bar Kokhba revolt of the years 132
that in America is good.
Yeah, life is good here.
Third major uprising against the Romans.
I don't know, maybe this Romania it can get better, but now it's not.
I should rather say
Okay,
one of the horrific
very well.
persecutions of a great rabbi, Rabbi Hanani ben Teradyon, occurred at this time. He was specifically wrapped in the Torah scroll.
Do you play games, bro?
Yeah, I do.
What game do you play?
I like to play chess. I like to play mini golf. I like to,
Nice.
yeah,
I like to play chess too.
excellent.
It's nice for your.
Absolutely.
What do you think of children smoking?
I'm not a big fan of it.
Actually, created by the artist Moses Lugian as a commemoration and homage to Hanani ben Teradyon.
That's
in the context of the horrific
Okay.
just the beginning of the 20th century. In this remarkable envisioning of
Do you like Trump?
I don't get political.
Neither do I.
There you go.
I mean, this political side depend on the human, on his perspective.
Yeah, I understand.
Here in Romania, a lot of Nazis.
Okay.
Like, look, they scarred me in the eye. Look, if you can see here
What?
with a knife.
Okay.
Rău plăci când dă pielii toate căcaturile. Vrei și mulți și familia îmi plădă și de asta.
Ce vrei cu ei mă să și de pula, nici el nu se crede. El crede că dacă bagă banii ceva schimbă toată lumea.
Professor Alon also suggests that perhaps this was connected with the Quitos Rebellion, but that would have been another 15 years later, so the chronology is not perfect, but the sound of the name certainly makes sense.
Ești frumușel, mă, tu așa.
The last of the 5 items that I mentioned before the fast on the 17th is that an idol was set up in the sanctuary. The sanctuary, of course, is at the center.
Păi, mă reste la copii, e prăt.
Cred că da, păi, nu cred că ar trebui să le închidă.
Copile cu pătici sau păcăi.
Person with this was the same apostolic.
What are you live on, bro?
Twitch, Twitter,
And what's your name on Twitch?
Rabbi Rothschild 11.
So, Rabbi?
Yeah, space Rothschild. Or no, Rabbi Rothschild 11, all in one word.
Is commemorated with the holiday of Hanukkah, but that would have been like in the 160s before the Common Era, certainly not closer to the year 70 when the temple was destroyed. Another support for the argument that these are two separate acts.
Are you live right now?
Yes, sir.
Both these things is that in the Jerusalem Talmud,
Can we donate?
described as something that happened.
If you'd like to.
Sure, bro, yeah.
And obviously, the sanctuary is only in Jerusalem, so this would mean two separate acts. Nevertheless, it is still an open question as to
What do you think of Muslims?
I'm for world peace, so I'd like to be able to I'd like to be able to get along. We're all children of Abraham.
Let us hope that this is the last year that we have to commemorate this fast, and God willing, future we'll celebrate.
Do you think that LGBT should be legal?
Thank you very much.
Well, I think people should be able to live the life that they want to live.
My perspective does not.
That's okay. I understand.
Just want to
Because
say how
in the first place, there was only a man and now there are all kinds of.
I prepared myself for Tisha B'Av and
More than that, no, I understand.
Jewish keynotes this morning, basically taking a trip down Jewish history. The whole day is history. The fact that we have an expert historian in our community who's willing to share his time with our community and of course with the larger community that's gathered virtually. I'm indebted and grateful that you're able to make this time for us and sharing your expertise and wisdom with us to enhance our community.
Nu știu că e pe rău de rândul la mea.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate it. And
Degeaba că e
for all of you for coming to listen to me talk about something that occupies quite a bit of my own mental space, and all of you online as well for joining me. I realize that Fairlawn is a very different community than where we live in the 5 towns. And my son-in-law pointed out to me that one of the challenges of this particular time slot, setting aside the fact that we're all fasting and it's a difficult, depressing day, but this happens to be bedtime. So that means for a good portion of the demographic of this community, this is like a very difficult time to attend in person. And so I'm grateful to be able to offer the virtual attendance as a possibility. Let's begin by looking at something totally different from the period of unusual phenomenon of the riots of 1819. You've heard of these. They started in Würzburg, Germany, a very pleasant kind of town.
Yeah, my family goes back to Germany.
A series of riots spread throughout Germany, Bavaria, and parts east.
I share my screen. Can you help me with the test?
I'm busy right now, but maybe in a little bit.
As a result of these smaller scale pogroms, the sheer scope of them was remarkable and spreading throughout East Central Europe and noted in the Western press.
What do you think about Nazis?
Primarily
If you don't mind me asking, it might be an inappropriate subject.
Yeah, no, I understand. Again, I don't like to get political. I want world.
Second-class rights, no right of residence,
I think Nazi is not a political thing.
It is. It was a political party in Germany from the 1920s until the 1940s.
Yes, the anti-Semitic,
in particular, there was a demand at the
Oh, I understand. I know what it is.
Jews specifically requested equal rights.
I know, because there's not.
Thanks, big dog.
These tensions within German society that would obviously take more than a century to subside. Were expressed in a series of riots in various urban localities with a range of scope that had not been seen for about 100 years. You can see here the size and scope of the riots. Now, these attacks on Jews were accompanied by an unusual cry. Apparently, anti-Semitic attacks, by the way, about 75
I am a certified project management professional.
But it's the same phenomenon. They apparently taunted the Jews with the cry of hep.
They make good money out of
They
it.
would chase after Jews through the streets, shouting after them, hep, hep. And a lot of scholars have wondered at the strange origins of this unusual.
I mean, myself,
it's not a word.
I've been over about 7 years.
Author writing
You know,
at
I'm
the time in the New
18.
Times, a London paper.
Cool.
This I owe to Michael Fontaine at Cornell University.
Why
This appears
să
to be the original source Specifically, it is an abbreviation of the Latin term Jerusalema est perdita. Jerusalem is lost. And this particular writer in the New Times, apparently letter to the editor, wrote about the Hep Hep riots that were occurring that month, and he offered this as an etymology that the rioters were somehow taking advantage of a Latin phrase that was, according to the author of this letter, used first in the First Crusade of 1096 in the Rhine, and cites a few authorities for it. The problem with this is that, first of all, it's all a chulent of mistakes. We don't have any of these specific sources we have no other records from Jews or otherwise of crusaders using this Latin term. Why would 19th century German anti-Semites pick this strange term out of something that occurred 800 years earlier and use it in their attacks, and it died immediately thereafter? So Fontaine cast aspersions upon the theory that they were actually saying Jerusalem and Perdita. A much more recent argument is that in 19th century German, the phrase hep hep was used to load animals. Like we say in English, giddy up, to make a horse move. I don't know if that actually works. I've never tried it, but if that is apparently the word we use in English, giddy up, and it only makes sense in English in that particular context. And taking it to Germany at the time, that makes a lot of sense, because the Jews would have been viewed as subhuman, viewed as less than equal citizens, getting them along like animals if they were chased through the streets, has the truth to my ears. It has ironically survived outside of the anti-Semitic context, partially in English, and most likely through this phrase we use, hip hip hooray, which is an expression that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. This is happens to be a song sheet that they use this phrase, hip hip hooray, and it's an expression of joy, celebration, of the acclamation of one individual or another for some activity, hip hip hooray, that may in fact be related to the strange anti-Semitic chant hep hep used in 1819. Why do I start with this medieval, early modern 19th century footnote? It goes back to my own appreciation of that I'd like to share with you very briefly. My personal background, I grew up as the only Jewish child in a very village community in northern Ontario, Canada. It was a very small town, less than 4,000 people. The population was evenly divided between Catholics and
Ce bălă și băi, că nu ne-am scăpat de seama ei zi la zi, la mândării Jew, fucking Jew.
Whose father ran the Chinese restaurant, of course. My father ran the dry goods store. There was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in a town called Monteith, and we were the ones who had the lightning rod of all of the social this adolescent population. And my parents had tremendous expense when I was 10 years old, they sent me to Toronto, so I could learn something about what it means to have a bar mitzvah. And then they brought me back to a small town in Niagara Falls when I was 14 years old. And that's when I first discovered anti-Semitism, because so many of the kids that I played ice hockey with, that I went, hiking in the woods with, that I went skiing with, they were my best friends, both the Anglos and the Francophones. All of a sudden, they were regarded me as the spawn of Satan, asking me literally if they could see my horns. And I had grown with them, and I had only been gone for a few years. And all of a sudden, I was not from most people are fine, most people are nice, most people are happy to see me. But there were a few really bad eggs who were deeply and virulently anti-Semitic. And the charges that they hurled at me in English, dirty Jew, and Motzi Shvif, a little bit more colorful, cursed Jew, that those stung and those stuck with me. And just the guttural sounds of hatred that were expressibles reminded me of the hep hep riots. Made me feel like, yeah, that makes sense. That this is a deep-seated infection that has its expression in certain behaviors, certain outward trappings, and that kind of grunting expression of hatred in a nonsensical word is something that resonated with me. And I think it ties specifically to our topic because, as in my adolescence, as I tried to process this strange change with my friends, I tried to understand how could they, all of a sudden hate me? What have I done differently? I'm the same kid I used to play with before. They used to play with. What happened? Really, the rest of my intense adolescent thought focused on the idea of understanding the roots of anti-Semitism, and my adult career in scholarship based on has been looking at this question and trying to understand the difference of Jews in the world. And in many ways, sorry for the long prolegomena, this brings us to our topic, because the topic that we're discussing today, on this day, Tisha B'Av, is really the root of our difference. It is that moment when Jews spewed forth into the world in a forced diaspora, and yet failed or refused to assimilate into non-existence, persisting as a thorn in the side of more monolithic populations. This is really at the root of anti-Semitism. The fact that we have retained our distinctive culture and our heritage, our language, our religion, our beliefs, that seems to be something which is insurmountable for anti-Semites, and they hate us desperately because we have refused to disappear. So now what I'd like to do over the next half, I've given myself a rather long amount of time to discuss this because we're not going anywhere anyhow, but we will definitely stop at the predetermined time for mincha. I'd like to take you through 3 major Roman Jewish wars, beginning with the Great Revolt that started in 66 and resulted in the destruction of on this day, 2,000 years ago. Then we'll follow up with the next revolt, the Kitos Rebellion in 115, that is lesser known, and then the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 132. All 3 of these were attempts by Jews to reassert their independence, both politically in terms of sovereignty, more significantly in terms of the assertion of their religious identity and religious practice. And by the end of this talk, we will be both exhausted and hopefully somewhat more informed as to the roots of our ancient diaspora. So with that, let me begin by looking at Roman Judea. We have to understand the nature of Roman Judea, we have to take it back a fair distance. We have to go really to the period of the Hashmonaim, the period of the Maccabees. This is, however, a map that gives you a sense of where Judea was in the context of the larger Roman Empire. And just the scale of the empire vis-a-vis the tiny little chunk of land, which seems even a little bit exaggerated here, just gives you a sense of how amazingly futile the attempt was for the Jews to attempt to throw off the Roman yoke. But we will proceed with that nevertheless shortly. So the period, to understand it properly, we really have to go back to the days of Alexander the Great, who is shown here in this remarkable 4th century BCE bust. Alexander the Great emerged from Macedonia in Greece, and had this lightning attack throughout the entire eastern Mediterranean, pushing all the way back to what would be contemporary Afghanistan, and he united this entire region for the first time under a single political empire, that of the Greeks. Here's where the Tsar, of course, in Judea had a really important crossroads, because the narrow throat that allows passage really from Africa into Asia and into Europe. It's this little choke point where it's the only place where land travel can really happen. This region here, through contemporary Jordan, is largely desert and can be crossed, but only with great difficulty by a caravan. This is a route that can be crossed with much greater ease. So it turns out to be an extremely valuable piece of real estate in the ancient world. Alexander wants to push on much further in his attempt to attack and conquer more of the known world, but his soldiers rebel. They've been on the road for years and they want to go home. And so he gives in, but then he almost immediately dies, most possibly of alcohol poisoning at the tender age of 33, leaving behind this massive empire that had to be divided amongst his generals. And so what happens is, in the blue area here, these are the Ptolemies, after one Ptolemy. This yellow area here is the Seleucid Empire, after another general named Seleucus. This would be extremely significant because it is these Sikhs, right? They're a Greek general in control of Syria that the Jews would fight against in the Maccabean Wars, and you have other regions, of course, closer to Europe. So again, the land of Judea, of Israel, finds itself at this crossroads, and for much of the 3rd century before the Common Era, it goes back and forth. The Ptolemies take it for a while, the Seleucids take it for a little while, and they're fighting over this territory. Judah Maccabee, shown here, of course, military commander who fights for the independence of Jews from the Syrian Greeks, and most specifically the kind of cultural imperialism that they had imposed on the land of Israel. And he meets with great success. The key today is that with Judah Maccabee, we have the first connection with the Romans, because Judah himself, seeing that he was going to have difficulty fighting against the Syrians, at one point he reached out to the Romans and wrote and achieved a mutual assistance pact with them, which he did not really use. He was sufficient under his own steam to fight off the Greeks, but nevertheless, that was the first connection specifically with the Romans. Kingdoms that were founded after Judah Maccabee successfully displaced the Greeks, the Syrians, expanded.
Hello. How's your day going? Very well. How did you find out about me? Okay, very well. We're watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Significantly, there are various kings, including Hyrcanus, who spans quite far to the south here. That was very significantly now Herod. And we have an independent Jewish state under the kings, the Hashmonaim, during this period of time. So how do the Romans get into the picture? That happens after the end of the rule of Shlomo Amalka. So Alexander Yanai is the last great expansionist king of the Jews in the Maccabean period. He is followed by his wife and then later his widow, Shlomo Malka, who only ruled for about 9 years, but it was considered a tremendous period of blessing for the land of Israel. She was very close with the rabbis. Her brother was Shimon ben Shetta, very important Tana in the Mishnah, and the Talmud tells us that under her rule, even the fruits and vegetables were larger and probably cheaper too as a result. However, this period of peace would not last. Her sons entered into a civil war. Specifically, Hyrcanus and Alexander, Hyrcanus II and Judah Aristobulus, were vying for the throne of the land of Israel. And in their internecine conflict, they decided to reach out to the Romans. They went back to them, again, looking at Judah Maccabee's earlier with the Romans. They both individually said, we would like you to come in and assist us in this conflict and establish our country for us. The general Pompey agreed. He came to the land of Israel, and he decided when he was there that rather than assist one or the other side, he'd rather take over the land of Judea for himself, for Rome and its empire, and ultimately that's what happened. He technically favored one of the brothers, and so we still had a king on the throne of sorts, but clearly only as a puppet king, as a client of the Roman Empire. And from the year 63 before the Common Era, remember, think about the time frame here. The revolt is in 66 of the Common Era, in years. By the way, for those who may be not familiar with this termination, scholarship in the West used to use the term BC, which stood for before Christ, and AD, which stood for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. So in the mid-20th century, most secular scholars, and with relief Jewish scholars, shifted away from saying BC, switched to BCE, before the Common Era. And obviously, since secular people and Jews do not regard Jesus as their Lord, we don't use Anno Domini, we use CE, Common Era. And although this is very frustrating to a lot of people on the internet, it nevertheless is the scholarly standard. So thinking about the time frame, the revolt that we're discussing happened after over 100 years of Roman rule. We were under Roman control from 63 BCE all the way up through the fictional year 0, and then 6 decades into the 1st century. So a long time we were under Roman rule. Why did we rebel at that point? Why didn't we rebel immediately when Pompey took over Jerusalem and committed atrocity in the temple as he took it over? That's a question that we will return to shortly. One small detail that I can't help but mention, in the bitterness of the dispute between these two brothers and their sons, the next generation, at one point, at 40 BCE, Hyrcanus' nephew, Antigonus, actually goes up to his uncle and literally bites his ears in order to invalidate him from ever having the position of Kohen Gadol. The position in Israel at this time, the political leadership and the religious leadership were, uncomfortably enmeshed. The Kohen Gadol was also technically the head of state. Sometimes it would be the same person. Sometimes it would be an uneasy balance between two people. But Hyrcanus' nephew hated his uncle so much that he wanted to physically invalidate him. And it's interesting to note that, as Josephus points out, we'll talk about him in a minute, he did it with his teeth. He didn't do it with a knife. He wanted to be personal about it, right up close. So this brings, however, to another difficult but nevertheless fascinating period, the rule of Herod. So the Romans, and in many ways the Jews, got lucky with the king they put in place after Pompey and after this whole Hyrcanus and Aristobulus period. King Herod, who was largely viewed negatively because of his bloodthirsty behavior, specifically towards the end of his life when he was most likely deranged, possibly addled by syphilis, and is also somewhat maligned with the story of the massacre of the innocents, which is something that we don't have any historical source for outside of the Christian tradition, and it's quite likely that the Christian tradition is confusing the massacre of the innocents with another event in his life, not nearly as horrific as what is described. But nevertheless, he comes from the south, from Idumea here, and he ends up through a very crafty series of intrigue. He brings himself to the throne. His father was Antipater, who was one of the advisors to the last Jewish king Hyrcanus, and Herod's tremendous political experience from an early age, and ultimately the Romans appoint him client king. It's not without effort, but I'm not going to go into the details of it. He had 3 major skills that rendered him a very, very effective king. First of all, he was known for his bold and brutal repressive tactics. He would brook no resistance whatsoever. Whenever there was any kind of minor hint of an uprising, he was there with his soldiers and brutally repressing it. Very, very effective in that regard. Secondly, he sort of balanced that with remarkable public generosity to all populations, not only in Israel, but in the entire region. He really was very generous with building temples outside of Israel, in Syria, for example, in Jordan and elsewhere, and opening up grain stores during periods of famine. And he was known on the one hand as being an extremely brutal leader, but on the other hand, being extremely generous to the public. We'll see that in his building campaign. And he was third, a very, very shrewd politician. He knew how to negotiate alliances, to abandon alliances at the right time, and ultimately he found great favor with Augustus, particularly the Roman emperor, and that preserved his position for a very long time. He ruled until his death in the year 4 CE. But that eventually would decay as well. Let's just look at his building campaign briefly, because that's intersect with our history very importantly. This is a fascinating chart from Meyer, who was an architect that does have these ancient reconstructions. At the top here, somewhat obscured, you see the square temple mount that we had in the ancient period under Shlomo HaMelech and so on. A little bit of a fortress added under Antiochus Epiphanes, the notorious Antiochus. Then the Hashmonaim added some extensions, but then Herod sees the value of the temple and invests phenomenal resources into building this beautiful structure. The temple that we appreciate today is basically the Kotel are Herodian walls, because he had erected this massive rampart all the way around it, and we owe a tremendous amount to him for the archaeological record what it looks like today. Of course, the temple building itself, which was significantly renovated by Herod, was destroyed, and in the 8th century, the Muslims built the rock on top of that particular site on the foundation stone. But nevertheless, Herod's building projects were an extremely useful thing for building public support. It employed a lot of people. Of course, that meant higher taxes, but he was able to garner those taxes very effectively. On the maritime ports that he built, phenomenal things, including using modern technologies that had never been used before, such as dropping concrete that had recently been invented into the sea and have it harden as it went down, building this huge port in Syria. Very important site. He built so many amphitheaters and hippodromes and things like that for public entertainment. A very, Caesarean kind of idea of bread and circuses for everyone. Not, however, in Jerusalem itself, because he understood the local sensitivities that Jews in Jerusalem would not be favorable to the idea of having theatrical plays and certainly not gladiatorial conquests and things like that. But he put them elsewhere in Israel and in surrounding countries as well, as an act of generosity. Aqueducts everywhere, improving the standard of living. It's really an incredible builder that people in Israel appreciated. He also built a number of palaces, including this one at Masada that we'll return to, that was sort of his gold hole, where he actually hid his family at one point early in his career, because he realized just how impregnable this massive outside of the Dead Sea was. You can see the beautiful multi-layered stepped architecture that he used there, much of which is still extant today and can be viewed. But was also deeply disturbed, particularly towards the end of his life, as he began to fear that others were, and he was not fearing it, by the way, unreasonably, that others wanted to take away his rule of now 3 decades running. Perhaps the most horrific example of his bloodthirstiness, which was directed at his own family, because they were the ones closest to him, and he really feared that they were trying to take over his position, was his murder of his beloved wife, Mariamne, who was kind of his claim to legitimacy, because she was a legitimate princess of the Hashmonaim. She was descended from the previous Maccabean kings, whereas Herod was descended from the Idumeans, who were a population that an earlier Maccabean king had forcibly converted to Judaism. It's an amazing story that we don't have time to really take this aside, but there are several populations to the south and to the north, the Ituraeans, who were overrun by the Maccabeans, and this was before Judaism had developed the idea that converts should be discouraged, and only genuine converts should be able to contemplate converting to Judaism. But the Idumeans were forcibly converted, and Herod was a product of that evil. At any rate, at one point, he suspected that Mariamne was plotting his assassination. It's quite unlikely, although her mother definitely did like Herod, and she may have actually been plotting against him. And so he has her killed. Immediately after killing her, he regrets it, and he has her, as the Talmud states, immersed in a vat of honey so that he can preserve her body, because he is still in love with this woman that he has murdered. And this is just the beginning, really, of his rampage. I know this is too small for most of you to see, but this is his family tree. Here's Herod here, and these are all the various family members he killed, including his own children, having them drowned with fuel in Jericho and so on. Exiling his multiple wives. Several were actually named Mariamne, which makes it much more confusing. And also that he named a lot of his kids after himself, and his grandchildren after himself makes it even more confusing. But, I get paid by the hour. So the sheer rampage in his own immediate family, awful, that Emperor Augustus, who was Herod's ally, at one point said, "It is better to Herod's pig than to be his son." Kind of a riff on the idea, as Augustus was aware, that Herod would not eat pork, at least not, and probably when he entered Chinese, maybe he was a little bit more lenient. But that was a joke. I guess I can't joke on such a thing. Sorry. There is, by the way, for those in the audience, there's uproarious laughter in the room. It's just the microphone doesn't pick it up. So, but Augustus' thing is better to be Herod's pig, because Herod won't eat pig, So this is basically, and finally, this is it. That he created for himself a tomb at Herodium, which was later excavated. On his death, make sure that people would be sad. So therefore, a series of Jewish leaders, and that he left orders that when all of those Jewish leaders who were innocent should be killed, and that way he would guarantee that there would be widespread mourning in Israel. He was definitely by the last days. At one point, he attempted to take his own life with an apple knife. He was successful. And then the last act, he heard that his own son Antipater was possibly rebelling against him. He ordered him killed, and then he changed his will for the seventh and final time until he finally expired. His sister Salome was able to rescue the rest of the Jews, but nevertheless, afterwards he was buried at Herodium, and he ended an absolutely brilliant, in some ways, and horrific rule over Israel for several decades. It is the end of the Herodian period, even though it's going to be 6 decades before the Great Revolt breaks out. But it is ironically the loss of Herod that leads directly to the revolt. Here is, by the way, an architectural drawing of what that his last tomb looked like, with beautiful palatial areas. This is the architect who discovered the actual sarcophagus, which had apparently been created at some point over the last 2,000 years. Whatever, a good story never stolen. Okay. So let us understand what actually happened after Herod died, and how does that substantiate my statement that it leads directly to the Great Revolt. So here is the region of Judea, the Augustus and Rome. And remember, Judea has this kind of strange level of quasi-independence. Herod was a client king operating under Roman auspices, and when he dies, Augustus is hesitant to give anyone the same kind of rule over the land. So he decides this, and also this is confused by the fact that multiple wills in which he indicated who was his favorite child to rule, and so basically had to make a decision. He gave the largest part of the land of Israel to Herod's son Archelaus. The north went to Antipas, and further north really into what we would call today Syria and Lebanon under Philip. This was part of Judea at the time. Proved to be extremely competent rulers. Archelaus in particular simply could not make a decision. And there was a tremendous amount of dissent. In the year 6, the Roman Empire exiled us and said that he simply cannot rule this region anymore. We'll take care of it ourselves. And he was sent to a town called Vienne, which is on the Rhone River in south of France. So it's not so bad if you're going to be exiled to be sent to the south of France, but there was no Chabad, there was no Chinese food. Was everyone fasting or something? Okay. Now, Rome did retain a client king who appears in the Gemara. Fascinating. There were actually 2 Agrippases. The first one was rather nondescript. The second one, who had a very checkered the second Agrippas, most likely, who appears in the Gemara in favor of the life, but that would take a few other where we are. What's more significant is that the Romans say, okay, you're going to have your king, but it's largely ceremonial, and the real people in charge are called procurators, prefects. And they will be why his name in particular sticks in the Western imagination. We will have a little bit to say about what does develop during testing. But let's look at the variety of Jewish opinion on how to deal with this political situation. I'm going to discuss 3. We'll have 2 of them to discuss a little bit later in a different context. The most significant according to the Gemara, Socho and Pirkei Avos had two. And they understood that to mean, well, I guess there is no reward. There is no Olam Haba, no world to come. And so they advanced a different vision of Judaism that was very this world focused. It evolved such that the Sadducees received Hasmonean support, and the Boethians from the other one may have been specifically sponsored by Herod. But the most important thing for us to know about the Sadducees, besides the possible differences in their theology, was that they were connected specifically to the temple ritual. They controlled the temple cult. They were overwhelmingly Kohanim, or families of Kohanim associated with the temple, and that was still the nexus of power, spiritual and political, in the land of Israel. So the Sadducees tended to be quite divergent from what modern Jews would understand as basic Judaism, but they had an extremely important role to play in the temple, and they were extremely close with the Romans. These were the establishment figures. These were the aristocracy that had a vested interest in continuing their relationship with Rome, and definitely did not want to rock the boat with any kind of rebellious measures. The contrasting group, which we should recognize much more familiar to us, are the so-called Pharisees. Now, we're not exactly sure if the Pharisees are the same as what the Gemara calls the Perushim. The term Parush means separate, and so we do have this phrase occurring a number of times in the Gemara where there's a group of rabbis who are called Parushim because they want to get away from the nastiness of politics. They want to get away from the lashon hara, the gossip that goes on, and they want to just focus on their religious development. It's not entirely clear that that is the definitive etymology of the term, but the term Pharisee is basically borrowed from Christian writings, where it occurs frequently in the New Testament, and specifically in the book of John, usually in arguments with Jesus. So in Christian lexicons, the word Pharisee is basically equivalent to hypocrite, so it's definitely not a nice term. Now, of the Jews who definitely say we are Pharisees, we only have two in the entire corpus of ancient literature, and they are both somewhat suspect. One of them is Saint Paul, who calls himself a Pharisee, so he's maybe not necessarily a model Jew. He's not going to be honored at the dinner next year. And the other is Josephus, a little bit problematic as well. I'm going to turn to Josephus momentarily. Their relationship to the Sadducees is fascinating because the Pharisees were known to be much more populist, meaning they seemed to have the loyalty of the common masses of Jews. There's also an urban-rural split where the Sadducees are very much focused in the cities, and especially in Jerusalem. The Pharisees seem to have a lot more influence in the hilltop culture outside of Jerusalem, in the fields of Galilee and so on. And they tend to be viewed as more legitimate spiritual leaders for the common Jew, as opposed to the Sadducees, who are kind of like functionaries who handle the sacrificial ritual, but do not necessarily provide a kind of one-on-one spiritual guidance that you would expect, for example, from a rabbi. And it is, in fact, the Pharisees who are most likely identified with the early rabbis. The follow-through from the writings of who we assume are the Pharisees is very much in line with what Orthodox Jews consider, at any rate, Judaism today. And finally, we will get to the Christians and the Zealots shortly, but the last group I'd like to mention here is the fascinating Qumran sect. We know that sometime in the Hashmonayan period, a group of Jews decided to completely separate everything that was going on in Jerusalem, the nastiness in the capital, the association with the Romans, and so on, and they went out to live a very ascetic life in the Dead Sea region. We know this, of course, because in the 1960s, a remarkable cache of documents, in the 1950s, beginning actually in the late 40s, a remarkable cache of documents called the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered. One of the most important scholars involved is Professor Eliezer Sukenik here. And these scrolls, hundreds of them, sometimes overlap with writings that we're familiar with elsewhere, the books of Tanakh, all the books except for the book of Esther, and then a whole bunch of other really weird books that we don't have elsewhere in the canon, some of them written on copper sheets like this, and they seem to have been a really bizarre set of writings that eagerly anticipated the apocalypse within moments. There's a lot of strange writings about the master of righteousness and the teacher of evil and all kinds of bizarre things go on. People are still trying to figure out exactly who were these Qumran groups. Josephus, who I know I've mentioned his name several times to tell you who he is, but I will mention that he spent several years living among a group of people he followed the fourth philosophy that were likely these Qumran sects. Their region was destroyed in the 60s of the Common Era, but it was later excavated, and you can see that they lived way out here in pretty remote areas. And we have, for example, one of their writings is called the Manual of Discipline, in which they discuss the ways in which initiates were to behave. They were to eat their meals in silence. They were really big on ritual purity. They were dipped in the mikvah several times a day. And Josephus tells us amazingly that they would refrain from defecating on the Sabbath. It was kind of a bizarre thing. When they were initiated, they were given a small latrine shovel. And one of the most important things they could do was make sure they took care of their excrement. So they were kind of a strange group that I would love to spend more time studying and talking about. But we're going to go to the conflict now. So that gives you a sense of how bizarre the environment is as we're moving into the first century. Now, we are extremely indebted for almost all of this information to this man, who we don't know if he looked anything like this. This is just one of the fanciful 18th century representations of Josephus. But he is an unusual man named Yosef ben Matityahu, who's born in the year 37. And he tells us several times, he wrote an autobiography, and he also describes his life at multiple points in his several works, that he came from an aristocratic family. He was Pharisaic. He described himself, as I mentioned, as a Pharisee, although he definitely had connection to other groups. He experimented a little bit spiritually by going out to Qumran. And he was apparently important enough that he was sent to Rome as a young man as part of a Jewish delegation to negotiate various things with the state. While in Rome, he was overwhelmed. He was like the buildings and the architecture and the government and the society. And he just thought Rome was absolutely fantastic. When he returned to the land of Israel, he discovered that the land was in open revolt. And much to his dismay, he was placed in charge of the troops in the Galilee. At a young age, he was in his 30s, and he was placed in this very important military capacity. So he must have been quite an important figure. Certainly, he tells us he was. He tells us about how he was so precocious that at the age 14, all the rabbis in Jerusalem would come to him with their shilas. And, he never suffered from excessive humility. But at any rate, he ends up, the reason why he is so important to us is because he left us a remarkable book, The War of the Jews, the Roman Jewish War, that tells us everything we really want to know about what happened in the war, but is an extremely problematic source. Because basically what happened is when he was, the settlement in Yotapata, I'll show you some pictures of it in a minute, where it was attacked by the Romans in the Great Revolt, he ultimately surrendered to Vespasian, who would later be the emperor, and he became an aide-de-camp to the Romans. He became their sort of cultural interpreter, maybe their literal interpreter, and he was literally side by side with the Romans as they destroyed the temple in Jerusalem. He gives us a very valuable first-person account. Then after the war, he went to Rome with his captors, now patrons. He took their family name. He was known as Titus Flavius Josephus. Titus was ostensibly his best friend. The Titus, who destroyed the temple, and Flavius was the family name of the group of emperors. And everything that he wrote was written with the editing supervision of his patrons, the Romans. We know that he wrote a version of his history first in Aramaic, the lingua franca of the Jews, but later that was translated to Greek, and as he developed his his proficiency in language. He wrote many, many books in Greek, the massive 20-volume Jewish Antiquities, very important one. And he made a great career out of being the Jewish expert for Rome, all the entire Roman Empire. His books are extremely valuable, but very difficult to appreciate because he was fundamentally a traitor. He betrayed the Jewish cause by going over to the Romans. But at the same time, he was a captive of the Romans, and he couldn't write anything without their assent and approval. He knows that if he says something bad about the Romans, the emperor himself is going to have words with him about it. So reading Josephus is extremely difficult. You have to constantly read between the lines of what he might have wanted to say, and there's many, many different interpretations as to what kind of a person he actually was. So we rely very heavily on him for much of our sources. We definitely have other sources. We have Tacitus, who lived at the same period of time, but had an unusually strong anti-Jewish bias that comes out. We have Cassius Dio, a historian who lived in the next century, who was especially important for the Bar Kokhba revolt. And we have the church historian Eusebius, who wrote extensively about the war, but he wrote it from a distinctly Christian perspective, using the events of the war as justification for the growth of Christianity. So all of these historians are somewhat difficult to use for various reasons. Let me mention one small footnote about Josephus. It's quite fascinating, since I mentioned Eusebius. There are a lot of historians who are active at this time. You know, they're quoted in Josephus and elsewhere, but their books have been lost. Why is it that Josephus survived? I mean, he is a very dramatic writer. He does convey a tremendous amount of energy and information, and it's very dramatic, full of narrative in his histories. And so he's a good historian. But why would he have survived? The main reason appears to be that one of the copyists of Josephus was a Christian monk living probably in the 4th century, that is 300 years after these events. And he said to himself, how is it possible that we're reading an entire book on the Roman-Jewish war, and there's not one single mention of Jesus? I mean, how is it possible? So he decided to add a paragraph. It's called the Testimonium Clavium. It's been shown to be a forgery from many centuries afterwards. But it has this really bizarre paragraph in which it describes, and then Jesus came, and he was the Messiah, and now back to the war. Right? It was just one little kind of paragraph stuck in there. And but ironically, because Josephus was a 1st century Jewish historian, and we had this reference to Jesus, the church preserved his works. Jews were not reading Josephus. Jews only got interested in Josephus in the 10th century, when an Italian Jew translated a version of it called the Yosefon, Sefer Yosefon, into Hebrew. We weren't reading Josephus at all. We weren't, as they say in the Talmud in Yeshiva, we weren't Goris, literally. But it was that one little passage that meant the church wanted to preserve his works, and so he unusually had a great shelf life in the church, and we're grateful for that because we have Josephus, even if it is marred by that strange passage. Okay, we're at the period, the end of the Herodian Compromise. How is it possible that we get to a period where we are in ready for revolt after Herod? So, sorry, I got to do this again. Do this. See if that will work. Yes, here we go. So first of all, what did Herod do? Herod was, even though he was a madman and he would murder individual Jews, and he was very cruel and repressive of any kind of rebellion, he understood what Jews wanted, and he was very careful to make sure that he never stepped over his boundaries. For example, in Jerusalem at this time, there was an extreme allergy to physical images. Like, for example, actually, that's not the same image they had. Did we have a different thing here at one point? We did. I always felt a little sneaky, but it was like kind of a sun image that was rolling. Maybe I'm thinking of another synagogue. But the Jews in Jerusalem were really, really allergic to any kind of images. And Herod and others would make sure that coins that were minted would not circulate in Jerusalem if they had faces on them, which was a really big deal. And so he was very, very careful to make sure that the Jews, it didn't cost him anything, so he just made sure that they were happy with those things. He made sure the temple ran right, he beautified the temple, made sure that the Jews who cared got what they wanted. He also cared about non-Jews, and there are lots of non-Jews living in the land of Israel. It has never been ethnically monolithic. There's always been multiple populations in the land of Israel, and he was solicitous of their concerns. He would not put an amphitheater in Jerusalem, but he would put an amphitheater in Caesarea, for example. He felt that that's what people wanted there, and they can have it there. And when he went there, then all of a sudden he was a different kind of king. So he made sure that the various populations were more or less qualified with what they cared about. And he maintained unwavering loyalty to Rome. This is after he decided where his bread was best buttered. But once he had tied himself to Augustus, then he was very, very strict on this line and made no hint of ever disobeying his Roman overlords. And these three things together really meant that he was able to establish a stable kingdom in Judea for 40 years. With his death, you have a whole cascade of events where they rapidly run out of control. And I'm just going to give you 5 or 6 of them right now. But you can imagine how over the course of a few decades, the peace with Rome, which had been intact for 60 years, was now fraying and eventually would boil over into open war. For example, immediately after he died, a procurator named Sabinus tried to raid the temple treasury. Temple treasury was one of the greatest sources of wealth in the Eastern Mediterranean because Jews had been for hundreds of years religiously submitting the Matzah shekel to Jerusalem. We have lots of sources of how the Romans respected the fact that there were specific routes where caravans would bring cash from the Jews in Babylonia, the Jews in Antioch, the Jews in Alexandria, and they would all converge to Jerusalem. And the temple had a massive treasury that the Romans frequently coveted. We see this even much earlier with the Hashmonaim, with Antiochus, who, for example, wanted to raid the temple treasury as well. So once this procurator, this new Roman leader, shortly after Herod dies, he tries to take some money from the temple treasury, there's like an immediate uprising in Jerusalem with Jews being incensed that how can they take this literally holy money, the Matzah shekel, and they had to pull in the governor from Syria, who Judea was actually part of the larger Syrian administrative apparatus, and he had to come and quell a revolt on Shavuos in the year 4 BCE, immediately after the death of Herod. That's followed later by a property assessment under another prefect, this time named Pomponius, that sparked local tax rebellions because when Herod was in charge, they knew they would be taxed, but they also expected seeing things for their money. You saw more public works, you saw more employment, and all of a sudden this was not happening. And so local rebellions that are not put down effectively as Herod did. Pontius Pilate, the prefect during the period of the early Christian movement, he allows shields and standards with Roman images in the holy city of Jerusalem, causing another uprising. These are all, over the course of several decades, flashpoints in which Jews increasingly feel that Rome does not have our back. Jews were willing to live with Roman authority for a long period of time, as long as they felt that we had local representation who cared about our desires, but when they began to feel the Romans were not supporting them, this was terrible, especially in the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans, a group that lived in the northern region of Shomron that were in frequent conflict with traditional Jews. There's a lot to say about who the Samaritans are and who the Jews are. They're very closely related, to be sure, but they're fighting for centuries and centuries. The Romans seem to want to just take a step back and not intervene and let the conflict rage without any kind of authority. Caligula, the emperor, when he hears that Jews in Alexandria are upset with the idea of setting up an idol in their synagogue, he says, well, I'm going to put an idol in the temple itself. This is the year 37. This is the emperor saying, that's it, we're going to make an idol. And it was only because it was slow walked by local Roman administrators who knew that if Claudius Caligula had succeeded in putting an idol in the temple, there would definitely be war. The way that the Jews got out of it is that Caligula was assassinated in the year 41, and so the effort came to naught. But we came very, very close to the precipice of war several times during the first century. And then, of course, in the year 66, as we shall see shortly, that's when the cessation of temple sacrifices for Rome occurred. And that was a huge insult to the Roman Empire. This is described, of course, in the Gemara, that by not offering the story of Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa is associated with this by not offering the traditional sacrifice on behalf of the emperor. This was an insult to the Roman Empire as a whole, and certainly would precipitate war. Almost as if we decided on Shabbos to stop saying the prayer for the government, even though people may not be paying attention and things like that. Who knows what the Kavanah people is? Nevertheless, if you make a point saying we're not going to do it anymore, that's definitely an insult to the government. So that's what really brings us to the brink of war. The moment that sparked the war occurred in the city of Caesarea that we've talked about as largely a non-Jewish city. The Emperor Nero had actually given more privileges to the Greek population that were dominant in Caesarea at the time. And there was an exceptionally cruel and heartless procurator named Gessius Florus, who was known on many instances of having very little patience with the Jewish population in Judea and favoring other populations. There's one specific incident that Josephus identifies as the last straw on the camel's back. There was a property dispute in Caesarea over a synagogue that wanted to expand. And apparently there were neighboring properties that were workshops, and they were building things on Shabbat, and that was very disturbing to the Jews in the synagogue. And the Jews kept on making offers to buy the next door facility, and with no avail. And in one particular incident, which was meant to intimidate the Jews, someone in the dead of night went and offered a ritual sacrifice of a bird, like an avodah zarah sacrifice, on the steps of the synagogue, and this caused an upheaval among the Jews in Shul. You can imagine that happening in Darkei Noam. God forbid, something like someone nailing a dead dog to the door or something. That would make maybe not an avodah zarah sacrifice, but something like that would be just terrible. So some of the younger members of the synagogue got up in arms, and actually a fight broke out. The elders of the synagogue realized there's going to be some trouble. They took the Sefer Torah and they left and they fled the region. And Gessius Florus simply was hands off on the entire thing. The Jews appealed to Gessius Florus for some kind of remedy, and he refused to even consider it. This ultimately resulted in rioting in Jerusalem, especially after Gessius Florus goes once again to the temple treasury and withdraws a paltry amount, 17 talents. It was a lot of money, but in the context of what the Roman Empire needs, it's like going to, robbing a bank and taking $10,000. And the bank has a lot more than $10,000. Take $10,000, it's like small change. The Jews not only rioted, causing the pushback from the Roman garrison settling there and mastering Jews in the streets, but they also openly mocked Gessius Florus by walking around with their hats out, saying, Gessius Florus needs some money. Can someone please contribute to the pushka for him? After these massacres, however, and this is all happening in the year 66, the rebels ultimately gained the upper hand in Jerusalem. They had the numerical advantage, and the garrison of Roman soldiers stationed there surrendered, and then the Jews massacred the surrendered soldiers, which was a huge miscalculation because not only was it an act of incredible cruelty, but it also meant that Romans saw that if they were in a fight with the Jews, there was no chance to surrender, because they were dead. Josephus is our main account for this, so he portrays the Jews in this context in the worst possible light. But nevertheless, it indicates the level of escalating violence that's happening, that ultimately results in Cestius Gallus' suffering. So Emperor Nero says, what is all this business going on in Jerusalem? This is going to interfere with our tax revenue from Judea. I'm sending you, General Cestius Gallus, down from Syria. Please go down there and take care of this rebellious population. At this point, the Jews had not only said, we're rebelling from Rome, but they were protesting, and there was violence in the streets, Jews against Romans. And so Cestius Gallus brought a legion, which is about 5,000 troops, and with about the same number of auxiliaries, a massive number of soldiers, and they marched down to Jerusalem in the summer of 66. He came right to the gates of Jerusalem. He stayed there for about 3 weeks, and then he mysteriously departed. And historians have tried to figure out what was he thinking of. I think the most reasonable argument is that he came down to show a show of force, to intimidate the rebels, saying, realize that if you keep pushing this, you're going to have to deal with my armies. But it was a horrific miscalculation because the rebels were only encouraged by his departure. And the rebels took advantage of their superior knowledge of the terrain, and they decided to meet him at this place here, shown in the picture, Beit Horon, which was noted for its very narrow paths. And don't forget, we've got about 10,000 soldiers. We have tens of thousands of donkeys carrying food. We have a massive train that extended for about 6 miles of people largely on foot, trying to make their way up this narrow pass where they can only walk about 3 or 4 abreast at the more narrow spots. The rebels attacked Cestius Gallus at these narrow passes, slicing his legion into pieces like cutting up a worm on the street, and ultimately dispersing all of them. Cestius Gallus was able to escape with his life. He made his way back to Caesarea and ultimately to Rome, where he was humiliated.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
Especially because the Jewish rebels had seized
the Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing my name, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. The Roman Empire, company called battle-hardened soldiers, together with another contingent of auxiliaries. And for the rebels, this was a movement of tremendous excitement because they meant that we were able to drive the Romans from our land, but ultimately it meant that the war would begin in earnest. Cestius Gallus had stepped away from Jerusalem. He was like, show of force. Here I am. This is what you'll get if you play with Rome. And the rebels were completely encouraged to only increase their rebellious activity. It was one of the classic military errors of this largely leaderless group.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing my name, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. And the second period of terror,
and this was when Ephraim snuck into America under the nickname Caesar Morales. And some big tournament at Reds. That is
magical thinking that hey, you're giving away the Romans, just like you don't have to be, drove away the Syrians, and now we're not having that practice.
They feel weird. No. Okay, I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's just good.
So what ends up happening?
We show a video or something like that. Right. Dude, you came that close to being 2 year in a row U.S. Open champion. Yeah, how's that feel?
Nobody likes to ask the first question. Does someone have a second question?
Yeah.
Oh, please, second
World Championships in Saudi, where I also lost in the finals.
Did you play Florida Open too?
Florida Open, I played the tournament in between that, so basically I played back-to-back 4 events. Wow. It's been over a month already. Staying on the road, constantly playing.
Dude, this is a real good argument. You're the best player in the world. And if you're the best player in the world, I think
it's an excellent question.
If you're the best player in the world,
this is the
today,
period,
you're the best player of all time.
As the Pax Romana.
Oh, well. It's really tough to.
A lot of old guys talk a lot of shit, but I'm just saying. This guy in my shirt, he certainly gets, as far as the greatest of all time, the most achievements of all time, the Z shot, all the crazy stuff that you pull off on the cue ball. Did you see the shot that I made?
The Jews were not the only population in this situation where local aristocracy took the elevated to a level of rulership to very degrees of real authority. And under Herod in particular, tremendous there was basically they waged their own wars against other populations, expand the territory. They had to do this within the context of war submission. But it's kind of like America asserts tremendous authority over all kinds of countries. Those countries have a high degree of autonomy in comparison to America's
it's amazing.
democratic country and so on. But the idea is that Rome was very happy for Judea to do whatever it wanted, and actually it gave the Jews tremendous freedom religiously. They said, we don't understand your religion. It is so bizarre for us that we will count it as a
that's what's horrible.
This is all the way back to
Judaism,
as a legitimate religion. And Jewish
That's how it goes.
soldiers
Yeah, look,
serving
it's a
in the
crazy
Roman
game,
army,
and
of
the
which
game
there
that
were
you guys are
many.
playing right now, the
We're
reason why I said I think if you're the best player today,
mandatory,
you're the best player of all time,
rituals
because
to the
the
emperor,
conditions are
which
very
is a
different
phenomenal
for
thing.
people
It's like
who don't know,
you
who don't
can
play
join
pool. Okay.
the American
If
army.
you're
We'll
going
make
to a
sure that you
regular
have
bar
food and
and you're
take off
playing around a
Shabbos
bar
and
table,
things
like
like
those
that.
pockets
So
might be
the Romans
5
were very
and a half
happy
inches.
to give the
Also,
Jews great autonomy
people
as
are
long
putting
as the
7
tax
tables
returns
Right.
kept
In a
coming in
bar,
on
sure. They're 9-foot tables and the pockets are
Yes,
4
please.
inches.
At this
And
point
so
in time,
when you
the
get
Sanhedrin
2
did
cue
not
balls, you
have
try to
the
put them
authority
next to each other and try to stick. You can't even get close to sticking them in a 4-inch pocket. It's
So the
really tight
execution of
conditions.
prisoners, which of course is
And
very
I think there's better
problematic
players now than I've ever seen in my life. I haven't watched pool for 35 years.
anyways.
Playing pool
But
for
that,
35
you
years.
know,
I've
that
never
was
seen
one
better
of those
players
areas
than
where the
play
Romans
today.
would
And I
have a
think you're
say
the best today.
who you
So
could, who you
in
not.
my
I
book,
think where we see it
that
most
makes you the best of all
significantly
time.
is in the gospel
Well, like you
accounts
said,
of
that
the
conditions are
crucifixion.
completely different.
And
Yeah,
to what
changed
degree the
even in the
Sanhedrin is
last 3
involved,
years. I think the game changed
local
drastically.
population is involved.
You know, we changed the breaking formats. It used to be one
So
ball
it's not, it was not
with the magic
basically,
crack.
it was a client relationship.
So
All the people know that don't play pool know.
In general, we lived with the Romans for 60 years, and we could have lived with them a lot longer.
Yeah, I'm
Or
little
the
Little
influence
lingo.
or
Yeah.
largely
The 9 ball and
Herod
spot
was
made a
able
big
to pull
difference.
off that.
Yeah,
Because then, you know,
Okay, let's go on
Yeah.
because we
When
unfortunately
you were
have a
showing
lot
me today
more
how
to
to break that way, I was like,
So,
oh, that's so
Emperor
crazy.
Nero
Like, you have to hit it with draw. You have
discussed
to
it
aim towards the
with
back ball.
Cestius
Wow.
Gallus.
Yeah,
What a
we can't really
humiliation.
say
Gets
that.
sent packing by a bunch
It's
of
too
young
late.
large
Yeah, there's
people anyways. So
others.
he looks for a new generation
Yeah,
there.
it's an insanely
There's one general
competitive game now.
battle
And,
hard
and shout out to Matchroom, right? Because Matchroom with DAZN,
And Nero
done
has
an
a
amazing
bit of a
job
grudge
with
against
boxing,
him
a
because
bunch of
Nero
other
was
sports.
usual
But
kind
what
of
they're doing with pool is crazy.
fashioned
It's like
himself
there's
as
so
something
many
of a
events.
poet
It's
and a
all over.
singer.
You can get it
used
on
to,
World 9 Ball Tours,
mandate,
WNT.TV, right?
mandatory
Yeah,
attendance
so
at
that's
the
their website.
recitals.
Yeah.
And he would like, you know, sing the poems that he had composed.
It's amazing. And then there's also the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, which has tons of stuff on it for free.
Unfortunately, fell asleep during one of those recitals, and Nero was apparently incensed. So then he said, okay, Vespasian, you are going
It's huge. I have friends who send me videos now. Like, people just randomly find videos on
Vespasian
TikTok,
was
on
a far
Instagram.
more competent general than
social
Cestius
media.
Gallus,
You know,
and he
I
decided
do
to
social
begin,
media. I feel like
as
you're
did
the follow
Cestius
me
Gallus
everywhere.
in the north,
You know,
but
try to
rather
film
than
as much
marching
stuff.
That's
directly
very
to
funny what you did in New
Jerusalem,
York City,
he
or in
spent the
Atlantic
first
City,
year,
rather, when you went to the
67,
pool and you
mopping
put on
up
their cigars.
territories
Yeah,
in
yeah,
of Galilee. It is largely populated by these sort of built-up villages like this one in Tamala. He just went
You
from
can't
one
sneak
to the
around
next,
in any pool.
and the Romans had like a hedgehog kind of strategy. Bring in a siege.
Like you'd have to
It's
get
going to
in
be
disguise.
really
Yeah.
expensive. It's
Yeah.
hard on
Well,
the
this disguise
siegers
is really good today.
It's hard on the
Have you ever
people
seen
who
those
mount the
CIA
siege to
disguises
survive
that
it,
they use?
but
So,
really invest
apparently,
in your
this is a story.
logistics.
Apparently,
and
this was told to me by
food and
someone
water
who
from wherever. Wait
Obama
there
was having
until
a
they
meeting
starve
with
and they
someone
surrender.
in
And he did this to one village
one of the
after
rooms in the
another,
White House.
and it was just a machine.
And
where the Romans would
he's
sink
in the
him
middle
over
of
and
having
over.
this meeting
They
with
did it
someone who he's
also
met
in
before and
Jerusalem,
had conversations with
almost
before.
bigger, but
And
that
then
was
they
basically
informed
the
him,
Roman strategy.
Mr.
Almost
President,
always
we
worked.
just want to let you know this
Josephus
is
was
not
in command
who
of the north.
you think
He
you're talking
described
to,
all
and we
kinds
just
of
wanted to
really
demonstrate
clever
how
things that
good
he did
the
to
special
try
effects
and
makeup
deceive
is
the
in
Romans.
mass
Like, for
assault.
example,
This is not that
when they were
person.
running
And he was
short
like,
on
what?
water,
Now, I can confirm this. I
told the
don't have
people of
Obama's
one
number.
town to wash all of their laundry
Go, bro.
and hang
Is
it
that real?
over the walls of the
But
city.
I believe it's
So the
real.
Romans would
Because
see
I've
the
seen
dripping wet
up close,
laundry
like
and they say,
really,
oh my
it's
gosh,
like
they must
when,
have a lot of water if they can waste
Tony
laundry like
Smith
that.
does Kill Tony.
But ultimately, the siege
Sometimes
always
they have
won,
makeup
and
artists that
Vespasian
dress people
simply
up
took his
and
time
make them
moving
different
from
people.
village
Like
to
they did
One
Biden
particular
one,
village
and
that's extremely important is
Kyle
the
Dunnigan
memorial
played
at a
Elon
city
Musk,
called
and I
a
didn't even
town called
recognize him.
Giltzbach.
I was like, who's this guy? Like,
Greek
this is
Giltzbach.
a weird guy.
And
Like,
this is
acting
where
weird.
Josephus
And like,
made
that's
his last
done again playing Elon Musk. I was like, no way. And right in front of him, I thought it was just some.
The way
Didn't
in
look like
which he
Elon Musk.
describes the scenario was that after,
But
you know,
it didn't look like
mightily
it didn't look like a person. It didn't look like a guy in makeup. It didn't look like a mask. It looked like a real person. It just was weird. So this is crazy.
Yeah, that's what I think it's going to be really, really good. We can detonate
He says, wait, I got a better idea.
You gotta work on
Rather
that
than
voice, though, son.
surrender
Rush
to
all
emotions,
day with that voice.
I know. We dignified, why don't we just
only be like
engage
another
in
cover.
a show of lots?
Yeah.
Each choose a straw,
And for
and
people that are at
whoever
home,
gets
how
the short
you be
straw
the number one in the world if you just lost?
others.
Or once you see, yeah, you should be the number one in the world. You should be the number one all the time.
Give ourselves the moments. And so they do
It's
this
like
in small
long
groups
races or
until
what's up?
finally,
Well,
amazingly,
it's
goes to
by the
this
rankings.
one of the last two
By the
guys
rankings,
holding
and
the
what
short
we have
straws,
now
all
to
the
measure
others
with
get
2
together each
years
other.
of
And
prize
Josephus
money
says to his friend,
combined
wait a second.
throughout all the tournaments.
But I think the real matches that
And he
you play
ultimately
where you
decides
really get to
definitely
see
not
who's
to
the
kill
best,
himself.
and this is
And
only
that's
for
when he
like
presents himself
hardcore
to
pool nerds.
Vespasian.
The real ones, like the one you did with Shane,
So
where it's like
the
3 days, race to 40 each day, 120 games total.
Oh, yeah.
And
That way, there's no questions.
Now,
After 3
meanwhile, there's a
days
different
and
note that's difficult to
120
fit into the
games of
chronology,
pool,
but it's extremely important for
possibly
us in this room. And that is that
239 games of
Jews
pool.
led by
That's how I almost won
Yochanan
the
ben
first time.
Zakkai
Really? I
negotiated with
lost the
Vespasian.
first time.
That's right.
The story
I lost
of this
120
negotiation
to
described in
160.
Gemara and Brachos.
Down and up and down.
It has Yochanan ben
Yeah, last
Zakkai
day I was
smuggling
up
himself
by
out
almost
of the
15
sea
games, I remember.
to meet
He
with
came back and beat me.
Vespasian and present
Yeah.
particular demands.
That was
to him.
super
It's a
impressive.
miraculous event for
But it was even
Vespasian
more impressive.
has
You
had
come back the
dreams
next year and
about
steamroll
Yochanan
him.
ben Zakkai
You won by quite a few
and
games. How many did you
sees
win
him as
by?
a holy man, so he decides to grant him his
By
three wishes. One of them
42, I
is
think.
Henry
42 games is
Yavner
crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yavner, give me the town of
And
Yavner,
that was for.
which is here
Did
closer
you
to the
advertise how much
coast,
that money was?
and its sages.
We were
And this means that the small coterie of Pharisees,
that was for
who
50.
were largely opposed to the war, they
So a
were
bunch of
not
other people chumming
fighting
in,
against Rome. They
throwing
felt
money in.
that it was
Yeah.
futile
Yeah.
and
Well,
a waste of
myself
energy and
included.
dangerous.
So you don't
So
want to say the
Vespasian
actual
allows him
total?
to take a group
I
of
don't know.
the Pharisees from
Are we allowed to see?
I don't know. I mean,
move to Yavne,
unless you're lying to the IRS, which as a new citizen, I would say don't do that.
So, yeah, we'll lie for 50.
So just mentioning that.
Oh, no, you're gonna get in trouble.
I
don't think you were a
one of the
citizen
other
last
groups that I
time.
didn't mention, of course,
No, I'm not a
is
citizen
early
now. I'm
Christians.
a green card.
Christianity is
When do you have
just
to become
beginning at
citizen?
this time. Crucifixions around the year
you're
30.
for 5 years.
And
you
this
apply
particular
if you
shows
follow
you
certain
an
rules,
event
so you
that
have to stay
describes
in
the
the US
corporate
for
act
6
that shows
6
here
months of the
the
year, out of the
procurator
calendar year each year.
with
Well, you better
King
stay away from
Agrippa.
the depot because those dudes get crazy.
Nice. It's not like
They're
a,
snatching people up left
it's
to right.
Yeah, yeah.
Or,
I think
and
I
his
could do everything
sister
right. You know,
Anita,
pay my
who are
taxes.
meeting with
Follow all the rules.
Paul, the Apostle Paul. Agrippa
Well, you gotta play. That's weird that you, if you're not a citizen, but still you get to play for the Moscone
Paul
club.
to
That's
try
kind
to
of crazy.
understand
Well,
what exactly is
Metro
going on
changed the
with
rules.
Christianity
As
at
soon
this
as I got
time.
the green card, then I
But in
wasn't
terms
able to
of
play the official
what would
tournament
happen to the
back then.
Christians
Right,
is
because you were
during
a
the
Russian.
siege
Yeah.
of Jerusalem, they would
Which is
largely
really crazy.
flee to the
It was really
eastern
weird.
bank
Yeah,
of
when you
the
think
Jordan
about
River,
it, even the first band that we
Berea,
got as a Russian
and later they
athlete
would return.
happened because
And
of
they would
hockey
claim
players.
that the destruction of the temple was essentially a punishment for rejecting Jesus as
Anti-Doping
the
Association, they banned
build
all
the
the Russian
fundamental building
athletes.
block
Doesn't matter what sport you're in.
What?
But in terms of
Really?
the war,
Yeah.
Oh, so
Nero
it had nothing
commits
to do with the
suicide
war.
in the year
The
68.
first one happened
Dealt
before
with
the war
really
was
challenging things with the
2018
burning
or
of Rome,
19, I think.
the
All
attack
Russian
of Rome, and
athletes
so on.
competing in
All
And
Russian
this
athletes
puts
competing
Rome
everywhere.
into
That was
a period
everywhere.
of civil war as several figures
UK,
are
under
competing
no flag.
for the
But we were still able
throne.
to compete.
Vespasian,
after the
who
war,
is right
we were
now
not allowed to
in
compete anymore.
Israel, will ultimately become the emperor.
Wow.
But
You know what's
the
interesting? They
chaos
never
in
stopped the
Rome
UFC.
means that the
Not only
Jews
do
have a
Russian
little bit of a
fighters
pause
fight
in
in
the
the
fight.
UFC,
There's
but
not
they're
much fighting going
celebrated,
on
don't
in the
care.
years 68
Because
and
they're not on their
69 because
only become the
Vespasian is going back to Rome and he's
Well,
going to
they're
settle things
definitely
there.
not. It's a
And
professional
this
sport.
gives
Well,
the
that's what
rebels a
happened with Metro.
tremendous amount of
It's
time
private
to
company.
figure out
Right.
what they're
Not
going to do
federation
with the
or
impending Roman advance.
association.
And
They're
they
just a private
completely
company
waste
and
They
they
spend
basically make
more
their own
time
rules.
I
fighting
was
with
just
each
glad
other
that they didn't
than
make it
preparing
political.
for
Like,
the
I think
attack on Rome. Paul
fucking
is
this guy is out there causing trouble. Like, he's just a fighter. He's just a professional MMA fighter. You know, this is what he does. And let's think about that. Let's not think about what these other people are doing that are in the same country as him. It's not him.
So
So
various
they didn't care. Like, they let a bunch of, like, for the entire time of the war, Ukrainian guys and Russian guys were fighting the same card sometimes.
Early attacks in 67 in the north.
Well, I'm
Others
glad that
came
just,
from
Metro went out of their
around
own
Masada,
way
which
to
was like one of them, and
make an
south
offer to
of
me
Judea.
and say,
And
you can represent the United States.
ultimately
And at
take
the
over
time,
the city
we
of
were playing the
Jerusalem,
US Open
multiple
in
rebel
Atlantic City
factions,
2 years ago.
and they engaged in
Almost 2 years ago. And the crowd is cheering for me. I'm living in the United States already. Yeah, he's treating me like I'm one of their own. Now it's obviously completely different. If you watch the US Open from last week, everybody's supporting me, everybody's cheering for me.
Well, that's the cool thing about America is that it's a nation of immigrants. It's like you can come over here and you say, I'm American now, and everybody's like, all right. Try that in Poland. They're like, you're not Polish. Get the fuck out of here. There's a lot of countries like that that are like, no, you're not one of us. But America's like, we don't have like a nationality. We're all part of the shit. So anybody can come over here and if you do it the right way, we get super happy.
Yeah, I think it's great. And I'm really glad that people really welcome people in the way they welcome me.
Yeah, but that's also the way you know, there's a thing in pool. It gets, when people play a lot and people really into pool, it's almost like that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is how good you play. You know, there was you ever read that book, McGurdy? It was Robert Bird's book on a guy who lived during the Depression. He was a billiards hustler, traveled around the country. There's a scene in it where they were looking at the television and Nixon was on TV, and he goes, look at that guy, President of the United States, and he can't make a ball. Isn't that funny? You and I know what that means. Like that in the pool world, that really means something. Like if you can't play at all, like he's a fucking president, he can't play. Like, it's real, it's weird. So if you come to America, all that they care about is if you since it's a melting pot already, and then it's like all they care about is how good you play. You play pretty fucking good so far. People just take you in. So far, well, you're playing better now than ever before. You're playing on top of my career. What are you, 25? Yeah, come on, man. You're not even in your prime.
Cannibalism.
No, yeah, I think I'm not in my prime. I think, I'm getting better every year.
I think so. The match that you had with that Filipino gentleman before the match in the finals. What does that guy say? Michael?
That was
Michael.
Yeah, so in that match, I was watching some of those outs and I was like, Jesus, like, it doesn't get better than that. 4-inch pocket, tight competition, really good player, hard pressure, everybody's there, single elimination at that point. Yeah, he is getting out, man.
Yeah, the pressure is really high. Sometimes you can watch it on TV, you don't see the emotions. Your brain is shaking sometimes, your backhand is shaking sometimes. You just gotta manage it, you just gotta handle it.
Well, you have such a process when you play. Like, when I watch you set up for a ball, it's always uniform. That's what I really enjoy watching. When the guy is like, every shot, it's like,
Eventually, the Legion was able to
push them back. Those people are assholes. Those people are assholes. They think your style is boring.
Another example, the Romans would build these massive siege engines that
those guys, all they are is jealous. That's all that is. Everybody wants to play like that. Everybody wants to play like that. If they say because you play too good, it's not fun to watch, shut up. Yeah, I know. That guy, whoever that guy is, says that, I don't know what's his opinion on anything. I guarantee you, like shows that suck. He could get in his car and listen to his music, it probably sucks. Bro, how do you not like watching someone play perfect? That's crazy. I have to agree. It doesn't make any sense. But then there are guys who play wild, and it is fun to watch. Like Mohamed Sufi, that guy, he gives me anxiety.
Yeah, very unique.
Sidearm, barely holding on to the cue, and he just fires balls in. He runs around the table, he like one strokes everything, and he's just getting out from everywhere. You're like,
yeah, he's very, very talented. He's so good.
Another round that
yes, I remember him.
He used to
break through. There are actually 3 walls that are the break through one May of 70.
Tony Drago.
Yeah, Tony Drago saying
that guy was crazy. He just run around the table, fireballs in, he couldn't miss. Yeah, those guys are fun to watch. But what are we here for? Right? You're here to win. You're here to run out. You're here to get perfect position. You're here to dominate this very difficult table.
Yeah, everybody's different.
Right. Under extreme pressure, it's better to have your style. Like, or Coping Chung style, Coping style. methodical backstroke. It always looks the same, smooth delivery.
Because after all, he's writing a book.
I play half-ass pool, but I understand what's going on. It's such a mindfuck. Every game is such a mindfuck. Every time you're about to pull the trigger, you're like, now, no, one more stroke. Now, no, one more backstroke. Now, no, not yet. Okay, we're ready. Oh, we're ready.
So the idea
Well, you don't really have that.
Shot clock.
Shot clock is the game changer for sure.
cultural
It's hell.
insensitivity
Make the
that
decision
destroyed a
basically
great artifact of
right
world
out of the gate.
civilization
Right
despite
out
the
the chair,
rebels.
when you're in chair,
So
you know what you're
Josephus
going to do. You have 30
portrays
seconds
Jesus
to run
as
extension.
telling the
Correct.
soldiers
That's key,
specifically,
extra
don't
30
attack the
seconds.
temple itself,
And
will take
sometimes the
care
pressure
of
is
the
really
rebels,
high.
but
You
certainly
can
preserve the
completely
temple
break
building.
that.
And then mysteriously he goes and has a
I think
nap.
the derby's a little bit better. They give you a little
You're
10
about
more
to take over
seconds.
the
Well, the
central
derby, the
stronghold of
rule
the
is
rebels.
where
You don't
you're,
take a
as
nap
long as you
during
stay
that
down on
time.
the shot,
It's hard to
the
believe
shot
he
clock
did
doesn't.
so. And then they woke
That's
him
good
up
too.
Yeah.
once
The
the
other thing
temple
that's
was
brutal
actually
is the
aflame. He
beeps.
came out and apparently according to Josephus expressed
When it
his
gets down to
displeasure.
5 seconds
Far
before you
more
gotta pull the
likely
trigger,
that
you pull the
in
trigger
the
on a 9
context
ball
of
with
the
1 second
bitter
to go.
fighting,
I
which
was watching, I was like, oh my
intense,
god, I would be
the Roman
having a
soldiers
heart
were
attack
perfectly
right
happy
now.
to set fire
I
to the
almost
temple.
had.
He did not
I
object.
almost had. Moscone got definitely, when it comes to pressure, it's the highest pressure.
Oh, everyone's screaming and cheering.
Everyone's screaming.
For people that haven't
That
seen it before,
ultimately is the
most
destruction
pool
of
tournaments are
that.
very, very
This is the
respectful.
moment
People will
which the
clap
Romans rightly
after you make
declare the
an
war
out,
over.
or
There are still
sometimes in the
mopping
middle of a
up
game, like you make a really good shot, no clap, be in great position, no clap. As soon as you drop down to shoot the next ball, everybody gets quiet. Moscow Cup, those rules are off the table.
Off the
The
table.
Romans
Hammer
at
to
that
shark
point
you.
Yeah.
declared a
They
huge
would be super
propaganda
loud. You have a
event
super tough
to
battle
celebrate
that
this victory.
everybody
They
can play.
constructed
They'll
this
be playing
massive
the
march, which still stands today. The Romans called it
95% of the
March of
crowd is
Theseus, that
Europeans, so
celebrates the
everybody's
victory
cheering for
over
Europe.
Judea.
So let's say
And
I'm
of
on the
course,
tough
underneath
time
there's
ball
the
and
famous
everybody's
diary
loud,
for the
and then
better
everybody's like,
resolution initiative, which shows Roman soldiers
everybody go
bringing
quiet
the
just in a second.
spoils from
And
Jerusalem
it's really,
back
really
to
tough to
Rome.
pull the trigger in that situation.
The menorahs
So it's a
here,
tough
the
environment to
base
play
is-
in, but
is,
that's
something of a
what makes this
controversy.
tournament special.
And
Well,
on the
it's fun to
original,
watch,
which was
though.
reconstructed
I'm
actually by
so
Steve
glad
Klein,
all tournaments are like that, though. We encourage people to be assholes.
chips that were left behind the
It's kind of
Romans.
weird, though,
Very,
that
very
they've
fair.
agreed
Like
to only be an
paint
asshole for
their
one tournament.
sculptures. It's all in blues and yellows, very
Because people
personal.
yell out
But
in
it
the middle
clearly
of like
says that
you stroking the ball.
You see the crowd getting more engaged than more now. Like once they go summer finals, it was when I played Michael Moore in the quarterfinals. It was kind of like that because half of the crowd was Filipino. Half there was a lot of guys that were out.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. I think we can all agree that eating highly processed food for every meal isn't optimal. So why is processed food the status quo for dog food? Because that's what kibble is, an ultra-processed food. But a healthy alternative exists, the Farmer's Dog. They make fresh food for dogs. What does it look like? Real meat and vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients and help avoid any of the bad stuff that comes with ultra-processing. And it's not just random ingredients thrown together. The food is formulated by on-staff, board-certified vet nutritionists. These people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all in on fresh food. The Farmer's Dog also does something unique. They portion out the food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only. Yeah, let's talk about that. One thing that happened is there's a rule where you're not allowed to soft break, but soft breaking is basically very subjective. Like a referee can decide to call someone on or not call someone on it. And you thought this guy was soft breaking, so you said something, and the Filipinos went crazy.
Yeah, everybody went crazy.
Really wanted to like convince the Roman population, the empire at large, that no, we're still in charge and we're taking care of business. And they wanted to mount a propaganda campaign to convince Romans of the viability of the new claim.
You make your best effort to make a forceful break. So that's really subjective, and it's up to the referee to make that call.
So let's return now to Masada. This is one of the last mop-up operations.
Radar, get a speed gun.
Yeah, it's an easy solution.
Constructed
easy solution, and it makes it interesting. It's a new element.
Occupied
You
by
think about it.
rebels
And you
during
also
much
have,
of this
for
period,
example,
and they had a
juniors or
uniquely
girls.
strong
Do you make the rules the same for them?
No, it's a good. Well, you don't. They're not playing guys, right?
Well,
Girls are playing girls.
Sent
Well,
another
yeah,
legion
but
under
that
Silva
we
to
tournament.
conquer the
Oh,
territory.
right.
Again,
Oh, I
did
see
the
what you're
same
saying.
thing. They
I
waited
see.
them out.
Oh, I
They
thought you
set
were
up a
talking about
siege
young
wall.
kids.
They built a massive
No, for young
ramp,
kids, you'd have to have an exception.
80
And for
meters
girls, you'd
high
have to
at
have an
siege
exception.
tower with a ramp
But you
to
would just
bring it up to
change
the
it,
wall
just like,
at the top
you
of the
know,
Masada. And then
so
they finally
whatever the
reached
speed
wall.
is, like,
When they
what is-
entered, according to
What's
Josephus,
a good break speed?
only
Like,
source
what
we have
do you
for
think
this,
you break
the
at? Like,
rebels had
Bustamante
all
in his prime, what was he, like 30 miles an hour?
their own lives.
Well, back in the day it was different. Back in the day, everybody was breaking
Now,
over 20,
This is
23,
very
24,
problematic for
25.
modern historians
Bustamante
because
had the crazy
typically
break.
when
Yeah,
we have
Bustamante.
only
When he
one
would let the
source
cue go out of his
for
fingers
event,
and then
to
throw
try
his
to look
whole
for some
body
kind
into
of
it, his timing was crazy.
There was a Russian player, his name was
all we have is
Evgeny
Josephus,
Stalin.
who tells us this mass
you gotta
suicide
get
story
to
at
that
Masada.
He was
There are
crazy.
some interesting archaeological bits, like, for example, a series of house bricks with clay pots with names on it,
Way up.
including Elizabeth
Yeah,
Dyer,
that's
the
so
leader
hard to
of
be
the
accurate.
rebels there,
Do that.
that suggests that they may have actually passed
the
lots
most
to each other's
insane
lives. But the problem is,
delivery.
Josephus has
And
done
again,
this
what a
before.
mind
This
fuck,
is not the
because
first mass
you're
suicide
about to-
story that he has told
You're
us.
trying to hit this one ball
And there are a lot
square
of questions
on the
about it.
face, and
It
you're
could be
throwing
that the event
all
never
of your
happened at
might
all.
into it.
It could be that it happened exactly as
Shane's
Josephus
breaking
told
the
us.
same way.
But nevertheless, the attack on Masada, which occurred either in the year 73
I
or
like to know how fast he
74,
breaks when he breaks
represents
like
the
10
end
ball.
of
Because
the
when he 10 ball breaks, it's pretty crazy.
He breaks pretty hard. You know, I like to break with softer speed, with more
This would
control.
not, however,
He
be
just
the
whacks
end
it.
of
So
the
what do you
story.
think would be
I realize I'm running out of
like
time.
a reasonable mile per hour that you would impose where you'd say anything slower than that soft braking? Is it like 15 miles an hour? Or
I think it has to be
Another rebellion breaks out
18,
in
and then
the
we'll
year
also push the
115
players
under
to
Trajan.
practice. For example, you wouldn't want to break
The Jews
order
after the
18
war
because maybe
were in a
under.
terrible
Players
state.
will try to break harder.
The
19,
system
closer to
itself
19,
was
maybe harder
forbidden to
than
that.
19.
It was
Well, they used to do that 3-point rule,
in fact,
but they were
Capitolina, and the
but that
entire
was
region
very
of
annoying.
Judea was
Where-
renamed Palestina.
Yes,
The
it was
Romans
very
literally
annoying.
took
Because
life out
sometimes guys would break hard, but the referee didn't rack them that good.
Right.
And
Any
they made a
association
ball,
with
and
Jews
then the
from
opponent
Judea.
gets to shoot. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, yes, I agree. But that's
donation
another
given
simple
every year
solution.
by
It's
Jews
better than
around the
what we
world
have now.
was retained
Yes,
by the
I think
Romans, but they called this
radar's
one of the
way to go.
Yeah, the radar's definitely
Yeah, I mean, it also looks kind of cool.
and instead
You
of
know, when you
going
get to
to
the
the upkeep of the now destroyed temple,
And
which
some
are
guys
to
play
Rome,
like
where it
Shane,
would represent the upkeep
even in 9-ball, when he does a
temple
cut
of
break, he
Jupiter.
breaks really hard.
Usually
Kachi
something
is the one that breaks the
that
shutters.
He's a
Jesus,
big fucking dude.
Oh, yeah, he
For
breaks
some
hammers.
point,
I don't know
Messianic
how he
purpose
keeps
as
it.
well, Christianity is expanded
But that's
And
dramatically.
it doesn't even
So
look
there
like
are
he's trying that
series of
hard.
rebellions
Yeah,
among
dude,
Jews against
Last
Rome.
time you're breaking open
Jews
bridge,
are,
which is even crazy.
they don't,
Yeah.
they just don't accept
People,
defeat.
that's one thing about the pool, though. If you want to get spectators,
They will not
you
lie
want
down.
heartbreaks.
Rebellions
You
occur
know, like
in
people love it
Mesopotamia,
for like the color
in
of money. When Tom Cruise
Libya,
breaks and Paul Newman goes over and
Crete,
says,
in
"Can't let the
Alexandria,
sledgehammer
and
break."
even in Judea
It's
itself.
a
We
dumb
don't know a
American
lot about
thing.
what
If
exactly
you want to get like
happened.
American people to tune in, you gotta break hard. Yeah, like that's why Earl Strickland still gets mad.
But apparently
You know,
the Jews were considered
I heard Mike Siegel
extremely
talk about it too. It's like, wow, they just
ferocious
hit it
warriors.
straight on the one ball and hit it as hard as you
The
can.
last one was
Because
really
no
should
fun, he
consider
has
was
zero
of course
control.
the Clark
No,
Field
it's no
War,
skill,
because
really.
20 years
I
later,
just think he
Jews rebelled
doesn't.
again.
He
And this
hasn't
time
had
with
someone
much
lay it
more
out to him.
success than their previous
Like
rebellions.
the way you just did with me, where you explained it to me. This is the first time that I had anybody explain to me that particular break. I'm like, oh, and you did it dead on. And you knew that the cloth was a little worn because it's a year-old cloth. So you're like, okay, because of that, I'm going to have to hit it here, and it'll go on the side. And you smashed it, and it went right to the side. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, it's not, it's not risky. You're not like gambling. The only thing you're gambling with is that the ball's going across the table. But it seems like you guys kind of have that mostly worked out.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody on the tour is figuring out the break really fast. It doesn't really matter what you change in the format. The players will figure it out.
The fun thing to me about your life is that you're traveling all over the world playing, and then occasionally you have these marathon gambling sessions that they they stream online. And I've got a good buddy of mine, Tommy, from Connecticut. Shout out to my boy Tommy. And, you know, he and I will be fucking texting each other, you know, for 3 days in a row while these matches are going on. And I get so juiced up for him. I get so excited about him. But it's like that's the part of the game that has always been the most romantic, the gambling part of the game. That people aren't shying away from that because for a long time, gambling was thought to be negative for professional pool. That's not the case anymore.
Well, it could be.
It could be, sure, because you're bringing in shady people, for sure. Well, if you're gambling $100,000, where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? You know, Bob the drug dealer came over and, you know, he wants in, he's taking me, and if I win, I get 40%.
But in our case, it's different.
Anyways, the
Yeah.
cause of the
Our
war
matches
are
that
something
we make,
of
you know,
was
there's
definitely
only a
associated
couple of them that we
with
did.
Emperor
Like
Hadrian,
twice with
who
Shane.
visited Judea in
There's also a
the
few more pocket matches we
120s,
did.
and
But the
then
biggest ones were with Shane.
came back
It's
to
only
deal with the
a small
war.
group of people. It's basically
It's
just
not clear whether it was
a
a
few guys, my
result
managers,
of persecution or the
same
persecution
from
came
Shane's side, so
afterwards,
everybody
but
knows
this
each
was
other.
definitely a
Yeah,
period
for sure.
of phenomenal
But
attacks.
in the case
This
of
is the period
like high-level
of
gambling in
the
pool,
Malchus, the
Yeah,
martyrdom
there's a lot
of the
there's a lot of shady
10 martyrs
characters.
of
A lot of
state.
shady characters.
Rabbi Akiva's
How often
horrific
do you
death,
gamble
Rabbi
just in
Akiva's
regular life?
horrific death. He talked about
Because
that
does anybody ask for like giant spots or anything like
as well
that?
as
Everybody's
associated with
asking
his
for
last
ridiculous
and
games
final
all the
war
time, but
against
I think
Rome.
my gambling days
The,
are
when I
over.
talk about large
And,
news,
now I'm a tournament
the
player, really.
network of
Well, you
states
got too
in the
good.
Red Sea region to
Like,
mount
I
guerrilla-style
played
attacks, which
you
were
when you were
originally
here like
successful
2 years
against the
ago.
Romans in
And
66.
I definitely play better now than I played 2 years ago, but you play way better. You play better than you were playing then,
These are some
which is
points
crazy.
that were
Like you were
minted by
banking out
Barca,
and making
but not
shots. I
actually
was like,
minted. What they would do is they would take
this
Roman
is so
coins,
humiliating.
beat
It's
them
so
up,
humbling.
and stack the
Yeah, I
impressions
do
on
play it a lot better
and
than
they were,
I
you know,
did.
religious things like
Which is hard to believe.
also, there's a little
Because you're the
star
best
on
player
the
in the world,
top
you're
here that
getting better.
is his own
That's
symbol where it comes from.
one of the coolest things to me about any game or any sport, anything, is that, and especially today, because there's so much data that's available. Like, say, if you're a young player and you're learning how to play, you can watch pool on your iPad till 3 o'clock in the morning. You watch matches and you learn how to play things. You learn, like, why did he do it that way? You're like, oh, and you rewind it. You go, oh, none of that was available to like Mike Siegel back in the day, or Nick Varner and those guys.
Yeah, there's tons of videos on YouTube.
There's so much information.
Yeah, you can also watch on TV. I think Measureless show those tournaments, all the majors on TV everywhere except the US, I think.
Yeah. And so it's just like everything else with the new generation, the level just gets higher and higher with everything. Unless there's physical limitations. And with pool, it doesn't seem like it's not like, you know, running the 4-minute mile or, you know, running the fastest 100 meters.
We're all crooked. All of our backs are crooked.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We're always bent over. It's always one-sided sport. Every one-sided sport is kind of like that, I think. Archery's like that. Archery, golf, shooting.
Yeah, your back must be fucked up. I know you fucked, your neck was fucked up. You brought your place to well last time you were here.
Yeah, it did help for
probably
like 6 to 8 months, I think.
And now it's fucking with you again?
No, not actually.
It was set up by Tiberius
My
Claudius
pre-match routine, I stretch every single day. I do
probably
work
one
on
of the
like
Jewish
rub
slaves
events,
who
resist
later
events.
gained
What do you do with them?
Basically, you know,
by
run
asking,
my
make
upper
sure
back.
through the law that
So
you take care that
certain
no one
workouts,
counts out
Certain
your
workouts,
section.
then we'll
She
take
lives
some
25
pressure off my neck. Because my neck is where I feel it, like my upper back, shoulder blades.
Probably have a head
based on the years. She was
That's
only
what I was,
7 or 8
yeah.
years old.
I did all the MRIs and I did have like a bulge disc, C4, C5.
Yeah. And shipped off to
That
slavery.
started to progress and it was
And then we have this
getting worse.
document,
I
which is
went to Russia
actually
for that.
a deed of
I think I
sale
was reaching
to
out
a
to you
woman
at the
named
time.
Balata,
And
who
I
was
found the guy
a
that helped
refugee
me a lot
hiding in
with,
the
like
caves with the
routines
Bar
that we
Kokhba
built, and
rebels.
since then,
She gathered with her
knock on wood,
everything that
everything
was
was good.
important to her. It was very
Did you ever get one of those things that I was talking about? Those decompression things where you put your head in a harness and you like
destroyed the rebels
pull on the
in the
door,
cave there.
sit on your door, and you can like hang back a little bit. Those are nice.
Yeah,
Her
also,
specific life was a regular Jewish
how
woman,
do you call that?
nonetheless living
Inversed in?
Yeah,
Yes.
one as well.
And finally, this last
Yeah.
image, which
Everybody should
just
be
appeared
doing
in
that. Everybody
yesterday's
should be
Times of
decompressing.
Israel.
Because you get to a certain age and everybody's back is just like you're carrying all this weight your whole life and your back just gets smushed. Yep, your posture starts to suck and then you start to get these weird pains
thank you
veins
very
and
much for your
decompression.
attention and your
And if you can
endurance.
do it, just be real vigilant with it, you can stop a lot of problems dead in their tracks.
For sure, I felt that, I haven't really paid attention to like
to
stretching as much as I
gathering
did
again.
before this year. And I can play a lot longer, even though I'm not younger. I was practicing.
You're a little baby.
I'm 25 years old. I was 16, 18. I was practicing a lot more than I did now.
Yeah.
And I never really had any issues. And 2022, I'm practicing the same, but I always leave the pool with some type of pain, and I don't want to go practice the next day because of that.
Right. The problem is it's hard to get access to a cold plunge when you're on the road.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I do have the cold plunge at home.
Yeah.
Sauna, all the good stuff.
Cold plunge is the thing, man. It just alleviates so much inflammation, especially if you can do it first thing in the morning. If you can force yourself to do it first thing in the morning, it is the way to go. It sucks every day. If you just do it, get out of it. It's like, just feel loose and free. Yeah. So, and as long as you don't do it within like 2 hours of you playing, you have to wait like probably 2 hours for your body to like fully warm back up again. Because if you are cold, it will kind of mess with your coordination. Yeah, I was telling you the worst thing ever for football is lifting weights. There's nothing worse. I found myself. It's terrible. You know Willie Hoppy, the old school billiard player. Never heard of him? Willie Hoppy, no. Never heard of him? You know what a Hoppy Q is?
Hoppy, no.
No, okay.
Welcome everyone to tonight's part
two
of our
buffer at the bottom of it. It's just flat. And for whatever reason, Willie Hoppy used to prefer that kind. I think it's named after him for some reason. Anyway, he was a famous billiards player, like the turn of the century, and the turn of the other one, like the early 1900s. And he wouldn't even drive a car. He refused to do anything with his arms. He wouldn't drive a car because it would mess up his brain. Some players are super superstitious about this stuff, Cars back then didn't have power steering, so you have to think it's probably really difficult to steer them. See if you can find a photo of Willie Hoppy. He had the weirdest sidearm, too. Yeah, he totally sidearm. Keith McCready, exactly. It's like these guys start playing when they're 5 years old and they can't really reach the table correctly.
That's exactly the reason why, for example, when I started I played the Russian pyramid. There I was only sidearm because, it wasn't tall enough.
And so, we're going to be a subtle reminder that the goal of all this davening and all the time that we're spending together over the course of the weeks is really to engage different opinions of what Shiva means, but also to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the world. Dr. really
but meanwhile, as long as you figured out how to do it consistently,
that's the thing in the whole, there's so many different variations of the stance, stroke, that you can overcome everything if you practice just hundreds of hours. So it wouldn't really matter. You can play by the book, but at the end, all that matters is how much time you spend at the table.
The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets, Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action from kickoff to final whistle. Whether you're betting on your go-to team or making moves mid-game as the momentum shifts, Saturdays are yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Good Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
it is a
It's like
work
Shane.
that
Like when Shane did it, he's
deserves a lot more attention.
arguably the greatest of all time. One of the, it's in the conversation of the greatest of all time. 5-time U.S. Open player. Hits the ball in a way that everybody tells you don't ever do it that way. Yeah. He stops at the cue ball. Instead of following through, like, and letting the cue ball, like, slide through, he stops at the cue ball.
He's very unique. Same as Filipinos. Filipino players, they have the unique style of play. They're super fluid. They're like dancing around the table. But nobody plays like that. Nobody else plays like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's again, as long as it's repeatable. Yeah. It's like there's a lot of things like that. If it's repeatable, if you can do it over and over and over again, there are no rules.
No, I mean, they are written in the book.
But how could you say that like Shane Van Gundy's doing it wrong? That exactly makes sense. I mean, he's probably won more tournaments than anybody ever. Right? Who's won the most tournaments of all time?
That's a good question. We were just talking about it this morning, I think.
So I'll give you
Shane
a
is
little bit of
definitely
Shane.
It might be Shane. Shane is the
basic
greatest
ideas
of all
of
time right
Kabbalah
now.
as it relates
I mean,
specifically
that's
to
what Jeremy Jones says.
or
Right? Small time.
And
That's his
from that
back.
point, we're going to go
It's
into the
what's
actual
crazy with him too
crash
is
course
the
into
deaf
this.
aspect that he
There are
shuts his hearing aids off when he plays. That must be
strategies
amazing.
for how to forgive people in this book. And we don't have time to maybe
should be.
3 or 4 of them.
Really?
We could spend
I mean, that's
literally
listen,
an hour.
man. Life gives you lemons. Yeah, lemonade. The dude was born deaf. That's fucked up.
It is, but it's
That's the advantage you get. So you can shut them bitches off.
Useful presentation. I can tell you that it's something really
Come on, man. You
important.
can't check and see if he has it
I
on.
personally encountered Tomer Deborah.
we are checking.
Are you checking?
Oh, of course. Do you say things to her has it off all the time?
bookstore.
How do you know when he has it on?
Like I knew it was
Just
Kabbalah.
before his match, he goes to his phone and puts it all the way down.
You know,
Oh,
allowed to even look
so
at
his
this, and I said,
phone
"No,
is
my
Bluetooth
shoulder,
because
kind of
his
like,
hearing
I
aids
got
Bluetooth.
wrapped in
Yeah,
the
he can
bag,
control
maybe I
Facebook.
bring it home like that.
Oh,
But
that's
it's just the
dirty.
first 12
Because
pages.
you're not allowed to wear like noise canceling earbuds.
No.
Amazing.
Errol always
That,
wants that.
as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time
Yeah, I
translating
remember
it.
when Earl used to wear like gun
I
sight
really, I
glasses.
got a lot out of
He
it.
used to wear
It's one of the
glasses like
same books
kind you wear at the
that
range.
changed my
And
life.
then he was wearing headphones for a while, so they told him not to, like a pilot. Yeah, like complete noise canceling headphones. Ones that look like they weigh 5 pounds. Yeah. And then he
I will not
he's
say
got
that
weights that he
you
wears
know,
around his
now once
waist
you read this
sometimes.
book, you suddenly
He puts
forgive
different
everybody
character.
and
He
never
puts
have
weights
another
on his
angry
elbow.
moment again. That's
He puts
kind of
tape around his
fantasy, but it does
fingertips.
help a lot.
And then he makes his cue as fat as my forearm
Given the
with
sort of
like
a
whatever kind
toehold
of tape he's
to be
using
able
on
to
it.
climb
Yeah,
some of
he
those big
runs 5
challenges
miles
in life.
every day.
And,
Does he?
Hundreds of squats.
So let's
Oh,
look
yeah,
at the
he's
book
fit.
itself.
Wow.
Well, I mean, he's not. He doesn't look very fit, but
Here we go. So
he
the book
works
itself,
out
here is
every
the
day.
Editio
Does something.
Princeps, the first
Is he the oldest guy that's still super competitive? Like how old's Ralph Suquet? Ralph Suquet's still pretty competitive now.
The Mark will go into his biography of
So I think Ralph Suquet's actually
he had passed away a
and
little over a
Burrow's
dozen
like in the 60s.
years
So he's
prior.
probably the oldest guy that's like playing
A
competitively.
widow and an 8-year-old son named Gedalia,
Yeah.
and they
It's
were
a fucking game for young
desperately
people, so
impoverished
you gotta have
by
the
the
young eyes, cut
devastating
that ball on
plague
for sure.
that ravaged northern Israel at the time. And they sold
How
all
many guys
of
do you know
his
that got LASIK
manuscripts
surgery?
to a
A few.
real comic
A few. A lot of
real
players
scholar
were
was a
contacts
collector
were
named Moshe Basola, realized just how powerful and valuable they were, and he went about publishing them.
Now, are
This
these young
was
players
one
that
of
are coming
the
up,
first
are these guys embracing
that
like a healthier
the
lifestyle?
author had,
Because one
put
of the things about
together.
pool is
It
like it's
clearly
always been
has
connected,
not gone
at
through
least
a
when I was young,
second
it was always
careful
connected
draft. There were
to,
mistakes in it.
especially
At
the
points he
gambling,
says, like, now
connected
there
to
are
a
two
lot of
reasons
partying,
for this, and then
a
only
lot
this
of
one. And
amphetamines,
there's actually a couple of wrong
cocaine,
quotations in the Gemara, so you
and
can see
then,
that
you know,
it's his first draft.
Well, it's just changing. It used to be just a game played at the bar. Now it's a sport. You know, I think
Palm tree of Deborah was given to it by its later publishers. You
everybody's
don't know
taking the
exactly what the
European
Rock
approach.
itself wanted
More
to call it,
analytical,
or
more
even why
disciplined, and they treat
Deborah
it as a
was
sport.
chosen. It doesn't
Right.
occur in
Especially
the
the younger
book at all.
generation. You know, they see
It may
who's
be
more
because
successful
Rabbi
on the tour.
Basola was thinking
And
of a
if you look
different
at
one,
top
which
10
was
right
published
now,
earlier
every
called
one of
Evima
us,
Rabasi,
we
in
try
which
our
the
best at
author
everything.
laid
Comes
out
to food,
70 palm trees.
pre-match
And
routines,
this
how we
section
practice,
bears
how
some
we treat
resemblance to one of those palm trees,
full sport.
that's a supposition,
So, I
but
think, yes, definitely it's changing.
one
And
small
that's
detail that
why
I should mention is
all
that
the different places where it
his
works.
name is
well, it's
frequently
only
rendered
because
as
the promotions and they deserve everything.
Think that he
And then, of course, the players. But without the promotions, like putting these events on and making them a big deal. It wouldn't get all over YouTube, it wouldn't get all over the social media sites. But what pool really needs is something like they had the Hustler in the 1960s, made pool explode, and then they had the Color Money in the 1980s, made pool explode. They need something like that, like some
2 days ago, the trailer on Netflix, you haven't seen it? No, Netflix made a documentary about Eddie and Barry Heard. I think it's about their family. I think 2 or 3 episodes.
Oh, that's good. That'll help. Yeah, that's really good. That'll help. Most of it is about boxing, darts. Oh, they do darts. Snooker, fishing, I think. Yeah, really?
Very short book.
Like fishing tournaments? Yeah, that kind of shit. Fisher Mania. It's like bass tournaments or something. Yeah, they can. I know Shane's a big fisherman, right? He goes lake trout fishing nice, so you kind of freaked out. There's roll through the ice, and then you know exactly how much is separating you from drowning. So you only need a few inches, but when I was doing it, it was about 7-8 inches of ice.
So you do like a poop tent around you.
Yeah. Most of the time, that's what guys do. They put some kind of a tent around them, and then they get a drill. They go right into the ground, right through the ice, rather, and then you have like a little net where you scoop out new ice that forms, and you just drop your line right down there in the hole.
That sounds
It's exciting. It's exciting when you catch one.
Yeah.
It's not
I did fish a
in the
couple
sense
times.
that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of natural act.
The problem when you can play really
Basically ask the question,
is really
what does the
important
Kabbalah
about
have
as
to
fun
teach
as
us
anything.
about our
Like really good, which is
That's what
I've always said the pool is like an art
the
form that only
fundamental
people that practice it can
of
appreciate.
Tomei
When you watch someone who is really
is
good,
an exploration of the concept of halakha, the
that's beautiful. But to an average person like, oh, I just made a bunch of easy shots.
Exactly. Like, you can't really see the beauty of fundamental.
Exactly. Yeah.
Positional play.
At least with if you're explaining jiu-jitsu to someone, at least people kind of get it. Oh, he's gonna break his arm. Like, oh, he's choking him. Oh, he's got his neck. And when you watch someone play pool and you don't understand how difficult that 3-rail position was to get perfect on the 4-ball, oh my god,
Or when they say,
how do you know which
it just doesn't have a shot. Just people, regular
says,
people that
you want to
they
do
don't
that,
get it. They
first
don't
we have
get
to
it, and they never will. It's just like you're gonna have to play it to understand how hard it is what that person did. The casual person doesn't understand, unfortunately. So what we need is more people playing. If more people play, then more people would watch people play.
I think more people start playing.
Once we have this kind of working idea of
Quite a bunch the last couple of years.
Well, I know that the top golf people are going to do something like that for pool. That might be the thing. You know those Top Golf guys? Do you know what Top Golf is? Yeah. So Top Golf, you know, where they have this thing where you just whack the balls out into the... Well, they're going to set something like that up for pool, where they have... you know, some sort of a business where you go in and play pool and it's more attractive to young people. I don't know exactly what their model is because it's still going to be pool. But I don't think it's going to be a bunch of people just breaking balls, you know, because that's what they're doing when they're doing Top Golf. They're just driving the ball. I don't know exactly what their idea is, but the same guys, they realize like a lot of people play pool, a lot of people play pool in bars. If we had a really attractive place for people to play, and they're probably correct. It's probably an untapped business because people are always looking for something fun to do on date nights.
Yeah, so what they do is China, for example, or somewhere, especially in Indonesia, they put like a projector on the table, And it kind of gives you like all kinds of different games and interactions while you're playing.
Well, saying the venue is being backed by investors including U.S.-based venture capital firm Sharp Alpha Advisors and Daily Mail investment arm. DMG Ventures uses pool tables, balls, and cues for the traditional game, but adds tracking technology and video projections to add bonus targets and obstacles in an attempt to appeal to larger groups. Bonus targets and obstacles. Alongside its own venues and those operated by franchise partners, it's called Pool House. Pool House plans to sell its equipment to pubs, bars, and other venues that want to update their existing pool tables. Yeah, so it says Steve, I don't know how to say his name, Jalifi said, more people play at Top Golf than on traditional golf courses in the U.S., and we aim to make an even greater impact on the world of pool. We have a strong track record. This project has been our most challenging endeavor yet. Oh, that's exciting. Maybe that'll do it.
I never even heard of it.
Well, if you get a bunch of guys that are already really successful at doing that with the thing about golf though is like whacking a golf ball is really fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's and then if you have like a big open pit where you can just whack a golf ball, you get like 100 yards, you can see how far people can whack a golf ball, and you get a net at the end of it. Yeah, especially if it's straight. A lot of people are going to do that. Pool is like, you know how to make a bridge, and hold your hand funny, and like moving weird your arm. And I wonder how many people are going to get frustrated. I wonder if it's the same. Actually, it's probably, yeah, because I suck at driving a golf ball. You know, I'm not good. I've played Top Golf a couple of times. I've gone to a driving range once. It was fun. I'm not good at it. But like fucking Jamie over here, that dude's out in the garage every day. Whacking balls. Every time I come here, he's out there whacking balls. Yeah. So you realize like there really is like there's a lot of technique just to the drive. It's very similar probably to a brake shot in that regard.
Yeah, for sure.
And in fact,
I wonder if they can make something like that really marketable for pool. That might be it.
It has to be some kind of
prior
interaction, because I think it would be
it doesn't occur once, it's not, for example.
The other thing that might make pool really big like if the Saudis get involved, they get crazy, and they start saying, okay, this tournament's for $3 million.
We have now.
It really has no significant use until
Right, what's the first place?
250,000.
Pretty good. 25 million would be better.
Spirituality,
imagine that, for sure. So those guys have so much money. They can spend $25 million and build nothing. They probably spend more than that on production.
among others, the Ramak.
I don't know. They throw so much money around in boxing, it's kind of bananas.
Retrospective,
And that's where Metro was really helping, because they have those deals for multi-sports. They make a deal for boxing, and then almost snooker and pool.
Right.
So they have the snooker tournament in Saudi, they have the boxing event going on.
Yeah, you gotta get that oil money involved, son. Yes, those dudes throw some money around. Because it's like, when people talk about the richest people in the world, they're like, really? Because their money isn't public. Like, they don't have to disclose how much money they make. They're kings. Okay? Like, they probably laugh, like, oh, silly Elon. Thinks he's number one. You know? Was paltry $400 billion. He's basically a pauper. To those people. So, like, they've thrown an insane amount of money into boxing. I think it hasn't been confirmed, so I need to know if this is true or not. But I think Usyk made more than $100 million in his last defense against Daniel Dubois. And I think Dubois made in the 70s. He made somewhere around 70. I think they said Usyk made like 130 something. Just crazy. $130 million for a fight. That's crazy. But man,
What do you think if pool goes that route? It's one-on-one match.
that'll be exciting. If it's for big money like that. If you ever saw a pool match, shooting an eyeball hill for $100 million.
Like, how do you put all those things together? No idea. But it
I
was
was
like,
shooting
oh my
level
gosh,
for
I actually
250,000.
understand.
Yeah,
golf.
that's right.
He was really big
Yeah,
in drawing
that was
diagrams and
Yeah.
pictures. And so
That was
he
crazy.
graphed
What was that
out
like?
Kabbalah. It was actually
I mean, it was a crazy match against Kachi.
Yeah,
instant
World
classic.
Championships finals.
He was known as the
He was
GOAT
the hill
for
first.
Yeah, it was Hill Hill.
Hill
By
Hill,
the
he
way,
scratches,
there's a map
I get ball in.
or a photograph of some of
Shaking
the
like a leaf.
waves
Where
that
you?
appear in the
Oh,
spot.
I mean, that's the biggest tournament we've ever had.
Distinctive
Right.
light blue
Biggest tournament I've ever had in my
nice
career.
sort of a
You know, we only have so many tournaments that
prosthetic
pay
against
those kind of money.
prophylactic.
And it's really difficult not to think about it when you're playing.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's definitely the highlight of my career, you know.
Just to give
Making
you a
the
sense
tough
of
8-ball.
is
I mean, it wasn't tough, but the positional play was
this
tough.
is
Because I
another
had to go
section
up
of
and
the
down
famous
with the cue ball.
graveyard
And
spot.
right
And we
where
see
it
here
went.
right at the bottom.
So it was straight.
Right,
No pressure.
That's a good one for people who want to, like, what is this all about? Watch that one.
He is really the
Watch that one. They
father
know that
of
they're playing for
Kabbalah.
$250,000.
Oldest of the Kabbalists
And
there,
second
with the
place,
exception of
paid
Rabbi
hundreds, so it
Rothschild.
was 150,000 difference.
That's a lot.
It is a lot for one race.
For one nine ball. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about nine ball. You can run everything and then chunk that nine. It's such a mental game.
Yeah, millimeters. You roll this way, that way, and you're hooked.
Yeah.
Or you're on the right side of the ball, wrong side of the ball.
I was listening to John Schmidt do commentary once. He was saying how crazy it is if you really think about it. Every other sport that involves the ball, it's like something is hitting the ball. It's like you have a bat hitting the ball, or it's like no other sport has a ball hitting the ball. And then trying to be like really accurate over distance. And then making that ball move around and get perfect for the next ball. Like you're golf, you're hitting your ball. It's very difficult, but you're hitting a ball. You're not hitting a ball with a ball.
And they would like walk along until they felt
It's a whole
like
other element.
special
It's like a football is the most difficult sport.
sit down, and they would daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on.
Snooker is
I mean,
boring.
it sounds kind of
Oh, I
bizarre,
don't
but
think
this
it's
is
boring.
the kind of stuff
I think when you get a guy who's really good,
holiness of the
plays,
people and Kabbalistic activities like this.
I think it's really difficult when it comes to like how difficult is it to execute the shot because
so
the
many
balls are
other
so
rabbis, especially
the cues are
Kabbalists,
thinner,
were
the ball,
drawn to the spot by
pockets are
Tyler
tinier.
yeah.
The tempo is bigger too.
If you watch Ronnie Sullivan play, you can't think that's boring.
Of course, I mean, of course, you have players
Yeah.
like Ronnie. You can never say that it's boring.
Yeah.
But I think the game itself is just too much safety. It's nothing shots here and there.
Yeah, but that's because it's so hard and because it's so big. It's a 12-foot fucking table, which is crazy. And the pockets are tiny and the balls are tiny. It's a really hard game. But when you got a guy like Ronnie and he doesn't miss like 30, 40 shots in a row, you're like, this is crazy.
What's really crazy about snooker is there's only
We're talking right now about
4 or 5 countries that really play that game. But it's a lot bigger than pool.
Really the way in which we understand
Pool is
Kabbalah
a
today.
lot more international. If you look at the majors that Metro have, look at the last 64 lists,
So
last
that's sort
32,
of like the
you will have
history stuff.
20 different countries represented.
So that's interesting that snooker's bigger. Like, how much do they make? It's like I know they were making like gigantic money in the UK. Is that still happening, or is it died down?
Well, most of the majority of the tournaments are in the UK, I think. There's a lot of them happening now in China as well. But I think really Scotland,
Most of the
Ireland,
biographies of
Wales,
these guys
UK,
was
China.
well, we have first of all his own writings.
That's about it. A few European
That's writes
players.
autobiographical information like this.
And they make, I would say,
also
the top guys, they make over 2-3 million a year.
Do you remember the scandal? The scandal with one of the players a few years back where they got on hidden camera saying that he'd be willing to dump a match.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of Chinese guys that come back for,
Oh really?
for dumping a match.
That's the problem with
He
gambling.
wrote quite a bit, you know, and he published
When
this.
gambling gets involved,
And it was like, my
then
gosh.
you realize like if you get your friends to bet on the other guy,
That's the problem with, I guess,
Got a
getting
lot of really
the bookies to be involved in tournaments as well. Because when the prize money are
don't
not
know
big,
the other
you will
stuff
have
beside
players
reality.
yeah.
thinking, you know,
Executive is with.
winning the tournament
But
is
it is
nice,
the
but
16th
I
century.
have to win.
Printing is
I
around
can
now,
just
so it
lose
is
my round
possible.
one,
Just to
go
get
to
a
the
lot
other
of
side,
stuff.
take a
Also,
free shot.
there's a
Those
strong
Yeah.
bibliographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rebbe like the Ramah or the Arizal, you write
That's
down all these
unfortunate.
personal
But
details.
is that part of the thing of not having the kind of money that golf has? Because I doubt that people that play golf or dump it on purpose.
Easy question.
Because there's so much money on the line.
Yeah,
They don't have ready for the
they don't have
difficult stuff now.
But when the difference between like winning
Okay,
and
so
losing
here's
is so
the
huge, and
fundamental
then you
question
can gamble on it,
of Kabbalah,
and then you have friends, and you tell your friends like, listen, bet on him, and I'm gonna make sure I lose. It's like,
I think
it's too easy to make money that way.
Yeah, but also I'm pretty sure they're always investigating. Every big bet is investigated, I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure. But you don't have to do big bets. And you can have could be some offshore accounts. Especially if you're doing it online, use a VPN. I'm been gambling from Vietnam, you know?
It doesn't feel like that.
But yeah,
Most of the time I feel quite distinct from that.
Shady businesses, man.
Mainly I feel quite distinct from that. I know that.
But that's also kind of the fun part of pool too, is that these places are kind of shady. Like they're like the outcasts of society. You know, if you go and you watch like the finals of the Florida Open and look at the crowd, there's a lot of outcasts in there, a lot of Android phones.
Very, very
Yeah, there's a lot of outcasts. There's a lot of people that spend a giant chunk of their life in pool rooms. And the thing about pool is, if you really get into it, you're playing it 8 hours a day.
In which, you know, if you remember your high school biology, kind of like
it's
like a good
reverse of like when the paramecium swallows up something else.
And it makes a giant difference.
A lot of people fall in love with the game. Say, here is a not God place.
Yeah.
But then, if God is not in that place, how can
I was playing
anything
with my friend
exist
Jake the
there?
other day, and I said, to get
What
really good
exists
pool,
other
you
than
kind of
God?
have to be a piece
So
of
then
shit.
God
Because this is why you don't have to. I mean, obviously you're not, and,
usually see
you
like
know,
these big concentric circles with a tiny
you're
little
lucky that your wife plays
coming
pool,
into the
which is
center,
huge
so
swell.
that God
Because
inserts himself
if she
into
didn't,
that
like,
vacuum.
you know where to find me.
That
I'm
is
going to be
the
playing.
physical world that we're in.
Sorry,
It's
right?
kind of
Like,
like
you're going to ignore
there's
most of your
God,
responsibilities if it's
also
also
the
that pool.
application of God. I mean, you're very
Oh yeah,
Personal
Also,
life,
the
especially
metaphor that's
with
frequently
the
used
schedule
is
that we have now. Like first half of the year was okay,
which are these
but now it's just back to back. Like even after this started, I have
like
Texas Open
godliness
starting
that
Wednesday.
eventually
From
translates
China.
into the material
Then go
world.
to Vietnam for 3
You
weeks.
may have
From
heard
there, I
of
go
the
to
famous
Philippines for
doctrine
2
of
weeks.
Do you think people in the Philippines going to be mad at you still?
destruction of the
Yeah,
vessel,
for sure.
which basically
For sure.
goes
Reyes
like
Cup,
this.
that's going to be
Like
another
God,
one.
as it were, the
Reyes Cup is
metaphor is
now
God
the
like
rest of the world
pours
against
hot
Team Asia.
oil
That's happening in
into a
Brazil.
ceramic pot.
It's out there right here.
And
All the
the
Facebook, all the
ceramic
comments, if you see,
pot,
like, yeah, wait until you come to Manila. We're going to welcome you with
hot
open
oil, right?
arms.
So that hot oil is like the
Yeah.
infinity
I'm
of
going to get
God.
it, but that's going to
Ceramic
be
pot is the attempt to create a finite ether. But it can't handle it. It's
Yeah,
overwhelming. So
hopefully it
the
doesn't.
pot
So it doesn't
smashes,
get
the
crazy.
pot shatters.
But yeah, that schedule's
If
nuts.
ever you've ever been to the
Yeah,
Soviet
so it's really
Union,
tough to balance, you know,
they used to serve
pool,
tea,
personal
plastic
life,
cups, and like one
family.
every 4 or 5
Family, it's almost
cups.
impossible. If you have kids, you have to take them to softball games and stuff. Like,
So the
that's why I
first
said you want to be
container
really good at pool.
is
You have to be a piece of shit.
Well, I don't have to.
shattered.
I mean,
And
listen.
laying down the
Obviously,
mixture
there's examples of
that
people
hot
that keep it
oil,
together that are
which
really good
godliness,
that still have a family.
together with the material of
You know,
the
spend time with their family, spend time with their kids,
vessel,
but
and it falls
you're gonna have
into another
to manage your
clay
time
vessel.
because you're gonna have
But
to.
it's still
You have to get those hours.
That
If you're not
second
playing,
clay
like
pot also shatters.
legitimately,
And
realistically,
that means you have
if you
a
want to be a
mixture
top
of the
flight,
first
world class
two,
player, what is the
vessels
minimum
with the
amount of
light
hours
godliness,
you have to play every day?
the third
I
pot
think somebody
pours
said
the
that you
final
have to
one
spend
to get to the
10,000
bottom.
hours to get good at
Where
anything.
we live.
But I think a
Then
bullet
finally,
probably is
the
more.
oil has cooled
Yeah, I think it's probably
through its
a little more
interaction with
because
the
it's
open pots.
it's
and then
really complex.
Yeah, because if you're talking about like top professional players, it's not just practice.
Is a mixture
You will have to
of
start traveling to
the
playing
material
tournaments. You will have to start
of
playing
broken
and sparing with
clay
somebody.
with a tiny spark of
spark,
godliness that allows it to
And
contain its conditions. The 4 levels of existence.
you have to gain experience from those tournaments.
Which is
It's
the highest
going
level
to
of
take a lot of
humanity.
time.
Then there is
Yeah.
those who walk, that's like animals. The
But I
second
guess it's
highest.
like
The third
anything that's
level
worth
is
doing. You know, if you
vegetation.
want to get good,
and
that's
the
one
fourth
of
level
the
is domain
reasons why it's so
silence.
fun.
And even
It's because you
silent
know how
things,
hard it
even
is to
rocks,
do.
chairs, and things like
Yeah.
that have a
If it
spark
was
of
easy to
godliness
master,
that
I
allows
think
them
people
to
would
continue
probably
their existence.
pick it up
But
and
it's
then
just
they'd
so
eventually
heavily,
quit. But the
heavily
problem
weighed
the thing
down
about pool is
by
take a week
materials,
off
literally
and then play
material,
again. Your
that
arm's
it
like, what do we do
cannot
here? Like,
separated from its
seems
daughter.
all screwy, doesn't want to listen
This is,
for
by
the
the
first
way,
hour or
one
so,
of the major
and then you finally
differences
get back in
between
the
the
groove
Ramak
again.
and
It's
its
because it's so
Rizal.
difficult
And one of the reasons
that
why
makes it so
lots
attractive.
of
That's why
music
people get stuck
called
playing it
Rizal,
8-10 hours a
not
day.
so
If it
many
was
call
easier to
it
play, you wouldn't play it as much.
Rizal,
Right.
and I don't really
Right.
understand
I mean,
that.
for me, the main thing is I just
But
always
the
have
Rizal
to
portrays
do
this
something. I have
whole
to always hit
process
goals because
as some kind of
there's
strange
so many good
cosmic
players now.
act.
So many good players. And if
I
I
don't really
just
understand
stop
how
for a
that
moment,
works. But the
or
idea
if I
is that
focus on
the
something
universe,
else
by the
for
way,
a short period of time,
Rizal describes it,
they'll
has
just catch me.
set on fire.
It
We are
is.
in a crisis
It's driving me
where
crazy,
we
but
are
I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
How does it drive you crazy? Do you wake up in the morning and feel like people nipping at your
purpose of our
heels?
existence.
Well, like for example, now I know that for example, you have people in the UK Open,
Florida Open and the US Open.
Get out there and
the 3
save
out of the
those
last 4
sparks and
big
do those
tournaments we've had.
rituals
Which is
and
crazy.
have people go on film on the
Which is,
street and
it's
give out
really,
Shabbos
really
candles, because every
tough
time
to
you
be
film
talking
that
to
stuff,
them.
you are releasing the holiness. You are allowing it to go upwards to its
But
original
he's
source.
just
The
proving
Ramak
that
has a
it
much
is
more kind
possible.
of
Then he was on the losing end of
it's not
the match that I think I probably watched the most over the last year. And if you Google it, you can find it on YouTube. Just Google 9-ball perfection. And it's Ko Ping Chun, who's one of my favorite players, of course, to watch. That guy is so smooth.
Okay, so
There's something about those guys from Taiwan. I don't know what their methodology is and their training, but they have this like
hold up the mirror and
kind of effortless stroke that's like hypnotizing to watch.
mirror itself
That dude never missed a single ball in the 11-match defeat. He beat it by 11-0. Never missed a ball. Pocketed every shot he aimed at, and never gave him a shot other than the opening shot. He had one shot at the beginning of the match, a long-ass 2-ball. He didn't make it, then he was fucked. Which is crazy, and that's him. That's the guy who just won the last 3 tournaments. Which is so nuts about this sport, is that if the guy's winning and it's winter break, you might not ever play.
Sure, you never know.
Like, look at today, you and me. There's like 5 or 6 games where I'm just like standing there, just waiting for you to miss. You're not missing, so I don't play. You're not missing, and I don't play. You know, like, but at a world-class level, when you're doing that in the U.S. Open and it's on TV and people are cheering every time you pocket a 9-ball, that's bananas.
Yeah, that's rarely happens. Yeah, he was very, very special moment, I think, because that video went viral everywhere.
That dude got in the zone. If you can appreciate the zone, you gotta watch that video. I mean, if you only play pool casually, yeah, this is it. This is, yeah, but he fucked it up. But when you watch this guy, Ko Ping Chun, who weighs 100 pounds, he's got 3-ball combination rail first. It's crazy. But then from this out, he just never misses. And you watch this guy, watch how fucking smooth this character is. And again, dude weighs 100 pounds, soaking wet. The cue is half his body weight. He just kind of like gently hits everything just so smooth and effortless.
I remember this match when I was waiting for this match in the finals. I was watching the State Cup. And it was pretty painful to watch. Was it? Well, I mean, you don't want to have somebody just not make a single mistake and play you in the finals. You know? It's just hurting your confidence.
And the reality is, you would think, well, this guy's going to win everything from here on out. But no, that's what's so crazy about this sport. As good as this guy is, and as competitive as he is, how that would follow to get out for the 2 in the corner. That's masterful shit.
That would really make me I have no idea why would he.
But he's got ice water in his veins, man. I'm telling you, we were talking about this before, but there's a match from 2018 where he played Van Boning at the, and it's Shane's on the hill. It's 10 to 6. And you think, oh, Shane's going to win this. He runs 5 games and out on him. And they're crazy outs. Like, he starts with this bananas cut shot on the 4-ball to get 3 rail position. Like, what is he doing here? Like, the commentators don't even know what he's doing. Is he ducking? Yeah. And he fires it in. You're like, no way. Like, That was John Schmidt was doing commentary for it.
I'm a big fan of Co-Brothers. They're genuinely good people, and they're putting a lot of work, and it's just amazing to watch them play.
They play so good.
So that's
They play so good.
It's all about God.
And it's also interesting to me that these guys still play with those solid wood shafts. Like we were talking about that earlier. It's like new technology has gotten into the game, and a lot of players like yourself play with carbon fiber. But it's interesting that a lot of these guys from Taiwan in particular, they still go with those wooden shafts.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I know that the industry went to carbon fibers maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and maybe some companies were kind of like pushing the players. You kind of have to make a switch. But I don't think that's the case now, because now, for example, I find it maybe advantageous to play with a wooden shaft when you're playing like a sticky court in Asia, where the humidity level is super high.
Why not?
Just because, I don't know, you can move the cue ball around easier, or at least I found it easier.
Easier, interesting. Why easier? Because I've heard the opposite. I've heard it's carbon moves the ball easier.
Not in a really sticky condition. I think when we play, for example, metro tournaments, everything is brand new cloth, brand new rails, brand new everything's slick, perfect conditions. Then I think carbon fiber is perfect. And I think that's the reason why the Asians prefer wood as well, because the humidity level is just overcome. It's really bouncy, and that's what they used to play back in the day. I guess that's what they refer to today.
It's such a mind fuck though, isn't it? Because it's like it's all really what you have confidence with. Obviously, anybody can play really good with carbon fiber, or anybody rather who can play really good with carbon fiber can play really good with wood. It's just get it in your head what this cue does, the way it feels, the kind of deflection it has. That's a lot of things. You put it in the brain computer after X amount of months of playing with that cue, and you know what it does.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with cues. Maybe not as much as you did, but I've started testing cues for the company that I was working with. With my 60. We've been doing testing for 3 years, so I know everything about like the foams, the wall thickness, the material of the ferrule, the hardness of your tip, the weight, the balance. There's so many different things that will change the way the shaft plays, and then there's also butt. There's so many different things. It's like magic. Yeah, you have to try so many things before you actually understand what you like and what you're looking for. And it's not a easy process, I would say.
I remember I was going on one of my rocking hikes where I put a weighted vest on and I go for a walk with the dog. You and I were on the phone. And this is how I remember this. Because I was walking through this wooded area, and you were telling me that the difference between your old cue and your new cue, you said the difference of about 5%. And I was like, 5%? Like, how do you know it's 5%? You're like, all the bottle falls that I've pocketed, when I think about what it does and what it doesn't do, I think my game is about 5% off. Like that.
I think it actually, with the new cue, I was winning a lot more. So I used to.
This was like right when you first changed.
Yeah. Well, since then I was winning.
Yeah.
So I guess it was the truth.
Well, you made it to your specifications.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like with a longer shot because I have longer arms. Yeah, fingers. I prefer a longer taper, which doesn't really exist on the market, so we created the shaft with a longer taper. Especially for shots like off the rail, let's say. The cable is 1/3 the distance off the rail. That's where you feel that change in the taper thickness. We have the straight taper now.
What is the difference in the feel? What do you feel differently?
For example, the pro taper or the conical taper, you can feel the change of the thickness.
Right.
The closer you go to the tip. Right. We don't have that. Our shaft is straight.
And so that way it doesn't give additional resistance as the shot gets further. Like as your bridge gets longer,
right? You just don't feel the
walk over and say, "Can I have a shake with that, please?" You know, whatever it is. Every single moment of the available.
It is, and then you can go to deflection. deflection is another thing. It's, there's so much science behind it that I don't even know where to start.
Well, deflection is interesting too because some people use it to their advantage. Certain deflection, like Coe, because his cue is a lot of. Didn't you say you hit some balls with it?
Yeah. Basically, you have to aim to miss the ball to make the ball. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know why players prefer that, but a lot of players do.
I think it just gets it in their head how to play, and then they've been playing that way for so long that it's just automatic. Like if they hit a ball with heavy left-hand English, they know it's going to go off to the right. So they hit it more full with heavy left-hand English because they know by the time the cue gets there, so they have it in their head. Right. You know, it's just like a little computer in your brain. It's like, okay, this distance, I got to aim here. This distance, I'm going to aim here.
Well, in my case, I also have that. We always have a little tiny deflection. Yeah. But when it's just too much, it gets really, really difficult. Especially, like I said, when you play on shot clock. Yeah. Pressure out there. You have to pull one crazy shot. That's hill.
So the argument with that, against that would be the difference with wood is though you get a superior feel. You do get a weird difference in the feedback of the cue. And some people get very accustomed to that wood feedback, and they describe a carbon feedback as more dull. Yeah, and you don't get the same sensations. You almost get so I think those guys, the feedback in their hand is a part of the equation in their mind of where that ball's going to go.
So when you say feedback, is it like a vibration that you get in your hand by the time you hit the ball?
It's just a different feel. Like they all have a different feel, right? Like we were talking about Southwest, which are some of my favorite cues of all time. They have a solid butt. They're not cord, right? And so they're usually generally a little heavier unless they're maple. Sometimes they'll get lower, but you very rarely see like an 18-ounce Southwest. You see a lot of 20-ounce Southwest because they're ebony or cocoa bowl or something like that, really heavy. But they have a very specific sound. It's just like a feel. And you don't get that feel with carbon. You get a different feel. So if you can get used to that different feel, it is like there's something to it. And you definitely, the ball moves less off the line.
Also, I mean, like I said, there's so many different environments we play in. For example, we play in China. In the pool hall with the dirty cloth, and it's super muggy, and the rails are playing super spongy and bouncy. You prefer one cue compared to the other one. Yeah, you go to, I don't know, Saudi Arabia where it's super dry and it's perfect conditions. Everything's slick. I prefer carbon fiber. So maybe, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years from now, we will have different cues for different shots.
Right, like a golf course.
Yeah, just like a golf course. Could be the case, and some players already do that. There's some cues, for example, they stay close to the vertical center of the cue. They use one cue, and when they use side spins, the other cue.
Really? They bring, who's doing that?
Mario, he was doing that.
Really?
Yeah.
He brought two different cues.
Yeah, because last year, some other players. For example, what I do, I put the extension on the back of my cue for some shots. I put without the extensions for certain others.
How much does your extension weigh?
It's super light, like 1.5.
So that gets you up to like what, 19.5 as opposed to 18? Is that what you play with, 18 ounce? You play with 19 ounce? Oh, so it gets you like to 20 and a half. So do you like the additional weight for like a shot where you have to really stay down?
I just use it for like balance purposes for longer shots. For example, like I said, one diamond over the rail and I have a long shot where I want to have like a long follow through. I just simply don't have enough. Then I'm like keep on the back. So I made an extra length.
But they're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you know, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy.
And there's only a few guys that you could have those kind of matches with now.
Yeah, well, next one will be probably George.
You think so?
We're trying to make it happen.
Is he interested?
I think he was, but he's not really responding to messages really well. Lately. I think he was interested, so he had a guy who was willing to back him for a lot of money. And they said, well, we have to do it in this place with this rules. This is how
I
it is to
will
be done.
nevertheless.
Where was that? Where did they want to do it? They want to be in Germany.
No, they want to play
I'll
Vegas.
make sure
Oh,
that
like to say it's a neutral territory.
Vegas is good.
without
Why
going
would you
back
go to Griff's?
to the creator,
Yeah, I think they wanted to do it in Griff's.
until the
Great place.
creator can do proper true.
Good place, yeah.
And
Oh, you don't like it?
true God is a way of negating that
They want to do like
and bring
high
it
rock.
back into
No,
balance.
they said you.
So these
We will play
takers
Vegas.
are
You
standing
got to
out
pay
there.
about like $500,000,
That's like when,
something
you
like
know,
that.
in human terms,
But what I really
you
wanted to
have
do is
someone
basically
who
what we
has
did in the
done
show,
an awful act in your life, and
$50,000
that awful
bet,
act continues to exert itself
play race to
in
120.
your life. Like, let's say, for
$500,000's a
example,
lot. And what I really offered him was to play multiple
someone
disciplines.
you've told
Play
a
like a
million
all
times,
around,
please
play
don't
8
park
ball,
your
9 ball,
car.
10 ball, where was
They
it
keep
9 ball,
doing
10
the
ball,
same
1 pocket
thing.
banks? That's what I wanted.
Go to the
What if you
park,
just
there it is
draw?
again.
In
Go
case
talk
of
to
a
him
draw,
again.
we'll play another set.
But you know what I'm saying? If you have 4 games, you have to play 3 games.
You know,
Oh, we got me.
should you just
I'm not
call
going
the
to
tow
lose, so
company? The coworker, have that car drawn away?
the more the better.
Instead, the Vermont would say no.
What would you race to in each game?
Talk to him
I mean,
nicely.
it would have to be something we can
Give him
fit
a chance
within
to figure
8
it
to
out
10
on
hours.
his
So
own.
maybe race to 30,
Eventually,
10 ball,
he'll get
race to 30,
They'll
9
come
ball,
down
race to
with
10 in one pocket, race to 10 in banks. I think it's a good format.
devastating to your
People
work
will like to watch that, I'm sure. And it's good for the
a
game.
lot more.
It's good for our sport.
It's tough to get people, casuals, to watch regular pool. Get them to watch one pocket. They'd rather jump in front of a bus.
I agree. Well, you don't like
to
one
very
pocket, you
deep
don't like
capitalistic ideas.
I watch it.
Where
I
Hashem
want
as it was lives, there are like four
Yeah.
worlds. Either the
What
lowest
was the
world
last one I
of Sia,
watched? Justin Bergman played someone for a lot of money.
Yeah, he played the guy.
third world.
What's his name? Little.
God as
He
it
was giving him
would.
a crazy spot, right?
Normally, almost
Yeah.
everything that has to happen in the world
Oh, no,
sends out like
Justin won. Yeah.
agents. He
But
says,
it
you know,
was close.
It was
I
really
have all
close.
of these
Yeah.
Malachim
I
that
think
tree,
everybody liked
and
the
they
guy.
go and
It was
they
a
make
nutty
the
spot.
weather run,
I forget what the spot was.
stock market,
11-6.
whatever
I
is
give that guy
necessary to
12-6.
Did
do
you?
those things.
We actually played.
But there's some things he does not. You make a big deal about a Pesach,
How'd
right?
that go?
I need a little
Nice.
solid.
Congratulations.
I'm going to do it
Do you
myself.
like one pocket?
not
Would you prefer, or do you just play it because people want to
When it
gamble?
comes to
I
forgiveness,
think I like it because good gambling game. I don't like the game itself. I think the humidifications they make in the game where you have to respot the balls. For example, if you get more than 4 balls past the kitchen, the 5th ball gets respotted back to the spot, so it makes the game more a lot
example
more
what he
dynamic.
gives is
So you don't get those wedges
metaphor
or
of
50
washing away
people just play
so
nothing shots for hours.
Right.
So it's more dynamic and also dirty for example, it's shot clock. I think one fucking has to be played the shot.
How much time? They give you.
And derby's 1 minute.
If you could make the perfect 9-ball shot clock, what would it be?
I think it's good to wear it to right 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
30 seconds with a 30-second extension.
Yeah.
Man,
Because if you make it any shorter, it's going to be really difficult.
shorter's too difficult. But I mean, the 40-second, like just a touch more. Think about it.
I think it's good where it's at. It's difficult when you have to like switch cues. You have no extension. For example, you jump. So that's why you see us grabbing both of our cues and running out there, throwing off your cue on the side, switching. It's really difficult sometimes.
That's another shot that people hate that you got to leave in is the jump cue. When you jumped out, you jumped out so many times during this U.S. Open. There were so many times you got hooked where you popped that ball in, and if you can't appreciate that on tight pockets, a beautiful shot where it goes airborne, it fires right into the hole, and then you get position on the next ball.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think those that are voting against it are those that can't do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of old school guys who just they get set in their ways. They think that's a stupid cue. It's a little tiny cue. Fuck that thing. But why are they different golf clubs? Because there's different shots. Why do you brand a different cue? Because it's a different shot. Of course.
Of course, I think it's what gets actually new people to watch it because it's exciting. Oh, look, this guy jumped over this ball. It was this close to the ball. It's amazing. It's like a trick shot.
And then also it's like the cues that people are jumping with today, they're designed so well for that. Like I really like that Q-Tech one. That's I think my favorite one. That one is, and you helped design that, right?
Yeah, I was involved. wasn't walking in. But not anymore. Not anymore. It was a different company that we're starting new brand. We're starting a new brand really soon.
When do you think that's going to be available?
My personal job here. Probably, I would say, if everything goes fine, maybe first quarter of next year.
So that's the thing with pool too. It's like when you see a guy who plays really good, everybody wants to play with whatever the fuck he's playing with. So it's one of for a sport and a game. It's like one of the most marketable in that regard because almost everybody, when they find someone who's like whether it's Efren or like that's why so many companies like Muji was sponsoring everybody back in the day because when these guys were playing and they were winning, everybody just wanted to go out and buy Muji because it's like there's a mind.
It's like any sport
game aspect of it.
Tennis, the same golf. You just want to have the same tennis racket as Roger Federer.
But don't you think there's a giant variety in the way those things hit as opposed to a tennis racket's hit? I don't know because I don't play tennis, but it looks the same. Whereas, like, the way pool cues are manufactured, the differences in the weight, the differences in the taper, the differences in the shaft composition, whether it's wood or carbon fiber or
for sure. And I think when it comes down to like a playing cue, then it's really, really personal. Some players like softer hits, some players like harder hits, but when it comes to a jump cue, it just comes down to how effortless the jump cue does the jump.
Right, and how accurate.
How accurate it can be,
Yeah. Do you have like a mental checklist that you go through before you execute a shot? Do you have like a pre-shot mental preparation?
I do a lot of breathing techniques. So, for example, I would breathe in on 4 counts, then I hold it for like 4 or 5, and I breathe out for like 7, 8 seconds to calm myself down.
Do you do that when you're sitting in the chair? Or?
Yeah, I do that all the time. When I'm sitting in the chair, usually I'll do like a mild breathe out at the table sometimes, just let it out. And I kind of started to show emotions too, because I just feel that's okay. Before I used to be like, I can't show any emotions because it's weakness. Now I just rush away. I just don't care.
You're American now.
Yeah. I'm fully Americanized.
That's interesting. It's showing emotions. Well, I definitely think that's the case when someone misses. Because when someone misses and then they whack the table with their stick, boy, that empowers the other player.
Yeah,
it definitely does.
Of course. And that's what some of the coaches that I've worked with in my childhood never all told me. Don't show any emotion.
And the whole story of the Rock explains it is that Hashem has knew that he was going to get angry.
And that's what kind of got stuck with.
Some point in the future.
But I'm just glad that I'm
therefore,
out
he left himself.
Well, it's the most, I think, Jeremy Jones and I were talking about this. I think it's the most mental game because there's this moment of pulling the trigger, this moment where making sure that everything aligns and you just kind of keep your mind on task and keep focused on the object ball. Do you look at the cue ball before you strike or the object ball?
So it really depends on the distance between the object and the cue ball. For example, if it's when it's close to each other, I'll look at the cue ball. When it's long distance, I'll look at the object ball. That's just how I find it working for me. It's another thing that's very personal for other players. I think most people look at the cue ball list.
You have to prepare in advance.
But I just prefer the
forgiveness requires work.
It's interesting because it's a preference thing.
When you get to that level of anger,
preference. I feel like if you have the straight stroke, if you're straight, the stroke is straight, you'll always hit it where you're intending to hit it. So it's more about where you're going to hit it.
There's a guy named Joel Turner who is, I don't know if I talked to you about this guy. He used to be, he was a sniper for rescue missions with the police, where like someone had a hostage and he would have to execute shots under extreme pressure. And he was also a bow hunter. And he realized that there were certain mistakes that he was making, and a lot of people are making bow hunting, that had to do with anticipating the shot and anxiety before you pull the trigger, and that the way to work around that is to have a pre-shot routine in your mind where you're talking to yourself loudly in your head. And you develop this pre-shot routine with very specific things that you say to yourself. You say, like, here I go. Like, whatever different things. He's got a bunch of different steps that he said where he's talking to himself, like center your peep side. There's a bunch of things that
I try almost the same.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Visualization and meditation is really big.
So what do you say to yourself, like when you're about?
My biggest demon in my head is I'm just scared to miss the ball. I'm just, I'm down on the shot sometimes. My brain goes, you're going to miss the shot, or you're going to miss it for sure. Like the way you're aiming the shot, you're going to miss it for sure. So my thing is just telling to my brain that I have to stay on it. No, I'm going to fucking make this ball. I'm making it. Bitch. And it works for me.
Yeah. But if you think you're going to miss, you will miss.
Yeah. And it 100% works like this.
What I was getting at is that I found a giant crossover between that and archery. In that it's the same thing. Like if you think you're going to miss in archery, you're going to miss. And if you think you're going to miss in golf, you're going to miss. Right?
Yeah. It just works like that.
It is. It's crazy. It's like your subconscious tells you to miss. And it's almost like the pressure is too much, so you alleviate some of the pressure by anticipating the miss in advance. Weird. So that's my question to you is like, what is the process that you go through to fight that off? It's just saying, I'm going to make that fucking ball.
Well, yeah, it's an experience already. You have to miss a few shots to understand why that happened.
Right.
And I did lose a few big ones like that. For example, I played Josh Filler in Germany and the European Open. It was a really, really big match. The whole crowd was cheering for him. Quarterfinals of the European Open. I was really weird, but I'm still a big favorite to make the shot. Like a all fans and I'm shooting from the rail. Quarterfinals of the European Open. I was up 9-8. Raced to 10. And I missed it just because I knew that I was going to miss it. Same things happened in Saudi. And I was up 10-3. That was last 16. I'm almost straight on the time. But I just know that I'm going to miss the ball. Oh no. I just know that I'm down on the shot and I know that shot clock is running. No way. I just can't get up. I don't have enough time. So I missed the ball. I'm glad I won the match and I ran the next rack, but it's just weird how that works.
So now you have those experiences, and then what do you do when that's over? When you go, okay, that can't happen again. I got to make sure that mindset never creeps into my head again.
So you just have to switch your focus to your fundamentals. That's what helps me. For example, Nick Vandenberg, he used to be a big player back in the day.
Yeah.
He would practice sitting on his couch for hours. Just practice visualization, just practice on the table. He wouldn't imagine himself practicing in the ball. Like straight and shots, he wouldn't even go and practice. Wow, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah, but it worked for him.
Well, there's a lot of science in terms of like studies that have been done about visualization and the improvement, and they found that actual real visualization, when you're really sitting down there and visualizing, counts almost as much as practice. And in some cases more. And no one knows why.
Well, visualization is really big for us. For example, you're never going to win the tournament without believing that you can actually win it. And you can only believe that you can win if you can only visualize that you won the tournament.
Right. Which is why I say this is like the most mental of games. Yeah. You know, it's such a weird dance that goes in your head. Like, sometimes, and again, I'm not a good player. I'm half-assed. But sometimes I play really good. Like, if I get like 6 hours, 2 or 3 days in a row, I can get in stroke and I start running racks. But when I'm not, and then I go to execute, there's like this thing in my head that like right when I'm about to aim at the, like right when I'm about to pull the trigger, my head goes, don't hit it there, hit it here. And you're like, okay.
Had a touch of outside.
And I do it and I miss. I'm like, why did you change where you were gonna hit it? Like last minute. What the fuck is that? I've been playing pool for 30-something years.
I sometimes that works, and you're like, I'm glad I did that.
Yeah, rarely. Most of the times I miss. Yeah, most of the times when I change where I'm going to hit last second, I miss. Yeah, when I think I'm not going to do this accurate, let me aim to overcut it. And I'm like, oh my god, you overcut it all the length of the table, you fucking idiot. If you just accurately like hit where you thought you were going to hit, you would have made that ball. It's this weird, but that's why I love the game. Because when you're really playing pool, the world goes away. It goes away. You're not thinking about anything. You're not thinking about global warming. You're not thinking about shit. You're not thinking about inflation, how much eggs cost. You're not thinking about shit. The world goes away. And you're on that table. When you're playing, the world goes away. That's what I like about archery, and that's what I like about pool. They have the same quality to them, and then to do it correctly is so difficult that it requires all of your mind.
I agree. Totally agree.
And unlike chess, which also requires all of your mind, pool has the added element that you have to execute. You have to pull it off under pressure. The shit
Kind of like a mix of chess with golf.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just its own thing.
Well,
It's its own thing. It's very different than any of those other things. Even though I don't play either one of them, it's very different than any of those other things. And when people get into it, man, it takes their whole fucking life over. My manager had to have a conversation with me once when I lived in New York. He was like, I think you're spending more time playing pool than you are in your career. Fuck, he's right. He's right. I took a whole year off. I didn't play for a whole year. And then we came to LA and started playing a little bit again. I was like, God, it got me again. Just sunk its teeth right back in me. And now when I'm like, if I'm talking to someone and they're boring, I just think about playing pool. I think about getting out. I think about that's like my default brain. It falls into this, but it's not really about the. It is about the game for sure. But what it's really about is sinking your mind to something. That's where the true joy comes in. Sinking your mind to something and then executing it to perfection. I think it's some kind of a mental exercise, like akin to cardio, akin to lifting weights. There's a mental exercise to it.
Also, the enjoyment from developing a skill, and you just know how hard it is. I think the enjoyment is bigger in that regard.
Yeah, it's a game that I really wish more people would appreciate. I wonder how many people are still listening to this podcast that are just regular people. They're like, what the is he gonna fucking talk about pool with this guy for 3 hours? Yep, this one's not for you. But that's the beauty of having 4 podcasts a week. You can throw one of them entirely at pool. But for pool players, there's a lot of people that get it. It's not like anything else. So, in this weird world of non-physical things, in this weird world of virtual things, of playing video games and of being connected with computers, which is all very, very fun. Those are all really fun to do. There's a kinetic aspect to playing pool that I think a lot of people forgot how satisfying and rewarding it is, and how intriguing the game is. You know, and that's why I always chime on about it. I think it's good for you.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, the way, for example, Vietnam marketed pool is they started opening pool rooms with computer clubs in the same building.
So that's like a computer cafe
type of thing. Yeah, the huge ones. They have pool rooms with hundreds of tables.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Vietnam right now is probably the most pool playing country in the world.
Wow. And how long ago did this start?
Maybe 3-4 years ago.
That's crazy. What made it explode in Vietnam like that?
I had no idea. For example, I suppose the first major we had in Vietnam 3 years ago. I had no idea or any expectations going to the event. But I always knew that I had some fans because on Facebook, like 40% of my followers are from Vietnam. Which always seems weird.
40%?
Yeah. Now it's more.
Whoa.
So I went over there and I was amazed.
Miss Aquarius.
Like in Hanoi alone, there's 2,000 pools.
Well, he does
And
talk
just one
about his wife. He does talk about the marital relationship.
That's crazy.
Rather
What is this? The most luxurious pool hall in Vietnam?
But
That's it.
he
That's
doesn't
it.
like
I've
personify
actually been to this pool before.
grateful for her and so on. But it's a
But yeah,
little
they
bit
have
like a
pools
theist thing.
with
That's, you know,
like
she wants to
hundreds of
remain
things.
anonymous,
It's
maybe.
Chinese.
And it's not at all.
Yeah, that's a weird game, right?
It's become really, really popular.
Hugely popular, right?
Uh-oh.
It's
Go ahead.
very lucrative, right?
Yeah. Yeah, those guys are making big money now. It's called paintball.
It's called hayball, right? It used to be called Chinese hayball. So what made that game explode in China?
They were just throwing big money in the game, and it really exploded everywhere. Because now all the English snooker players, English people players, snooker players are German playing all those tournaments there. And maybe top 30 guys on their tour making good money. And they are, I think they are trying to get all players to join
The truth is, the mock speaks
podcast
very
world
much
just for the
about
cheese.
physically getting
Yeah,
into
that's the problem.
What is a big tournament in hayball pay?
The biggest one pays $750,000 first.
But he has a huge
But they
discussion
have
of
almost
do not turn
big
your
tournaments
eyes
everywhere.
away
They pay
from
$200,000, $300,000 first.
Wow.
the whole
And
discussion
small
about,
tournaments,
you know,
they pay
they're
50.
supposed to
And they're
engage people
happening every 2
That's
weeks.
why
But you were saying you went over there,
alleviate
like regular dudes that you were playing,
He also
were like
discussed
robbing you.
Yeah, the competition's really high. The game is a little bit different. So they use pool balls,
about how
snooker,
what
type
these
of
great
red.
rabbis would
So
do
the
Arab
pop
shabbos.
type of
And
is
so many
round.
of them were doing
They use like
totally
a snooker
mundane
cloth.
things
So
to
it's
get
really
ready for
thick.
Shabbos, and that is
And
like,
like
you know, you
hairy.
think that
So it's a
rabbis would
lot
have
of
like
snap to the glass, so the ball moves slower.
Right.
They hit balls really hard. Is that because of the rounded edges that you gotta fire them through there?
For example, if the ball is close to the rail, that's probably the best way to make the ball because you can push through the rubber.
So I think on the
Kind of like a
contrary,
Russian pyramid.
especially when it gets
Well, there's that one shot where in the side pockets we could push through the nipple on the side pocket. Yeah, it's like
Kind
kind
of the same thing. Kind
sort
of.
of already
because I watch a lot of those guys online and they fire balls in. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, the competition is really, really high there because there's so many players and so many sports in China that just have tables. And it's becoming popular everywhere.
And when did that start?
I would say it started like 10 years ago, maybe even before that.
That's crazy. So think about that. That emerges 10 years ago. So this is only, we're talking about 2015, something along. So that emerges 10 years ago. And then Vietnam emerges 3 years ago.
Vietnam is booming. But maybe I just found it out. Maybe it started
So let's
before.
imagine that's 10 years as well. It's still nothing. That's not that long though.
Yeah.
Like, so it gives me hope that something similar can
The,
happen in
the question
America.
of evil is a huge and two different questions.
I think the audience is different.
Really important.
How so?
Because
Margaret
something
Bell,
has to
thank
happen
you.
in order to draw the
What about
younger
self-forgiveness?
audience here. I don't know if the social media is the answer, but in Vietnam, it's just, they don't have any bars and pool rooms. They don't drink in pool rooms. They just play the game. Everybody's following professional. Everybody knows who Shane McMillan
And how
is.
we should take those
That's going to be tough to get people with no bars.
Exactly.
People who hear a
does
bunch of
not
drugs.
go into discussion
ABA has
how does God
270,000
forgive
members.
himself.
270,000 US alone.
And those are mostly bar players.
Those are mostly bar players that on Fridays, they probably don't know who Shane
But
McMillan is.
the fact is
That's
that
not
I have
possible.
found
Come on,
that by
really?
learning how
Really?
to
They play pool in a
people
league and
better,
they don't know who Shane
I've
Van
gotten
Boeing
a
is.
lot better
That
at
seems
myself.
insane. He plays in those bar table tournaments sometimes.
But
I
They
watched
got
a lot
often we
more.
forgive ourselves.
I watched some recent one from Boston. They had some big, yeah.
That's ultimate goal. They started as Gopher from the UK.
Oh, is
They're
it
starting to, they're starting to break through the US.
Read the Talmud Torah,
kind of crazy? Because it's a really quick shot clock with big ass pockets,
then it's easier to
little ass
give yourself
table,
a little slack.
and if you miss, you're fucked. Right? Because these guys they're all running out.
There's a lot more exploration.
Justin Bergman is a wizard at that too.
Yeah. Mark David.
And I've done here my 5 fabs.
It looks easy. You look at it like, oh, small table, big pockets. This is easy, but no.
Is there a resource for summary teaching?
If you miss,
for the entire work?
like if you get out of line
I
and you
actually have
miss,
a
the
whole
game's
series
over.
of lectures.
You guys are gonna run out.
One of the levels
That's additional pressure. Yeah.
More
Under
the title Kabbalah.
all the clusters and everything's all cluttered up together. Right. And you can't shoot your opponent's ball, so you gotta figure out a way to bump them and move them and get a shot at the 8.
Do you think the 8 ball is still the most played game because of leaks?
And there's also Safaria.
Yeah, most people don't. Like, I had a friend here, and he's like, I play really good pool. What do you play? Like, I was like, no, I play regular pool. Yeah. What is regular pool? Like, you don't play conversation. I was like, okay. Let me explain that ball to you. Like, you play 8 ball. It's not regular pool.
So it may change with Metron being involved. It may change because they push 9 ball.
Yeah. Well, the thing about 9 ball that's very exciting is the luck factor. Right. Luck factor is huge. You know, when you watch a guy shoot a ball into the corner and he hits the rail and it bounces 3 rails and goes to the side. It's fucked if you're sitting there, if you're in the chair and you were hoping, oh, he missed, it's my chance. No.
Welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of
Sometimes people
our
shit in the 9 ball. That's the whole thing. They win. And you're like, how could that be a win? It's an accident. It's part of the game. It's part of the fun of the game. And then also you can win off the break. That's also part of the game. And that drives people crazy. How do you spot that? Like, no, I think it's great. It's part of the mini sport. I also like when someone misses an easy shot and then the opponent runs out and makes an out of the break. So it's like, fuck, you fucked up. And the pool gods do that to you all the time. They do. If you miss a ball, it's kind of weird how oftentimes like you have to sit in the chair for a few racks because the guy just gets a bunch of like really awesome lucky breaks. Like, this is terrible.
For sure. And you know, like what I also found, like, I'm winning more.
One thing goes to Rosh Hashanah. That's top 1, but top 8.
Love. I miss
That's
the
really
ball.
true.
Guys
Every
are so
day you were in
I wonder what that is. Why is that so reliable? Because it's really reliable.
I wish I
The
knew
goal
the answer.
of all of this davening and all the time
If some like
together
springhead
over the
who
course of
studies
weeks is
pool
really
like Dr. Dave, like if that guy could explain this, I would like to know. Because I think there's a kind of science to it, and I think it has to do. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a positive.
Having this mini series.
You're seeing when you're in gear, when you can't miss, and you're in stroke, and you're firing balls, and you're playing really well, you get these lucky breaks. It's weird. It's like you're putting out positive energy. But when you're down and you feel like shit, and you're like, God damn it, I can't catch a break, and then the guy misses, and you're stuck behind 2 balls, and you're like, God damn it, this always happens. I often wonder,
you know where he lives now?
Did you manifest this?
That might
Are
not be
you manifesting good luck with positive energy?
That's what I do.
I wonder.
They are here in front.
I mean, I'm always trying to be positive because I think
not just
there is a benefit to it.
I think there's a real benefit, like a real world, unmeasurable benefit that would probably show up in statistics.
But not even pool. I think in real life it's the same.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, that's what I think pool mirrors life in a lot of ways. I think that's the case. I also think like being really generous in real life is like really good for you. It's really good for everybody. It's not good for just for the people that you're being generous to, but it's good for you too. It's good for everybody. Right? Like more good things happen for you when you do that. It's the same sort of principle. There's it is real. It just doesn't seem like it should be. It seems like you should be able to figure out life on, you know, a yellow legal pad with a pen and some really good calculus. But no, there's some things going on that nobody has figured out how to put a measuring tape to. No one's figured out how to put it on a scale.
Okay, so my goal for
There's some things going on.
It's a difficult one.
We're going to do a little bit of history first.
There's things going on with your mind that no one is ever going to be able to figure out. Like, no one's ever going to be able to figure out why some people get lucky all the time.
Really deserves
But
a lot more attention.
I think there's probably something to it. Like effort, for example. That guy used to always say, I got lucky. He was always saying, I got lucky. Meanwhile, who's more positive than that guy? When he would miss, he would laugh. He would laugh and scratch his head. Never looked like he was mad. I would want her to break my fucking stick. But he would just like, oh no, I missed. He'd scratch his head and go, oh no. And sit down and be all super positive. Right? But he got lucky a lot.
I agree. Maybe that's the case.
And then I'm going to take you into
That's why I wonder. That's why I wanted to ask you about your pre-shot routine. Like, what are the things you're saying to yourself in your mind?
Although the truth is
Or is it just a lot of experience and a lot of I'm going to make that shot?
Well, it's basically shutting down the negative thoughts. Being positive is really difficult at
So I'll
times,
give you just a
especially
little bit of
when
introduction
things are not going your
to
way.
the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to Homer Deborah.
Doesn't miss any balls.
And from
It's
that
really
point,
difficult
we're
to
going
stay
to go
positive for your
into the actual
So
crash course in
you
forgiveness.
just
There
gotta
are
focus on what you can control
distinct strategies
and
for how to forgive
hope
people
for the best.
in
That's all I
this
do.
book.
Have you ever
And
thought about
we'll
doing what
have
Nick
time for maybe
Vandenberg does
three
when
or
he sits
four
on
of
the
them.
couch?
Ideally,
Just like
spend
visualizing
about
running
an hour
out while
on
you're
each one of them,
watching
not
your opponent
exhaust
play?
all of the tremendous
I
wisdom in
think
them.
I have
But
that
let's just
going
my
through
favorite
my brain,
four,
not like
and
listening
we'll
to
wrap it
hype
up
up music.
But I hope
For
this is a
example,
good use of
walking through
presentation.
the match and
I can tell you that it's something
What
really
is hyper
important
music
to
for
me.
you? What do you listen to?
I first encountered Homer
different
Deborah.
depends on the
I had just turned about 30, and I
gangster
came
rap,
across a
sometimes
copy
it's
in my
Like, what kind of gangster rap? What do you like?
bookstore,
Russian
and I was
Russian?
like,
Oh,
I
you gotta
this
send me
Kabbalah,
some.
and I was
Okay,
sort of
Yeah,
like,
tell me what's good Russian gangster
I
rap.
allowed
for
you
the
to
perfect.
look at this,
Yeah?
and look over my shoulder,
Oh,
kind of
nice.
like, can I get a brown paper bag, maybe I can take it home like that.
Like
But
Brazilian
it
funk.
just, the
I like
first
music
12
like that that I
pages
don't know what they're
just
saying.
blew me
Right.
away.
I
Well, I
enjoy that.
do understand what they're
So
saying, but
amazing
sometimes it
that,
just
as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and
Russian
I really,
gangster rap.
I got a lot out of
Like,
it.
can you
It's
give me an
one of the
example
10
like that we
books
could play right now? Like, what is
my
a
life.
good Russian
I think
gangster
it has
rap
a
that
thing.
Jamie can pull up?
Well, his name is Scripted.
Script in it? Like Scriptonite? Like Kryptonite?
Yeah, well, his name is Scripted. He's really popular in Russia.
I will not
See if
say
we can
that,
find that guy.
you
What's
know,
a good
now
song?
Usually it's a
book,
few
you
remixes.
suddenly forgive everybody,
What's like a-
never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy.
I didn't
But
even know
it
that
does
they
help
had a
a
lot of
lot.
Russian gangster rap.
You know,
Yeah.
given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life.
Not
And,
great.
okay,
Helps me
so let's look at the book itself.
Well, a lot of hype up music is not necessarily great music.
Here we go. The book itself. Here is the Editio Princeps, the
I just
first
like his style.
printing.
Give me one Scriptonite though. One good song that you like.
89. It was published posthumously.
Like you and Josh Filler are about to play for $500,000.
Biography a little bit
You're
in a
on your
second.
way.
So this song
He
is
had passed away a
it's
little over
not
a
good
dozen
as
years prior, leaving
Oh,
behind
perfect. But just tell me what it is. I'll have Jamie pull
a
up.
son named Gedalia. And they
Moscow
were
loves it.
desperately impoverished by the devastating
Hey, look,
flames that ravaged northern Israel at the time.
I bet a lot of
They
people in Moscow
sold
do
all
love
of
this.
those manuscripts
Probably pretty
to
accurate
a
song.
real Talmud, a real scholar who was a
You got it,
collector,
Jamie?
Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully
It's not
valuable they
written
were
in
as
English.
about
Yeah, it's not written in English.
This
I just want
was
to try to know. The actual song I gotta like.
the author had
It's called
put
Moscow.
together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it.
If you want, I can have them send it to me and I'll send it to you.
That's not-
for
that's
this,
not
and then
the issue.
only
Oh,
this
okay.
one. And there's actually a couple of
Literally,
long
it's written
citations from the Gemara, so you can see that
Yeah, I don't even know
since
how
his
I
first
found it.
draft,
There it is. I can't type that from the same like it was.
Oh, right.
titled Homer Deborah, the palm
This one's
tree
just gonna
of
get us in
Deborah,
trouble.
was given to
Yeah, this
us
is gonna
by
get us in
its
trouble.
later publishers who don't know exactly
Oh,
what they
yeah.
want themselves
All right, well, we'll cut it
or
out.
even why Homer Deborah was chosen. That's not
So
clear
go
in the
forward
book
a little
at
bit.
all. It may be because Rabbi Rothschild was thinking of a different book that was published earlier called Elima Lavati.
Yeah, something like that.
It sounds like he's on it.
Laid out 7
Maybe.
palm
I bet he is.
Maybe.
This section here
That's most of the stuff he says, you can't even understand what he's saying.
No way.
He's actually from Kazakhstan.
Yo!
Oh, here it is. Wet ass
Yo!
gray face. You'll find him.
What's up, pimp?
Love or treasure in the depths of the woods. Only
What's
the
up?
music was worn
What's
off.
up, pimp?
Sea
What the
lions,
fuck
storm
up?
called, fingers
What's
on
up,
the
pimp? How'd you find out about me, son?
This is a nonsense words.
Yo, it's Rabbi Rothschild. 1000%. Oh shit, the real one. Word, dog. How'd you find out about me, son?
You
came to my stream. Oh, tight. How are you? Pardon me.
I'm okay.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Go ahead.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Can you turn down the video a little bit
Already did, baby.
so I can hear you better?
I already did.
Okay, let's go. Go ahead. Start again. Sorry.
You're good, my friend. Firstly, apologies for my bots. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've heard about them.
All right, well, it's basically the story of someone whose entire life is on camera, and that's what I do. I do it for world peace. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. Data had overtaken petroleum as the number one resource on Earth, and I have more data archived on the world. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family are made financially independent. If you're not already, I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds good, but you said data is a resource, but it has to be valued. Like comparing it to gold,
right?
And stuff like data, it has a value. So just because you have a lot of data doesn't mean that it's necessarily valuable, right?
It is to AI and to modeling. AI models.
Who's gonna pay for it?
AI models need examples on which to train, and just being an influential person will allow me to get spokespersonships, to be able to do endorsements, be extremely influential, extremely famous. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived human in global history. I literally have the last 3.5 years archived. So I have perhaps a time capsule for human society, going back to the pandemic. That's going to be really interesting to the world, especially in the future.
I mean, but other people have that stuff too.
No, they don't. They don't archive it. They may stream it, but they don't archive it, where you can go back to any moment of any day and actually watch what I was doing. So, like, there are some people who stream their life, and that's cool, but they don't archive their streams. I do. Not only that, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously at this very moment. Nobody else does it like I do. Meaning, you can watch my life in 360 degrees. Any of the other people just stream with one camera. I stream with 33 different devices.
You got 33 cameras right now? That's what I was going to ask you. How many streaming devices?
33.
I kind of fuck with it, the 360, like from each point of view. I guess that makes sense.
100%. I talk about things to help the world in addition to world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria.
You got 100 mil.
No, I don't have $100 million. The cryptocurrency is worth $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the lifestyle program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump rich seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Great, man. Those all sound great.
Excellent. I talk about other things for the betterment of society, futurology topics such as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, things like Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, things like...
Yeah, what is a Santa Claus machine?
That
stood out to me.
Absolutely. So I put it in there. It's essentially a replicator. So imagine a 3D printer that's connected to every element in the periodic table. So you don't just create something with plastic like you do with 3D printing. You can create it with whatever you want. So you can replicate a dog, a car, a key, a phone, even a human. And you,
Holy shit! And this technology is available?
it is currently theoretical, but it's coming to fruition.
Theoretical.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming to fruition, though. The 3D printer was theoretical 50 years ago, and now they're in many
Right.
people's homes. So in 50 years,
Now it's real.
exactly, the Santa Claus machine will be real as well. I talk about things like invisibility cloaks. Uh, I talk about things like space travel, space tourism, terraforming other planets. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project, where they created 3 direwolves. Joe Rogan has actually met these direwolves. It's absolutely fascinating what they're doing, and I'm archiving it. Additionally, I talk about things to help you specifically. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120, if you want, with your consent, with technology, things like peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, uh, things like perhaps cryogenics, cryonics, and eventually I think that you'll be able to increase your life expectancy from 80 to 100 to 120. But at 120, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Everything that you said came true. My wildest dreams came true. I got really rich. You gave me everything that I needed. Uh, but my body's starting to break down. I'm 120 years old. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. It doesn't have to happen if you don't want it to. But you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to have a future with a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Dude, that's a lot to take in.
Absolutely, it is.
How do you feel about the Neuralink?
Dude, I'm a major advocate of it. I think it's phenomenal. The first Neuralink implantee, a man named Nolan Asbro. I don't know if you've seen his story, but he's a quadriplegic man who basically can use a mouse cursor faster than you or I can. He basically has an auto aimer in his head. He can play video games better than you or I can. I think that's fascinating. Since then, they put in the second one the next year, the third one the year after that. It's in about half a dozen people now. But I'm a much bigger advocate for things that are called ECCs. They're basically brain caps. It's like a swim cap that you put on that allows you to have the same effects as a Neuralink without it being implanted in you. So instead of being a BCI, a brain computer interface, it's essentially wireless. And that way, if something goes wrong with it, you can take it off. They don't have to drill into your skull. And aside from being slightly slower, it has all of the same benefits. How you
Shut up!
How you living,
Shut
pimp?
up.
How you living, pimp?
Fuck is this?
How you
We
living?
literally made a whole fucking South Park episode after motherfuckers like you. Stop talking.
Cool, man.
You don't know shit.
Cool, man.
You're surrounded by 10 fucking computers.
Cool, man.
There's probably Dorito bags and Mountain Dew bottles laying dormant around your bed. Shut the fuck up.
Dog,
Like, do something with your life.
I really enjoy
Holy
your story.
shit.
Dog,
Like, you're pathetic.
you've got
Look
a
at you.
you've got a really great story.
Jesus Christ,
You've got a really great story. How'd you find out about me, buddy?
I think you left.
Yeah, I do too. That's cool.
Damn, who was that guy?
I don't know. I take shit from all kinds of people. I just let them just rolls off me like water off a duck's back. I'm online 24 hours a day. So can you imagine the kind of shit that I get from people?
Yeah, I can't imagine.
There you go. So that's what I do with my life. You can watch me 24 hours a day whenever you want. And I do it for world peace. Hope that
For world peace.
word dog. I hope that answers any questions that you may have.
You should. Have you ever thought about like going like outdoors and like live streaming your interaction with people?
Absolutely. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed to Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. Basically everywhere in Southern California I have streamed. Word dog.
So like out and going, do you have like a channel where somebody could watch those interactions? Because I think those might be more meaningful than like what I have seen from your stream.
Absolutely. It's all backed up on my social media. So you can find some of those interactions on like my Instagram, which is just like at Rabbi Rothschild. A lot of it's just on my YouTube channel. So do I have links to that exactly at this moment? No, but you can find it on my social media.
That's what you gotta have, man. You should try to get all like your best moments and put it in one like main page. Because the discoverability is hard. You go and type in Rabbi Rothschild, there's like 300 accounts. Like, which one do I look at?
Exactly, man. You know what's up. No, I understand that. I recognize that. I should probably do a compilation of the best of. I do have some people who have put some things together.
100%.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Because people just come to your stream and then, you know, you're here laying on the bed. And then I was like, dude, like, you know, it's easy to find to talk to you, I guess. But aside from like, you know, moments, if anybody is afraid to like come to find your Discord and talk to you, it makes it a lot more difficult.
100%. I understand that.
To watch.
I get that.
I'm trying to give you tips, G.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the advice. I have a lot of interviews that I have archived as well, and people enjoy those, you know, that learn about what I do and my interactions with other people. So I do have a lot of that content.
Yeah, man, you should collect it all and put it together so people know what you're trying to talk about. But like the going around and like spamming thing, I don't think that's working too well.
Oh, dog, it works really well.
Gets people
it's gotten 1,900 people into this server.
You do have 1,900 people.
Absolutely. And it's organic, meaning that's from just the grind of going into people's chats, spamming the shit out of them, creating clips of them, following them, and they come in here just like you did. And then they find out I'm not such a bad person and that I have good intentions, and then they end up telling their friends, this person is fascinating.
True. Well, I'll definitely have to come by more.
Absolutely.
And I come check you out.
Absolutely. Hey, my friend, thank you so much for being so kind. If there's more than anything, all the things that I talk about, I'm here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society and to just give people hope. And if there's anything you ever need or you need someone with him to speak, I'm here for you. Okay, my friend?
All right, brother. Take care. Thanks for the interview and stuff.
Absolutely. Peace, my friend. Thank you for your advice.
Later, man.
Peace. 1944.
Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. set to announce causes of autism by September. A major 6-year trial involving Harvard University and 23 Spanish hospitals is providing some news about the Mediterranean diet. It shows older adults who combine the diet with regular exercise and a 31% lower risk of developing type 2 diabetes. The study involved nearly 5,000 people ages 55 to 75 who are overweight. The Mediterranean diet is heavy on fruits, veggies, nuts, seeds, olive oil, and fish. Limited amount of meat. I'm Scott Real.
History of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola is now striving to set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success will fall a little short. In fact, before its release, they were ready. My co-host Marcio and I stripped back the march of the mainstream and talked to never before heard from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Money is based on my co-host Mark's bestseller book, The Same Title. And on this show, we qualifies years of research to tell our story behind Alan Mother's work from start to finish. We sift through a number of old films, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Money features new archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans, James Caan, that's what boy show up right around like now I gotta go Midwest Talia Shire. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Help. It's on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, listen now. KFI, AM 640, or Studio Anytime. On the next Bill Handle show, pretty soon your kids are going to be attending school with no teachers, just AI computers. Don't believe me, it's already in the works. Hey, don't do that, hey. Hey, please don't do that. That's coming up after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on the next Bill Handle show.
Yo, how are you? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, B.
spokesperson for Governor Newsom put out this statement. They said a person who seeks to split California does not deserve to hold office in the golden state. This is a stunt that will go nowhere. Well, this is what the Republican leader of the Assembly put out this proposal had to say about the governor's state.
I assure you, it is not a stunt. This is the real feelings of people in my district and throughout the state. And people who feel like this government is not without them. It does not address the issues. And
it's not a solution to that. Is a two-state solution?
when in the course of human events that happens, sometimes people make decisions to move in a different direction.
I mean, it almost sounds it's not big bounce or anything like that. It's trying to do things later. It's not going anywhere. It is the stuff. But it is divisive. Well, the Democrats get divisive. I mean, imagine the Democrats did this in Texas. And they would say, well, the Democrats are being divisive. Well, you know, all I can say is they were being divisive. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, this is just this nonsense. As well as we know here earlier, he was talking about the shooting in Minneapolis. We were discussing the politicians. We are stuck in our own seat. Well, I could not agree more. At first, when I heard that he was proposing a two-state solution for California, I thought that James Gallagher was trying to make a point. I thought he was trying to make the Democrats say, no two-state solution would ever work. So they would say, look, okay, then why are you proposing it? Why are you proposing it? But I thought at first his stuff was the cross of sort of a hypocrisy with the stances on what's going on in this with the Democrats. It's not clear. Why is somebody always trying to break up the state? What do you guys here up for? You don't like the way America is? Get it out. We're already seeing migrations in some cases, although it's overblown media, in some cases because of political affiliation. But it's all a part of the plan. It's a plan. I mean, when you think about how all of these nuts that keep coming up with this plan to break up California, they're all tied to a specific party. I admit, Mark, do research if you want, but I admit to see a Democrat come up with a plan to break up California, to break up what you call the this majority. It was there was some independents that there was a couple of 60 right leaning independents because they have a multi-billionaire. They have he turned out to be very, very, very on the right. And I'm not demeaning him. And yet, to me, it's just interesting how it's one specific party or individuals who subscribe to one party's idea that on one hand, trash California. California is the big, it's asshole. Walk it out of California, get out of there because of the crime, the robbery, and then it's no. Break it up. I mean, cut it up into pieces. We get something. Yeah, that's just weird. In fairness, why would anybody on the left ever propose that for a house? I know. And look, I mean, all these proposals are always in favor of somebody on the right because they're the ones that lead. It's like if there's a close call at home plate, the team that gets the call should never argue with the umpire. You know what I mean? Like if you're winning the argument, shut your mouth. So there's really no reason for them to mess around. So in fairness, it is late. California is getting dirty, super dirty. But so dirty, it's just like a law. Next up, this girl being live on 620 difficult John tonight. Live everywhere. Live on Radio Network, Robert Hall, BMI 24. You've been hearing from the state assembly that says he wants California to be split into two states. And leader James Gallagher says by splitting off the eastern half of California, a new state with 10 million residents.
This state would be a government. And more importantly, have governance that actually meets the needs of its people, that is totally incompetent and adapted to address this problem.
Gallagher's two-state solution would include the Inland Empire in Southern California, as well as parts of Northern California, the Sierra Nevada, and the Central Valley. He says it would have the same economic prowess as Arizona. The LAPD is now investigating a meeting of a pro wrestling match in the San Fernando Valley.
The TAPCON video last Saturday left Stuart Smith, who was by Psycho Stu in critical condition, was punched about 20 times in the head and face by Rajah Jackson, son of former UFC star Clinton Rampage Jackson, who punches As he was knocked out, the owner of the show, Helen Sun Valley, says the violence was not part of the script and went way too far. Smith's family says he has regained consciousness in the hospital. He has some recollection of the event. Jackson, meanwhile, has not been arrested. KFI News.
Immigration Detention Center. President Trump called alligator Alcatraz closed up shop. The center may be imminent days, just 2 months after it opened, and at an estimated $400 million cost to American taxpayers. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says it's closing because the job's done, so numbers are down.
The deportations are continuing. DHS is taking people out of there, and they're moving them out.
Last week, a federal judge in Miami ordered the detention center to wind down operations. The facility's been drawing public backlash after its location and living conditions became the subject of multiple lawsuits. Southline weather from KFI: cloudy tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Cloudy tomorrow too, with a 20% chance of rain and highs in the mid-80s. 90 in the valleys, 80s at the beaches and AV and ID. Now it's not bad on Friday with the upper 80s, and that's going to last through the weekend. Right now, it's 81, Glendale 78, Lake Forest. The crash is out of the way on the 15 in the Calm Pass. Heading northbound just after the 138, the left lane's been reopened pretty bad. Traffic is recovering as you make your way up to 215 and if you're on the 10.
Thank you for coming. Very, very nice to have you here on the program. Good to see you guys. I haven't been here in a while. No, you haven't. No, man. Well, you've been, where have you been exactly? Just right now from the show, or have you been doing things? What have you been doing? I've been doing movies. Been on the road. On the road. Always on the road. Do you like that? Yeah, I was just in Houston, Texas. I had a girl on our show is on at like 4 in the morning there. So Friday at 5. Yeah. 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 The station manager. Yeah, they didn't care there, did they? They keep it great. Well, what's is it? Did you like being down there? Yeah, we're being a big rodeo going on, which is something else, boy. I tell you what. I mean, you know, I don't know. White folks are action-packed people. I'll tell you that. Yes, we are, my friend. I mean, the guys are out there. They ride these bulls like this. To me, is a very stupid thing.
lifestyle Washington swap, so you don't have to. Swap watch with Gary and Shannon weekdays at 11 on TFI.
Read it, right? So you read what's it, Cyrillic? Is that what it's called? So you read it and write it. Like, what is it like when you have to learn English? Like, how much of a weird?
Basically said, this book, Tomer Devorah, is so amazing. I'm now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalach HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Devorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kovas and Levavos, Mesilas Yesharim, and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Say my name, Joe Rogan podcast, my name, all day.
Super negative.
And this was when Ephraim Grey snuck into America under the nickname Caesar Morales. Yeah, and won some big tournament at Reds. Wherever that is.
Started by the
Chicago.
Put
the headphones on, dog. Let's go.
the Kabbalah
You don't have to. Or you can not have headphones. Do they feel weird to you? That's good.
ethical concepts.
Okay?
It's
I don't
not
care. It doesn't matter. It's just
Kabbalah
good
in
if,
the
like,
sense of like
we show a
how
video
did
or
God
something
make
like
the
that.
world,
Right. Dude, you
what
came
is
that
the
close to
soul,
being
and what's
2
the
year in a
afterlife.
row U.S.
It's
Open
not
champion.
urgent Kabbalah in the sense of not trying
Yeah,
to
how do they feel?
Golem or
I
some
mean,
kind
I
of
feel super
magical
tired
act.
because my schedule's been hectic lately.
You basically ask the
You know, I
question,
played the World
what does the
Championships
Kabbalah
in
have to
Saudi,
teach
where I
us
also lost in the
about how
finals.
Did you play Florida Open too?
That's what
Florida Open, and I played the
the
tournament in
fundamental
between that. So
premise
basically,
of
I played
Tomer
back to
Devorah
back 4 events.
is an
It's been
exploration of the concept
over
of
a month
halakha
already.
b'dracha.
You know, staying on the
You
road,
shall
constantly
walk
playing.
in his way.
Dude, this is the
You
real
shall
good argument. You're the
imitate
best player in
God,
the world.
but
And if you're the
to
best player in the
lack
world, I think you are.
patio
You got my vote. If you're the best player in the world today,
So
you're the best player of all time.
Lamach asks a really important
Oh,
question.
wow.
If we
I mean,
have
it's
this
really tough
idea
to-
A lot of old guys talk a lot of shit, but I'm just saying. I mean, this
So,
guy on my shirt,
how
he
do you
certainly
actually
gets
do that?
the,
I mean,
like, as
are
far
we
as, like,
supposed
the
to, like,
greatest of all
destroying
time,
cities
most
like
achievements of
Sodom
all
and
time,
Gomorrah?
different. The Z
Are
shot,
we
like all the crazy
supposed
stuff that he can
to,
pull off with a cue ball.
Did you see the shot that I made recently?
Which one?
That 3-rail kick.
I did see that, yeah.
I mean, it is tougher. It is a tougher kick. It wasn't as it wasn't as you know, the situation wasn't like it was a hill
Right.
like against Earl, you know, in the finals. So it's obviously it's much different environment. But the kick that I made was sick. It was pretty sick.
Well, you know, the Filipinos put kicking on the map, right?
For sure.
They asked Efren when he came over here, they changed the whole game. Jose Perico's really good at it too. So good. It's amazing.
That's exactly the
Yes, that's the one. That's the one.
Know God so that you
Good
can
thing I
know
have
how to behave.
filmmaker trailing with me everywhere filming me now.
And it is overwhelming.
That's a crazy shot.
Yeah, I was actually lost that bitch to long quad.
There was a really amazing
Miss Aquarius?
Yeah, that's what's horrible when you take an amazing
Oh, thankfully. How you living, girl?
That's how it goes.
Yeah, look, it's a crazy game, and the game that you guys are playing.
Lovely.
The reason why I said I think if you're the best player today, you're the best player of all time.
Whenever you are.
All right.
Hi, hello.
Welcome. How's your day going?
Who, me or Stingy?
No, you're good.
The Ottoman Emperor.
All right, you ready for your invitation?
The Ottoman Sultan offered a
Yes,
generous
next step.
Okie doke. Miss Aquarius, if you ever come in here, and sometimes I'm asleep, which happens, I know. Sometimes I'm not asleep. Just make sure to yell for me. And if I'm awake, I'll play with you. You know how I do.
Okay.
All right.
Hello, Rufus.
What's good, Rufus? Welcome, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Wow, lots of friends. How are you all?
Hello.
Hope you're doing well. All right, Mr. Aquarius, get it. All right, that's 8. Are you going to get this split? I think you can get it.
No.
Get it, girl.
Nope. That one.
All right.
You got this. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, no doubt.
Get it, right.
Oh, okay, 9. That's good.
Get that one? Yeah. You get this one. You got this.
Absolutely. There we go. That's a spare.
Yeah, good spare.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Oh. Get this. Beautiful. Come on. You should.
You got this. Come, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Yeah.
There we go. That's how we do.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Rabbi got it.
Oh, man.
Okay, Rabbi win. I win.
It's not over yet.
Get it. Yeah.
There you go. That's how you do.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Yes, sir. Oh, you got these too. See, this fair.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's how we do.
Word, girl. Get it. Welcome. How are you? How's your day going? All right.
Hey, Rabbi, you got this.
No doubt. All right. Let's get this split. Oh, I got it. Oh, man. I thought I did.
Yeah.
I'll take it. A win's a win. I win, you win.
I win.
Word, girl. All right.
You're close to that 300.
We're getting there. Now it's your turn to get a win.
Come on.
You just got one, but you'll get one here so that I get one.
That's right. That's right. No. Oh, that was good. Come on, Rabbi.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's how I like to start.
That's good. You did a good job.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. You've got this.
No. That's good. There you go.
Nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
All right. I'm going to get this. No doubt.
Yep. You got it.
Got it.
Yay.
You got that touch. This is you, Miss Aquarius. Get it, girl.
That's okay. That's all right. Come on, that's good.
You've got the lead and a spare.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Yay.
No doubt.
That's right. Get it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I needed to do. Get it. All right, that's going to be some points. You've got the lead, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah. Nope. You got it, Rabbi.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, God.
No doubt. Big points. All right, let's get this. Oh, I've got it. That's what I'm talking about. That spare was key. All right, Miss Aquarius, this is you. You've got this. 3 strikes in a row. All right.
No.
All right.
I can't move it. No.
Get this.
I get it.
Get this. Get this spare. Get one of them. All right, you got it. All right.
Yeah, you got this. You go ahead.
3 strikes in a row. Come on. All right, well, let's get a spare. Let's get a spare right here. Oh, no. Ooh, I got it.
Yeah, good job.
All right, let's get a strike. No, not even close. Boo. All right, I'll take it. That's in the 90s. That's a good round.
Hey, don't matter. You win.
I win, you win. Miss Aquarius.
Undefeated in friendship and undefeated in both.
Yes, ma'am. All righty, you. You get your rest.
Yeah. All right, I will.
Sweet
I'll
dreams.
see you in the morning.
God willing.
Tomorrow, God willing.
Absolutely.
All right, and I'm here for you, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I got you. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay. See you in the morning, man.
See you in the morning, God willing.
God willing, that's right. I ain't going to sleep while I fall over. Right. Have you noticed and stuff like that? It's just you and Loki, right? It'll only be 2 people, right? And then later on, it'll get a lot of people. Then I'll be asleep, and then I touch it down, but I still can hear somebody say the N word real loud, and I had to cut it down. And then I was like, oh my God, now there's people in here now. But I have seen live coming too. And then they be talking about rabbi, and they be trying to call the mod to get you. And I'm like, y'all know rabbi's not going nowhere. I said it in my head. Because I had myself on mute. And I be just listening to them. I'm like, y'all know rabbi is not going nowhere. So why is y'all mad? What are y'all mad for?
Yeah, what did I do?
Because he's on live. Right. They didn't do nothing. So they want to go call my. They ain't gonna call my. They're not gonna kick him out. We need to kick these other ones out that bully that be saying all that disrespectful stuff. So you're good, Rabbi. Hey, I don't know what's wrong with these people.
I don't either.
I'm gonna go in there before them crazy go in there, okay? Because I'm
Okie doke.
peaceful for right now. All right, I see you. God willing. See you later.
Take care, Miss Aquarius.
Spend a night. All right. Good night.
Good night.
According to the Boston Herald, the town of Foxborough had set a curfew for 11:30 p.m. Wallen's final song starting at 11:44 p.m. He's being fined 25 cents per attendee, which comes out to more than a $15,000 fine. That's entertainment. I'm Jacqueline Carl. Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show.
So I guess the new guy, the dream guy, is a little bit placid, he's pretty beefy, and you have no idea what his politics are.
That's coming up tomorrow at 11:30 right here on Gary and Shannon.
Okay, let's show Chris Maryland. Welcome to KFIV 640. More stimulating talk. Congratulations to my friends in Santa Barbara. Just a nice place to be. What a lovely town Santa Barbara is. Santa Barbara beat out USC. Santa Barbara beat out Tulane. Santa Barbara beat out Florida State. Santa school destination. UCSB, #1 party school in America. I'm in. That's funny. I did not think I would be playing that song for you. Feel pretty good about that. Rankings based on student surveys and access to bars, restaurants, athletics, and Greek life. If I'm being completely transparent, I went to YouTube to try to find audio for this story. And when I looked up that Carol was into UCSB party, it is, I'm telling you, like a bajillion videos of parties happening at UCSB. This is an average night, and it's just people getting messed up. And then you got Billtopia, the biggest party of the U.S. at the UCSB school year. Billtopia. Others are being completely flogged for the college party, the frats, Greek life. So, if you are a parent, it feels like kids really need a social outlet, really don't need all that money. Send it to UCSB. Or at least you'll have a nice reason to visit Santa Barbara to go say hi. Why else would you pay the money to see? It's funny when you look at other. Harvard is not on that list. Princeton, not on that list. I was surprised though, because I'm looking at the top 10 again. Like this, full report. I was surprised. When you think of party schools, what do you think? Because I was thinking of Arizona State. Isn't that like the one that comes to people's mind? That was because I lived in Arizona that it has that reputation. But I always thought Arizona State was not considered a party school. San Diego State's up was number 22. So there's any others in California? Why are we so bad at partying? Any thoughts on that? Are we? I thought every college was essentially a party school, and some just kind of a little more and a little less. Yeah, well, the ones that are a little more. San Diego State. If you have trouble finding a party at any college, that's kind of on you, isn't it? USC, is it? Oh, I told you USC, is it? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Because I went to one of those directional schools, and I mean, we're going to have trouble finding parties. We'll find trouble if you wanted to. Then somebody's going to make money here. See, who else is, I would love to see one of those videos of, like, wouldn't it be great if it was on TCU on there? Or BYU. Oh my gosh, wouldn't it be great if it was on BYU on the top party school list? And you know, somebody hijacked the data, right? Now, I have some former Mormon friends, and they went off. They really went off. Really? Oh, yeah. Mormons are pretty hard. Well, the last ones. Oh, I got you. Very good. Now you know. You have too much money, send your kids to UCSB. They might not get the best education, but they will definitely get the best experience. There you go. If you are married to a incomplete, you can't complain about this. That is next. Now, Chris Maryland from Kelly, BFI, and supporting live effort. I heard you. KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, or stimulating talk. Kidnapping, we will go. I'm Mark Ronner, live from the KFI 24-hour news. The LA City Council has asked port police officers to document federal immigration enforcement actions in the Parker area. Councilman Tim Osborne says his motion is an attempt to collect evidence that can be used in court filings against the Trump administration. Osborne played a video taken by a citizen who called Facebook trolls at Tuesday's council meeting. In the video, an apparent federal agent said to a group of women, kidnapping a young girl. Osborne says at best that's reluctant community members at worst. That's a criminal threat. Jim, KFI News. LA City Council has unanimously voted for a review of the My LA 311 system following reports of operational issues since a recent upgrade. The system allows Angelenos to report issues ranging from graffiti removal and bulky item pickup to illegal dumping of potholes via phone or website. So Monica Rodriguez said a review is needed to make sure the system is more effective.
We have to guarantee the transparency and the efficiency and user friendliness for both the public and our employees to ensure that it works so that everyone is able to do their job.
The review will be used to gather feedback on problems such as GPS navigation errors, limits in accessing internal nodes, and instances where service requests were marked closed without being completed. A border patrol agent accused of attacking a Long Beach police officer has died.
The Riverside County Sheriff's Department retrieves the body of 29-year-old Isaiah Hodgson, who was found in a home in Hemet last Friday. The cause of death is unclear. Detectives say there is no evidence of foul play. On July 7th, he was arrested on suspicion of drunkenly assaulting a Long Beach police officer in the Shoreline Village parking lot while off-duty and armed with a gun. He was charged with assault on a police officer and resisting arrest. Dick Martindale, KFI News.
Investigators in San Bernardino and Riverside County say they're still looking for the remains of 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro. Baby's parents of the charge at Leandro says both counties have deployed significant resources to recover the boy's body.
There is absolutely nothing, no crime more important than the injury of a human being, particularly a child.
The father, Jake Haro, has a previous conviction related to abuse of a different child. Investigators say they believe baby Emmanuel was also abused. The boy's mother, Rebecca Haro, had claimed Emmanuel was kidnapped from a Big Five store in New Haven. The shooting at a Catholic church in Minneapolis has killed 2 children and hurt 17 other people. It happened while students were attending Mass. The shooter fired a shotgun through the church windows. Jacob Fry says the community would come together to help.
Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church.
14 of the 17 injured are also children. They're all expected to survive. Police say the shooter's been identified as Robin Westbrook, in his 20s, who also killed himself. They say he posted a disturbing manifesto online. And a whistleblower claims Doge has put social security information of more than 300 million Americans at risk. Social Security Administration's Chief Data Officer Charles Borges filed a complaint saying Doge employees uploaded a sensitive Social Security database to a vulnerable cloud server that could be lit or hacked. Attorneys for Borges say Americans may be susceptible to widespread identity theft, may lose vital health care and food benefits, and the government may be responsible for reissuing every American a new Social Security number at great cost. Southland weather from KFI: cloudy tonight with lows in the mid-60s. Cloudy tomorrow too, with a 20% chance of rain and highs in the mid-80s. 90s in the valleys, 80 inches in AB and Ivy. We get sun back on Friday, with mid-upper 80s in LA. That's going to last through the weekend. Right now it is 70 in Newport Beach, 73 in Orange, 77 in Sherman Oaks, 78 in Burbank, and some stop moving on the 405 in Sherman Oaks.
That's northbound just before the 101. The stall that's taking up the front and moving down from Skirball Center Drive. And on the southbound side of the 405 in Inglewood, just after the 105, we have a crash there. Blocking the car point, 2 red flags causing some stop-and-go traffic backed up to about Manchester. As you travel on the 710, that's southbound in Long Beach. Just after Atlantic, you'll see a crash there. That's actually it's 17 southbound right at Anaheim Street. Crash there, blocking the on-ramp as well as the right lane, causing a slow ride from about Willow Street. And as you travel on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, some slowing that's moving just after Western and stay slow to the 110. Traveling on the 110 through downtown LA, some traffic builds up, approaching Newtown and stays busy to right around the 101. And we have a work zone that's going to be on the 14 headed southbound in Lancaster, from Avenue Avenue N. That's scheduled in at 4 in the morning. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports on Pedro Moreno.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One's Thank You Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances.
Alright, this bull fried chicken coupon for Denny's like would you like it on bars? So I'm tripping on these guys.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover
preview.
This is a story about a young couple who fall from each other despite everything.
How can you be so simple?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my god, where to start? What the hell is going on?
It's about who we are online and how little we know.
Because the conditions are very different. For people who don't know or don't play pool, okay? If you're going to a regular bar and you're playing on like a bar table, those pockets might be 5.5 inches.
Also, in the US, people are playing 7-foot tables versus
In a bar, sure. They're 9-foot tables and the pockets are 4 inches. And so when you get 2 cue balls, you try to put them next to each other and try to stick. You can't even get close to sticking them in a 4-inch pocket. It's really tight conditions. And I think there's better players now than I've ever seen in my life. And I've been watching pool for 35 years and playing pool for 35 years. I've never seen better players than play today. And I think you're the best today. So in my book, that makes you the best of all time.
Well, like you said, the conditions are completely different. The game changed within the last 3 years. I think the game changed.
Yeah.
You know, we changed the breaking formats.
Yo.
We used to do one on the spot.
How are you?
The magic crack, no 3-point rule. So
All the people know that don't play pool go, what the fuck are they talking about? We're talking about professional pool.
Of refugees from Portugal and spoke Portuguese. And
How was your day?
They were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possible.
Okie doke. All right, well, I'm gonna get some shut eye. Sweet dreams.
But they were sort of like, I like to think of that generation sort of like being related to this little history.
The 9-ball and the spot made a big difference.
yeah, because then you don't box.
Yeah. When you were showing me today how to break that way, I was like, oh, that's crazy. Like you have to hit it with draw, and then you have to aim towards the back ball. Wow.
Yeah, but we can't really say that.
Oh, yeah. It's an insanely competitive game now. And shout out to Matchroom, right? Because Matchroom with the zone, they've done an amazing job with boxing and a bunch of other sports. But what they're doing with pool is crazy. So there's so many events and it's all over. You can get it on World Bible Tour. It's WNT.tv, right?
Yeah, thanks. That's the website. I think they go from that to their subscription.
Amazing. It's amazing. And then there's also the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, which has tons of stuff on for free. It's
They are elevating the game for sure. They are the reason why pool is where it's at today, versus where it was 5 years ago. I think.
Yeah, it's huge. I have friends who send me videos now. Like people who just randomly find videos on TikTok or on Instagram.
Pool is going on social media. I do on social media. I have a filter that follows me everywhere. Try to film as much stuff.
It was very funny. We were in Atlantic City when you went to the pool. Whatever skies. Yeah.
I think it was pretty cheap budget. We could do it a lot better, especially when we go to Asia.
You can't sneak around in any pool.
If you put me and make me look like a grandpa or something.
Okay. Like you have to get in disguise. Yeah. And then disguises are really good today. Have you ever seen those CIA disguises that they use? So apparently, this is a story. Apparently, and this was told to me by someone who I really trust. Obama was having a meeting with someone in one of the rooms in the White House, and he's in the middle of having this meeting with someone who he's met before and had conversations with before, and then they inform him, Mr. President, we just want to let you know this is not who you think you're talking to, and we just wanted to demonstrate how good the special effects makeup is in masks. This is not that person. And he was like, what? Confirm this. I don't have Obama's number. I'm like, call him up and go, bro, is that real? Yeah, but I believe it's real because I've seen up close, like really, it's like when Tony Hitchcock does Kill Tony. Sometimes they have makeup artists that dress people up and make them different people. Like they've they did a Biden one, and Kyle Dunnigan played Elon Musk, and I didn't even recognize him. I was like, who's this guy? Like, this is a weird guy, like acting weird. And then like that's Dunnigan playing Elon Musk. I was like, no way. If right in front of him, I thought it was just some didn't look like Elon Musk, like weird guy. But it didn't look like him. It didn't look like a person. It didn't look like a guy in makeup. It didn't look like a mask. It looked like a real person. It just was weird looking. It's like, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's what we should do. I think it's going to be really, really good. We did that in Asia, like Vietnam or Philippines.
You gotta work on that voice, though, son. You can rush all day with that voice.
I know. I can only be like an undercover, I don't know, somebody.
And for people that are at home, how can he be the number one in the world if he just lost? Oh, it's just, yeah, we should be the number one in the world. He should be the number one of all time. It's like long reasons are really what's up, right?
Well, it's by the rankings. Yeah, by the rankings. And what we have now with Metrum, it's 2 years of prize money combined throughout all the tournaments.
But I think the real matches that you play where you really get to see who's the best, and this is only for like hardcore pool nerds. The real ones, like the one you did with Shane, was like 3 days, race to 40 each day, 120 games total. That way, there's no questions. Now, after 3 days and 120 games of pool, possibly 239 games of pool.
That's how I almost won the first time we played.
Really?
I lost the first time.
That's right.
I lost 120 to 116. I was down and up. Yeah, last day I was up by almost 15 games. I remember he came back and beat me.
Yeah, it was super impressive. But it was even more impressive you coming back the next year and steamrolling them. Like you won by quite a few games. How many did you win by?
By 42, I think.
42 games is crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. 78.
And that was for. Did you advertise how much that playing? Was it being? We were gambled.
Well, if we were advertising, it was for 50, but it was a little bit more.
So you had a bunch of other people chiming in, throwing money in.
Yeah. Well, myself. So you
don't want to say the actual total?
I don't know.
Are we allowed? I don't know. I mean, unless you're lying to the IRS, which as a new citizen, I would say don't do that.
So yeah,
don't lie. Oh no, you're gonna get in trouble. I don't think you were a citizen last time. You were here, right?
No, I'm not a citizen now. I'm a great coach.
Oh, okay. What do you have to do with COSIS?
I think you have to be a permanent resident for 5 years, and then you can apply if you follow certain rules. So you have to stay in the U.S. for 6 out of 6 months of the year, out of the calendar year each year.
Well, you better stay away from Home Depot because those dudes are getting crazy. Yeah, they're snatching people up left and right. Yeah.
No, I think I can do everything right. You know, pay my taxes, all the rules.
Well, you gotta play. That's weird that if you're not a citizen, but still you get to play for the Moscone Cup. That's kind of crazy.
Well, Metro changed the rules, as soon as I got the green card, and I wasn't able to play the official tournament back then.
Right, because you were Russian.
Yeah. So,
which is really crazy. It was really weird.
Yeah, when you think about it, even the first band that we got as a Russian athlete happened because of hockey players. The WADA, Anti-Doping Association, they banned all the Russian athletes. Doesn't matter what sport you're in.
What?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Oh, so it had nothing to do with the war.
The first one happened before the war was 2018 or 19.
All Russian athletes could be anywhere.
All Russian athletes could be anywhere. That was everywhere. That played World Cup of Pool, I remember, in UK, under no flag. But we were still able to compete, like, after the war, we were not allowed to compete anymore.
Wow. Wow. You know what's interesting? It never stopped the UFC. Like, not only do Russian fighters fight in the UFC, but they're celebrated, no one cares.
Because they're not under the Olympic Committee, I think.
Well, they're definitely not. It's a professional sport.
Well, that's what happened with Metro too. You know, it's a private company, right? Not a federation or association. They're just a private company, and they basically make their own rules.
I was just glad that they didn't make it political. I'm like, I think fucking this guy is out there causing trouble. Like, he's just a fighter. He's just a professional MMA fighter. You know, this is what he does. And let's think about that. Let's not think about what these other people are doing that are in the same country as him. It's not him.
Yeah.
So the USA didn't care. Like, they let a bunch of, like, for the entire time of the war, Ukrainian guys and Russian guys are fighting the same card sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that Metro went out of their way to make an offer to me and say, you know, you can represent the United States. At the time, we were playing the U.S. Open in Atlantic City 2 years ago, or was it 2 years ago? And the crowd is cheering for me. You know, I'm living in the United States already. Everybody's treating me like I'm one of their own. And now it's obviously completely different. You know, if you watch the U.S. Open from last week, everybody's supporting me. Everybody's cheering for me.
Well, that's the cool thing about America is that it's a nation of immigrants. It's like you can come over here and just say, I'm American now. And everybody's like, all right.
So here's
Try that in Poland. They're like, you're not Polish. You're not a guy here. There's a lot of countries like that that are like, no, you're not one of us. But America's like, we don't have like a nationality. We're all kinds of shit. So anybody can come over here. And if you do it the right way, we get super happy.
Yeah, I think it's great. I'm really, really glad that people really welcome me with the way they welcome me.
Yeah, but that's also the way you play. You know, there's a thing in pool. It gets, when people play a lot and people really into pool, it's almost like that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is how good you play. You know, you ever read that book, McGurdy? It was a Robert Burns book on a guy who lived during the Depression, who was a billiards hustler, traveled around the country. There's a scene in that where they were looking at the television and Nixon was on TV, and he goes, look at that guy. Isn't that funny? Because you and I know what that means. Yeah. Like that in the pool world, that really means something. Like if you can't play at all, like it's the fucking president can't play. It's real. It's weird. So if you come to America, all that they care about is if you play, since it's a melting pot already, and then it's like all they care about is how good you play. You play pretty fucking good. So far, people just take it. So far, well, you play better now than ever before. Yeah, I think I'm top of my career. 25? 25. Yeah, come on. You're not even in your prime.
No, yeah, I think I'm not in my prime. I think I'm getting better every year.
I think so. The match that you had with that Filipino gentleman before the match in the finals, what is that guy's name? Michael?
That was Michael
quarterfinals. Yeah, so in that match, I was watching some of those outs, and I was like, Jesus, like, it doesn't get better than that. Like, 4-inch pockets, tight competition, a really good player, high pressure, everybody's there, single elimination at that point.
Yeah,
he just get out, man.
Yeah, the pressure is really high. I'm not quite sometimes you can watch it on TV and you don't see the emotions.
Oh, yeah, I get it. I'm sure.
You're ready to shake sometimes. Your backhand is shaking sometimes. And you just gotta manage it. You just gotta handle it.
Well, you have such a process when you play. Like when I watch you set up for a ball, it's always form. That's what I really enjoy watching. When a guy is like every shot is like
Some people find that
nice and boring. No, those people are assholes. Those people are assholes. They think your style is boring. They're pussies. They hate shit. Those guys, all they are is jealous. That's all that is. Everybody wants to play like that. Everybody wants to play like that. If they say because you play too good, it's not fun to watch. Shut up. Yeah, I know you. That guy, whoever that guy is that says that, I don't want to listen to his opinion on anything. I guarantee you, he like shows that suck. Get in his car, listen to his music, it probably sucks. How do you not like watching someone play perfect? That's crazy. I have to agree. It doesn't make any sense. But then there are guys who play wild that are Sufi. That guy, he gives me anxiety.
Yeah, very unique.
Sidearm, barely holding on to the cue. and he just fires balls in. He runs around the table. He like one strokes everything, and he's just getting out from everywhere. Like
Material very, very talented. He's so good. If you got like that,
with a tiny spark of darkness that
he
allows
used to
you to
win
contain its
the world championships.
four levels of existence. Those who speak with the highest level of humanity.
Tony Drago said
that guy was crazy. He was just running around the table, fireballs in, he couldn't miss. Yeah, those guys are fun to watch. But what are we here for? Right? You're here to win. You're here to run out. You're here to get perfect position. You're here to dominate this very difficult table.
Everybody's different.
Right. Style. But under extreme pressure, it's better to have your style. Like more Kobe Chung style, Kobe Knee style, like methodical backstroke. It always looks the same, smooth delivery. And, you know, I play half-ass pool, but I understand what's going on. It's such a mind fuck. Every game is such a mind fuck. Every time you're about to pull the trigger, like, now, no, one more stroke, now, no, one more backstroke, now, no, not yet. Okay, we're ready. Oh, we're ready. Go.
Well, you don't really have that.
Shot clock is brutal.
Shot clock is a game changer for sure. It's hell because you gotta make the decision basically right out of the gate, right off the chair. When you're in chair, you already know what you're going to do because you don't have 30 seconds for an extension per rec. It gives you an extra 30 seconds. And sometimes the pressure is really high when you get completely brain dead. You don't want to be in that position.
I think the Derby's a little bit better. They give you 10 more seconds.
Well, the Derby, the rule is for as long as you stay down on the shot clock doesn't.
That's good. The other thing that's brutal is the beeps.
It's not accident.
When it gets down to 5 seconds before you got to pull the trigger, you pull the trigger on a 9 ball with 1 second to go. I was watching, I was like, oh my god, I would be having a heart attack right now.
One more metaphor that I think is a little better for understanding this idea.
When it comes to pressure, it's the highest pressure you've ever.
Everyone's screaming, cheering, everyone's screaming. For people that haven't seen it before, most pool tournaments are very, very respectful. People will clap after you make one out, or sometimes in the middle of a game, like if you make a really good shot, they'll clap. Be in great position, they'll clap. But as soon as you drop down to shoot the next ball, everybody gets quiet. Let's go, because those rules are off the table. We're hammered.
They would be super loud. They have a super tough eyeball that everybody can play. For example, you play UK, and 95% of the crowd is Europeans. Everybody's cheering for Europe. So let's say I'm on the top time, everybody's loud, and then everybody goes shh, and everybody will go quiet just in a second. And it's really, really tough to pull the trigger. That's huge. So it's a tough environment to play in, but that's what makes this tournament special.
Well, it's fun to watch, though. I'm so glad that all tournaments are like that, though, where you encourage people to be assholes. It's kind of weird, though, that they've agreed to only be an asshole for one tournament. Because people yell out in the middle of like you stroking the ball.
You see the crowd getting more engaged than more now. You watch the U.S. Open Finals, it was loud when I come out in the quarterfinals. It was kind of like that.
Something about the way in which God
there was a lot of guys that were loud.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. I think we all agree that eating highly processed food for every meal isn't optimal. So why is processed food the status quo for dog food? Because that's equivalent, an ultra-processed food. But a healthy alternative exists, the Farmer's Dog. They make fresh food for dogs. What does it look like? Real meat and vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients and help avoid any of the bad stuff that comes with ultra-processing. And it's not just random ingredients thrown together. The food is formulated by on-staff, board-certified vet nutritionists. These people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all in on fresh food. The Farmer's Dog also does something unique. They portion out the food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only. Yeah, let's talk about that, because one thing that happened is there's a rule where you're not allowed to soft break, but soft breaking is basically very subjective. Like a referee can decide to call someone on it or not call someone on it. And you thought this guy was soft breaking, so you said something, and the Filipinos went crazy.
Yeah, everybody went crazy. I had to delete my Facebook for a couple of days because it was just bothering me. I was getting notifications every second. Crazy Filipinos. Yeah, you were charging our player, you did that. But yeah, I thought the guy was soft breaking, and the rules state that you gotta make your best effort to make a forceful break. So that's really subjective, and it's up to the referee to make that call.
I have a solution to that, and it makes it more interesting too.
Radar, yes.
Yeah, it's an easy solution.
I agree.
Easy solution, and it makes it interesting. It's a new element that you think about.
Then you also have, for example, juniors or girls. Do you make the rules the same for them?
No, it's a good rule. You're not playing guys, right? Well, girls are playing girls.
Well, yeah, but W and G Tour, it's an open tournament.
Oh, right. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Juniors can do
I see, but I thought you were talking about young kids. No, for young kids, you'd have to have an exception. And for girls, you'd have to have an exception. But you would just change it, just like, well, so whatever the speed is, like what is... What's a good break speed? Like, what do you think you break at? Like Bustamante in his prime, what was it, like 30 miles an hour?
Well, back in the day it was different. Back in the day everybody was breaking over 20, 23, 24, 25.
But Bustamante had the craziest break.
Yeah, Bustamante.
When he would let the kid go out of his fingers and then throw his whole body into it, his timing was crazy.
You ever watched the Russian player? His name was Evgeny Stalin.
No.
Oh, you gotta watch that stroke. He was a crazy break. And then he's got Roberto Gomez.
Oh, he has the crazy thing. Yeah, that's so hard to be accurate to do that.
Oh yeah, I don't know how they do.
It has the most insane smooth delivery. And again, what a mind fuck, because you're about to, you're trying to hit this one ball square on the face, and you're throwing all of your might into it.
Yeah. So that's how Shane's breaking the same way. His body moves first, and then he delivers.
I'd like to know how fast he breaks when he breaks like 10 ball. Because when he 10 ball breaks, it's pretty crazy.
He breaks pretty hard. I like to break with softer speed, more control. He just whacks him.
So what do you think would be like a reasonable mile per hour that you would impose, where you'd say anything slower than that, soft breaking, is like 15 miles an hour?
Or I think it has to be higher, like 18, and then also push the players to practice. For example, you wouldn't want to break borderline 18 because it may be under. Right. Players will try to break harder. 19, closer to 19, maybe harder than 19.
Well, they used to do that 3-point rule where they would, that was very annoying. Yes, it was very annoying. Because sometimes these guys would break hard, but the referee didn't. They made a ball, and then the opponent gets to shoot. Like, that's crazy.
In that case, yes, I agree. But that's another simple solution that's better than what we have now.
Yes, I think the radar's the way to go.
Yeah, the radar's definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it also is kind of cool. When you get to
extra stats you have.
And some guys play like Shane, even in 9-ball when he does the cut break, he breaks really hard.
Kachi is the one. Breaks the hardest.
Big fucking dude.
Oh yeah, he breaks the hardest. I don't know how he won the day.
It doesn't even look like he's trying that hard. Because he's a big dude. He just
last time he'll break an open bridge. Which is even crazier.
People wanted from like the color of money. Who's that kid with the sledgehammer break? It's a dumb American thing. But if you want to get like American people to tune in, you gotta break hard. Yeah. Like, well, that's why Earl Strickland still gets mad. The fact is, I heard Mike Siegel talk about it too. It's like, well, they just hit it straight on the one ball and hit it as hard as you can.
Because it's no fun. That way, it's no skill, really.
I just think he hasn't had someone lay it out to him. Like the way you just did with me, or explain it to me. This is the first time that I had anybody explain to me that particular break. I'm like, oh, and you did it dead on, and you knew that the cloth was a little worn because it's a year-old cloth. So they're like, okay, because of that, I'm gonna have to hit it here, and it'll go on the side. And you smashed it, and it went right in the side. Like, oh shit! Like it's not risky. You're not like gambling. The only thing you're gambling with is the ball's going across the table. But it seems like you guys kind of have that mostly worked out.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody on the tour is figuring out the break really fast. It doesn't really matter what you change in the format. The players will figure it out.
The fun thing to me about your life is that you're traveling all over the world playing, and then occasionally you have these marathon gambling sessions that they stream online. And I've got a good buddy of mine, Tommy, from Connecticut. Shout out to my boy Tommy. And he and I we fucking texting each other, like for 3 days in a row while these matches are going on. And I get so juiced up for him. I get so excited about him. But it's like that's the part of the game that has always been the most romantic, the gambling part of the game. And I'm glad that people aren't shying away from that, because there was for a long time, gambling was thought to be negative for professional pool. That's not the case anymore.
Well, it could be. It could be.
It could be, sure, because you're bringing in shady people, for sure. Well, if you're gambling $100,000, where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? Bob the drug dealer came over, and he wants in. He's staking me, and if I win, I get 40%.
But in other cases, it's different. Yeah, our matches that we make, there's only a couple that we did. We played twice with Shane, and there's also a few one-pocket matches we did, but the biggest ones were with Shane, and it's only a small group of people. It's basically just, a few guys, my managers, me, and same thing from Shane's side, so everybody knows each other.
Yeah, for sure, in your case. But in the case of like high-level gambling in pool, there's a lot of shady characters. There's a lot of shady characters. How often do you gamble just in regular life play pool? Because does anybody ask for like giant spots or anything like that?
Well, everybody has them for ridiculous games all the time, but I think my gambling days are over, and I'm a tournament player, really.
Well, you got to do good. Yeah, like I played you when you were here like 2 years ago, and I definitely play better now than I played 2 years ago. But you play way better. You play better than you were playing then, which is crazy. But you were banking out, making shots. So I was like, this is so humiliating. It's so humbling.
Yeah, I do play a lot better than 2 years ago.
Which is hard to believe. One of the coolest things to me about any game or any sport, anything, is that, and especially today, because there's so much data that's available. Like, say, if you're a young player and you're learning how to play, you can watch pool on your iPad until 3 o'clock in the morning. You watch matches and you learn. You learn how to play things. You learn, like, why did he do it that way? You're like, oh, and you rewind it. You go, oh. None of that was available. It's like Mike Siegel back in the day. Or Nick Farmer, those guys.
Yeah, there's tons of videos on YouTube.
There's so much information.
Yeah, you can also watch it on TV. I think Metro was showing all those tournaments, all of the majors, on TV everywhere except the US, I think.
Yeah. And so it's just like everything else. With the new generation, the level just gets higher and higher with everything, unless there's physical limitations. And with pool, it doesn't seem like it's not like running a 4-minute mile or running the fastest hour leader.
We're all crooked. All of our backs are crooked.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We're all windows over. It's always one-sided sport. Every one-sided sport is kind of like that, I think.
Archery's like that.
Archery, golf, shooting.
Yeah. Yeah, your back must be fucked up. I know your neck was fucked up. It brought you to waist well last time you were here.
Yeah, it did help. It did help for like 6 to 8 months, I think.
And now it's fucking with you again?
No, I actually found the way. I have my pre-match routine. I stretch every single day. I do warm up like rubber bands or just a bit.
What do you do with them?
Basically, I work on my upper back.
Oh, so like certain workouts
take some pressure off my neck. My neck is where I really feel it, like my upper back, shoulder blades.
You probably have a heavy head. That's what it is.
Yeah, maybe. I did all the MRIs, and I did have like a bulging disc, C4, C5. That started to progressively was getting worse.
Nothing happens in the world unless
I think I'm reaching out to you at the time. And I found a guy that helped me a lot with the routines that we built since then. knock on wood.
created
Everything was
initially.
Oh, nice. Did you ever get one of those things that I was talking about? Those decompression things where you put your head in a harness and you pull on the door, set on your door, and you hang that a little bit. Those are nice.
Yeah, and also
They're kind of like an energy
how do you
vacuum.
call that?
Like, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy.
Those are great too.
By rights,
Everybody should
they
be
should
doing
come
that.
back
Everybody should be
to you and say,
decompressing.
hey,
Because you get to a certain age and everybody's back. It's just like you're carrying all this weight your whole life, and your back just gets smushed. And your posture starts to suck, and then you start to get these weird pains. And decompression. And if you can do it and just be real vigilant with it, you can stop a lot of problems dead in their tracks.
For sure, and I felt that I haven't really paid attention to like stretching
I will
as much
nevertheless pay
before
for
this year,
I'll
and I
pay
can play a lot
He
longer.
said,
Even
I'll
though
make sure that
I'm
that
younger,
being has enough energy
practicing
to get it without going back to
when I was old, I was
brain on
16, 18, I was practicing a lot more than I did now.
Yeah.
And I never really had any issues. In 2022, I'm practicing the same. I always leave the pool with some type of pain, and I don't want to go practice the next day because of that.
That's
Right. Do you, the problem is it's hard to get access to a cold plunge when you're on the road.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I do have a
Yeah.
sauna, all the good stuff.
Cold plunge is the thing, man. It just alleviates so much inflammation. Especially if you can do it first thing in the morning. If you can force yourself to do it first thing in the morning, it is the way to go, man. It sucks every day. But if you just do it, get out of it. It's like, loose, free. Yeah. So, and as long as you don't do it within like 2 hours of you playing, you have to wait like probably 2 hours for your body to like fully warm back up again, because if you are cold, it will kind of mess with your coordination. Yeah, I was telling you, the worst thing ever for pool is lifting weights. There's nothing worse. I found myself. It's terrible for sure. You know Willie Hoppy, the old school billiard player. Never heard of him?
Willie Hoppy, no.
Never heard of him? You know what a hoppy cue is?
Hoppy kid.
No, okay. A hoppy butt is like a type of butt that doesn't have a rubber bumper at the bottom of it. It's just flat. And for whatever reason, Willie Hoppy used to prefer that kind of, I think, it's named after him for some reason. Anyway, he was a famous billiards player, like the turn of the century, and the turn of the other one, like the early 1900s. And he wouldn't drive a car. He refused to do anything with his arms. He wouldn't drive a car because it would mess up his pool.
I have all of these
Some players are super superstitious about this stuff.
Cars back then, though, didn't have power steering. So you have to think it's probably really difficult to steer them. See if you can find a photo of Willie Hoppy. Yeah, the player is the sidearm, too. Yeah, totally sidearm. Keep exactly. It's like these guys start playing when they're 5 years old, and they can't really reach the table correctly.
That's exactly the reason why when I started, I played Russian pyramid, and I was on the sidearm because I wasn't tall enough. They sent me to the pool.
Yeah, look at him. Isn't that crazy sidearm? Like, that's nuts.
Just like Muhammad Salah.
Yeah, that's him when he was an old man. Yeah, just like Sufi. Weird, right?
Yeah.
Like, you never saw someone put a diet with, look at this lemon.
Yeah, you would want to play that guy.
Yeah. But meanwhile, as long as he figured out how to do it consistently.
That's the thing in pool, there's so many different variations of the stance, stroke, that you can overcome everything if you practice just, hundreds of hours. So it wouldn't really matter. You can play by the book, but in the end, all that matters is how much time you spend at the table.
The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live bidding during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action from kickoff to final whistle. Whether you're betting on your go-to team or making moves mid-game as the momentum shifts, Saturdays are yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code Rogan for new customers. Get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, open wire. Text OpenY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-79-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. One in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see bkng.co/audio.
Like Shane. Yeah. When Shane, he's arguably the greatest of all time. It's in the conversation for greatest of all time. Five-time U.S. Open player. Hits the ball in a way that everybody tells you don't ever do it. Yeah. So he stops at the cue ball. Instead of following through and letting the cue ball slide through, he stops at the cue ball.
He's very unique. Same as Filipinos. Filipino players, they have a unique style of play. They're super fluid. They're like dancing around the table. But nobody plays like that. Nobody else plays like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's again, as long as it's repeatable. Yep. It's like there's a lot of things like that. If it's repeatable, if you can do it over and over and over again. There are no rules.
No, I mean they are written in the book.
But how could you say that like Shane Van Gundy is doing that good than anybody ever? Right? Who's won the most tournaments of all time?
I mean, that's a good question. We were just talking about it this morning. I think Shane is definitely one.
Might be Shane.
Might be Shane. Shane might be the greatest of all time right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Jeremy Jones says, the greatest of all time. Yeah. That's his pick. It's what's crazy with him too is the deaf aspect that he shuts his hearing aids off when he plays. That must be amazing.
That should be illegal. I mean, it should be.
Really? I mean, listen, man. Life
really
gives you lemons, you need lemonade.
I know.
The dude was born deaf. That's fucked up.
It is, but it's
that's the advantage he gets. You can shut the bitches off.
Yeah,
I guess. Come on, man. You get check and see if he has it on. Shane.
Do you think we're not checking? We are checking.
Are you checking?
Of course.
They say things
to figure out that all the time.
How do you know when he has it on?
Well, because just before his match, he goes to his phone and puts it all the way down.
Oh, so his phone is Bluetooth. Because his hearing aid is Bluetooth.
Oh, yeah, he's controlling.
Oh, that's dirty. Because you're not allowed to wear like noise canceling earbuds.
No, you're not. Earl always wants that.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when Earl used to wear like gun sight glasses. He used to wear glasses like the kind you wear at the range. Yeah. And then he was wearing headphones for a while, so they told him not to, like a pilot. Yeah, like complete noise canceling headphones. One delivery, they weigh 5 pounds. Yeah. And then he's got weights that he wears around his waist sometimes.
He puts definitely character.
He puts weights on his elbow. He puts tape around his fingertips. And then he makes his cue as fat as my forearm with like whatever kind of tape he's using on it.
Yeah, he runs 5 miles every day.
Does he?
Runs some squats. Oh yeah, he's fit.
Wow.
Well, I mean, he doesn't look very fit, but he works out every day. Does something.
Is he the oldest guy that's still? Is he? Yeah. Right. So I think Ralph CK is actually like my age. And Earl is like in the 60s. So he's probably the oldest guy that's like playing competitively. Yeah, for sure. No. It's a fucking game for young people. So gotta have them young eyes, cut that ball on, for sure. Yeah, how many guys do you know that got LASIK surgery? A few. A lot of players were contact anyway.
LASIK could have been the game changer for them, for sure.
Now, are these young players that are coming up, are these guys embracing like a healthier lifestyle? Because one of the things about pool is like it's always been connected, at least when I was young, it was always connected to, especially the gambling, connected to a lot of partying, a lot of amphetamines, cocaine, and then, you know, just...
Well, it's just changing. It used to be just a game played at the bar. Now it's a sport. You know, I think now in the U.S.,
And it will kind of like
everybody's taking the European
so run right
approach,
to a stop sign.
don't go are disciplined, and they treat it as a sport.
But it is
Especially
some
the
kind of
younger generation.
The reminder
They
that I
seem
have
more successful
is
on
that
the tour.
my wife
And if you look at top 10 right now, every one of us,
even if she
we
is a little
try
irritated with
our
everything
best
I
at everything
barely
when
have,
it comes to food.
but
Pre-match routines, how we practice, how
she
we
always
treat
thinks kickers.
pool as a sport. So I think yes, definitely it's changing, and that's why the pool is in a different place where it was.
Well, it's only because of the promotions. They deserve everything. And then, of course, the players. But without the promotions, like putting these events on and making them a big deal. You'd get all over YouTube, it wouldn't get sites. But what pool really needs is something like they had the Hustler in the 1960s, made pool explode. And then they had the Color Money in the 1980s, made pool explode. They need something like that, like some
2 days ago, trailer on Netflix. If you haven't seen it, no. Yeah, Netflix made a documentary about 80 and Barry Hearn. I think it's about their family and their business. And I think 2 or 3 of those are about board.
Oh, that's good. That'll help.
Yeah, that's really good. That'll help. Most of it is about books. I think boxing, darts, and how they started the company. But pool is a big part.
Oh, they do darts too.
Darts, snooker, fishing, I think. And
Fishing?
yeah, really?
Yeah. Like fishing tournaments? Like that kind of shit?
Fishermania, I think that's what
Fisher Mania? It's like bass tournaments or something? I know Shane's a big fisherman, right?
yeah.
He goes lake trout fishing. Yeah, that's South Dakota mentality.
I will
It's not that bad.
Ice all the day long.
It's actually kind of fun.
Freeze your ass off.
I did it a couple years ago. I caught a trout. I was pretty jazzed up.
Yeah, if you catch something, then yeah, for sure.
It's pretty cool. You know, like you're standing on ice, so you're kind of freaked out. You're standing on ice, and they use a drill to drill through the ice, and then you know exactly how much is separating you from drowning. So you only need a few inches, but when I was doing it, it was about 7-8 inches of ice.
Sets aside in a special
around you.
Yeah, most of the time. And then they get like a drill. They go right into the ground, right through the ice rather, and then you have like a little net where you scoop out new ice that forms, and you just drop your line right down there in the hole.
You may have this idea that
It's exciting. It's exciting when you catch one.
Yeah,
I just cost myself $2,000 and I've only got 20.
The problem when you can play really good is really good pool's about as fun as anything. Like really good, which is, I've always said that pool is like an art form that only the people that practice it can appreciate. When you watch someone who plays really good, wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. But to an average person like that, I just made a bunch of easy shots.
Exactly. You can't really see, your fundamental.
Exactly. Yeah.
Positional play,
At least if you're explaining jiu-jitsu to someone, then these people kind of get it. Oh, he's going to break his arm. Like, oh, he's choking him. Oh, he's got his neck. But when you watch someone play pool and you don't understand how difficult that 3-rail position was to get perfect on the 4-ball, you're like, oh my God, that was amazing.
Or when they say, he's in jail, he's hooked, can't just doesn't have a shot. Just people, regular people,
they don't get it. They don't get it, and they never will. It's just like you're going to have to play it to understand how hard it is what that person did. The casual person doesn't understand, unfortunately. So what we need is more people playing. If more people play, then more people would watch people play.
I think more people start playing.
I think so too.
I think the game grew quite a bunch.
All the other 12 levels
Well, I know that the top golf people are going to do something like that for pool. That might be the thing. You know those Top Golf guys? Do you know what Top Golf is? Yeah. So Top Golf, where they have this thing where you just whack the balls out into the. Well, they're gonna set something like that up for pool, where they have, some sort of business where you go in and play pool, and it's more attractive to young people. I don't know exactly what their model is because it's still going to be pool. I don't think it's going to be a bunch of people just breaking the balls, because that's what they're doing when they're doing Top Golf. They're just driving the ball, right? I don't know exactly what their idea is, but the same guys, they realize like a lot of people play pool, a lot of people play pool in bars, if we had a really attractive place for people to play, and it's probably correct. It's probably an untapped business because people are always looking for something fun to do on date nights.
Yeah, so what they do in China, for example, or somewhere, I see it in Asia, they put like a projector above the table, and it gives you like all kinds of different games and interactions while you're playing.
Was saying the venue is being backed by investors, including U.S.-based venture capital firm Sharp Alpha Advisors and the Daily Mail investment arm. DMG Ventures uses pool tables, balls, and cues from the traditional game, but adds tracking technology and video projections to add bonus targets and obstacles in an attempt to appeal to larger groups. Bonus targets and obstacles. Alongside its own venues and those operated by franchise partners, it's called Pool House. Pool House plans to sell its equipment to pubs, bars, and other venues that want to update their existing pool tables.
Hopefully they can create a speed gun too.
Yeah, so it says Steve, I don't know how to say his name, Jalifi said, more people play at Top Golf than on traditional golf courses in the U.S., and we aim to make an even greater impact on the world of pool. We have a strong track record. This project has been our most challenging endeavor yet. Well, that's exciting. Maybe that'll do it. I never even heard of it. Well, if you get a bunch of guys that are already really successful at doing that with golf, the thing about golf, though, is like whacking a golf ball is really fun. Yeah. You know, it's then if you have like a big open pit where you can just whack a golf ball, you got like 100 yards, you can see how far people could whack a golf ball, and you got a net at the end of it. Yeah, especially if you get it straight. That's exciting. A lot of people are going to do that. Like, you learn how to make a bridge, you're holding your hand funny, and it's like, moving weird your arm. And I wonder how many people are going to get frustrated. I wonder if it's the same. Actually, probably, yeah, because I suck at driving a golf ball. You know, I don't know. I've played Top Golf a couple of times. I've gone to a driving range once. It was fun. I'm not good at it. Yeah, but like fucking Jamie over here, that dude's out in the garage every day whacking balls. Every time I come here, he's out there whacking balls. So you realize like there really is like there's a lot of technique just to the drive. It's very similar probably to a ring shot in that regard.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I wonder if they can make something like that really more cool. That might be it.
It has to be some type of interaction, because I think it will be
yeah. The other thing that might make pool really big, like if the Saudis get involved and they get crazy, and they start saying, okay, this tournament's for $40 million.
Well, we have now World Championships is the biggest tournament we have on tours in Saudi.
Right, what's the first place?
250,000.
Pretty good. 25 million would be better. Yeah, for imagine that. For sure. So those guys have so much money. They can spend $25 million and do like nothing. They probably spend more than that on production.
I don't know. I don't know if they spend more.
They throw so much money around in boxing, it's kind of bad boxing for sure. For sure.
And that's where matchroom is really helping, because they have those deals for multi-sports. They make a deal for boxing, and then we'll snooker and pool. Right. So they have the snooker tournament in Saudi, they have the boxing event going on.
Yeah, you gotta get that oil money involved, son.
Yes.
Don't just throw some money around. Because it's like, when people talk about the richest people in the world, they're like, really? Because their money is in public. Like, they don't have to disclose how much money they make. They're kids. Okay? Like, they probably laugh, like, oh, silly Elon thinks he's number one. You know? Well, his paltry $400 billion. You know? He's basically a pauper to those people. So, like, they've thrown an insane amount of money into boxing. I think, it hasn't been confirmed, so I need to know whether this is true or not. But I think Usyk made more than $100 million in his last defense against Daniel Dubois, and I think Dubois made in the 70s. He made somewhere around 70. I think they said Usyk made like 130 something, which is crazy. $130 million for a fight. That's crazy. Bananas.
What do you think if Pool goes that route? Just one-on-one matches.
That would be exciting. If it's for big money like that. I mean, if you ever saw a pool match, you can imagine shooting a 9-ball hill for $100 million. Not yet. Could you imagine?
I will shoot it level for 250,000.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was straight.
Yeah, that was crazy. What was that like?
I mean, it was a crazy match against Kachi.
Yeah.
World Championships Finals. He went on the hill first.
Yeah, it was Hill.
Hill. He scratches. I get ball in hand. Shaking like a leaf.
Were you?
Oh, yeah. It was incredible. I mean, that's the biggest tournament we've ever had.
Right.
Biggest tournament I've ever had in my career. You know, we only have so many tournaments that pay those kind of money.
Fellow students of Jewish history.
And it's really difficult not to think about it.
Holiday.
Yeah, that's definitely the highlight of my career.
The holiday that falls on
Making the tough 8-ball. I mean, it wasn't tough, but the positional play was tough because I had to go up and down with the key ball. And then right.
Which is 9 plus 6. And you may think to yourself,
that's a good one for
why
people
9 plus 6? Why not the more logical 10 plus 5?
The reason is that they're playing for $250,000.
Particular, write the letter good and letter hate following it with the number 50 because that's a lot.
It is a lot.
God and goes on right down the name
for 1 9 ball.
So that's why
that's the beautiful thing about 9 ball. Run everything and then chunk
9
that
plus
9.
6 equals 15. Game over. So what exactly is the deal with
it's such a mental game.
It is clearly a rainbow holiday. It's not important.
This way, that
It's
way.
important.
You're okay.
Yeah, the locust class. I guess the right side of the ball.
I was listening to John Schmidt commentary once, and he was saying how crazy it is if you really think about it. Every other sport that involves the ball, it's like something is hitting the ball. It's like, bat hitting the ball, or it's like no other sport has a ball hitting the ball. And then trying to be like really accurate over distance.
Or
and then making that ball move around and get perfect for the next ball.
That's like one of the best
Like even golf, you're hitting your ball. It's very difficult, but you're hitting
we're not going to go there. Let's focus
you're not
on
hitting ball with ball.
It's a whole other element.
So you think polo is the most difficult
Because
sport?
on that day, the daughters of Jerusalem go out wearing white clothes that were borrowed. Why were they borrowed?
Snooker is boring.
No, I don't think it's boring. I think when you get a guy who's really good,
Remember,
who plays,
ancient period, having multiple
I think it's really difficult when it comes to like how difficult it is to execute the shot because the balls are small.
Rare. Even the shy
Like you
period
said
is a little more
there,
common,
the
but
ball,
still,
the pockets are
having
tiny.
the right outfit,
They look bigger too.
if you watch Ronnie Sullivan play, you can
days,
that's
you
boring.
Of course, I mean, of course you have players.
you had to go to
Yeah,
someone else.
Brody.
You
You
get it.
can never say that it's boring.
Yeah.
But I think the game itself, it's just too much safety. All shots here and there.
Clothes had to be washed in
Yeah,
advance.
but
Now, of course,
because
it's
it's
a
so
special kind of
hard, and
ritual
because
washing.
it's so big, it's a 12
Without
foot
you
fucking
Shabbat,
ball,
Yotza,
which is
the Kolos,
crazy.
the Krami,
And the
daughters
pockets
of
are
Jerusalem
tiny,
go
the
out
balls
and
are
they
tiny. It's a really hard game. But when you watch a guy like Ronnie and he doesn't miss like 30, 40 shots in a row, you're like, this is crazy.
What's really crazy about snooker is there's only 4 or 5 countries that really play that game. But it's a lot bigger than Polo is a lot more international. Majors that Metro have. Look at the last 64 list, the last 32. You will have 20 different countries represented.
So that's interesting that snooker is bigger. Like, how much do they make? What's like a? I know they were making like gigantic money in the UK. Is that still happening, or is it died down a little?
Most of the majority of the tournaments are in the UK, I think. There's a lot of them happening in China as well. But I think really Scotland, Ireland, Wales, UK, China. That's about it. A few European players. And they make, I would say, the top guys, they make over 2-3 million a year.
Do you remember the scandal? There was a scandal with one of the players a few years back where they got him on hidden camera saying that he'd be willing to dump the match.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of Chinese guys that got back for dumping a match. That's the problem with gambling.
Yeah, right. When gambling gets involved, and you realize, like, if you get your friends to bet on the other guy,
that's the problem with I guess getting the bookies to be involved in tournaments as well, because when the prize money are not big, you will have players thinking,
justified it for this
winning the tournament is nice, but
let's go through those. I've reordered them slightly to make sure they are in chronological order.
Take a free shot of those.
So first of all, the tribes were
That's
allowed to
unfortunate. But is that part of the thing of not having to determine the golf outs? Because I doubt that people that play golf don't have a purpose.
Have our inheritance, our fathers do not have,
because there's so much money on the line.
We should inherit as well.
They don't have to.
Discussion there that yes, they would inherit.
The difference between like winning and losing is so huge, and then you can gamble on it.
But this presupposes that they had
friends
been allowed to marry outside of their tribes.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I lose.
That date of being allowed to marry outside the tribes would
but also I'm pretty sure they're always investigating.
It was a day in which
every big
Jews
bet
wandered
investigated.
through
I'm
the
pretty
desert.
sure.
I'm sure.
Old enough to have
But you don't
known
have to do big
Egyptian
bets.
servitude.
Some people have to.
Finally
And you
stopped dying off.
Some offshore accounts. Especially if you're doing it online, use a VPN.
Of course, the
Gambling from Vietnam.
spies who spoke favorably of Israel were
But yeah,
able to go into the land of Israel. So the day in which there were no more deaths,
Shady businesses,
that was
man.
the 15th of Av, date celebration.
But that's also kind of the fun part.
It was the date of
These
the
places are kind of shady.
reintegration of the tribe of Benjamin after
they're like
their
the
exclusion from
the
the body
outcasts
politics
of society.
the
You know, if you go and watch like the
people as
finals
described
of the
in
Florida Open and look at the crowd, there's a lot of outcasts in there, a lot of Android
there
phones.
mentioned
Yeah, it's a lot of outcasts. It's a lot of people who spend a giant chunk of their life in pool rooms. And the thing about pool is, if you really get into it, you're playing it 8 hours a day.
For the common era, when you have to share
It's like
good at
guards.
It's the only way. Yeah.
Israelites,
and it makes
northern
a giant
kingdom of
difference.
Israel, which had
A lot of people
split
fall
from
off
the
the
southern
game really
kingdom
fast.
of
And if you do,
Judah.
then you don't work
He
with it.
removed the guards
Yeah.
that prevented the Israelites from making their way down.
I was playing my fact check and I said, to get related to the pool, you kind of have to be a piece of shit.
Under earlier
Because this is why you don't have to. I mean, obviously you're not, and you know,
making their way down to Jerusalem.
you're lucky that your wife
Finally
is
lifted
which is huge as well. Because
number
if she
5.
didn't, like,
This
you
is
know where to
again
find me.
forward
I'm
another
gonna be playing.
900 odd
Sorry,
years.
like you're gonna ignore most of your responsibilities.
During the
It's
Bar
also
Kokhba
really
rebellion,
cool.
which
It's really tough.
was
Oh, yeah.
horribly
Personal life, especially
by the
with
Romans,
the schedule that we had now, the first half of the year was okay.
there was one final
Now
battle
it's
at
just
this
back to back,
date
like after this tournament, I
and
was Texas
the
Open
Romans
starting
were so
Wednesday.
incensed
From
at
that,
the
go to China.
difficulty that the Bar
Then I'm
Kokhba
going to be alone
rebels
for
had
3
posed
weeks.
to them.
From
They
there,
did not allow the bodies
People in the Philippines go
of
to that.
Jewish
You still
fighters
get there.
cleared from
for
the
sure.
field
Reyes Cup,
and
that's going to be
buried.
another one.
They were left out in the
Reyes
field,
Cup is
guarded by the
best of
Roman
the world
soldiers
because
until
team
finally on the
that's
15th
happening in
of
South there already.
which was
All over
probably in
Facebook.
the year
All over
136 or
Facebook.
possibly in the year
Wait until you come to the
137
mill
of
and
the
we're
Common
going
Era.
arms.
Finally, the Romans relented
Yeah.
and
I'm
allowed
going to get it, but that's going
collect
to be
their dead and to grant them proper burial. This is, by the way, also memorialized in great deals.
But yeah, that's good.
Is also
Yeah, that's really tough to balance.
Full
personal life,
last rebels.
Family is almost impossible. If you have kids, you have to take them to softball games and stuff like that. That's why I said you want to be really good at pool.
Last day,
you have to be a piece of shit.
Well,
I mean, listen, obviously there's examples of people that keep it together that are really good, but still have a family.
Days get shorter.
You know, spend time with their family, spend time with their kids, but
sunlight.
You're gonna have to manage your time because you're gonna have to get those hours. If you're not playing, like legitimately, realistically, if you want to be a top 20 world-class player, what is the minimum amount of hours you think you have to play every day?
I think somebody said that you have to spend 10,000 hours to get good at anything.
I probably should have put that
but I
one
think the Pro is more.
Yeah, I think it's probably that would have predated the Bar Kokhba revolt by the time
because
Bar Kokhba rebelled. The temple
it's
was
really
destroyed.
complex.
Yeah, because if you're talking about like a top professional player, it's not just
events
practicing.
that are associated with this.
You will have to start traveling and playing tournaments. You will have to start playing and sparing with somebody.
Sparring, yeah.
And then you have to gain experience from those tournaments. It's gonna take a lot of time.
Yeah, but I guess it's like anything that's worth doing. You know, if you
Hello,
want to get
fellow
good, that's
students of
one of
Jewish
the
history.
reasons
Since
why
we're
it's so
just
fun.
about to begin
Because you know
the amazing holiday of Passover, I
If it
thought
was
I'd
easy to
take
master,
a few minutes
people
every
would
day
probably
and just
pick
offer
it
a
up and then
short
eventually quit.
historical
The thing
insight
about pool is
into
take a week
either
off
the
and then play
Exodus,
again.
as we have it described in the Bible, or the Haggadah, and some interesting things that we find out from extra biblical sources in particular. I'd like to begin today by talking about Pharaoh Nephthah's premature old age. So, first of all, Pharaoh Nephthah was an important leader of Egypt, of course, in the late 13th century before the Common Era, and in approximately the year 1220 before the Common Era, he made kind of a smash and grab rush north into the land of Israel and wreaked havoc on all kinds of communities there. And later he described it in his stele that he erected and located in southern Egypt. Here you can see the stele itself. It's a massive obelisk, spans something like 20 feet tall, and there's like some depictions of various ritual things at the top, and then written in Egyptian hieroglyphics is a whole listing of the amazing achievements of the Pharaoh Nephthah. If you scroll all the way down this document to a piece at the bottom, there's this fascinating little section that has been deciphered and has been interpreted to read: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Now, there's a lot of things to say about this interesting passage, but what's especially valuable to me is that this is the first clear statement of the word and the name and the concept and the people Israel outside biblical text. We've got lots of descriptions, very rich, characteristic descriptions of the major founders of the Jewish people, the patriarchs, the matriarchs, kings, queens, all kinds of things like that. But this is the first time we have a clear, unequivocal statement of Israel, the people existing in the historical record outside of our own family history. Now, there's a few other exceptions to that rule, like, for example, you can see in this execration figurine, which is basically a kind of an early Egyptian voodoo doll that goes back about 500 years before Nephthah erected his stele. These are kind of fascinating ritual objects where Egyptians would write the names of people or places they don't like, and then they would ritually defile the statue by burning it or breaking it and things like that. It was kind of like a way of like invoking curses upon the people that they disliked. And when you look at these execration figures, you'll see that there are place names that are located in the land of Israel. But it doesn't say anything about who's living there or anything like that, just this kind of like geographical, topographical information. Very valuable, but doesn't say too much to us about who these people were, what they stood for, and so on. What's given is would be the descendants of Jacob, because of course there were people living in Israel prior to the arrival of the sons and daughters of Jacob, sometime maybe in the 13th century. And furthermore, it's not surprising you don't have more Egyptian destruction of the Exodus for a whole host of reasons, but one of them is the fact that the Egyptians had a distinct allergy to recording stories that was, contrary to the national interest. One great example of this is the story of the Pharaoh Hatshepsut, who is shown here, wearing a ceremonial beard in this Sphinx presentation, although she was a female pharaoh. And one of her offspring later decided to completely remove her from the historical record. As you can see from this wall engraving on the right, you have very clear representations of the cartouches of Thutmose III, but Hatshepsuts are all clearly faced on the rock, as if they wanted to literally remove her from the historical record. It turned out that this interesting exposure of Egyptian mummy issues was not correct. I shouldn't say that. Mummy issues, that's terrible. Oh, well. That's just kidding. Anyways, it was unsuccessful because Hatshepsut happened to be a really important pharaoh, and so a lot was known about her activities later, and these attempts to wipe her out of the record were completely unsuccessful.
Shane's on
But
the
what I
hill.
really find
It's
fascinating, besides the fact that
10
this
to
is the
6.
first
And you think,
time
Shane's going to win
we
this,
have
and he runs
anyone
5
saying
games out on
anything
them, and they're
about the
crazy
ancestors of the Jewish people
Like,
in
he
the
starts
historical
with this
record.
bananas
It
cut
is,
shot
after
of the
all,
4
an
ball hit, free
obituary.
rail position.
Meaning,
Like, what is he
Maranatha
doing
said
here?
that
Like, no, the
I
commentators don't even know what
went
he's doing.
up
Is he
into the
ducking?
north,
Yeah,
I
he
went through all
fires
the
it in.
areas,
You're
I
like,
destroyed,
no
I
way.
pillaged,
Like,
all
those
kinds
are
of
the
things.
guys John
And
Schmidt
when I
was
got to
counter
those
for.
pesky Israelites, I completely obliterated them. Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Meaning, that's it for the Jewish people, and they will never
It's also
again
interesting to me that these guys
rise up
still
and never
play
again
with
show their
those
faces.
solid
This is, I think, especially ironic when you think about the fact that Maranatha himself was
technology
the
has gotten into
13th
game, and a
son
lot of players like
of
yourself
the
play
pharaoh
fiber.
Ramses
But it's interesting
II.
that a lot of these
But many
guys from
scholars
Taiwan in
identify
particular, they
as the
still
pharaoh of the
go
story of Joseph.
those wooden
We'll talk
chaps.
about him tomorrow, but it's as if he's like getting revenge for the way that his father was treated when the Egyptian slaves left Egypt. Could be lots of things to think about. But what I think is especially hilarious is like, oh my gosh, they also found Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy. I'm not going to show it on the screen because many people find that very tasteless. I have done it in previous lectures, but he looks terrible. He looks like he's wasted and his seed is no more. On the other hand, the Jewish people, thank God, are still flourishing, still, very much active and central in many ways to what's happening in Western civilization. This illustrates on the one hand yet another example of what we see in the Haggadah, that in every generation there will be someone who rises up to try to destroy the Jewish people, but they are miraculously rescued. Here is a kind of hilarious passage from 1859 Haggadah that was published in the Russian Empire. And the censor said, how could you possibly include that statement that in every generation there will be some kind of massive anti-Semite? That's not true. We live now in the paradise of the Russian Tsar. Life for Jews is fantastic here in 1859. There's no way there's going to be any challenges. So therefore the censor insisted and had added to the text the words Hayu, which is circled here, and the letter Hey before Matzileh instead of the men. So in other words, he forced us to read, in every generation there used to rise up against us, meaning no longer. But back in ancient history that happened, but no longer. And then later he says, it's not that God continues to rescue the Jewish people, it's that he used to rescue the people. He doesn't have to anymore because now life is great. And this, that's the first thing I want to remark on with Merneptah's last obituary of the Jewish people, which is really the first obituary we have. Mark Twain, the great writer and humorist of the late 19th century and early 20th century America. There was, of course, a famous story, I'm sure you've heard it, that at one point someone thought he had died and he published an obituary and he quipped, and there are various versions of what he actually said or wrote, but it was apparently something to the effect of, rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. And that's also, I think, reflective of Merneptah's premature obituary. Let us go back to Mark Twain, though, to close this out. And I often reflect on something he wrote in the year 1899, a remarkable essay in Harper's Magazine called Concerning the Jews. It was later reprinted in 1934. And he writes, about a 15-page essay about the status of Jews in Europe and in America. He reflects on the concepts of anti-Semitism and so on. And he says a lot of really fascinating things, some of which are real howlers, like looking at it a century later, we see how wrong he was in many ways. But this conclusion is so powerful. I'm going to read it to you, because I just think it's a great sort of mindset to bear in mind as we go into the Passover season, as we go into the celebration of the Haggadah. Once again, we go through another year of reciting this ancestral story and thinking about what it means for the Jewish people and for the world. So here's Mark Twain's conclusion of his essay concerning the Jews, 1899.
What is the difference in the field? What do you feel differently?
For example,
If the
the rotator
statistics
or
are
the
right,
conical taper,
the Jews
they
constitute
change
about
both the thickness
1% of the human
the
race.
closer you go to
It's
the
actually
pin.
smaller than what
We don't have that. Our shaft is
it
straight.
suggests a
So that way it
nebulous
doesn't give
dim
additional
puff of
resistance as the
stardust
shot gets
lost in
further.
the blaze
Like
of
as
the
your bridge
Milky
gets
Way.
longer.
Right.
Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bulk. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also way out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. But he has made a marvelous fight in this world, in all the ages, and he has done it with his hands tied behind him. He could be vain of himself and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose filled the planet with sound and splendor,
It's just
and
automatic.
faded to
Like
dream
if they hit a
stuff
ball
and
with
passed
heavy
away.
left-hand English,
The
they
Greek
know
and the Roman
it's gonna
followed
go
and made a
off to the
vast
right,
noise,
so they
and
hit
they are
it
gone.
more full.
Other peoples have sprung up,
Heavy left-hand
and
English
they held their
because they
torch
know
high
by the
for a
time the cue
time,
gets there,
but it burned
so
out,
they have
and
it in
they
their
sit
head.
in twilight
You know,
now,
it's just
or
like a
have
little
vanished.
computer in your brain. It's
The
like, okay,
Jews
this
saw
distance,
them all,
I gotta aim here.
beat them
This
all,
distance is
and
I'm
is
gonna
now
aim
what
here.
it always was,
Well,
exhibiting
in my
no
case, I also have
decadence,
that.
no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind.
Like I said,
All things are mortal but the Jew.
Pressure up there.
All other forces pass, but
One
he
great
remains.
shot.
What is the secret of his
So when they
immortality?
argue with that, against that would
Wow.
be the difference with
That's an
wood is
amazing
though you
passage.
get a
Thank you,
superior
posthumously, Mr.
feel.
Twain, for
You do
that
get a weird
amazing
difference
conclusion to
of
your essay.
feedback.
And this is what I think about when
Some
I
people
go
get
through
very
Passover
accustomed to
Seder.
that wood
Think about how
feedback.
many
And they
centuries
describe
upon
carbon
centuries
feedback as more
Jews have gathered around the
but you
table.
don't get the same sensations.
What they dressed like, how they
So I think
sometimes would sit
those
on
guys,
cushions
the
on the floor,
feedback
how
in
they
their
would
hand
in
is a
distant
part
times
of
would recline to their
equation
lefts on
in
chaise
their mind of where
lounges
that
because that's
ball's
the way
gonna go.
So when you say feedback, is it like
Hellenistic
vibration
is.
that you get in your
I
hand?
mean,
by the time you
it's just so
get the
amazing.
It's just a different
that
feel.
there's
Like
this
they all have a
phenomenal
different feel, right? Like we were
continuity.
talking about
And what
Southwest,
Twain said
some of my
only a
favorite teachers of
century
all time.
ago is so
They have a
dramatically true
solid
even
bud.
today.
They're not cored, right? And so
Thank you very much
they're
for watching.
usually
I hope you
generally
have
a little
fantastic
heavier unless
episode.
they're maple. Sometimes they'll get lower, but you very rarely see like an 18-ounce Southwest. You see a lot of 20-ounce Southwest because, you know, they're ebony or cocoa bowl or something like that, really heavy. But they have a very specific funk to them.
Yeah, sound.
It's just like a
Hello,
feel,
fellow students.
and you don't get that feel with
Glad
carbon.
you're
You
back.
get a
Talk
different
little bit
feel.
more
So
about
if you can get used to that
historical
different
background
feel,
or historical
it is-
context of the Exodus.
it is like there's something to
Now let's
it.
have a little bit about
You
the
definitely
Pharaoh
moves less off the line.
Joseph. Of course, this
Also,
is a citation
like
from
I said, there's so
the
many
beginning of
different
Exodus where
environments.
Joseph
For
comes
example,
to
play
the land
in
of
China,
Egypt
in
and
pool
does
halls
tremendous things
with
with the economy
dirty
and
cloth.
just gets them
And it's
through
super
that
lucky.
7-year
And
famine.
every other place
And
is super
everyone should
lucky.
really be grateful to Joseph for all the tremendous things he did for the country.
You
But
prefer one
new
key
Pharaoh arose,
compared to the other one.
knew
Yeah,
not
you go
Joseph,
to
didn't remember
Saudi
what
Arabia where
the
it's super
ancestor
dry
of the Jewish
and
people
it's perfect
had to
conditions.
do in Egypt, and the
Everything's
gratitude
like
was gone. What have you
I
done?
prefer
I mean,
number
lately,
5 in that case.
it ended up,
So
descending
maybe,
into
I don't know, 5 years,
exploitation,
10 years from
eventually
now,
slavery,
we'll
which
have
is
a
the
different use for
core
different
of the
shots.
Exodus experience.
Yeah, it's like that.
There's so much to talk about here, but I really want to
Could be the
focus
case. And some
on
players already
this
do that.
Pharaoh
They
and
use
one
some use for
aspect
example,
of
when
his
they stay
personality.
close to the vertical
Let me just begin by
center of the
starting
keel.
with
They use
a
one
more
keel.
general
They use
background
side spin.
concept.
Use the other
You know,
keel. Really? Yeah,
I
they
think
bring
it
Goose
would
doing
be
that.
a mistake
Mario
to
he was doing that.
offer this series as kind of
Yeah.
like, well,
He brought two
here's
different
all the
kids.
archaeological
Because that was
evidence
last
that
year.
proves exactly what it says.
For example, what I do, I put the extension.
The Bible is
some
a
shots.
religious text.
I
It
put
is a
without
book
the
of
extensions
faith.
for
It
it.
is
Certainly
not
out there.
How much does your
science.
extension
It
work?
does not attempt to conform to the rules of science,
So that gets
hypotheses,
you up to like what,
you know,
19.5 as
experimentation,
opposed to 18?
scientific
Is
methods,
that what
things
you
like that. That's not
put
really
it
what the book is
You put it
about.
19 ounce?
That
Oh, so it
does
gets you
not
like
mean
to 20 and a
that one
half. So do you like the additional weight for a shot where you have to stay down?
I just use it for like balance purposes for longer shots. For example, like I said, on one time with
A lot of the crucial information in the Bible is not something that we can pin down with historical data from extra biblical sources. There are a host of reasons. It's a short class, so I'm not going to go into all of them. But I do want
It's,
to illustrate why that's not necessarily the right way to go about it.
There's only a few guys that you can have those kind of
Story
matches with
about
now.
my
Well, the next one will be
This is
probably
a photograph.
You think so?
From
we're trying to
1913.
make that.
Is he interested?
Father Alex.
I think he was, but he's
They're both
not
Lithuanian
really responding.
migrants to Canada, and they lived up in the north.
I think he was interested,
Horrible
so he had a
forest
guy
fire
who was
rushed through the area in the year 1960, known as the Great Matheson Fire. It was absolutely devastating for
Where was that?
Where is it was very distant timberland of the north. It killed some 200 people.
Where would you go, Griff's?
A few Native Canadians, First Nations people,
Great place.
who really did not have structures that could withstand these fires. Now, my grandfather, this is a story I heard from my own father, who was not born at the time. But my grandfather could see that there was something terrible coming, and so he was just starting his business in dry goods at the time. What he did was he dug a massive hole in the backyard, took all of his stock, which was basically like work pants and shirts and boots and things like that, buried it in, he wrapped it in burlap, and then he buried it in the backyard, and the fire came into town, devastated the town, but he and his wife, who was then expecting to marry uncle, they all ran to the Amazon River, and they waited in the river until it was safe to come out again when the fire happened. The town was devastated, people were impoverished, but they could go to my grandfather and gave them clothes for free. They could pay back later when they were back on their feet and so on. But this act of foresight and courage and kindness ultimately allowed the entire town to survive and my grandfather's business to survive. And it went on for a whole century after that.
To watch
My father took it over.
Get them to watch one podcast.
Mother,
They'd rather jump in front of a bus.
I agree.
now, this story is very hard to find
I watch it
in
every now and
historical
then.
data. The record's simply not there. We know the fire happened.
Once
We
last
know
time I
the names
watched
of people who were
Justin
killed. We
Bergman
can go
played
visit their
someone
graves.
for a lot
But
of
we
money.
don't have these smaller family stories of tremendous import. It's just not recorded anywhere. But that doesn't mean they didn't happen. And more importantly, that's the real story that I want to get
It was a
from
nice spot.
that
I
episode.
forget what the spot was.
What my father told me, and he never witnessed it because he wasn't even born. Well, my father told me, and I trust my father. That's the Misora, that's the vision. My father told me things about
Do you
his
like one
father.
pocket? Would you prefer, or do you just play it because people want to gamble?
I think I like it because it's
I think that's
I
how
don't like the
we have
game
to look
itself.
at the historical data we have
the new
on
modifications
the
they make in
Exodus
the game
that
where
leads into
you have to
Haggadah.
spot the
You
balls.
may not be able to like put everything under a microscope, find this factor, find that factor, get this idea or that idea, but we will never find a tremendous amount of information. If you want to go into the weeds of this, have a look at Kenneth Kissin's book. It is absolutely tremendous. It includes, for example, this piece of data, which is so fantastic. We do have some ways of corroborating events in the Bible with extra biblical events, such as, for example, the price of slaves in the time of Joseph. We know that in Exodus chapter 37, verse 28, we have the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels. We compare that price of 20 shekels with how much we know slaves cost in Hammurabi, in Texas-Mari, and old Babylonia. We see that that's smack on what we would expect the slave to cost in the precise era when we believe that Joseph was sold. Moreover, if we look at the price of slaves as recorded in Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, with what we know that slaves were going for from documents and nearby
so many times during this U.S. Open, there were so many times you got
exactly the same. And finally, when we look at the price of the redemption of the nobles under
a beautiful shot where it goes airborne,
were taken into
the hole,
they
position
over
the next
there,
ball.
Kings 2, chapter 15, verse 30, that price exactly maps to what we know about the price of slaves in Syria. And you can track all of these on a chart, and you can see that it's a pretty linear progression that tends to
Why are they
confirm
different golf
the
clubs?
statement
There's
of the
different
sale of
shots. So why
Joseph
do you
for 20
bring a different
shekels,
cue? Because it's a
placing
different
it
shot.
appropriately within its historical context.
Of course, I
Pretty
think
amazing,
it's
I think,
what
to
gets
see
actually
this
people to watch it
corroboration.
because it's
This
exciting.
is data that's
Oh, look,
derived
this
from
guy jumped over the ball. It was this
So
close.
let's go to our main subject, which is, of course,
trick shot.
the personality of Ramses II, who many scholars believe would be the specific pharaoh described as having forgotten about Joseph. Whether, as we have a famous controversy in Talmud, he was the same pharaoh who just, chose to forget for whatever reason, or whether he really was a new pharaoh who didn't read the Egyptian history textbooks. One of the most fascinating debates in the Talmud about Pharaoh Ramses is
my personal job.
what is the degree of his culpability for the maltreatment of the Jews, especially because as the plagues were instituted, the verse says this only about Pharaoh Ramses II and his direct administrators, that his heart was made heavy, kaved. In other places, the term his heart was made hard, for example.
Because almost everybody,
we see that
find someone
in several places in the Bible, but to see his heart made heavy,
companies like
it's
was
one
sponsoring
time it's
everybody
used
back in the
with
day
regard
because
to Ramses
when these
II.
guys were playing and
What
they were
exactly
winning,
does that
everybody just wanted to go out for
heavy
Michi. Because
In the English language, when we say heavy heart, we mean
it's like any
the
sport
aspect
of it.
sad, something like that. But it doesn't seem to make sense. The context
Don't you think there's a
making
giant
of one's heart
variety in the way
heavy
those things
in
hit as
the
opposed to
book
the
of
way tennis
Exodus
rackets hit?
is that
I don't know because I don't
Ramses
play tennis,
became
but it looks
more
the same.
belligerent, more
Whereas,
obstinate.
like the way
The
pool
opposite
cues
of
are
a soft
manufactured,
heart
the
or an
difference
open
is
heart
in the weight,
was
the
somehow
difference is in
making
the taper, the difference is in the
Now,
shaft
here's an
composition,
insight
whether
from
it's wood or
Dr.
carbon
Rachel
fiber or
Shani,
sure, and I think when
fascinating
it comes
Egyptologist
down
from
to like a
University.
playing cue, then it's
Points
really,
out that
really
if you look
personal.
at Egyptian
Some
myth,
players like softer hits,
the
some players
main
like harder
thing
hits.
that
But when it
Pharaoh
comes to
has
the
to
jump cue,
do, the one
it just
job
comes
that
down
he
to how
has,
effortless
is to maintain something
the
called
jump cue does the job.
which
and
is
how
an Egyptian term
how
meaning
accurate.
harmony,
Yeah.
order, balance.
Do you have like a mental
The Pharaoh has to make sure
checklist
that society
go through
progresses
before you
in
execute a shot?
organized
Do you have
fashion,
like a pre-shot
equity and
mental
justice.
preparation?
And
I do a
this
lot
is
of
what a Pharaoh is judged for. So, for example, if you look here at a remarkable 13th century representation of Pharaoh Seti I, presenting a little statuette of the goddess
Do you do that when you're sitting in the
of
chair?
Ma'at, the goddess of this kind of balance, indicating that this is what he does, this is his offering. Ma'at is frequently portrayed as having a headdress
And I kind of started to show
that
emotions too,
is
because
adorned by a large
feel
feather.
it's okay.
Here's another
Before I
example
used
of that.
to I know I can't
Now,
show
why I'm saying this is because it's an amazing thing that Professor Shani points out,
I just don't
that
care.
in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a very famous scene
fully
where
Americanized.
after a pharaoh dies,
That's interesting.
and
That
is
showing
mummified,
emotions.
part
I
of the process
definitely think
is
that's the
his
case when someone
heart is
misses.
removed,
Because when someone
placed
misses
in
and
a
then they whack the table
jar,
with their stick,
placed in
boy,
like
that empowers the other player.
Yeah, of course.
and then
It definitely
it is
does.
weighed
And that's what some of the
against
coaches
the
that I've worked
feather
with
of Ma'at.
in my
Meaning,
childhood.
if
They were
he
all telling
did
me,
his
don't
job
show any
right,
emotion.
then his
You don't
heart
show any
will
weakness
be
to your opponent.
lighter
They're gonna be
than
feeding
the
off
feather
of it.
of Ma'at,
And that's what
and
kind of
he
got
will
stuck
get whatever benefits there are in
But
the
I'm just glad
afterlife.
that I'm out of it right now.
But if he
Well, it's the
failed
most,
to
I
maintain
think,
Ma'at,
Jeremy Jones and I were
if
talking
he
about this. I
allowed
think
his
it's the
heart
most
to
mental
become
game
heavy,
because
not hard,
there's
not
this
resistant, but
moment
heavy,
of pulling the
then
trigger.
he will be judged
This
negatively.
moment where you're
And he
making sure that everything aligns and you just kind of keep your mind
in this
on
13th
task
century,
and
again, the
keep
same era,
focused on
the
the
Book
object
of the
ball.
Dead,
Do you look at the
there's
cue ball
a
before you
famous scene
strike the
where
object
you can
ball?
see the connoptic jar there on the left side of the scales and the feather of Ma'at
close to
on
each
the
other.
right. And so far, Pharaoh's hanging in there, but we don't know as much end up
I
happening.
look at the object.
So this is really
Why is
the
that?
meaning within the
That's
Egyptian
just
context of
I
the
find
13th
it's,
century, which
working
we've
for me.
largely
You know, it's
lost,
another thing
except for
that's
the
very
research of
personal
people
for
like
other players.
Professor
You know,
Raphael Shlomo
also
Payne
people
point this out, that it is
But I
his
just
failure to maintain a just and equitable
It's
society
interesting.
that
because
is
it's
his
preference thing.
maltreatment
Yeah,
of
definitely
the
a personal
children
preference.
of
I feel like
Abraham,
if you
Isaac,
have
and
the
Jacob,
straight stroke,
and his
if you're striking
forgetfulness
a stroke
for
straight,
what he
you
should
will
have
always hit
done
it. You will where
for
you're
the
continuing
people
to hit
of
it.
Joseph
So it's more
is
about where you're
fundamentally
hitting
what
the
caused his heart to be
There's a guy
heavy,
named Joel Turner, who is, I don't know if I've talked to you about this guy. he used to be, well, he was a sniper for
maybe you'll even talk about it a little bit at your
rescue missions with the police, where like someone had a hostage and he would have to execute shots under extreme pressure. And he was also a bow hunter. And he realized that there were certain mistakes that he was making, and a lot of people are making bow hunting that had to do with anticipating the shot and anxiety before you pull the trigger, and that the way to work around that is to have a pre-shot routine in your mind where you're talking to yourself loudly in your head. And you develop this pre-shot routine with very specific things that you say to yourself. You say like, here I go, like, and, you know, whatever different things. He's got a bunch of different steps that he said where he's talking to himself, like center your peep sign. There's a bunch of things.
I have tried
That's what I wanted to ask you.
The only problem is, it's very hard to figure out.
So what do you say to yourself, like when you're about
my biggest demon in my head is I'm just scared to miss the ball. I'm just,
specifically,
down on the shot.
where
Sometimes
did
my brain
the
goes,
crossing
you're going to miss the shot.
So let's get into the geography a little bit and the archaeology, and we'll try to reconstruct what we know. And unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that we simply don't know. Now, part of the reason why this is so complicated is because there is natural geographic change over the 3,000 plus years since this occurred. If you ever look at this satellite image here, you can see that the primary geological feature of the land of Egypt is, of course, the Nile River that flows from the south to the north. That's why the lower Nile is actually higher on the map, and the upper Nile is actually lower on the map. And recorded history and beyond, the Nile has regularly flowed along this route and emptied out into a large delta that flows into the Mediterranean Sea. Now, the challenge is that there is a certain amount of natural change to the geography, as rivers do tend to move a little bit. There are oxbows that form, and as irrigation changes, and this river has been heavily drained for irrigation with canals built over the centuries. Sometimes the nature of the delta can change and so on. And this is complicated by the fact that in 1970, a big dam was built in the upper Nile. You can see at the bottom of this map the Aswan Dam, and that changed a lot of the features of the water flow as well. So how does that affect what we know about the biblical sites that are described as the settlement of Jews in Israel? Historians believe that Goshen, the place where the Jews settled after Joseph is described as coming to the leadership of Egypt, would be in the eastern delta. You can see where I've indicated here on the map. And in fact, not too far away is a site called contemporary Arabic Kantir, or Piranesi, which is most likely the site of Ramses, one of the sites that we have described in the Bible as a construction site that Jews were forced to work on. And so we know that all these things are happening here in the Eastern Delta. The challenge is that while some things are actually really well supported, for example, the Midrash talks about the actual soil of Ramses being very unstable, and the Jews would engage in building buildings, and the buildings would collapse. That actually makes sense based on the nature of the composition of the soil in the delta there. But we don't have much archaeological evidence from that period of any of the buildings that may have been constructed according to the biblical accounts. We do have, however, some new archaeological evidence that has come about as a result of the desiccation of the region related to the creation of the Aswan Dam that indicates some amazing things, like even these
actual real visualization. You're
really
really sitting down there,
which are entirely consistent with what we know about brick making in ancient Egypt, from, for example, the tomb painting of Rakira that describes the entire process of brick making, which is consistent not only with the biblical account, but also with papyri that have managed to survive till this day. And in this particular mud pit that just blows me away, it's actually some remnants of a child's footprints. They measure to be about size 8.5 to 10, which would describe a child of 4 to 5 years old. We don't know.
Sometimes I play
You
really
know,
good.
what
Like if I get
this
like
child
6
was,
hours,
Egyptian
2 or 3
child,
days in a row,
Jewish
I get a
child,
stroke and I start
slave
writing
child.
records.
We don't know. What are they doing in the pits?
But
Well,
when I'm not,
were they
and
forced
then I
to work
go
there?
to
Were they playing
execute,
there?
there's
We
like
don't
this
know.
thing
But
in my
it's
head
nevertheless
that
a
like
very
right
chilling
when I'm about
reminder
to aim
of
at this,
the
like
reality
I'll
of
pull the trigger,
work at that
my head
time.
goes, don't
Still,
hit it there,
doesn't say
hit it
too
here.
much about the
Okay.
routes that we're trying to
And
describe. We
I do
know
it and I
that
miss. I'm like,
the
why did you
biblical
change
account
where you were
places
gonna
the
hit it?
Jews in
Like
Eastern
last minute. What the fuck
Delta.
is that?
So how did they get from there to the promised land?
And you're like,
The Bible specifically states that they did not take the shortcut, which is the
Most of the times when I change where I'm gonna hit
Philistine
last
way,
second,
also known as the way of Horus. That would have
or
been
when I
the
think
easiest and
I'm
most
not
logical.
this accurate,
That
let
would
me
go
aim the
along
overcut
the
it. And I'm like,
coast
oh my
of
God,
the
you overcut
Sinai
it all the
Peninsula,
way.
which actually
Hey,
had
fucking idiot.
several
If he is accurately, like hit where you
established
thought you were gonna
fortresses
hit,
that were
you would have made
built
that
by
ball.
the Egyptians. The Egyptians
It's
frequently
this
went this
weird
route when they
thing, but
went on
that's
raiding
why I
campaigns
love the
into the
game.
land of Israel.
Because when you're
So we know they
really
didn't go
playing
that
cool,
way.
the
Specifically,
world
the Bible
goes
says
away.
they took an
It
alternate route
goes away.
along
You're
route
not
that
thinking
somehow
about
had them wandering
anything.
throughout
You're
the
not thinking about
Sinai
global
Peninsula,
warming.
eventually
You're not
ending
thinking
up
about
in the land
shit.
of
You're
Israel.
not thinking about
But when you look
inflation,
at the
how much
overall
gas costs. You're not
map,
thinking
you
about
gotta
shit.
wonder
The world
where
goes
did they cross
away
the sea?
when you're on
Where
that
exactly?
table.
What
When
sea are we
you're
talking
playing,
about?
the world
We should
goes
point
away.
out in Hebrew
That's what I
the
like
term
about
is
archery,
Yam
and
Suf,
that's what I like about
which
pool.
means
They have the
literally
same
the
quality.
sea of
And to
reeds.
do it correctly
The term
is so
sea here,
difficult
Yam, has
that
to
it
be
requires
not
all of your
viewed
mind.
from, let's say,
I
a
agree.
Western perspective
And
of
unlike
what a
chess,
sea
which
is.
also requires
Sea is
all of your
normally
mind,
a fairly large
pool
body
has
of water,
the added
but
element
in
you have to
biblical
execute.
Hebrew, the
You have
word
to
Yam
pull it
can
off
mean
under
something
pressure.
a little bit more like
Kind
what
of like a
Americans
mix
would
of
call a
chess
lake,
with
maybe not even a great lake, like Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee, is
So,
actually
well, I think it's just
a
its own
fairly
thing.
small body of water.
It's its
Not
own
sure
thing. It's very
easily
different than any
swim
of those
from
other
side to
things.
side, but you
Even
can at
though
least
I don't play either one
contemplate
of them.
swimming from
It's
one side
very
to the
different
other.
than any of those
Similarly,
other
the Dead Sea is very small. I mean,
And when people get
in
into it,
comparison
man,
to
it
the
takes
Great
their whole
Lakes,
fucking life
these
over.
are small
Remember, my
bodies of
manager
water,
and I
but
had a
in Hebrew
conversation
they are
with me
called
once
seas.
when I lived in New
Now, the
York.
second word,
It was like, I
reeds,
think
is
you're
interesting.
spending
The Sea
more
of
time
Reeds. It
playing
does
pool
not
than you are
describe
in your
the
career.
Red
I'm like,
Sea
fuck,
or
he's
the
right.
Mediterranean Sea. It says the
He's
Sea
right. I
of
took a whole
Reeds.
year off.
So
I didn't play
this
for a whole year.
makes it sound a little bit like it could
I
be
came
a
to LA
wet
and I
land,
started playing
kind
all
of
over
like,
again.
you know,
It's
a
like,
marshy
God,
area,
again.
which very much
Just
fits
sunk
with
its
what we
teeth
know
right
about the
back.
geography of the Eastern Nile Delta. So many historians have attempted to reconstruct a route of the Exodus that goes through what are sometimes called the bitter lakes, which are not so much like big bodies of water. Again, that's not necessarily what the term Yam or sea might mean in biblical Hebrew, but they might be like incredibly inaccessible wetlands. You just can't cross them. Maybe the water is 3 feet
But
deep,
what it's
6
really
feet
about is
deep,
sinking your
lots of
mind
like
to something.
vegetation.
That's where the
And
true
the only
joy
way to get
comes
through
in,
would
sinking
be
your mind
if
to
it's
something
split,
and then
as they walk
executing
on
it
dry
to
land with
perfection.
miraculous
I
occurrences.
think it's
Sure. Other historians have suggested that
some kind of
no,
a
it
mental
must have been
exercise.
the Mediterranean
Like
Sea that we're
akin
talking
to
about.
cardio,
And you can see
akin
there
to
are
lifting
routes that
weights.
describe
There's a
going
mental
up
exercise to
north
it.
and then over the Sinai Peninsula into the Mediterranean and back down into the Sinai where they would wander around for a while. There are also theories that say no, they went further south down to the Red Sea at that point. And then basically from there on in, it's really confusing because one thing I forgot to mention is that the very first project in archaeology is really topography. We have biblical archaeology in particular. We have this biblical text, extremely valuable as a historical document, but it's very difficult to sometimes translate into what we know about the actual land itself, primarily because we don't know which locales specifically refer
computers,
to the
which is all
places
very,
named
very
in the
fun.
Bible.
Those are all
And
really
one of the very first things that was done in the 19th
there's a
century in
kinetic
the land of
aspect
Israel's archaeologists began to say, okay, we've got these places like Beersheba.
I think
There is Beersheba.
a lot of
And
people
they would
forgot
use all kinds of of different
how
techniques,
satisfying
sometimes linguistic, sometimes Arabic place names referred to earlier Hebrew origins, sometimes descriptions in the text itself that might give some indication as where exactly the places are, but we simply don't know for sure. A lot of places, and especially the places associated with the Exodus. So there are lots of different routes. We also don't know, for example, where exactly is Mount Sinai. There is a mountain in the southern part of the peninsula that has been identified by the Arabs as Jebel Musa, the Mount of Moses, and that has been adopted by Christians as Mount Sinai. There's a monastery at the top of it, things like that. But there are also the possibilities that Mount Sinai would be in what we would call today Saudi Arabia. We simply have no concrete idea precisely where the ancient Israelites wandered as they were making their way from Egypt to the land of Israel, and there are lots of constructions. What we do have, however, is some fascinating archaeological evidence that points to a massive incursion of migrants to the land that we call the land of Israel. Not only in terms of like a huge rise in the establishment of settlements that could not be accounted for by natural increase. What is this migration? There is some fascinating stuff done by analyzing the refuse pits. That in a lot of these regions where we identify with the settlement of Israelites, there's a remarkable absence of pig bones, whereas in sites that we know are much more Roman, there's lots of pig bones. I like to joke that, they find like Asian food takeout containers, but we don't find those. And also some really interesting things when sometimes Canaanite sites are found, like in Hatzor, where the great archaeologist Yigael Yadin found a cultic site with a headless idol, the Baal of Hatzor, that clearly had his head lopped off. And here's a picture of what it looked like after surgery. But archaeological finds of this nature support the narrative that people came into this region from somewhere outside and viewed with hostility the local Canaanite practices and destroyed their altars and things like that. And that is entirely consistent with the biblical account that describes a massive number of former Egyptian slaves, the children of Israel, coming into the land, destroying the altars wherever they encounter them, and so on. But there's so much more to say about this. I'm just trying to get a sense, though, of if we were to have a kosher river cruise, where exactly would we traverse from Goshen to the land of Israel? And unfortunately, that's got to wait until we figure out the geography, and then we're going to have a big sail. You heard it first on this type of rail. Thank you very much.
The bucket is round, and they use like a snooker cloth, so it's really thick and like hairy.
So it's got a lot of nap to the claw, so the ball moves slower.
Right.
They hit balls really hard. Is that because of the rounded edges? Like you got to fire them through there?
For example, if the ball is close to the rail, that's probably the best way to make the ball because you can.
Hello and welcome to the very first Jewish History Lab report.
Kind of like a Russian
December 20th.
Well, there's that one shot where in side pockets we can push through the nipple.
I took a poll last week and I got over 600 people voted with 92% of you indicated
I watch a lot of those guys online and they fire balls
81% of you expressed very strong interest, but in keeping with the season, we're going to have several recounts. Anyways, what is the purpose of this newsletter? Well, as I mentioned in a video a while ago, I signed a major contract with Korean publishers to put together a 3-volume
10 years ago. So this is only we're talking about
and it'll take me a few years to write this, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a
and then
great
Vietnam
book.
emerges 3 years ago.
But one of the advantages of having a large audience of
so let's imagine that's 10 years as well. That's still nothing.
Is that I can sort of crowdsource this.
Like, so it gives me hope that something similar can happen in America.
And essentially, the Jewish History Lab lectures are sort of my first draft of what I intend to put in the book. And I get a lot of feedback from the comment section, sometimes personal emails, and it's actually very useful. It's
I don't know if the social media is the answer, but
this is what we intend to do in these newsletters. First of all, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what's coming up this week. The topic for this week is the birth of Christianity.
That's going to be tough to get people
totally coincidental. When I planned out the fall semester, I didn't realize it would happen to occur right at this time of year, but there you go, serendipity. So we have 4 videos that are related to this, 4 shorter videos. On Thursday the 17th,
That's not
Judea in the days of Jesus.
Really? They play pool in a league and they don't know who Shane Van Bonen is. That seems insane.
And then later today on Sunday at 1 p.m.
Sometimes.
By the way, New York time, we'll have
I
a
watched
little
some
bit longer
recent one
video.
from Boston.
Jesus and the
They had
Jewish
some big,
Friday.
yeah,
I'm a
that's
little bit
ultimately
concerned
what
about
they
this one. I
started.
usually
It's
don't
company
speak
King.
about
Oh, is
Jesus
it?
specifically
Yeah,
in
they're
these
starting to
videos
break through
because
the
it tends to generate
kind
a
of crazy
lot of
because it's a really quick shot clock, big ass pockets,
in a second.
little ass
You know,
table.
this is the
And if you miss, you're fucked, right? Because these guys they're all running out. Justin Bergman is a wizard at that too.
If we are about to write a comprehensive survey.
It looks easy. You look at it, you're like, oh, small table, big pockets, this is easy. But no, if you miss, like if you get out of line and you miss, the game's over. Yeah, the guy's gonna run out, and that's additional pressure. Yeah, more strategy.
On Thursdays,
clusters and everything's all cluttered up together. Right. And you can't shoot your opponent's ball, so you gotta figure out a way to bump them and move them and get a shot on the eight.
Do you think the 8 ball is still the most played game?
Virtually at Torah LA.
Yeah, most people don't like. I had a friend here, and he's like, I play really good ball. What do you play? You play 9 balls? Like, no, I play regular ball. What is regular ball? Like, you don't play.
This
conversation. I was like, okay. Let me explain 9 ball to you. Like, you play 8 ball. It's not regular ball.
A day, 2 pages a day, which allows people to complete in 7 years.
Yeah.
And
well,
my small part
the thing about 9 ball that's very exciting is the luck factor.
Cycle, which takes
luck
7.5 years to complete.
You know, when you watch a guy shoot the ball to the corner and he hits the rail and it bounces 3 rails and goes to the side.
Every dot of Gemara,
it's fucked. If you're sitting there, if you're in a chair and you are hoping, oh, he missed, it's my chance. No.
Website,
you got lucky. And that's luck is part of it. Sometimes people shit in the 9 ball and that's the whole thing that win. And people are like, how could that be a win? It's an accident.
But I'll also
it's part of the game. It's part of the fun of the game. And then also you can win off the break. That's also part of the game.
In terms of
and that drives me
member
crazy.
news,
No, spot that.
You may have noticed that I have membership available on this channel. You know,
I also like when someone misses that easy shot and then the opponent runs out and makes a 9 on the break. So it's like, fuck, extra punch. You fucked up. And the pool gods do that to you all the time. They do. If you miss ball, it's kind of weird how oftentimes like you have to sit in the chair for a few racks because the guy just gets a bunch of like really awesome lucky breaks. Like, this is terrible. For sure. And you know what I also found is I'm winning more
around the world. So that's really what I tried to build.
I just get the love. I miss the most. The guys actually get looked.
But what is not free?
Why is that so reliable?
Because
it's really reliable.
I wish I knew the answer. Yeah, I'm doing something for sure.
If some like super egghead who studies pool like Dr. Dave, like if that guy could explain this, I would like to know. Because I think there's a kind of science to it, and I think it has to do. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a positive. When you're in gear, when you can't miss, and you're in stroke, and you're firing balls, and you're playing really well, you get these lucky breaks. It's weird. It's like you're putting out positive energy. But when you're down and you feel like shit, and you're like, God damn it, I can't catch a break, and then the guy misses, and you're stuck behind 2 balls, you're like, God damn it, this always happens. I often wonder, did you make that? Did you manifest this? Are you manifesting good luck with positive energy?
That's what I do. Very valuable, and
that's what I do. I mean, I'm always trying to be positive because I think there is a benefit to it.
I think there's a real benefit, like a real world, unmeasurable benefit that would probably show up in statistics.
So people like that, I'd love to say.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, that's what I think pool mirrors life in a lot of ways. I think that's the case.
Membership is a way.
I also think like being really generous in real life is like really good for you. It's really good for everybody. It's not good for just for the people that you're being generous to, but it's good for you too. It's good for everybody. Like more good things happen for you when you do that. It's the same sort of principle. There's real. It is real. It just doesn't seem like it should be. It seems like you should be able to figure out life on, you know, a yellow legal pad with a pen and some really good calculus. But there's some things going on that nobody has figured out how to put a measuring tape to. No one's figured out how to put it on a scale. There's some things going on. That's a difficult one. Yeah. And there's things going on with your mind that no one is ever going to be able to figure out. Like, no one's ever going to be able to figure out why some people get lucky all the time. But I think there's probably something to it.
So
like Efren, for example, that guy used to always say, I got lucky. He was always saying, I got lucky. Meanwhile, who was more positive than that guy? When he would miss, he would laugh. He would laugh and scratch his head. He never looked like he was mad. I would want him to break my fucking stick. But he would just like, oh no, I missed. He'd scratch his head and go, oh no. And sit down and be all super positive.
Just a few days ago, an amazing seal
Maybe that's the case.
His authenticity was doubted for a long time.
That's why I wondered. That's why I wanted to ask you about your pre-shot routine. Like, what are the things you're saying to yourself in your mind?
Years ago,
or is it just a lot of experience and a lot of, I'm going to make that shot?
Here's a picture of it. Wow.
Basically shutting down the negative thoughts. So being positive is really difficult at times, especially when things are not going your way.
Everything
Opponent is pitching and shooting saves on you, or floating a few balls, or sometimes miss any balls. It's really difficult to stay positive in your chair. So you just gotta focus on what you can control and hope for the best. That's all I do.
Have you ever thought about doing what Nick Vandenberg does when he sits on a couch? Just like visualizing running out while you're watching your opponent play?
I think I have that going through my brain. I'm like listening to like hype-up music. For example, when I walk into the bench and I'm like,
so
oh,
this is the second issue of the history lab report.
Different depends on the mood. Sometimes it's like gangsta rap. Sometimes it's
like what kind of gangsta rap? What do you like?
Russian.
Russian? Oh, you gotta send me something.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me what's good Russian gangsta rap.
Good for the perfect.
Yeah?
Is the result
oh, nice.
My signing a contract
funk, like funk,
to create
like Brazilian funk.
I like music like that I don't know what they're saying.
Really excited
right.
to be working.
I do understand what they're saying.
Year and a half
Sometimes it just
essentially
make
work
full
through
sense.
that will form the basis
Russian
of the book,
gangster rap.
put it out there
Like, can you give me an example? Like, that we can play right now? Like, what is a good Russian gangster rap? Like, Jamie can pull up.
fellow students
Well,
of Jewish
his
history
name
like
is
you
Scripted.
Scripted? Like Scriptonite? Like Kryptonite?
It's really great. A lot of the comments that I've gotten back, I exposed
See if you can find
that
that
I was
guy.
not
What's
that
a good
aware of,
Usually it's a few
or
remixes.
concerns that I had not
What's like a
thought of addressing, and I think it's going to be a really
I
positive
didn't even know that
especially
they had a lot
grateful
of Russian gangster
to
rap.
this week, because we got through one of the most difficult passages, really, when we talked about the birth of Christianity. There's a lot of generated by that topic.
Well, a lot of hype music is not necessarily great music.
Possible
I don't know.
minefields of controversy.
Give me one Kryptonite though. One good song that you like.
on this channel who sent me a really
Like
useful
one.
passage from
Like you and Josh Miller are about to play for half a
1
million.
Thessalonians chapter 2,
You're on your way.
verse
So
14,
this song is
which really
it's not good
made me
as
rethink a little bit of what I had to say
Oh,
about
perfect.
St. Paul.
But just tell me what it is. We'll have Jamie pull it up.
Christianity.
Moscow
This
loves
is a
it.
passage that I looked a little bit into the scholarship. It's called the Great Diatribe, by the way. Many scholars actually question whether it is authentic or may have slipped into
Pretty accurate song.
as they were copied, but there are no variant
You got it, Jamie?
manuscripts that fail to show this passage, so it presents
It's not written in English.
Yeah, it's not written in English. I just want to train. Oh, the actual song. I got to look that up.
about the birth of Christianity.
It's called
My favorite actually was one commentator who said some very nice things and said that I was
If you want, I can have them send it to me. I'll send it to you.
but then at the end,
the issue.
I say, anyway, I like your work and personality.
Whatever
Keep up
it's
the great
written.
work. Well, I guess
Yeah, I don't even know how to type that
hard
one.
to say
There
like
it is.
that.
I can't
But
type that
anyway,
from the
thanks
thing.
also to Barb
Oh,
Todd,
right,
who sent
right.
a really useful link from
This one's
NPR
just gonna get us in trouble.
on the
Is this getting us in trouble?
computer technology to
Oh, yeah.
digitally reveal
well, we'll cut it
the
out.
contents of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are so very fragile and very difficult to unravel, difficult to open. It's very difficult to actually use those through images.
I like
Wow,
it.
it's really
Yeah, it sounds
Okay,
something
so
like
here's
that.
an
Sounds like
update.
he's on
Last
Nexus,
week,
you know.
we
Maybe. I bet he is, maybe. Most of the stuff he says, you can't even understand what he's saying because he's so fast that he's actually from Kazakhstan translation.
Oh, here it is. Wet asphalt, gray face. You'll find everything you need. Love or treasure the depths of the woods. Only the lipstick was worn off. Ceiling, starfall, fingers on the temple. The eyes are. This is all nonsense words. The eyes are gathered together. Tomorrow again. Wet asphalt, gray face. There are only clouds above you. Okay, that sounds like ChatGPT wrote it. Like ChatGPT.
Yeah, the straight translation from Russian never makes any sense.
No, right? Is that what is that like? Like learn. Well, first of all, you know how to read it, right? So you read what's it, Cyrillic? Is that what it's called? So you read it right. And like, what is it like when you have to learn English? Like, how much of a weird juxtaposition when you see the two languages together?
Well, I don't know. It was kind of easy. I think English is the easiest language to learn.
Really?
But I was studying French in school. I was in French school, and for me, it was a lot tougher to learn French. I used to speak fluent French before, you know, I just don't remember anything.
Really?
Yeah, I actually started forgetting Russian because I started thinking in English because I spent so much time here.
Oh,
so I didn't learn English proper enough, but to where I can speak and understand, and you know, at least have a conversation. And then I don't really speak with anybody in Russian, so I start forgetting it.
Oh no! You're a man of no country. Exactly. That's terrible. That would be terrible. And if you go back to Russia, they get mad at you. They can't talk good.
No, I mean, I still talk good. I actually go to Russia at least once a year.
Just to stay tight. Stay close to the game.
Stay close to my family.
But I would imagine, like, if you fell out of Russia, like, if it became uncomfortable for you, you went over there, that would be so weird for them. But listen, if my daughter moved overseas and went to Spain and started speaking Spanish, and they came over to America and had a hard time talking to me, I'd be like, what happened? I'm not going to get a head injury.
They forget language. But that would be just that I would be using like a lot of simpler words. My vocabulary is already tight here.
Right. But then what if you're away for 10 years?
Yeah, well, then you gain an accent.
And then people are like, look at you. You went America on us. You son of a bitch. Do you get any heat for coming to America?
At first, of course, I did. Yeah, I had all my friends. So my friends actually, they supported me all the time. So I'm just
So last week we premiered
but of course, the casual fans and you know, the keyboard warriors
at the aftermath of the Great Rebellion,
because you left Russia.
Yes, somehow.
And then we looked at a lesser known revolt.
That's the music they always play.
Is there a song like that?
Well, they played
and
that
then
song.
premiering later today will be the final video in that series.
That song is very depressing anyway.
We're going to look at
If you want to get patriotic, that's not like Born in the USA is a terrible song. It's like so sad. It's not like life is awesome. That song is like depressing. It's, you know, it's about living in a terrible part of the USA. Like, it's not like the American dream.
Are to shift a little bit
really, I mean, I don't have
the kind of chronological
the heat from the Russians. Not really, I don't have that. That's good. There's a lot of Russians.
Specifically, we want to look at women.
So you get more heat from Americans that are upset that he came over from Russia?
Not really. The Europeans, I think, the Europeans that are
But now
most upset ones, I think.
Probably because you're now playing for the Americans and know that you can fuck up their whole Moscone Cup thing. Maybe. Yeah.
I do have a lot of, I would say, Polish haters.
The connections about Kufka, though, is especially
Polish haters. Just because I was born in Russia.
No, they just automatically don't like Russians.
Remarkable woman who left
That always
behind
Yeah, if you don't have haters, you're not doing anything right. You know, if you're,
I'm sure you have
dealing
a
with
lot of them
a
too.
lot
I'm sure I
of
do.
personal crises.
Yeah, what was that crazy guy that was
With multiple husbands.
he was trying to fight you or something?
Oh, the Lever King. Yeah, that poor unfortunate guy.
Inheritance, conflict over child
I don't know, man. He just got it in his head somehow or another that I was responsible for what was wrong with him, that I was a bully to him, which is crazy because all I did was point out what was like super obvious, like you're lying about me. being on steroids. Like, hey, don't lie about being on steroids. Don't be a public person, and no one will say that. It's that simple. You have to take personal accountability for errors that you made. I think there's some substances involved, if I had to guess, that led him down a bad road, unfortunately. But it's also fame, man. It's not, you know, I'm sure you experience it because you experience a lot of haters in the pool world, but fame is not what people think it's going to be. You know, you think, I'm going to be famous, life will be easier because people know who I am. No, life is going to be way harder because now you're under the microscope 24 hours a day. And this is a guy in the Brian, who calls himself Liver King, who was not famous most of his life and then decided I want to be famous and I have this great body, so what I'm going to do is just like tell everybody they have to eat liver and sell a bunch of supplements. And he made a lot of money selling a bunch of supplements. And then it's kind of around steroids. The problem with that is that physique is not achievable in your 40s without some help. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not. Like, you can be a freak athlete and have that physique at 23. It's possible. There's a few guys that can. But you have to have superior genetics and an insane work ethic. And you have to be like really intelligent about how you approach your training. But once you get into your 40s, and if you didn't look like that when you were younger, oh, yeah, you're on something. Everybody knows it. There's nothing wrong with being on something. Like, here's the thing, it's like, if you want to be an influencer online, it doesn't exclude you from taking, if you're a person that takes testosterone or, and even, there's guys who have huge followings who are clearly on anabolic steroids. They just don't lie about it. That's all it is. Like, it doesn't make you less famous or make your physique less valid. No one really, I mean, there's going to be a few people, oh, he's a juice head. But the reality is most people are just like, wow, that's really impressive. But what people hate is when you mislead them, when you pretend you're doing something that you're not, especially if you're also selling supplements or selling a lifestyle, telling them, you know, about your ancestral tenets. It's just got to take accountability. You made mistakes. If you did make mistakes, I'd be celebrating you. If you were like this guy who's like, there's a bunch of people that we talk about on the podcast all the time that I know are on juice, but they don't lie about it. And no one gets upset about it. It's real simple. It's just, that's what it is. But that, you know, the guys just took a lot of heat, and he also funded, I think he at least had a part in funding this Netflix documentary about him, which I didn't watch it, but I heard it was not flattering at all, and it made him seem kind of insane, and that probably sucked. And then after that, he, you know, was mad at me. But again, fame is not a normal thing. It's not normal. And if you don't have personal sovereignty, if you don't understand yourself, truly understand yourself, not just trying to project an image of what you like people to think of you, but who you actually are, that's where you get in trouble with fame. And then also reading haters and reading the comments and, you know, and wanting people to love you,
fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to announce that beginning this Wednesday night, October 27th at 7:30 p.m., we will resume the Jewish History Lab series of lectures. This is going to be the third and final semester of this series. We're going to look at the modern era. Unlike the two previous semesters in which I had the chutzpah to address many subjects which I knew not too terribly much about, I'm actually a little more adept in the modern era. Go out of your way, more interesting for all of us and less sweat-inducing for me. At any rate, we're going to look at the last 500 years of Jewish history, specifically from the Spanish expulsion in 1492 right up until the contemporary period. And I think it's going to be so fascinating. There's so many amazing dynamic things that happened to and happened as a result of the Jewish people over the last half millennium, and I can't wait to discuss them with you and hear your questions. So there are three basic ways to participate in this series if you would like to. First is, please attend in-person. Classes are sponsored by the Israel of Lawrence as located at St. New York, led by the incredible Rabbi Rothschild. Unlike the series that was so rudely interrupted back in the spring of 2020, we are going to be having them live and in person in the synagogue building. They're open to the community, free of charge. Please come by and join us. We would like you to please practice respiratory etiquette.
You also have to not allow other people's negative thoughts in your head either.
Europe just recently.
They're as valid,
we encourage
if not more
vaccination
valid than
for
your own
everybody.
negative
Of course, if you are eligible for vaccine, please do not come if you are not feeling well. Masks are welcome and encouraged for anyone who feels appropriate wearing one. They are mandatory for those who are not vaccinated. The lectures, I have to say, will not be recorded. So there are some advantages to come in person, and there are some disadvantages. The advantages are that, of course, the live lectures, really, that's the gold standard for an educational experience. The spontaneity of live conversation, questions and answers. There is a small disadvantage that you may be exposed to some of my cheesy jokes, and I apologize in advance for them, but I simply can't help myself. So that's the best way to enjoy it, free of charge, sponsored by Young Israel.
You know, some guys will talk shit and they'll be so dumb, they'll actually think that they can go to the gym and, you know, sport with Sean Strickland or something.
The second way to participate is you can attend via Zoom. We are, of course, in a whole new era of education. We're still trying to figure out exactly what is education
Sean Strickland has a bunch of videos of guys who talk shit online.
Tertiary level, where I spend most of my energy, or in the adult education, which I class this series, or in the primary level. And so we're going to try this semester to offer this as a hybrid option.
Tunes these guys up like it's nothing to talk shit to them
is going to be based on the live in-person class. Again, that's the best way to appreciate the information that we're going to share. But we will offer the option of Zoom for those who cannot attend in person for a variety of reasons. Not excluding the reality of January temperatures against the world. This option, however, is only going to be available to members of the synagogue and their guests. Check your email for a Zoom link so you'll be able to access the Zoom. It's also open to members of my YouTube channel at colleague level. So please have a look at your community announcements and you'll be able to get the Zoom link and be able to participate. One of the challenges of offering this hybrid format is that it's not easy to address a live audience and an online audience simultaneously. So I'm going to put most of my energy into the live audience, but I will try and devote certain periods of time to the hybrid. We'll see how this works out. Hopefully it will be successful, but we will do things as we go along. And finally, if you can't attend in person and you can't attend by Zoom, then you'll be able to watch pre-recorded versions of the lectures, which I have been putting online. There's more than 80 of them in this particular series already available. And this, of course, is open to all because I really believe that Jewish history yearns to be free, yearns to be out there so that people can learn about this amazing, fascinating history. The advantages of pre-recorded lectures are that, one, they tend to be shorter and a little bit more tightly edited and so on. There are very, very few cheesy jokes because I just got there's not as much opportunity for interaction. Simply don't have time to respond to all the questions and comments that are in the inbox there, but you will have the opportunity, of course, to interact with other audience members. I do like to participate in live chats more or less once a week so that we do have a chance to at least interact with each other that way. Okay, that's basically it. We're going to start Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are going to be looking at the fascinating topic of the Jews of Asia. Let's do it. Thank you very much for.
I'd be in doing that. I'd have to tighten that table up, right? Yeah. Would you want 4 1/4, or would you want 4 1/4?
Oh, that's another thing he wanted to do. He wanted to only play the 4-inch table. So he wants
Hello and welcome to the first in a large series of projecting small lectures that I like to call Jewish History Lab. Now, I'm calling it a lab because this is somewhat experimental in nature. I'm very proud to let you know that I signed a contract with foreign publishers. Really important publishers. The outcome really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my own collection.
I feel like you should do it in a place where you get an audience, though.
Multi-volume massive survey history of the Jews for them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will ultimately find their way into the Word, and I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're available.
Yeah, probably. Shane is a huge American hero when it comes to poll.
So it's experimental in the sense that I have
just seems
put
like he
my
doesn't
first
like it
draft
anymore.
together in this video format and put it up on the internet. I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in the box below this video and let me know what you think. If you have any questions,
I didn't know that. I'm just hearing that for the first time now. I thought it was below.
Well, it's kind of changing. Let's look at this little piece of global real estate and try to understand how it fits within the larger
social media makes it worse.
Oh no, social media stuff.
Look at the land of Israel. Something like this amazing 6th century map that was discovered in Madaba,
conflicts and stuff
like that. Oh
yeah, that's right. So there was a lot of weirdness where he was playing like was it WPA said you couldn't play in a metro event or
so what exactly is this? First of all, it was discovered in Madaba, Georgia.
So we should explain to people that don't know there's two different competing sort of organizations. And at one point in time, if you played for one, they were telling you can't play for the other. And everybody's like, that's kind of crazy, guys. Like, pool is just starting to take off. And don't schedule shit at the same time as this other one that you know is going to be there. Work together.
So what happened was
the land of Israel
WPA is
from
implementing
the
all
west.
these bans.
And it was intended as kind of like a permanent physical
will be banned for a certain period
reminder
of
of
time
how to find the various holy sites.
And
it was
all the
discovered in the
players
late 19th century in the course of church renovations, and unfortunately this gorgeous mosaic was badly damaged over the centuries. Nevertheless, a significant amount of it was preserved, and we wanted them to change that about how they wanted them to live the band. Obviously, it's not
so
to
the very
scale,
next event,
but I think one of the most fascinating things is that it is disoriented with the east at the north. That is, you can see the Dead Sea is right in the middle of that region there. It has some boats, massive boats racing together, floating on the Dead Sea, and there's a river, the Jordan River, that's at the left, that would connect up to the Sea of Galilee or Yam. And so this is how pilgrims would have seen the land. They would have seen it with Jerusalem really at its center. Here is a close-up detail of Jerusalem, and comparisons with archaeological data indicate there's a lot of features here that indicate that the mosaic artists actually did have close experience with the land of Israel itself, and the city of Jerusalem, the Cardo, Roman road running.
So what better way to tell those other 10 guys in the rest of the world that you're not going, or we're all not going, and then you sign up, that means you just killed off 9 or 10 of the best players in the world, you have a much better chance of winning.
You did get right as a hand extended from it. The reason for this is because Muslim iconoclasts approached this map and wanted to wipe out any kind of reference to
and he's really young too, right?
So they disfigured specifically the recognizable face of the armies, so you still have some sense of what they look like when they replace them.
Yeah, he's well, sometimes when he gets hot, it's crazy to watch. Where he's spiking balls in,
obviously deeply affected by political and religious concerns. Here's a more conventional look.
And the other thing about him is he never looks like he's freaking out. Like, it never seems to be affecting him. Like, he's never taking additional time in between shots.
He's a very fast player.
Even under extreme pressure.
The southernmost tip of the land of Israel in Eilat,
and it just seems like he doesn't feel it.
you go all the way
So
to
good.
the north.
It does feel like it's he
Roughly
was feeding
equivalent
off
with
the actual like hate on the ground.
And you see that basically it's
Las Vegas,
420 kilometers or
everybody's
260
been rooting against him.
If
And
you
he's just
drive
feeding off
that
the crowd,
straight
kind of like
road,
Jason Shaw.
it's basically 4 hours driving from one
If you can
end
turn that
of the country to the other. And
a few
the widest waste
run
of
racks,
the
that's
land is only 150 kilometers.
Yeah, if you can do that, if you have that kind of temperament.
Easily drive
But it's always interesting to me when a guy like that just seems to be so
essentially
calm
what
under pressure. He just fires balls in. Like,
crossing the
it's like shocking.
when
Like, he's got
lightly shaded
intimidating
areas
game.
with Shechem or Nablus.
Not that I don't think he'd beat him. It's a
Hebron
really good
in the
game.
south.
It,
That
it,
refers
it's like
to the West Bank.
it's top
which
1
we'll
and 2
talk
in the world.
about
You know, I think
further on
at the very
in this
top, as you
verse.
see
This is
with,
the region, of course, which is not
with
annexed to
Moshe's
Israel
Yap,
itself.
he
as
won
the
3 tournaments in a row, which is
Palestinian
crazy. It's crazy to win like 3 majors in a row. But like, you know, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz went on a good tear where he was doing that for a while.
That looms large in the public imagination.
Even like 10
If
years
you were
from
to
where we are
take
right
the
now,
amount of real
is
estate
always
that
one player we
the
turn
state of
for like a
Israel
year or
takes
2,
up
and then
in
switches to another
today's
player.
newspapers,
Shane
for
went
example,
back-to-back
will
US
make
Open.
that geographically
Nico
to
won
scale.
back-to-back.
I mean, it would be the size of, I don't know, Africa or something like that.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
always
really
to get
a
on.
tiny little
Yeah.
territory. Looking
It's
at it
just maintaining
geographically, I
that is
think
just
this
so
map
weird.
is especially
Like we were talking about
this,
Kopei Chung,
of course,
who had that
turns
insane
on the
match in
side,
2023, but this year didn't play
like
nearly as well.
earlier.
It's really tough. I mean,
The most
God
prominent
gets in the
feature, of
way.
course, is the
Something, I
Judean
don't know,
mountain
family,
range.
business.
They're not really
To where you
mountains,
might have a
but
neck injury like you have,
walk
right?
on
Right,
standards
back might
of
start
the coast.
popping, yeah, you get
They're more
sciatica.
like dry, desiccated
Yeah.
hills. And
But
once
it's just,
again, this
that's
map,
why
which in Hebrew shows that
a
it's
high-level
53
pool, when you watch
kilometers
it, you know, on the world stage like that, when it's executed so perfectly and so fun to watch.
Additional
Because
60
you know how hard it is to get there.
to the
Yeah,
sea,
it's harder
the
to
Mediterranean itself.
So,
And it gives you some
what do
sense
you do
of
differently now that you're world number 1? Do you do anything differently to try to maintain your position?
of those
Or is it just keep going?
No, just keep
more
going.
view of the
I
same
know what
idea.
I know what I did
Again,
to
oriented north
get me
south.
where I'm at
You
right now.
have
Why would I
coastal
change it?
plain, which is
Yeah.
quite dense.
I mean, I guess,
and gets a lot more
unless-
rainfall. Then you
Because a lot
have
of
the
people they
Jordan
stop
Valley
because, for example,
and
they had a
the
goal.
Dead Sea,
Their motivation
which
is
are
gone.
much lower. In fact, the Dead Sea
My
is the
motivation
lowest
is has always been money. Really.
surface of the earth.
Most
Let's look at the land of Israel in
win
its
as much as I
regional
can.
context,
I
because
want
this
to
is where it gets
start
really important. How does this
from
tiny
the
little
poor rich
country
family growing up, and
so
always
much
my biggest
history
motivation
and
was
so much
financial.
politics in contemporary times?
But obviously, I
You look
wanted to
at
be a world
this
champion,
satellite
and I had the dream to be a world
Israel
champion. When I
is
won the first world
very
championships,
centrally
you know, that dream
located
was kind
between
of gone.
the three
Now it's
continents
just another
of
major,
Africa,
major.
Europe,
So they
Asia.
always ask me those
And
questions.
if you
What would it feel to you
remove
if you
air
made
travel,
another
which of course is
US
impossible
or
in the
World
ancient world,
Masters? Like, it would
and
be great.
if you
But I think it would
consider
mean a
the
lot more when I
limitations
stopped
of
playing.
water
Like,
travel,
you see
of
my
sea
grandkids,
travel,
I'm like, oh,
because
well,
of land
your
barriers,
grandpa was a
see
dude
that
down
Israel
world
is
novel
the
champion
main
back in the day.
thoroughfare
There's four rails in that novel right
and
there.
the kind of
Why do you
trade
say that with a southern accent?
I live in Indiana here. I live in southern Indiana.
Europe to Asia,
Is that a
directly
deal with a
vice
southern
versa,
accent in Indiana?
really, Africa,
Oh, that's
Asia,
interesting.
Europe
I
are
never
all
thought of that.
connected to Israel over
What
land.
would you assume
If
their
you
accent
look
in
in a
Indiana
little
would be?
closer, you see that one of the most important
Well, you're an Ohio
aspects
boy,
of
so you're
those
close to
connections
Kentucky.
is
That's
the
where you're there.
fertile
Right.
crescent. And it is
People
so
got an
called
accent.
because
That's
it's kind
true.
of like
That's true. My
a
accent's wrong.
C
That's true.
shape, or more precisely, kind of like an upside
But it's
down
just
flat U shape
when you
of arable land that extends
when you
from
think
the
about
Nile Delta, which is
just
the
in
lower left of this
general,
map,
like
you
Pool's
see the
growth, I
coast,
think
which is
you're in a
Israel
perfect
or
position
Egypt,
right now
and
in
the
life.
hatched area
It's like
represents
if
the
you
stable
had been
arability
this good
that
20
is
years
the
ago,
product
you
of
would
the
be in the
Nile
same
River
sort of
that
trap that a
flows
lot of those
from the bottom of this
the
map
older players
into
were,
the Mediterranean
where
Sea.
there's
And then
no
there's a little
real
bit of a
incentive
dead
to
spot
be
at the
playing
right
professionally.
of
The
the
only
Nile
money that
Delta,
anybody was
the
making in
Sinai
pool
Peninsula,
20, 30 years
but then
ago, real
the
money
land
was
of
in
Israel
gambling.
itself becomes
And there was a lot of
fertile
guys that were
again.
making
It
money
goes up
gambling
north
that
to
weren't
Lebanon
placing
and
well
Syria, and then
in
it
tournaments.
curves
They just
over
and they
follows
didn't want to.
the
They didn't want to play in
Euphrates and the
tournaments. They didn't want to knock their
down
action.
into the
But I think you're in
Persian Gulf,
really the
which would be
perfect
today's
timeline.
Iraq.
Whereas as you're getting better and as pool's getting more and more popular, the money's
Rivers
getting
that
bigger and
flow
bigger.
from the
And
north
I
to
think
west
it's a
down
really
to the
awesome time for the
southeast
game.
are
I agree. Definitely I definitely feel fortunate to be in the right time, the right era with the way my career was going. Because like you said, 20 years ago, I would have been nowhere.
And it's also the players of today, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're much more systematic with their training than they ever were before.
Absolutely. 100%. Everybody participated. Everybody's treating it as sport, like I said. They're not treating it as a game.
They're treating it like a sport, but they're also examining all the aspects of the game and constantly honing them. It's different. Like when I watch guys practice online, because you have a channel where you put a lot of your practice sessions online, and you get to see like there's no messing about. It's like there's some serious training involved, like serious position play. play, serious, like getting that muscle memory over and over again, different ways to stroke a shot.
I don't know
with all the deals fine. And he has his own channel.
Yeah, he's great. The Terminator
is the best, the guy doing visualization every day. He's practicing every single day, I think. He's doing his 90 minutes of hardcore practice.
Here is
live streaming, explaining why you have to practice. If you follow just everything he does, you will
First
get
of all, there
different
was the
100%.
so-called Via Maris, or Derek Hayam, the way of the sea. I like to think of this as the scenic route, where you go from the left, from the Nile Delta, and you basically follow the coastline. And it's a little rough as you're going along the top of the Sinai.
Like I said, I think the sky's the limit. I think the game's going to explode over the next few years as we watch it get a lot bigger
up
over the last 4 or 5.
Quite a bit of settled territory and a lot of arable land. And follow the
Yeah,
road
man.
all
I'll
the
do
way up
commentary. How about that?
down over to the
Get
right.
Metro involved. Just
The
set
other
up somewhere in
route,
Austin.
which was also quite widely
Do it
traveled,
somewhere we
was
can have a
so-called
crowd in person, though. That's
highway.
what I was getting at. Like, you're going to have a crowd online, but it'd be cool if you had a lot of people there in person.
Sometimes called the Royal Road, or in Hebrew, Derek Melech. This was a
I want to
little
see
bit
it. So
shorter.
listen, congratulations on everything.
Crossed the
It's been
relatively
cool
small
following you
Sinai
and
Peninsula
seeing what happened over the last
compared
time
to
you were
the
here,
Arabian Desert,
and watching you just get better and better.
and then you make a straight shot north.
My pleasure, my brother. Tell everybody if they want to follow you. What's your Instagram?
My Instagram is that weird.
Yeah.
But I have Facebook. Mostly I spend a lot of my time on Facebook.
Dead
TikTok.
Sea.
Oh, this is a question I wanted to
After
ask
that
you.
initial
Your name.
burst through the Sinai,
Some people
then you've
say
got
Fedor.
fairly
Some people say
clear
Feder.
rest stops
But
along
in
the
Russian,
way,
is it
lots of
Fyodor?
gas stations that
Fyodor.
make your way
Okay,
to the
that's what I thought.
So
Yeah, because people were correcting me. I'm like, I think you're both wrong. I think Fyodor.
expanded
I've heard Feder. I've heard. When I was calling you Fedor, people go, "Oh, he's saying that because Fedor Emelianenko." I'm like, yeah, well, that's kind of the accepted American pronunciation of Fyodor, though. So I wanted to ask you, who's Fyodor? Yeah, I know it's right.
But somebody called me.
Okay, Fyodor. Let's see you from now on, bro. Let's play some pool. Then we'll get some. All right, bye, everybody.
This is a sentiment that is echoed by many other cultures. I would look at this amazing 16th century map by Heinrich Dinting, which is meant to be kind of a thematic map. He published a lot of really beautiful maps that
Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. You can see that he indicated that Jerusalem specifically is at the center of European, Asian, African.
And this was when Ephraim Reyes snuck into America under the nickname Cesar Morales. And won some big tournament at Reds, wherever that is. Probably. Put the headphones
So that
on.
gives us a sense of the
You don't have to. Or you not have headphones. They feel weird to you? That's good.
political
Okay,
and economic
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's just good if like we show a video or something like that. Right. Dude, you came that close to being 2 year in a row U.S. Open champion. That fucking close.
Yeah,
How's it feel?
I mean, I feel super tired because my schedule has been hectic lately.
Yeah.
You know, I played the World Championships in Saudi, where I also lost in the finals.
Did you play the Florida Open too?
Florida Open, I played the tournament in between that, so basically I played back to back 4 events.
Wow.
It's been over a month already. You know, staying on the road, constantly playing.
Dude, this is the real good argument. You're the best player in the world. And if you're the best player in the world, I think you are. You got my vote. If you're the best player in the world today, you're the best player of all time.
Oh, well, I mean, it's really tough to.
A lot of old guys talk a lot of shit, but I'm just saying. I mean, this guy on my shirt, he certainly gets the, like, as far as, like, the greatest of all time, the most achievements of all time, Efren. The Z shot, like, all the crazy stuff that he can pull off with a cue ball.
Did you see the shot that I made recently?
Which one?
That 3-rail kick.
I did see that, yeah.
I mean, it is tougher. It is a tougher kick. It wasn't he wasn't as you know, the situation wasn't like it was a heel that he played against Earl, you know, in the finals. So it's obviously it's much different environment. But to keep that up, it was sick. It was pretty sick.
Well, the Filipinos put kicking on the map, right?
Oh, for sure.
Fred, when he came over here, they changed the whole game. Jose Perico was really good at it too.
Carlo Piano,
yeah,
the best
so good. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. If they have a filmmaker trail on me everywhere filming else.
That's a crazy shot.
Yeah, I was actually lost that match to 12 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what's horrible when you make an amazing shot and then lose the match.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Yeah, look, it's a crazy game, and the game that you guys are playing right now, the reason why I said I think if you're the best player today, you're the best player of all time, because the conditions are very different. For people who don't know, who don't play pool, okay, if you're going to a regular bar and you're playing on like a bar table, those pockets might be 5.5 inches.
Well, also in US, people are playing on 7-foot tables.
Right, we get a bar, sure. They're 9-foot tables, and the pockets are 4 inches. And so when you get 2 cue balls, you try to put them next to each other and try to stick. You can't even get them close to sticking them in a 4-inch pocket. It's really tight conditions. And I think there's better players now than I've ever seen in my life. And I've been watching pool for 35 years and playing pool for 35 years. I've never seen better players than play today. And I think you're the best today. So in my book, that makes you the best of all time.
Well, like you said, the conditions are completely different. They changed even in the last 3 years. I think the game changed drastically.
Yeah.
We changed the breaking formats. It used to be 1 ball on the spot with the magic rack, no 3-quarter rule. So
all the people know that don't play pool, what the fuck are they talking about? We're talking about professional pool, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we have all kinds of little
lingo. Yeah. The 9-ball on the spot made a big difference, right?
Yeah,
because then you don't. Yeah, when you were showing me today how to break that way, I was like, oh, that's crazy. Like you have to hit it with draw, you have to aim towards the back ball. Like, wow.
Yeah, well, we can't really say that.
Too late. Yeah, that's the others. Yeah, it's an insanely competitive game now. And shout out to Matro, right? Because Matro with the zone, they've done an amazing job with boxing and a bunch of other sports. But what they're doing with pool is crazy. There's so many events, and it's all over. You can get it on World 9-Ball Tour. It's WNT.tv, right?
Yeah, it's the website. I think they're from 2002 up to their subscription up.
Amazing. It's amazing. And then there's also the Retro Pool YouTube channel, which has tons of stuff on it for free.
They are elevating the game for sure, and they are the reason why pool is where it's at today, versus where it was 5 years ago, I think.
It's huge. I have friends who send me videos now. Like people who just randomly find videos on TikTok or on Instagram.
Pool is moving on social media. I do love social media. I have a filmmaker that follows me everywhere. We try to film as much stuff.
It's very funny what you did in New York City, or in Atlantic City rather, when you went to that pool hall and you went under skies.
Yeah, that was my adventure. I think it was pretty cheap budget. We could do a lot better, especially when we go to Asia. I think
you can't sneak around at any pool hall
if you put me and make me look like a grandpa or something.
Okay, like you'd have to get in disguise.
So basically, he dips deeply into both science and Torah to look at how rabbis in the past have dealt with these challenges. And this is nothing new. I mean, Jews have been dealing with the age of the universe questions really since the 19th century for sure, in a very forthright way. But there are even some fascinating earlier opinions as to how to calculate these dates. Have a look over there if you want to go further in that direction. Anyone who possesses even a cursory familiarity with the first 5 books of Moses and some of the early prophets, like Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and the Kings, will be aware that, of course, there are many peoples who predated the mass arrival of Jews in Israel. The earliest penetration of Jews into Israel, of course, was the patriarch Abraham, as described in the book of Genesis. That's generally understood to be around the beginning of the 2nd millennium before the Common Era. That is something like the date 750 BCE. The later Exodus and the arrival of Jews in Israel, which is something, again, we've got to push that off to another lecture. There's a lot to say about that. That would have been several hundred years after that date. But there are lots of peoples already living in Israel, and in fact, the interaction with them is a major theme in much of those early prophetic works. Some of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries of the prehistoric people of the land of Israel were uncovered by Dr. Dorothy Garrett, shown here in a 1913 photograph. She was associated with Cambridge University, and in fact, she was the first woman to hold a chair at that great school. Unfortunately for her at that point, however, because she was a woman, she was not allowed to receive a full position on the faculty, and although she was allowed to attend faculty meetings, she was not allowed to vote or even to speak, if you can believe that. She was a pioneering figure not only in the field of archaeology, but also in the field of women's rights in academia in particular. And her research led to some phenomenal discoveries, such as these remarkable stone hand axes used by primitive peoples somewhere south of the Sea of Galilee, which, by the way, is also the site of some of the earliest beer manufacturing plants in the history of humanity. Right? So we owe the discovery of beer possibly to the earliest peoples of Israel. In the Kabaran cultures, she discovered these remarkable mortal and pestles. You can see there's a little bit of grain on the left, and you would take that pestle and you would grind it up. It's actually quite tactile. You can actually imagine ancient hands. You know, actually grind and grind flour. This remarkable tiny sculpture from antiquity is also quite fascinating. Her discoveries of things like this tiny little bird medallion indicate that the peoples of ancient Israel had a very rich spiritual life. Looking at grave sites, she was able to discover, fantastic ritual items that were associated with people, such as the inclusion of many tortoise shells in with this grave, which is believed to be of ancient shaman of the period. But I think one of the most fascinating things that she's associated with is the discovery of these things called desert kites. T.E. Lawrence, already in the 20th century, was writing about these and trying to figure out what do they mean. And really, the only way that they were finally understood is with a lot of aerial photography. They remind me of the Nazca sandbox in Peru. So T.E. Lawrence, writing about this, says, what are these things? You've got these miles and miles of these tiny little piles of stone. They seem to be quite deliberate. They run in lines, but what are they there for? You can see on the right a view of what's like the ground. But when you get up in the air, then you begin to see, oh my gosh, look at this. It's shaped like it's some kind of funnel with some kind of container at the end. And in fact, what Dorothy Garrett opined was that these kites might have been used for herding wild deer. And what would happen is you would find a group of wild deer, which of course were roaming Israel at the time, and the prehistoric peoples would kind of chase them into this kite, and the deer would run away from them, and then seeing this small barrier, they would further and further into the kite until, and here we look at it from the point of view of a hunter, the hunter's hiding behind this little gathering in the back, which would of course be a killing floor and would provide a lot of protein for the diet of the involved in this. It's just amazing, bizarre the things that are happening in Israel. But if you think that's bizarre, wait till I show you this one. Oh my gosh. Some of the most fascinating things are discovered in the region of Jericho and the Judean Hills. In particular, the discovery of these plastered human skulls, which appears that the ancient peoples of Jericho, one of the oldest cities in the world, would preserve the skulls, presumably of their ancestors, and then decorate them and bury them apparently under the floor of their homes. So you can see sometimes they had plaster on top of them, and sometimes they had specific decorations, like use of these shells for their eyes and so on. And perhaps associated with some kind of ancestry worship. The people of ancient Jericho were also into trepanation, which is a really wild practice that involves the drilling of holes into the skull, a procedure which people tended to survive, believe it or not, because the skulls actually show evidence of healing. It's uncertain why they were doing this, perhaps as an early medical procedure, perhaps as an early psychiatric procedure, maybe with some kind of cultic practice. Who knows, but it was definitely very bizarre. Also discovered discovered in the region of Jericho were a whole series of fascinating masks, which again give us some inkling of their spiritual life, perhaps their entertainment. Hard to tell. But you can see here that the masks clearly had doors drilled at the side so they could be attached to the base, perhaps for some kind of dramatization, maybe in connection with ancestor worship. And a lot of these masks display different kinds of emotions and feelings. They're actually quite clever and appealing in many ways. There are tens of these masks. Some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decorations, or they may have been some kind of cultic objects like this skull mask here. Okay, so that's it for a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric peoples in the land of Israel. We're going to continue our story with the biblical data regarding the arrival in Israel of the Mesopotamian patriarch Abraham. What that says for the beginning of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Plus with Showtime sliding back to 7. Team 4 on Apple TV Plus comes in at 6 this week, and the crime drama Untamed on Netflix slips out of the top 3 back to 5. The spy thriller Butterfly on Amazon Prime Video leaps up to the 4th spot this week. Wednesday on Netflix kicks off the top 3.
Before we begin to approach the earliest period of Jewish history, we have to address the question of how shall we approach the Bible as a historical source. The Bible is, of course, regarded by tens of thousands of generations, millions upon millions of people, as the Word of God, and it has a tremendous amount of authenticity simply because of that status. But if we're trying to approach it looking for historical data, is that an appropriate way to understand this text? I'm going to set that question aside for now, but I would like to give you a thought experiment that hopefully will clarify some of the questions that arise as we look at it from the point of view of a historian. One last caveat. I know when people look at me, especially for the first time, they think I'm a rabbi. I think it's the kippah and the beard that give it away, and it's true. On a personal level, I have proclivities towards observant Judaism, and I do my best as much as I can to be as observant as possible. But let's just set that aside as well and look again at this question from a historical perspective. Because I'm not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. Here's the thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old, and your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you ignored it. It's only due tomorrow. You have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is, please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say, no problem, but it's 1985, and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. You have a few hours left. The library is closed. What do? You scramble around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar, and in your older sister's bedroom you find some of her college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback. It was probably published sometime around 1972 that has on the spine Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great, this is fantastic. This is exactly the book you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in modern English, but you sort of skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you scrap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that the things that Shakespeare described actually happened? Not terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1,600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh. Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular work? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant to looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says that it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something that was actually written 400 odd years earlier? All these questions abound. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shame and Fun in his visage. That's based on something called the Chandos portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which are known for certain, but it's generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's so many possibilities for inaccuracies in understanding the life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction, for our edification, without necessarily giving us a blow-by-blow chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history. But it's like a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the higher prism approach that is advocated by people like Bellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using this relatively new science of archaeology and construct the past and see how it conforms to the Bible as essentially the template for historical events. So, in other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history is he said, we have essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground there, and we'll find evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, we'll find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua, and things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount of data, and who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that looked like they didn't belong anywhere in the original picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the Bible as a historical text. Things came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen School of Biblical Studies. This is an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of text. And the Copenhagen School advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes characterized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all, and it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major components of the Copenhagen School. But definitely they wanted to downplay the reliance on the biblical text as a roadmap for what happened in ancient history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalists, again, it's a caricature of the term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, hey, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament, and perhaps the greatest proponent of this school is none other than the great Kenneth Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work, which I happen to have my copy of it right here. What a monstrous brick of a tome this is. You can see I've taken a lot of notes because it is absolutely fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of studying of Egypt and Assyria, Babylonia, Ugaritic and Akkadian, and you name it, this is definitely one of the most accomplished scholars of the period. He says that, fundamentally, the historical descriptions that are contained in the Hebrew scriptures are pretty reliable. Now, he's not advocating the Word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular book that would cross a Rosh Hashiva's eyes. It's definitely not what we would say in Jewish terms a flip book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew Scriptures has a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. And that is, we're going to be spending a lot of time in this work as we go through the series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Berman, who wrote a series of books, most recently this very powerful book called Ani. The Hebrew term means I believe, and is clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 Principles of Belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that will be relevant for us going forward. First of all, in the introductory section to his major work, Dr. Kitchen basically says we can divide the history as portrayed in the Bible into 7 basic periods. Pretty straightforward. The first period is something we talked about in the last lecture, primeval proto-history, which basically goes from the creation of the world as described in Genesis up to about the second millennium before the Common Era, let's say 2250 or 2000 BCE. And that's essentially what's described in the very beginning of the book of Genesis. The second period is that of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their wives, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And that goes from the early to mid-second millennium, that is from about the year, let's say 1750, so, maybe go up to Joseph, another couple of years, and that's described for the rest of the book of Genesis. The third period is the Egyptian sojourn and Exodus, and that would be the mid to the late second millennium. That means around, let's say, 1500 to 1200, more or less, and it's described in the book of Exodus. And then we get to the fourth period, which is settlement in Canaan. Notice that he uses the term settlement rather than conquest. That will become very important when we get to that period later. And that will be the late second millennium, say approaching the year 1000 BCE. And it is described in the book of Deuteronomy, and then in Judges and in Joshua. The fifth period is the period of the United Monarchy. It's the golden period under the kings Saul and David and Solomon, and that's described in the first book of Samuel, the first book of Chronicles. And then the sixth period, the divided monarchy, which is moving through the first millennium. Let's say we're getting into the 800s and 700s, and that's in 2 Samuel, Kings, and Book of Chronicles. And then finally, the exile and return, talking here about the Babylonian exile, the 6th and 5th centuries before the Common Era, described in a host of biblical works. Now, 2 quick things. The first is, notice that I have not included all the books in the Hebrew Scriptures because a lot of them are really difficult to provide clear historical data. Although they have pieces of it. The book of Psalms, for example, it clearly, heartfelt prayers to God, but there is occasionally historical data embedded in Psalms, as we will see as we go through this course. But secondly, more significantly, in Kitchen's work, he doesn't start at the beginning, the first period, and move through all 7 periods. Rather, what he does is he starts in the 6th period, the divided monarchy, quite late now in Jewish history, well over 1,000 odd years into Jewish history, and then he moves later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back to start the first period. Why does he do that? Why does he start at period 6, go to 7, and then all the way back to 1, 2, 3, 4? The reason is actually pretty obvious if you're familiar with the data. There's a lot more really cool evidence for the historicity in period 6 and 7 than there is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He still has a lot to say about periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that is incredibly valuable. But he says, you know what? I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first, and then once you're with me with 2 good chapters of this decent archaeological data, then I'll take you back to some of the more, intuitive and some of the more deductive type of material that is in the earlier period. It's really complicated, I know, but we'll go through it starting from period 1, and I hope you'll bear with me. Let us give you an example of what is like some of the really cool data in both of those sections. So Dr. Kitchen argues that there's basically 2 types of data points that prove the Bible has reliability as a historical source. And the first would be external evidence of historical reliability. And what he means by that is data taken from outside the text of the Bible that conforms exactly to the text as we have it. And a great example of this is archaeological finds. So, for example, this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Yehu, who's described in the Hebrew Bible as owing obeisance to King Shalmaneser III, and this monumental architecture clearly describes this from the perspective of the occupying power of Israel, and it seems to lock into place the account that we have of the historical relationship between these 2 battles. So this is the kind of evidence that we love as historians because it kind of confirms everything from an independent vantage point. And most of that really dates from the 9th century onward, meaning from the 800s onward. And since we're going to be going back to the year 2000 before the Common Era, it gets harder and harder the earlier you go back in time to find this kind of hard internal material evidence for the historicity of the biblical narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's work is based on looking at internal evidence of biblical reliability. Just give you one little example here, and we're going to go through many more of them as we go through the next few lectures. Look at the price of slaves in ancient Europe. So Dr. Kitchen was able to comb through a tremendous variety of data points in dozens of ancient dead languages to find how much it cost in shekels to buy a slave in the ancient world. And then he compared it to the few data points of how much slaves cost as described in the Bible. So if you look at this graph, the red line describes how much slaves cost in various parts of the ancient world, from the Nile Delta through the Mesopotamian region, and we see that it follows that essentially red curve from the year 2250 to about the year 500. And then when you take the few passages in the biblical text that refer to the price of slaves, we see that, it conforms pretty much to the price of slaves that was the going rate in the ancient world. It's very interesting. Now, it does not have the same kind of hard proof. It's not going to fall on your foot like a big piece of monumental architecture that make you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say, hey, if it costs 20 shekels for a slave in the old Babylonian period, and Joseph was sold for 20 shekels around that time, that sounds like a reasonable piece of historical data that we can rely on. We're going to see a lot more of this in the next few lectures, but for the time being, I want to thank you for sticking with me through this difficult historiographic introduction. We're going to get back to the history itself, God willing, in the very next lecture. Thank you for watching.
Satellites, but news that these satellites take protocols spread images that go around and around and around the planet, but they only take the image maybe 20, 30 miles wide. And then what you do is they stitch the images together to make a sphere, to make a round picture. And what you end up with is a hole inside because of the way the images are stitched together. So that's not.
Hello, fellow students in Jewish history. I'm very pleased to go on with our Jewish History Lab lectures. We're going to look now at Genesis in historical perspective. I'm, of course, speaking about the biblical book of Genesis. And I've got to say one thing just to start out. You know, I would love to go through the entire book of Genesis, in fact, the entire Tanakh, and just speak about it as a work of tremendous power. If you have not read Genesis, and in fact, if you have not read the entire Bible, just stop watching right now and go get a copy of the Bible. They're available online and read it, because it is phenomenal. It's incredibly important. It has so much, power as a moral document, as a spiritual document, as a transformational document. And even if you're not Jewish, even if you're not a monotheist, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu or an alligator, I don't know. I think you will find a tremendous amount of value in this incredibly important work that is really at the foundation of Western civilization. I'm going to just speak very briefly about the plot line of Genesis, with the assumption that you have some broad familiarity with it, and this brief lecture in no way should replace general cultural familiarity with this very important document. Okay, let's begin by going through the biblical narrative itself. As we approach the biblical narrative, it's really important for us to recall something that we discussed in the last lecture, and that is that in the world of what we might call biblical history, or the history of ancient Israel, is a strong difference of opinion as to how to approach the Bible as a historical text. There are those on one side of the spectrum that argue for a maximal approach, meaning let us mine this document for everything we can for its historical value. And on the other hand, you have a minimalist approach that says, no, the earliest possible manuscripts that we have for this are far too late, and we can't possibly date it to the earliest periods that it ascribes to. It's written in a highly tendentious manner, definitely trying to promote a particular religious viewpoint. All kinds of objections. Those are called the minimalists, who say we should deal just with the data that the archaeological record affords us and build from there. In reality, most reasonable scholars do not find themselves at either end of the spectrum, the points of the spectrum. They find themselves somewhere along the spectrum. But, this is a short video. I just want to make sure that you bear in mind the challenges of working with this for our purposes, which is to understand the earliest elements of Jewish history. So what is the book of Genesis all about anyway? It basically traces, after we go through the cosmology, which we discussed in the last couple of lectures, it traces the life of the family of Abraham and Sarah, called the first of the patriarchs and matriarchs. And there's basically three major generations that are treated. That's Abraham and his wife Sarah, followed by Isaac and his wife Rebecca, and then by Jacob and his two wives and two co-wives, and their progeny. We are completely reliant on the text of Genesis for the oldest account of the life of the patriarchs and matriarchs. We don't have, for example, contemporary Egyptian or Assyrian or Babylonian accounts that would tell us what their life was like. Right now, we're completely locked into the biblical text. So if we just approach that text, what happened to them? So again, just broad outlines. Abraham makes his way from the Mesopotamian region, from Ur, shown in the bottom right of this map, up the Euphrates or possibly the Tigris River, and then when he hits what would be modern-day Syria, he sort of makes a looping left-hand turn and drops down, following the Fertile Crescent into the land of Israel. There's an interesting kind of side trip into Egypt, something that will happen to his descendants as well. But basically, they settle in central Israel, where he's a very prosperous herdsman. There are some tempting passages in Genesis that speak about Abraham's involvement in geopolitical activities. For example, his negotiation with local kings, his interaction in a war that involved a war with 4 kings and 5 kings. And there are some tempting things to try and verify there. For example, the names of the 4 and the 5 kings have some interesting correspondences with the region, but nothing really solid they can hold on to. So, continuing with the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah go through 10 distinct trials, certainly the most awful of which is the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, which is shown here in a haunting painting by Caravaggio called The Sacrifice of Isaac. Isaac is shown here as a young man. In the Jewish tradition, he's actually 37 years old when this happens. And that's actually one of Caravaggio's actual assistants who's modeling for this. You can tell it's not a Jewish portrait, however, even though it is quite gripping, because of course, Abraham isn't wearing a hat. That's something you would expect him to do. But nevertheless, this is part of the very dramatic story of Abraham's life. It goes on to discuss the adventures and the trials and tribulations of his son Isaac and his grandson Jacob, who have tremendous life stories with great challenges, and they're really quite edifying, and they give people strength reading about them because they endured such tremendous challenges. But about half of the book is about his great-grandson Joseph. Joseph is the second youngest of the brothers, the 12 tribes of Israel. That Israel, of course, is the same person as Jacob. Joseph is cruelly sold into slavery by his elder brothers. Tremendous fraternal betrayal. I have a whole bunch of images from the great biblical painter James Tissot that I'll use to illustrate this. This is a picture of what ends up happening with the young Joseph, perhaps not quite as young as is portrayed here, but he's sold from one slave trader to another until he ends up in Egypt, and he's purchased by the effeminate Potiphar, who is shown here examining Joseph. And a horrible thing to imagine, being sold into slavery, being uprooted from your family in this manner. But an amazing story, which again occupies about half of the book of Genesis. What happens is Joseph proves to be a really intelligent, insightful individual. He ends up in jail, where he begins to interpret dreams, something that is associated with Jews from Joseph all the way up to Sigmund Freud. There has been a very strong connection between Jews and the interpretation of dreams. And here is Joseph, who is summoned before Pharaoh himself, the leader of Egypt, to interpret Pharaoh's troubled dreams. You can tell he's Joseph because he's the only one wearing a kippah here. All these Hartumim, these various magicians and necromancers working for Pharaoh. Pharaoh is, of course, very impressed with the results of Joseph's interpretation, and he promotes him to a position of great authority, giving him the name Tzafnas Paneach, which we'll discuss at the end of this lecture. And here he is adored by so many Egyptians because of his very wise policies that actually get them through a 7-year-long famine and provide great riches for the royal home and security for the nation as a whole. And then, as things work out, this very dramatic story, because of the regional nature of the famine, his brothers actually come down to Egypt seeking food. They don't recognize Joseph. It's amazing. And there's a lot of things that happen there. I don't want to give away the story. You've got to have a look at it. But in this next image from James Tissot, you see Joseph revealing himself to his brothers, saying, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? There's a tremendous exaltation that I think Tissot has captured very powerfully. And also, I especially look at the reaction of his brothers here. These are the brothers who sold him into slavery and now are completely at the whim of this incredibly powerful state of affairs. It's a very, very amazing, dramatic story. And that's basically where the book of Genesis ends. All of the children of Israel, that is the children of Jacob, the the great-grandchild of Abraham and Sarah, and their extended family all moved down to Egypt, to the region of Goshen, which we'll look at in the next lecture, and they're settled very happily. That's basically wrapping up the main elements of the book of Genesis in terms of its narrow plot line. Let's look at it from the perspective of what historical data we have outside the Bible that would give us some sense of what's going on in Jewish history at this time. So, as I mentioned, we really don't have much at all. But what little we have is so tantalizing. Perhaps one of the most fascinating types of documents that we have that shed some light on this period are the execration texts. I have to tell you, I really like this. Execration is a fancy word for number 2. And the French term, which I happen to notice in some of the bibliographies, is texte d'énigme, which means literally spell texts, meaning like recipes for magical curses. But execration has a special ring to it because basically what you do in ancient Egypt is you would take one of these potsherds like you see here, and you would inscribe it with various symbols that basically name all the people you hate. And then you would go through a ritual that involves all kinds of nasty things done to the potsherd, including like urinating it and throwing it on the ground until it's smashed into pieces. And it's kind of like a voodoo doll way of expressing your desire that the people you're talking about should be excreted or treated like excrement. Here's a really gripping one from the early second millennium, maybe the year 1900 or so before the Common Era. You can see it's actually shaped like a figurine, and it's got all these names written all over it, and then it would be smashed. Now, the thing is, what can we hear about Jewish history from these Egyptian execration texts? I mean, I wish we had more detail, but basically we have topographic information. Like from time to time, the Egyptians would curse all kinds of different territories. The broken potsherd is primarily dedicated to excreting Nubia, which is the south of Egypt, and some of the execration texts mention cities in Israel, cities whose names appear in the Bible. So even though the execration texts are maybe 150, 250 years prior to Abraham, there is definitely correspondence that there are some of the cities described in the Bible are described independently by these texts. Now, again, it doesn't say a lot to us about what happened in those cities. Who lived there? How did they change with Jewish settlements? None of that stuff is there. The only thing we know is that the Egyptians didn't like them. It's okay, though. They didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out, especially in this case. We also have amazing documents like the Amarna letters. You can see they're not written on paper. And in fact, one of the reasons why we have so little data from this early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication would have been papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time, rots away. And so it's not surprising that 3,000 years later, we don't have many papyrus documents at all. And furthermore, it's really Egypt that we're concerned with because the Mesopotamia region had very little state contact with the land that is known as the land of Israel, and so they're not recording any monumental architecture or things like that at this point in time. More on this later, of course. But the Amarna letters, also Egyptian, they're these cuneiform tablets on clay, so much more durable, and they're essentially a whole series of official diplomatic correspondence that speak about all kinds of economic and political interactions between Egypt and many regions throughout the ancient Near East. And once again, lots of useful topographic data telling us about places and place names, but not a lot of real detail about, who's living there, what are they doing? And by this time, in the Amarna letters, it was 14th century BCE, so by the biblical chronology, we do have Jews living in Israel, but they don't say anything that we can really latch on to as giving us any data about what's going on. Now, here's one more example of this kind of tempting topographic data, but it doesn't really give us a lot. This is some monumental architecture that celebrates Shishak or Shoshank. He was a king that invaded Israel and referred to a couple of times in the Bible, as you see up here. And he basically listed all these places that he conquered. And when you zero in on one line here, you can see that there's one of these kind of like hieroglyphic elements that names someplace which has been read as Field of Abraham in the neighborhood of Hebron, which would make a lot of sense because we have the grave of the patriarchs and matriarchs, of course, in Maharat Machpelah, which is in Hebron. Although there is considerable debate among Egyptologists as to exactly how to read this phrase. Since I am not fluent in hieroglyph, I don't know how extensive that debate really is, but this is the kind of information that we get from these pieces of monumental architecture in this very early period. Not great amounts of detail. Much of the historical scholarship on the life of Abraham and his children is really focused on trying to disprove passages in the Bible. And sometimes the arguments are more convincing, and sometimes they are less convincing, depending on your background, your proclivities, and so on. But many of these attempted arguments against the historical value of the Bible end up falling flat with later discoveries, because for the most part, you're trying to argue from a negative. There is no data. What can you argue from there being no, or at least very little data? Just to give you one example, for a while it was very popular, I mean for about a century, it was very popular to argue that the Bible could not have been written, the earliest parts of the Bible could not have been written in the time they describe, because there are very important passages that describe camels, such as when Rebecca first sees her husband Isaac far off, and she falls off her camel, which I always like to read that literally. Probably means she got gently off her camel, but does say in Hebrew that she fell off her camel. So for a long time, scholars argued, hey, there is no evidence that camels were domesticated in the land of Israel at this time. Hence, the Bible must have been much later. Later research has found many examples, however, that disprove this, such as, for example, this cylinder seal, which comes from nearby Syria, and it dates from about the year 1900 BCE, which is a good, let's say, 100, 150 years before we can estimate Abraham's arrival in the region. And it may be difficult for you to see this. What is a cylinder seal? It's essentially a cylinder which has an incised kind of graphic on it, and then when you would have a document written in wet clay, you would take the seal, which could be very small, like really something you put in your fingers, and then you press it on the clay and you roll it so it leaves your mark embedded inside the clay. People will know that you were the author of it. And so we have a lot of these that have all kinds of interesting descriptions that give us a sense of what people thought. But here on this particular cylinder seal, you can see a fanciful image of two men riding one camel simultaneously. The man on the left is just cut off slightly, but if you put that into clay, this is what it would look like. They're just over to the left. You can see the camel is walking. The head of the camel is on the left-hand side, and the two men are conversing, somewhat improbably set on the two humps of that camel. This is just one of half a dozen odd finds that have argued against the supposition that camels were not domesticated. And that's basically how a lot of the archaeological argument seems to go. Let us, though, point out here, and again, I refer you to Kenneth Kitchen's amazing work on the reliability of the Old Testament for a much more in-depth discussion of these kind of sideways moves. We occasionally have things which really reinforce the idea that, yes, this could have occurred within the time period described. Here's one of my favorites. This is again from Tissot's collection on the life of Joseph. Here he is on the left, and he's conversing with his older brother Judah, negotiating at this point the return of the rest of the family down to Egypt, and Judah is trying to give reasons, because he's giving 3 reasons up front why that should not happen. At any rate, One of the passages in the Bible refers to a name that Joseph was given when he was elevated to high position. He was called Tzafnat Paneah, which is a very hard thing to translate, and a lot of biblical commentary has been written trying to decipher it. If you look at it as an Egyptian phrase, which of course it would have been, they weren't speaking to him in Hebrew, speaking to him in Egyptian, it appears that the word Satnat means he who is called, and the word Paneach is derived from the word An, which is a symbol that we're familiar with today. It's used very commonly today in jewelry and things like that. It's the ancient Egyptian symbol for life. So in other words, Tzafnat Paneach would have been he who is called life. Now, his name was Yosef, but I sort of like to think that, his Hebrew name was the very common name Chaim. And so maybe Tzafnat Paneach means he who is called Chaim. Just joking. I hope you really enjoyed this brief lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the Exodus, which is, of course, the continuation of the story of the children of Israel in the land of Egypt, and then their departure through the Sinai Desert, the reception of the Torah itself, and then ultimately moving on towards their eventual settlement in the land of Israel. I'm looking forward to talking about that with you and looking at the fascinating bits of historical data outside of the Bible that reflect on that notable period in Jewish history. Thank you very much for that.
In order for our bodies to function in space. So it is a actual physiological link.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Let's continue our discussion of the Bible in historical perspective, trying to understand the roots of the Jewish people. And I have to share with you at the very beginning a couple of personal moments. The whole Exodus narrative is so powerful, so central to Jewish identity that I can recall my own first meaningful encounters with this biblical narrative. And I'm sure that's something that most Jewish people can retain as well. I'll tell you two very quick episodes. The first is when I was at a Passover Seder. And remember, this is perhaps the greatest kind of generational pedagogic tool to have this celebration once a year, where the elders of the family are commanded to relate, even in whatever imperfect way they can, the teaching of how the Jews were born as a people in Egypt and then in Sinai. And the children, even if they're not interested, they're forced to ask at least 4 questions. And the whole meal is structured around it. It's a kinetic experience. It is an essential experience with all the various tastes, the very special foods associated with things. And in that context, I remember once when I was probably maybe 6, 5, I'm not sure how young I was, but I was at my Aunt Enid's for Passover Seder. It's where we usually went. And my father, of blessed memory, he handed me a spoonful of traditional horseradish. It was mixed with beets. It was not the really strong stuff. But I looked at it, and he didn't tell me what it was. And I thought it was something like candy. It had that deep red color. And so I put it straight in my mouth. I'm like, wow. I don't know what my father was thinking, whether he knew I would do that or whatever. He thought maybe I would taste a little bit of it. But, my eyes started watering. I looked up at him, and he said to me, Henry, that's what slavery is. Very, very powerful impact on a young child. The other thing that I want to share with you is when I was maybe about 8 years old, Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments, a 1956 film, not exactly kosher, but nevertheless very powerful 3-hour epic, came to the one theater in my hometown in Northern Ontario, Canada. And this was a unique experience for me because I was the only Jewish child in that small rural town. And, I just went to the movies as often as I could because I found it so fascinating. It was just up the street from where we lived on top of my father and mother's store. And I was so totally amazed sitting in this matinee showing of this Ten Commandments because this story, I realized, was all about me. and my family and where I came from. And I'm sitting in this room filled with, Anglophone Protestants and Quebecois Francophones who were Catholics, and I'm looking around saying, I'm the only Jewish guy in here. In fact, I was probably the only Jewish guy except for my parents within about a 100-mile radius. And I was so overwhelmed that I had such an amazing backstory. So this kind of feeling, both the Passover Seder and whatever meaningful encounter a child has with this is transformational. And there's no doubt that the sages were thinking of this when they embedded the Passover ritual so deeply into the Jewish cultural fabric and into the calendar year. Anyways, I've gone on further than I wanted to here. The kind of messages that come out of the narrative of Exodus, as we discussed in Genesis, if you haven't read this, you've got to go read it right away. It's the very beginning of the book of Exodus, just the first few chapters is like overwhelming. It describes the figure of Moses, who has an amazing story himself, transformed from a near-death experience to become the leader in Egypt, and then realizing his own background, he is exiled and then returned, and he ends up leading this nation of slaves out of the other nation of Egypt, which is, again, a mind-blowing experience. And there's a strong message throughout the book of Exodus that the nascent Jewish people are subservient only to the king who is king over kings, meaning only to God directly, and no human being, even one as powerful as Pharaoh, has any say over their destiny. There is a very strong element here of a collective revelation and the birth of the people as a whole. Yehuda Halevi, among other philosophers, have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that it's not something that happened in a miraculous way with one person or a small group of people, but this is something that happened to the entire Jewish people as a whole, as described in the book of Exodus, and as such, it is something that every Jewish person has a personal share in. There's also, this is not, some kind of propaganda piece in the sense that there's a lot of negative history in here as well. The Jews demonstrate terrible failings. The incident of the golden calf, where despite the phenomenal miracles of the 10 plagues and the Exodus itself, they nevertheless, within a short period of time, they're worshiping idols again. So it's a story of, it's a very human story, a very powerful story, and a transformational story. Sorry I took so long because I know you want to get to the historical aspects of it, but I really want to emphasize that it's so important to actually read the text. Okay, let's go to the history. So what do we know? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot from the historical record, and that has led many of the more minimalist-oriented historians to say it just didn't happen, to say that the description of the events in the book of Exodus are fictional. I think on a logical level, there's a problem with that. It's hard to prove anything from a negative. A lack of evidence does not mean that something did not happen. All it means is that you do not have evidence. And moreover, a more sophisticated look, especially if you lean towards the maximalist interpretation of this period of history, as I do, I'm not going to tell you up front, there is a lot of evidence, but it is not as direct and concrete as we might like. It's rather indirect and tantalizing. And I'll leave it up to you, of course, to decide how convinced you want to be by this. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate, if there is such a thing. It's highly connected to theological positions and so on. At any rate, why do we have so little evidence? The first and most important reason is, the pharaohs, as a matter of habit, were not in the practice of preserving their defeats in monumental architecture or in tomb paintings and things like that. Pharaohs always win. And Egypt first, right? There's no strong record of pharaohs expressing humiliating defeats, which is, by the way, another thing that makes the Hebrew Bible as a historical text so amazing, because there's lots of negative information there where Jews do the wrong thing and then they have to repent and so on. Secondly, besides the fact that it's not a cultural thing for pharaohs and Egyptian leaders to preserve this data, there's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in, the land of Goshen shown here in this satellite map. The region was in the Nile Delta towards the easternmost range. The Nile, of course, flows from the south to the north. That's why, by the way, the upper Nile refers to the lower area on our conventional maps. And as it approaches the Mediterranean, it fans out through the lowlands and creates this massive, very fertile region. You can see from the green in this satellite photograph. But it is not conducive to any kind of sustained quarrying or even building. All the stone that is used in the building in this region is imported from southern areas, southern quarries, and the course of the low-lying rivers in the delta were known to have changed. As one would silt up, then the river waters would be redirected, and after a certain period of time, the human settlements would be redirected. There's some fascinating allusions to this, even in Rashi in the 11th century knew about this phenomenon. The major construction in the region was made out of mud bricks, and these are not very durable materials, and it was actually later burned for other, it was actually combusted. Or documents written on just simply do not survive. There are a very, very tiny number of scraps of paper from this region that are basically preserved when they're carbonized. If they're burned, like let's say in a scroll on the outside is like very tight, it's very difficult to even unroll that and find out any kind of data from the period, such as at Pompeii. There are similar types of data. So, it's very difficult to even gather any data whatsoever from the region about a slave people that, as the narrative describes, inflicted a humiliating defeat on the pharaohs that they didn't want to admit. Nevertheless, we do have some fascinating little bits of things. Like, for example, here's a bit of papyrus that is from the late 13th century before the Common Era, which describes the brick-making work that would have taken place in this region. We also have some fascinating tomb paintings, such as this Vizier's tomb painting, from about the time when the Jews would have been in the land of Goshen. And you can actually see them here working side by side with Nubians, that is Africans. And the Egyptians also did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tend to refer to them as one big group as Semites, which included a lot of different people from the region. But that's not surprising either. It's hard to imagine in even 19th century America, the Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story of the Jews being enslaved in the land of Goshen in the Nile Delta, and it's entirely consistent with the description that we have in the biblical text. And fascinatingly, these are amazing discoveries in 2016, later published in 2017, at the Ramses, which is the location one of the two sites described as one of the major areas of building activity in the time of Moses. We discovered some mortar pits that give us an example of what it might have been like to be a slave at that time. Where, you've seen the famous scene in the 1956 Ten Commandments where, Moses is in the dirt with the other slaves and he's, working the mud into bricks. This is one of those actual mud pits. And they found some children's footprints. Now, there's no way to tell if these were Jewish children. There's no way to tell if they were made by slave children. But nevertheless, it is, it really excites the imagination to place yourself in these footprints. imagine what the children who made them thousands of years ago. But I digress. Let's go now to the actual moment of the Exodus. Once we have the idea that, yeah, there's a lot of data that is consistent with the description in Exodus, it's not, again, direct proof that clearly confirms everything, but it corroborates it. So the most famous element, of course, is the 10 plagues that are visited upon Pharaoh and the Egyptians. And I'm not going to go into details about how we could corroborate them with geographic or geological or weather type of advice. There are many different historians that try to walk through each of the plagues and say, there's problems with the river and it caused the frogs to jump out and so on. I think those are very interesting, but I think they're a little further away from where I'd like to go with this particular history series. Let's talk specifically, though, about the departure of the Jews from Egypt and the famous splitting of the Sea of Reeds. Now, there are many different theories as to where exactly was the route that the Jews would have taken on their way out of the land of Goshen. I've shown you here in this particular image the best guess of a very well-known scholar, again, towards the maximalist interpretation of biblical text, K.A. Kitchen. And perhaps the most important thing that people who are new to this should understand is that we're not talking about the Red Sea. For some reason, that has kind of entered English parlance that the Jews crossed the Red Sea, which is to the south of the arrows here. You see towards the Gulf of Suez. That's not where any medieval authority or any modern scholar would place it. The Hebrew term is Yam Suf, which means literally the sea of reeds, right? Like the sea of sort of bamboo-like shoots that come out of a wetland. And the image is not necessarily of like a massive, miles-long sea, but it could have been an otherwise impassably large wetland or maybe a river area. It's very difficult to estimate exactly where it would be today because the Suez Canal was dug, completely changes the nature of the river flow through the water flow through that region. So we don't know precisely, but Dr. Kitchen opines that they went from Goshen here on the left, moving their way to the right, through the wetlands, which would have been, completely impassable, especially when you're pursued by Pharaoh and his chariot. So it's still quite a miraculous event, in my humble opinion. And then they made their way down towards the south. There are opinions, by the way, that suggest that the Yam Suf was actually in the southern area, and that the Jews somehow went north and over it. I haven't indicated that on this particular map, especially because it's very clear that the Jews did not take an overland route along the coast to Israel. The Bible specifically says that God did not direct them there because it was filled with armed camps, which in fact we know the Egyptians had many different stations along the coastline there for travel and protection of travelers and so on. I don't understand exactly why some scholars suggest they went north. But going to the south, the next big question is, where is Mount Sinai? I have indicated the traditional location, which is so revered by Christians and Muslims, Jebel Musa, or the Mount Moses in Arabic, or Mount Sinai in English. It's not confirmed that this is in fact Mount Sinai. There are at least two other very viable contenders, one of them in the Sinai, one a little bit further to the west. But for the sake of argument, I've created a map based on Dr. Kitchen's best guess, which is much better than my own. Then they moved up towards the north to a place called Kadesh Barnea, and then looped around, and this is a process which the biblical narrative says took 40 years, looped around up to through Jordan and then crossed into Israel proper at Jericho, just north of the Dead Sea. That would be the most reasonable route to describe the Exodus. Again, on a historical level, many point to the lack of significant remains of any kind of settlement of Jews as they traveled throughout this region. The biblical text describes 600,000 adult males, which was generate a population of 2 to 3 million people, which is a monstrous number in ancient terms, and it's hard to imagine they didn't leave any traces behind. So there are different ways to approach this. Some historians have said we have to reevaluate what that number means. Does the Bible really mean to indicate to us 600,000 on a literal level, or perhaps it is some kind of metaphor? We definitely have a lot of use of metaphoric numbers in the biblical text, so perhaps it's not anywhere near large. And even if it is a fairly significant number, whatever it might be, there's still, it's hard to anticipate that a nomadic Bedouin-like lifestyle wandering the desert is going to leave behind anything. As Dr. Kitchen points out, you're not going to find a lot of ceramic pottery to contain water and wine and things like that, because when you're carrying it around, it's much nicer to carry a wine skin than a wine jug, just for obvious reasons. So I don't want to get too far into details here, but this is basically, I want to, however, there's elements that gives us a sense of how, even though we might not have really strong direct truth, there are so many points of similarity between what we know about the culture in this region as a whole and what's contained in the biblical text that suggest very strongly that the biblical text is authentic in its historical depiction of the Exodus. Specifically, let's have a look at Ramses II. Now, this is the pharaoh that is most likely the new pharaoh who is otherwise unnamed in the book of Exodus. He lived at just about the right time. The Egyptian propaganda we have on Ramses is pretty frightening. He was a terrifying warrior, fought many battles, which are recorded, and so we have a sense of what kind of person he was. Here's a picture of him in battle, and you can see him stomping on the head of one of his enemies and about to drive a spear through the heart of another enemy. Here's a couple of interesting propaganda elements. This is from the Battle of Kadesh, a very important battle that was up in northern Syria. The pharaoh ranged far and wide through the whole land of Israel, as we saw with Shoshank in last class, and we're going to see again with our next class. You can see that on the left here, he is mounted in a chariot, very evocative of the biblical text, gives us a sense of what they were like. And notice here that in one of his most famous victories, he's driving his enemies into a big river where they all drown. It's fascinating that the biblical end of Exodus has an ironic parallel to the enemies and their chariots drowning in water. So, what does that mean if there is an ironic similarity? Another one, just for you more, on one of the commemorative wall paintings that describes that particular battle, you see Pharaoh's encampment. And there's a whole bunch of different people here that are his sanctuary tent. And you can see there's his cartouche, which has the two winged features, which is ironically reminiscent of the cherubim, that decorated the ark. And that's not the only thing that's similar. A scholar named Dr. Michael Coleman, who's done some fascinating work in this area in particular, he points out that it's not just the cartouche that's similar. Oh my gosh. It's the exact proportions and orientation of the camp and the tabernacle. The book of Exodus has some really exciting parts, let's say about 2/3 of it, and then it kind of like gets into the nitty-gritty of constructing this portable ark that will later be transported to Israel and eventually be translated into the permanent temple in Jerusalem. And the structure of it is very bare, but look how similar it is to the orientation and proportions. This is the second camp. Now, this is like an astounding kind of series of coincidences. And what exactly does it mean? It clearly suggests that the biblical text of Exodus is totally aware of how Ramesses the camp was constructed, And is it similar in order to communicate to the young Jewish people that the tabernacle is a place of sovereignty, like the Pharaoh's tent would be? Or is it intended to be an ironic kind of jab, saying you think the war tent is what protects people rather than this tabernacle of God? These are questions that would cross a rabbi's eyes. I'm going to leave that to the rabbis to discuss, but I do think the similarities are incredibly striking. And I urge you to look at Dr. Holman's work, also Dr. Joshua Berman's work in this area. Absolutely fascinating. Skipped over a lot of really cool things just to try and give you the highlights. Hope you enjoy this. We're going to continue with the next lecture as we look at the settlement of Israel, moving towards the golden era of Kings Saul, David, and Solomon. Thanks for watching. Up until now, we've been heavily reliant on the Bible as our primary guide to understand the earliest history of the Jewish people. But as the Jews begin to enter the land of Israel, slowly the archaeological record reveals more and more details that in many ways corroborate the accounts that we have in the Bible. In other ways, they pose fascinating questions, and we're just going to have a quick look at some of the references that we have in the archaeological record to the biblical text and try to understand what we can about this early period of Jewish history. So let us recall, first of all, that we can't think in modern terms about the earliest settlement of the Jews in Israel. It's not like they established a modern state with firm borders that clearly delineated what was their territory and so on. We should recall that for centuries after the Exodus, the land of Israel was clearly under Egyptian sway. Egypt was the major geopolitical power, and although the Jews had certainly some autonomy, but they continued to have conflict and moments of coexistence with non-Jewish peoples living in the land of Israel. One of the most fascinating early bits of archaeological evidence that we have regarding this period is a piece left behind by the pharaoh Merneptah, also pronounced Merneptah, who was the son of Ramses II, and the Ramses II is most likely the unnamed pharaoh that's described in the book of Exodus. Have a look at this map here, which shows you one of Merneptah's forays into the land of Israel, and as he made his way north, he described the various cities that he destroyed and laid waste to and dominated and so on. And when he gets to the north, there's one fascinating thing that he records in this big stone obelisk, which is called a stele, also pronounced stele. Merneptah left behind a record of his exploits in the land of Israel in this stele, which was in the 5th year of his reign, 1209 before the Common Era. Fascinatingly, as he goes through his map of the various places he destroyed, he left behind this fascinating little passage that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the first non-Jewish or non-biblical reference to the existence of the Jewish people. Now, there's been a lot of debate over what exactly does this mean. It might mean a place, but that seems unlikely given the larger context. It seems to be referring to a group of people. The term seed, does that mean literally grain in the sense of like burning down the fields in a particular region? More likely, within the context, it seems it's referring to the progeny of Israel, that is, the children of Israel. And I have to say there's a certain delicious irony here because, it's funny that the very first time the Jewish people are described in history, other than by their own account, they're described as being just totally defeated. And, Jewish children, thank God, are still doing very well, as they say, but there be no evil eye. On the other hand, they discovered Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy, and I have to tell you, he is not looking so good. I would show you a picture here. That's considered interesting. At any rate, This is his first description of the Jewish people, which tells us that there is something in Israel, in the land of Israel, referred to as the people of Israel, dating from the year 1209. So if we backdate from that, let's say that as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 1209, I should mention in passing, by the way, that this is just another example of the Egyptian and especially pharaonic historical distortion, where clearly they didn't destroy the Jewish people, but nevertheless they'll mention this in their monumental architecture. We saw, by the way, last week when we talked about the Battle of Kadesh, which the pharaohs described as having been a complete rout in favor of Egypt, but in fact the Hittites would disagree, and we know that the region remained basically stable even after the Egyptians leave. So anyway, let's backdate. If Israel was, so to speak, destroyed in the year 1209 before the Common Era, that would mean they would have had to have been there, let's say, at least no later than the year 1210. That means that the Israel was in this region in the late 13th century, and that actually works pretty well. If you look at the Exodus as it's counted in the Jewish tradition, we spoke a little bit about that a few videos ago. That is recorded in the year 2448 of Anno Mundi, meaning the creation according to the Jewish count, which is the equivalent, which equals 1312 before the Common Era. And again, working with the biblical account of 40 years wandering in the desert, that means that the entry into the land of Canaan, the land of Israel, would have been in the year 1272 before the Common Era. So it actually lines up pretty well. And up until now, I've been very, very vague about dates because, we're relying on so much different contradictory evidence, and it's really hard to pin it down. But beginning with the stealing of Merneptah, we begin to see a pattern that we can actually get a lot firmer. We can even post-date some events based on Dr. Kitchen's analysis. We can say that judges would have heard, let's say, a rounded number about the year 1200 before the Common Era, and extending for about 160 odd years. That would mean that King Saul would have begun his reign somewhere around the year 1042 before the Common Era. You'll note, of course, that these numbers get smaller because we're BC, before Common Era, moving up to the year 0. David around the year 1010, and Solomon, Shlomo, around the year 970. But we're going to catch up with that as we go into later lectures. At any rate, now we have the Jews definitely in the land of Israel in the late 13th century. But it remains to be seen, what kind of conquest are we talking about? What kind of settlement does this refer to? In the popular imagination, we tend to think of the Jews coming into the land of Israel and having a series of phenomenal military successes that eventually pushes out all of the indigenous peoples and establishes the permanent Jewish presence there. Permanent, at least until the first exile, which would occur, some 500 years later. But if we go back and we actually read the text of the book of Joshua and Judges in particular, you'll see that that's not entirely what happened. We tend to work with this idea of conquest, which implies once and for all, but in fact, it seems that was not the case. This is especially so when we look at things like the conquest of the city of Jericho, of Jericho, which is certainly one of the most dramatic early conquests of Joshua and his armies. The famous story, they surround the walls of Jericho, the mighty walls, and they blow the shofar and things like that, and the walls come coming down. So obviously, since we know where Jericho is located, there is a tremendous amount of archaeological interest in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in particular about what exactly happened there, and can we line it up with the biblical account. Perhaps one of the most important archaeologists working on Jericho is the great Kathleen Kenyon, who did some phenomenal work in the region. Let's have a look at Jericho itself. Here's an aerial view of the tell, meaning the actual mound left behind by the ancient site of Jericho. And it's been dug over and over again. You can see it's quite scarred by many specific digs. The nature of the wall is not like, let's say, for example, the Kotel, the western wall of the temple, where you have a 90-degree vertical structure that is dramatically distinct from the surrounding territory. Rather, this kind of ancient wall, and as Kenyon described, it goes back way, way before the advance of the Jews into Israel, is really something like a massive kind of ramp, where most of the wall is actually kind of like piled up dirt, and there's like kind of like this ramp-like structure that is separated by two distinct walls, an upper wall and a lower wall. It appears that although this wall was definitely destroyed, it was likely destroyed far earlier than the 13th century. Now, that doesn't line up very well with the biblical account, and there are a lot of approaches to this. Some of the minimalist historians at CUC, therefore, it was destroyed and much earlier than Jericho, and that would argue that the Bible's description of Joshua's attack on Jericho is really borrowing from an earlier tradition. Others, such as Dr. Kitchen, for example, who lean towards the Maximal school, would say, no, the wall was destroyed and then it was built up again, and erosion has taken its toll. And in fact, erosion is a fairly good argument for losing a lot of the archaeological data. So it's hard to say exactly what would have happened. Much of this remains an archaeological conundrum to try and fit it together with the biblical text. So a lot of archaeologists have scratched their heads at this and look at what other kinds of evidence indicates this massive scale of Jewish settlement. Many have looked at the style of pottery used in ancient Israel, which argues for some significant shifts in change right around the 13th century. And this would argue that perhaps there was a major population that moved into the region and it brought different styles with them. But again, as you can imagine, it's hard to argue exclusively from things like pottery finds. Others have focused on the architectural styles, specifically looking at something called the four-roomed house, which seems to be very evident in Israel around the period of time that we're looking at, with an argument that the four-roomed house was distinctly Jewish. And still others have said that, we know that there's interesting things like the lack of pig bones in those settlements, which we estimate to have been Jewish. Also fascinating, but none of these things are kind of like knockout blows for the corroboration of the biblical text. However, recent finds have discovered some fascinating remnants that suggest that there's clearly a very strong connection with the Jewish people living in this region. Okay, I'm joking. Forgive me. I wanted to show you a picture of our Neptune. At least I could show you a picture of the Chinese food. At any rate, these jars and rooms arguments, things like that are fascinating, but what do we know in the end? We know for certain that the Jews are in this region, but we have to go back to the actual biblical text and try to understand what was the nature of that conquest. We tend to work with a sort of cartoon caricature of that period. If you go back and read carefully, as Dr. Kitchen suggests very strongly, the books of Joshua, Judges, Ruth that deal with this period, it's very clear that the advance of the Jewish people was not kind of like conquer a territory and settle it. A lot of the battles described are sort of like sorties where something will happen regarding friction between Jewish people and non-Jewish people living there. Joshua or another general will go out with an army and conquer a territory, and then they retreat. And then there's a similar pattern where there's a threat from another region. They'll go out, they'll fight a big battle, they'll win, and then they will retreat. And it seems like the ebb and flow of Jewish settlement in the region is not so much one in which the Jews are inching further and further towards the sea, as most of these maps indicate. And this is, by the way, largely based on reading earlier parts of the Bible, such as the book of Numbers, where the land of Israel is apportioned to the 12 tribes. And if you look at the regions that are apportioned to the tribes, that may not correspond to the regions that were effectively conquered under Joshua and his successor, Judges. In fact, when we try to map out the regions where we estimate that Jews had control over the land of Israel, it looks something like this. And this is not a map that is widely reproduced, but it's much more historically valid in the sense of you can see that it's kind of a blob, and the Jews are largely denied access to the very important coastal region, largely because of the Philistines and so on. But it does give you a sense of a newly implanted people that have come into the land. They have significant conflicts with the local population. They also have significant conflicts with each other. And in fact, that's where we're going to have to pick up the story in the next video, where we speak about the United Monarchy under King Saul, which represented a dramatic political and military leap forward for these scattered tribes in Israel. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and thank you for watching.
Divide them up, we separate them at possible distances, and we alter one half of the ion and the other half of the ion. It changes the balance of an equation called the exclusion principle instantaneously.
Let us continue our discussion of the settlement of the Jews in the land of Israel and their political development into the United Monarchy, which basically is the golden age, which is the high point of ancient Jewish civilization after the remarkable Exodus that we talked about a couple of videos ago. So this background image, by the way, is a detail from Marc Chagall's remarkable depiction of the life of David. At one point, towards the end of his life, David faced a rebellion from his son Absalom. Terrifying, terrible story described in Samuel 2, in which, among other things, he has to flee Jerusalem, the capital, barefoot, with a handful of men with him. And he is derided by passers-by, Shimon ben Gera. It's an absolutely terrifying look into the collapse of a person's entire world, really an entire empire, and then his remarkable recovery, which is political in nature, but not necessarily familial in nature, because, of course, Absalom is killed in the civil war that ensues. But Chagall really beautifully evokes the depth of feeling in this light, looks like charcoal depiction of David's life. Okay, let's go straight to the historical period as we used it today. And I want to emphasize that we're going to try and look at them. We're not really going to this depth of the biblical text, which is phenomenal, filled with insights absolutely beyond what I can possibly provide in this very. And so I encourage you with this period, as I am, you definitely got to go to the primary sources. You've got to read the text, particularly of the book of Samuel and early Kings. It's overwhelming, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, so let's go back to where we left off. So the Jews have arrived in Israel under Joshua. We described how they set up a loose-knit series of tribal holdings throughout the land of Israel, engaged in considerable conflict with the other peoples who are still living in the land of Israel, and of course with each other. There's a remarkable array of fantastic figures that are described in the book of Judges in particular, such as Samson, shown here in his battle with the lion. Later, of course, he would have that tremendous battle with the Philistines, but really he has a tremendous battle with himself throughout his entire life. Again, you got to see the text itself. But the biblical narrative that we have in the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, to a lesser degree in the book of Ruth, tells us a little bit about what it must have been like living, at least from a political standpoint, in Israel. The historical period, just to give you a sense of timeline that we're describing, is roughly from about the year 1300 before the Common Era to the turn of the first millennium before the Common Era. The high point of the United Monarchy will extend for another 150 odd years after that as well. During this period of Judges, as is repeated several times in the biblical narrative, it was a period of near anarchy, really. Quote, all did whatever was right in their eyes. You had individual tribes, making their own decisions, very kind of like, from American perspective, very states' rights over federalism kind of approach to their political existence, which led sometimes to chaos and indeed violence. These conflicts flared up from time to time, and they really had no unifying figure that could bring them together to meet any mutual challenges. By and large, towards the end of the period of Judges, the Jewish people themselves were quite upset with this, and they implored the prophet Samuel to please give them a king. Samuel actually tries to talk them out of it, saying, no, this is not a good idea. Do you know what it means to have a king? Do you know what the taxation, what the conscription is going to be like? You're not going to be happy with the king. And nevertheless, the Jewish people say to Samuel, give us a king, kechol hagoyim, like all the non-Jews. Like, we want to be a country like every other country. We want to be the same. This is viewed in a critical light. At any rate, Samuel goes ahead with it, and he identifies Shaul, Saul, as the first king of Israel. This is a early 15th century illuminated manuscript, the Christian Bible, that shows you the anointing of Saul by Samuel. Saul was famously much taller than anyone around him. My grandmother, Allah Hashem, used to say, the verse in the book of Samuel is that from his shoulders up, Saul was taller than everyone around him. And my grandmother, who comes from a family of fairly small people, she used to say that that's exactly how your height should be measured, from your shoulders up, which was always a great consolation. At any rate, Saul becomes the king of Israel. He does not reign very long, and in fact, he will be overshadowed by his successor, King David. And the relationship between King Saul and King David is absolutely fascinating, and is really the stuff of Shakespearean discussions later. It is so packed with drama and interpersonal intrigue and psychology, and just absolutely fascinating. Again, you got to read it yourself. But Saul's major political achievement was he was able to unite the tribes under his leadership. It did not happen automatically. There had to be several false steps, but finally, when they met an external foe at one point, Saul, in a very dramatic move, challenged all the other tribes to come together under his leadership, and in fact, he saved the people of one particular town from the marauding of a non-Jewish neighbor, and this cemented the beginning of the United Monarchy. Here, we can speak of the United Monarchy in the sense of its union of all the tribes. Later, we'll speak about the divided monarchy, which represents the time when several of the tribes to the north split away from the United Monarchy, which would this time be under Solomon. But nevertheless, his main rival was his own successor, and in fact, his son-in-law, David. David is certainly the largest figure to walk across the pages of the Bible since Joseph, that we spoke about in a couple of lectures ago. David's life is absolutely fast. He goes through an entire arc of personal development. He is the master of repentance after having made some decisions which he later regretted very deeply, and he occupies a fantastic figure in the Jewish imagination as the greatest warrior in Jewish history, and at the same time the greatest poet in Jewish history, being able to express the depths of emotion in his psalms, among other things, which are recited with great passion by Jews to this day. Under David's rule, after an extended conflict with his father-in-law, which ultimately ends in Shaul's death at the hands of the Philistines, David is able to consolidate control over the land of Israel such that the map looks something like this. It's much less the unformed blob of multiple tribes that we saw in the period of the Judges, and instead it is a fairly contiguous area with significant coastal holdings and even a significant amount of land on the east bank of the Jordan River into what would be today contemporary Jordan, and some sphere of influence that reached down quite a bit further south and north as well. However, he had an extended conflict with the Philistines, shown here, which had 5 cities in particular that were especially troublesome. Although, when you read the book of Samuel, you see that it's a kind of a neighborly conflict in some ways. That, for example, at one point when David is literally fleeing from his father-in-law who is trying to kill him, he runs to the city of Gath, shown here, and he approaches the king there, and he tries to, blend in with the population. He is discovered, and there's a whole discussion of how he manages to escape that situation. He feigns insanity and so on. But nevertheless, just the fact that the borders were so permeable and that populations could move back and forth despite the hostility is in itself quite telling of the nature of Jewish society within the context of ancient Israel. The life of David is primarily recorded in the book of Samuel, the book of Kings, towards the beginning of that, when he, of course, approaches his deathbed and gives his charge to his son Solomon. Also in the book of Chronicles, and as I mentioned earlier, many of the historical passages that are described in Samuel and Kings are amplified upon in the book of Psalms. It's very beautifully so. Now, at this point, I've given you essentially the biblical narrative, and the reason for this is because we have very little archaeological record to support any of the details that we have here. It's a fairly compact period. I mean, we're looking at, instead of the scope of centuries, which we looked at earlier, now we're looking at the scope of decades, and we just don't have the kind of external validations that we would hope for in this period, especially when you think about the expanse and power of David's kingdom, at least viewed through the perspective of the biblical narrative. One of the major reasons for this is, first of all, Egypt is completely unreliable as a historical source. They're very loath to refer to their erstwhile enemies, their erstwhile slaves, in any positive sense, but we shall see a couple of interesting hints. And the Assyrians, who would be the next great power on the scene, they don't make contact with this region until the year 853, before the Common Era. And so there's no Assyrian records either, and that's really why David's monarchy basically slipped through the cracks. But there are these couple of fascinating finds, and a few others as well. There is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in 1993, and it dates from the 9th century. This block of text, which is of Assyrian origin, essentially records battles with various personages in Israel identified in the biblical text, and specifically identified, as you can see in the chalked-in region there, as part of the Beit David, the House of David. Now, this block refers to the House of David in the past tense, in the sense that these are descendants of the House of David, which again is confirmed in the biblical text, but it is 150 years later. So that's really helpful for us, but not a specific look at David within his own lifetime. The closest we'll get to it, even though this is a validation of the existence of something called the House of David from a non-Jewish source, we have this. We actually looked at a modern version of this a couple of lectures ago. This is from the King Shishak, or Shoshank, who invaded Israel in the mid-10th century. And one of the phrases that is referenced here is Highlands of David. Right? Remember, these are the topographic names, all the various places that Shishak claimed to have conquered. We can't always rely on his testimony, but nevertheless, he lists someplace as the Highland of David, which sounds a lot like what we saw earlier, the Field of Abraham. So there are a couple of these tantalizing things which suggest that there was a very important, famous person named David that had a place named after him, and that had a house, a progeny named after him that were sufficiently famous to be recorded in a stone. And that's basically all we have from external validation. There is, however, one other really fascinating archaeological find regarding the House of David, but I'm going to leave that for the next lecture. The last king that we should talk about in this context, of course, the last king of the United Monarchy, and that is the King Solomon, shown here in a Renaissance painting meeting with the Queen of Sheba. It's interesting because sometimes the Queen of Sheba is clearly Caucasian, sometimes she is clearly African, but in this particular representation has a certain evocative quality to it, so I like to include it there. Solomon's great achievement was primarily in the area of statesmanship. He had major diplomatic achievements with linkage several figures in the area, the borders, consolidated them, and really had some real important connections with the region. He also famously centralized the worship in Jerusalem with the construction of the temple. It's referred to as the Temple of Solomon. It is, of course, on the site which would be destroyed, as we shall discuss, in the 6th century before the Common Era. It would be rebuilt and then renovated again, and it would be destroyed again in the 1st century. And now the Temple Mount still remains, but it has a mosque on top of the Dome of the Rock. We'll get to that, God willing, probably next semester. But for the time being, the centralization of worship, which began under King David, was really confirmed with the construction of the temple under Solomon. Very important centripetal element in creating a unity of all the tribes by demanding that all formal ritual worship no longer be relegated to individual backyard sanctuaries, but rather to this central sanctuary in Jerusalem. Now, let us issue a small corrective here. Again, like we saw with David and certainly with Saul, we don't have much external validation of the biblical text for reasons that I've discussed: the lack of contact with the Assyrian Empire and the Egyptian untrustworthiness with their documentation. But what we also have to realize is that, we're talking now in the early 21st century after 2,000 years of Christian impact on Western civilization in particular, and we tend to view the Solomonic Empire as being something massive. Just like in our very first lecture, we talked about how the geography of the land of Israel is tiny, but it is, looms large in the Western imagination. The Empire of Solomon was also tiny compared to much larger empires active in his day and certainly afterwards. King Solomon's empire, basically extended through much of what will be today the land of Israel and parts of Jordan with spheres of influence in Syria, and that's it. You have to think of Solomon's empire as being incredibly important for Jews, the people who live there, and their immediate neighbors, but not so phenomenally important on a geopolitical level for the entire region. And so what seems so important to readers of the Hebrew scriptures and then the Christian scriptures, when looked at in a narrow historical perspective, it's really a minor, smaller empire that is active for less than a century by the time you get to King Solomon. So it's not surprising that it does not make more of a blip on the radar, so to speak, of other countries at this time. Nevertheless, that blip would extend over centuries and have a phenomenal impact on the development of Western civilization in particular. Okay, that's it for our discussion of the United Monarchy. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the way this unfortunately fell apart with Solomon's successors and the division of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. Thank you very much for watching.
No matter how high the temperature rises, our best-selling bamboo sheets are grounded in breathable, moisture-making fabric that adjusts to your body temperature so you stay cool, dry, and comfortable all night long. No more sweaty nights or restless sleep. Hot nights, humid mornings, cozy days, covered. Experience the difference with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty on all bedding products.
Let us resume our discussion of the history of the Jews in Israel by looking at the period of the divided kingdom. And I'd like to begin by going to another Gedanke experiment, another thought experiment that really comes from an old joke. The joke goes like this. This time of year, I'm recording late in October. It's still dark early in the morning. So the joke goes that Ruvain comes out of his house one day and he sees down the street is his neighbor Shimon, who's rooting around in the gutter. And he goes up and he says to him, Shimon, what are you doing? And Shimon says, I'm looking for my car keys. And Ruvain says, but you live down the block. Why are you looking over here? And Shimon points to the lamppost and says, well, I'm looking over here because the light is much better over here. So obviously it's silly. If you're looking for your car keys, you have to look near where your car is parked. But the Gedanke experiment is we're kind of like very interested in the earliest periods of Jewish history, the sources in the Torah and Genesis and Exodus and so on, and they're really hard to find. That's because the light over there is very dark. However, when we move down the street a little bit and we're under the lights, and we see so much more material. That's really what happens in the period we're going to discuss today. There's so much more archaeological evidence that confirms the narrative of the biblical text, albeit hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis and Exodus, that we're tempted to say that maybe we'll find the information we're looking for. The analogy breaks down, however, because you probably would find some things in the gutter. You might find, let's say, for example, a receipt from the bakery that fell out of your pocket when you're walking into your house and the rain washed it down to the gutter. You might find, a loose sock that matches another one that belongs to one of your toddlers that's upstairs in the drying machine right now. You might find all kinds of connections from what's in the gutter down your street to what happens by your car. You won't find your keys directly there, but they might lead you back to where the keys are. You'll just have to wait as the archaeological evidence is uncovered, literally, as historians and archaeologists go to work in the land of Israel. But at any rate, let's look at some of this stuff that we can find now under the bright lights. Now, Dr. Kitchen points out very clearly that this is such a strong period compared to what we talked about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and 9 of them are mentioned in documentation from outside Jewish sources. That's an incredible number, 9 out of 14. And that lends a tremendous amount of credibility to the, at least general scope of the biblical narrative. And we'll look at a couple of examples of that. But let's go into the historical period itself. So Solomon, as king, as we discussed in the last lecture, expands and consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquests of his father, King David, and cementing it really with a lot of statesmancraft by engaging in diplomatic relations with a lot of the kingdoms surrounding the land of Israel. He also centralizes ritual worship by building a massive, glorious temple in Jerusalem. However, what that means is inevitably taxes. There's a great tax burden that is placed on the Jewish people as a whole, and they resent the huge taxation. Under the wise leadership of King Solomon, there was just, scattered grumblings. But once Solomon passes away and it goes to his son Rehoboam, there is a tremendous amount of resentment that's built up over the heavy tax burden. Rehoboam is really of two minds. He, on the one hand, wants to react to the popular pressure, but at the same time, he wants to maintain the fairly lavish lifestyle that he is accustomed to. And prodded by, unfortunately, as the text mentions, younger, inexperienced members rather than the steady guiding hand of his older ministers that served under his father, Rehoboam, in a very dismissive manner, insists on pushing ahead with his heavy tax burden that the northern kingdom in particular is loath to accept. There is a very fascinating and powerful passage. And by the way, I want to reinforce that I'm just going to be skimming over the tops of the historical record as we find in the Bible. It is so important that you actually go back to the text and read the primary documents themselves, because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that it's going to be dry or boring, just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rehoboam. It's shown here in this wall painting in Basel that's done by the great Hans Holbein. you see that Rechavam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger. And this is in reference to one highly dismissive and disrespectful remark that Rechavam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rechavam says that his own little finger, his pinky, is thicker than anything his father could bring to bear, meaning to dismissively compare himself with his father, the great King Solomon. And of course, this act of hubris and vulgarity really sends him down the rabbit hole, which will ultimately result in civil war. But I just wanted to point this one out because it's one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is really, it's quite racy, and it has a lot of very powerful information in it that you don't get with sanitized translations quite often. Well, let's not go any further down that scope, but let's go back to where we left off. So, under Yeravam ben Nabat, the kingdom of Israel, which is to the north of Jerusalem, splits away from what becomes the kingdom of Judah in the south. Yeravam ben Nabat, by the way, received a very, very bad press in the rest of Jewish tradition. He's considered one of the greatest sinners because he introduced that divisiveness in Jewish politics at the time. Here's a map that shows you the relative locations of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. The capital of the kingdom of Judah is, of course, Jerusalem. The kingdom of Israel is in Samaria or Shomron. In subsequent lectures, we'll speak much more about what happened to the people in the kingdom of Israel. They are the so-called 10 lost tribes. More about that in a few lectures. But it's interesting to note that it seems that they have a consciousness, they retain a consciousness of being one people, albeit separated politically. And although they will fight a civil war and they will have ongoing conflict over the next century and a half, they'll also recognize the centrality of the value of worship in Jerusalem. They will also occasionally marry each other. The royalty of Israel and Judah will still intermarry. And although they have a lot of conflict, it seems to be really a family conflict. But more on that later. The civil war that erupts when Yeravam ben Nabat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes and bringing Israel firmly within his larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known in English as Armageddon, it's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo, he left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak was here stele, that although it's badly damaged, it still retains its cartouche, the sort of nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced Shoshank, by the way, that indicates that he did, in fact, make his way through northern Israel. One of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text, is this amazing find, the so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Dibon, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the Book of Kings with a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh, God, Chemosh, of course, being the name of their god, complains about how badly he was treated, in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdom, especially in terms of its military activity throughout the region. And he talks in this stele about how he beat back the invading Jews, and therefore he deserved to create this particular monument. It's a fascinating stone. So much more to say about it, but in this brief series, we just want to quickly look at it. The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well documented of the Northern Kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some of those fascinating passages from two northern prophets in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the son of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by Jan Sleuters, where the mother is reunited with her son, who has returned from death. And fascinating passage, definitely worth reading. However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, is made up of three distinct sections, which have very, very distinct hermeneuticals applied to them as well. The first 5 books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense, meaning any kind of religious teaching that pertains to the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic tradition in greater detail. But there's the first 5 books of Moses, which have a very high threshold of sanctity within Jewish theology. They are considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which Moses describes his own death, but not for us here. We're looking primarily at the history. From the book of Joshua on, there's a large section called the Nevi'im, or prophets, which is a mixture of materials, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of ethical teachings. And then finally, you have the section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that really don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther fit in there, and so on. And these second 2 sections, Nach, or Nevi'im and Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity to the first 5 books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God. The commentators have different approaches to what they actually mean, what's their, so to speak, nuclear weight in terms of understanding the task of Judaism. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record, much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seem to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of repentance and drawing closer to God. In Kings and Chronicles, there's even some, so to speak, kind of footnoting, where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the Book of Kings is normally attributed in the rabbinic tradition to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have. It seems reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The Book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the Annals of the Kings of Judah, the Annals of the Kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the Kingdom of Judah and the Kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. Fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about, palace intrigue and wars and things like that, but spend a lot more time, exclaiming an ethical and religious message. And so, approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tempting, tantalizing historical data, and that's often confirmed by the archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Izebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cartouche here, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman. It has the same kind of symbols and things like that, whose name was Izebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of these artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is specifically belonged to Queen Izebel and not to some other Izebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical narrative, what happens in the northern kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the kingdom of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel, place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853, and we see, for example, King Yehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is from the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed in, I think, the third lecture or so of this series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. We'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, the social, and familial, and the ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we'll return to a discussion of Israel and the Assyria. Thank you very much for watching. Let's move away now from the primarily political and religious history that we have explored up until this point, and let's look a little bit more closely at the daily life of the large mass of anonymous Jews living in Israel in the biblical period. And we're going to focus in this little lecture on the economic life, and then we're going to look at family life and ritual life. But for now, economics. Let's have a closer look at this remarkable painting by Nicholas Poussin, which is titled The Summer, and in brackets, Ruth and Boaz. Obviously, it's taken from the biblical story that is described in the book of Ruth, where the wealthy landowner Boaz, shown here in the center with a magnificent yellow coat, meets Ruth, who is there as a very poor woman, and she is engaged in gleaning. That is the biblically mandated leaving behind of various sheaves and whatever comes to fall on the ground during the harvest season. You get this kind of colored feel of the farmland and things like that. It's really very beautiful. By the way, I have a son named Boaz, and we once went to the post office. First day was so amazed, African American woman had one, and we had a son Boaz who said, "What do you call unmarried Boaz?" And we said, "You know what?" She said, "Useless." Anyway, the problem with using the Bible as our source for economic history is that, as Saba Whitmire Barra, the great 20th century historian, put it, it's more about the Zolan than the Zion. It's a lot more about how the ancient Jews should behave than really giving us a clear picture about how they did. The Bible is rife with data about, for example, like in this picture, how they're mandated, divine mandates of specific kinds of tithes, charitable donations, of a whole variety of types. And the Talmud goes on great length categorizing these and talking about the stipulations of who is eligible, who is required to give, and all kinds of things. Maybe we'll get that a little bit more when we get to the Talmud period. But nevertheless, the Bible is a tremendously rich source. We just have to sort of read it backward to get a sense of what the economic history must have been like, as long as we understand that the primary thrust of the biblical text is ultimately to bring people closer to God, ultimately to bring them more compliant with divine mandates, and so on. So we do have, however, many other sources outside of the Bible for economic history and period that we're discussing here, but they tend to be really quite fragmentary and cryptic. Like, for example, there are 102 scraps of tax receipts written on pieces of clay that were found in an archaeological dig around the city of Samaria, believed to be associated with the palace of King Atha. And these are essentially sort of tax notations. It appears that when various taxes were brought to the king, like let's say an amphora of wine or a big container of wheat or something like that, then probably the person who was giving the tax would write, how much wine was in here and who is giving it to whom, and which tax collector or something like that, and the date and so on. And it was kind of like a primitive tax collection record system. Unfortunately, of the 102 scraps, only a little more than half of them are legible, and they're all like broken up like this. So it's very difficult to tease out really detailed analysis of the economic life, except that there were taxes, which they say for Yashar we knew there were taxes. That's pretty much a permanent aspect of human condition. But at least we get some sense of how it must have been delivered from one place to another. However, as Dr. Barron also goes on, Israel is one particular area, and it's true that we have this very dense text called the Bible to give us some, insight into the economic region. But we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the region of the Ritz, for example, which would be in contemporary Syria, Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get at least some better sense of how Jews live economically, how they support themselves. Let's try and understand a little bit about what we know. So one of the most profound shifts that we see in the Israeli economy, or the economy of Israel, is the shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. In this portrait, not a Jewish portrait, obviously it's a Christian portrait from Botticelli, the trials of Moses. Moses is shown here in a yellow robe, and there's kind of like a sort of like a comic book panel with all kinds of adventures that Moses had in his life, and you can see he's reproduced several times over. And in several of them, he is shown as a shepherd. And in fact, the identification of Jewish leaders with shepherding is quite profound, and it has, philosophical ramifications as well. But David is a shepherd, Abraham is a shepherd, Moses is a shepherd. Over and over again, we see animal husbandry as a feature, particularly of Jewish leaders. When the Jews enter Israel, however, it's clear that there is a shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. And that makes sense because Israel is, after all, quite a diverse area. There are 40 distinct geographic units of the economy in ancient Israel. And the way that the Jews were settled at the time, and I'm now sort of generalizing, by the way, over a little over 1,000 years, there are 400 settlements, which are called Arim in Hebrew. You translate that as cities, but with less than 1,000 people in each of those cities, to be sure. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. You have a look at the map of ancient Israel, you can see that it is dotted with a wide variety of economic resources. Looking from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon, you have timber, of course, the cedars of Lebanon. You have mines for iron, copper, will be especially important once coinage begins to be produced. You have the so-called Tyrian purple, known as argaman, which is produced from a particular kind of sea creature that lives on the shoreline. It's essentially harvested for its blood or some other bodily fluid that is then made into the techelim, the specific color that is used. Orchards, you have textiles, there are very big problems, iron, salt, metalwork mines, and of course dates, especially around Jericho, very, very important export that's used especially for the date palm. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on in this region. In terms of commerce, I mean, obviously that flows from the variety of goods that are available. Biblical text refers to what we might call guilds, artisans, individuals. Sometimes, especially in the Talmud, there are particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts. For example, villages that are filled with tanners, and all they do is they tan leather and so on. We do have biblical references to Jews engaging in international trade, especially during the high point of the United Monarchy of Solomon. When, of course, they moved to the divided monarchy and civil war, the northern kingdom of Israel, in particular, begins to lose its sway, its international sway over the region, and so they're cut off from a lot of their natural markets and a lot of their natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and then commerce, and ultimately you have regular coinage produced by the 6th century before the Common Era. I just want to show you this one great image. This was just discovered this month, a 2 shekel weight from the First Temple period. Obviously, it's the stone on the left there. Imagine what it must have been like to deal with these weights and measures in your daily shopping. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. We'll continue by looking at family life in the next short video. Thank you for watching.
Artificial fiction work based on facts in the future you will never have. Author Christopher Lee Jones review Mars mission work available on Amazon, bringing you real world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop, including the first crew lands on the surface of Mars with a missile.
Let's take a little detour from our historical narrative to just talk a little bit about terminology. We are speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos, that is the people who are known today as the Jews or the Jewish people. Note, of course, that this is not a racial category because there are Jews who come from all types of different races that make up the Jewish people, but it is something kind of tribal in nature because traditionally Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through one's mother, that is matrilineal. In the 20th century, the Rothschild movement added a patrilineal concept to it, but that we'll get to that when we talk about this. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews, even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking really about one continuous group of people, but let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get which is exactly right. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew. And this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Ivri, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word agar, which means to cross over or to transverse. And we're talking about a Semitic people who come here into the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, in Mesopotamia, where he comes as described in the book of Genesis from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person, it's an ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Ivrit means the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective used for so the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah, in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the God of heaven. Right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest and is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in a dramatic scene in Genesis to Israel, which means one who struggles with God. Fascinating, I think we'll talk about that later. At any rate, Jacob and Israel are the same person. The Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously. Rashi will explain that based on the Talmud, the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, and things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Merneptah stele shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century after the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, as shown here, and the northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel, but they call their political entity to the north Israel. You see this in the book of Kings, for example. There's a lot of discussion of what that kingdom of Israel is. So the term Israel, which is used prior to the division of the land into separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. Here you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from them. As you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost and tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would be a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, Many of them fled to the south, to the region as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew. J and Y often switch between Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of the people. So much so that long afterwards, you have a description of a person who is not of the tribe of Judah, living in Persia, of course, the great Mordecai, who is referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. And in fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time we get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another section. So that's basically how we get these three names. Hebrews, Israelites, Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points in time, but they will often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on in time. Okay, I hope that clarified things. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm glad you're here. Let me just take a couple of minutes to explain what exactly is going on in this site, and if you find it interesting, how you can get more involved. So first of all, what is this Jewish History Lab? What am I talking about here? So a little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a 3-volume survey history of the Jews, which I have creatively titled The Jewish People, A History. And I was really looking forward to getting involved in it, beginning to plan it, outline it, and so on, and then COVID hit. And with the coronavirus, I had to kind of shift things around, but surprisingly, shifting it around has created some new opportunities that have really turned this into something different than I originally intended, and I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in a creative project like writing or like making these lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi Hanina says in the Talmud Tractate Tainus, I have learned much from my teachers or from my colleagues, but from my students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I didn't have the same kind of interaction with students that I typically did in a live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and it's proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. There are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish history. The first is, of course, these YouTube videos, and they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in previous years of research. So, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless, they seem to be working. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out and people were able to be a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these things are still going on. And I just recently began issuing the draft chapters to my students, so I can actually invite people from all over the world to help me write this book, to engage in some of the actual writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I'd like to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together with this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So why would you want to get involved? I don't know, but if this excites you, there are several ways that you could be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have a strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there, so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them, discuss them, and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name to the little search box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right here by that blue arrow. Once you are watching the videos, of course, you can comment on them, and I love seeing those comments come in. And the subscription is really good for me too, because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people can subscribe, and it becomes like a big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy the videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I would be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to be more involved, and with those smaller groups I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. The next level of involvement is membership. If you click on that join button, which is not available in all countries, I have 3 levels of membership. Now, members get extra perks. Members at the student level get, for example, early access to the videos, and sometimes help me weed out really big mistakes before I let it go to the wider world, and give me some useful feedback sometimes on things that's going on. Members at the researcher level get access to more focused and advanced videos that I occasionally make that I just don't feel like sharing with the wider world, because I would be deluged even more with comments that not necessarily helpful. I only want to work with people who are a little more serious on those more difficult topics. And then finally, members at the colleague level get all of that, and they also get access to the live classes that I offer pretty much on a weekly basis right now, but it varies from time to time. So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying these videos and you want to get more involved in the process, please consider membership. And finally, the last thing, I think this is so cool, is I've begun creating courses that incorporate the YouTube videos and some, quizzes and self-testing things and elements like that. And here's the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of 3 courses is now online. It's called Biblical Jewish History. It goes from the very beginnings all the way up to the period of the Mishnah in the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator and you want this. I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Let's take a few minutes to discuss the nature of the family in biblical Israel. Now, this is an incredibly complicated and massive topic that deserves a phenomenal amount of attention, but we're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the scope of our historical survey. We will come back to many of these aspects in a much later video when we talk specifically about women. That's going to be an important part of today's brief lecture as well. But I'll explain why this is so challenging. I'd like to speak very briefly and in general broad strokes about the nature of the family from the earliest sources we have, basically Genesis, up until the end of the First Temple period, which is 586 before the Common Era. So that's a massive chunk of time. We're speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily within the space of a few minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to try to describe things which are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, we use the word family in a historical context, and we use the word family today. Family is, of course, something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated ways. Family is basic to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience of what family is or ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's Norman Rockwell's famous painting, Freedom from Want, which of course was featured in magazines throughout the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving dinner, and you see the happy family around it, and the patriarch and matriarch, it's multiple generations of the family members around the table, all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey, right? That's the title is Freedom from Want. But this is clearly an idealized image of what a Thanksgiving dinner would be like, right? Everyone's happy, everyone likes each other, no one's on their phone, no one's arguing politics, no one's wanting to get back to the football game. This is kind of like what we want family to be. But it's not necessarily what family actually is. So there were elements of an idealized meal that are shown here that we'd like to sort of project backward in time, but it would be absurd to say every single Thanksgiving dinner, especially in the year 1943. Think of what that must have been like, at the end of World War II and the battle in the Pacific and all kinds of very difficult times for Americans. This is clearly an aspirational Thanksgiving dinner. So when we go back and look at the family in biblical times, we're kind of trapped within our own mentality of human experience. And then furthermore, we can't read past what the text actually gives us as data. The text is moreover layered. I mean, we have the biblical text itself, which describes family to some degree, perhaps aspirationally for then in the ancient period, but then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're